Chapter 1. The Arrival of Hokage and the Divine Evolution System. In the 42nd year of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan's territory, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Who am I? Where am I? He mused, gazing at his delicate hands, a torrent of confusion surging through his mind. The world around him appeared vast and foreign, as if everything was silently mocking his ignorance. Wah, wah, wah. He struggled to articulate a sound, yet the only noise that escaped his lips was a feeble wail. Panic surged within him. Have I transformed into an infant? A newborn? No less? Everything around him seemed to whirl, the blurred images gradually coming into focus, the bright light piercing his senses. He wriggled desperately, yearning to escape this helplessness, only to find himself powerless within the confines of his cradle. Tilting his head slightly, he was taken aback to discover another infant lying beside him, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Twins? Is this my brother? As he grappled with his confusion, a commanding figure slowly entered his line of sight. It was Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. Fugaku gazed at the two infants and resolutely declared, "This child shall be named Uchiha Itachi, and this one shall be Uchiha Kid." Standing beside him was Uchiha Mikoto, Fugaku's wife, who observed her children with a gentle yet unwavering gaze, her face radiating the soft pride unique to a mother, her eyes shimmering with hopes for the future, as if in this moment their fates were inextricably intertwined. Uchiha Kid, our protagonist, was once a lauded young man, admired for his character and academic prowess, a man of unremarkable stature. However, the wheels of fate turned, and 3 years later, in the 45th year of Konoha, under the sun's gentle rays filtering through the wispy clouds, Uchiha Kid stood at the threshold of his small home, gazing up at the azure sky, a tumult of emotions swelling within him. Has it truly been 3 years? The world of Hokage is indeed fraught with peril and the unknown, he sighed. Nevertheless, since I have arrived here, I shall live my life with peace of mind. After all, I am not a man without support, I am a man with connections. As his thoughts drifted, the mysterious divine evolution system flickered in his mind, the formidable tool for his survival in this world. An unseen force filled him with anticipation and confidence for the future. The system panel materialized in his mind. Name, Uchiha Kid. Kekkai Genkai. 3-Tomo Sharingan. Special bloodline, Uchiha bloodline. Attributes, Yin-Yang Fire Water Wind Lightning Earth. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique Transformation Technique Substitution Technique Body Flicker Technique Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Evolution Points. 1. Gazing at the concise yet potent information on the panel, Uchiha Kid contemplated deeply. Thus far, he had yet to grasp how to acquire these evolution points, but he was confident that the secrets of this system would eventually unveil themselves. A faint smile graced his face, his gaze resolute as he silently vowed, "No matter how treacherous the future may be, I shall not falter. I will alter the fate of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. No matter the likes of Shimura Danzo or the third Hokage, as long as I can unlock the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, everything before me shall be mere trifles." He had never disclosed to anyone the awakening of his Sharingan. After all, to awaken the Sharingan at the tender age of 3, especially the 3-Tomo variant, was indeed astonishing. Only 1 year remains until the Third Shinobi World War, and soon after, the Nine-Tails crisis will erupt. Uchiha Obito, this hidden threat cannot be underestimated, he pondered silently. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi approached from behind, his gentle gaze tinged with curiosity. The brothers bore striking resemblance, both 3-year-old boys of similar stature, their shared bloodline rendering them nearly indistinguishable in appearance. Uchiha Kid gently shook his head, his mind swirling with thoughts, and asked Itachi, "Itachi, if one day you had to choose between the village and our clan, which would you choose?" Uchiha Itachi tilted his head, confusion etched across his features. "Brother, why do you ask me such a question?" Uchiha Kid furrowed his brow slightly, his tone casual, yet laced with an underlying gravity. "Never mind, it's nothing. Come with me." He turned and began to walk forward. Without hesitation, Uchiha Itachi followed behind, filled with questions, yet not fully comprehending the intent of Uchiha Kid. Before long, they arrived at a small grove in the back mountains of Konoha. The air was fresh, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows, the surroundings serene and tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the soft chirping of birds, enhancing the sense of peace. Yet, Uchiha Kid's expression remained taut, devoid of any sign of relaxation. "Itachi, I'm going to teach you ninjutsu," he stated, his voice low and resolute, as if preparing for the impending lesson. A flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Itachi's eyes, as if he could hardly believe his ears. "Ninjutsu? Brother, have you mastered ninjutsu?" He gazed intently at Kid, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Uchiha Kid nodded slightly, his fingers swiftly forming seals, the movements fluid as flowing water. "Fire release, great fireball technique," he exclaimed, and a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, the searing flames threatening to consume all, illuminating the grove in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the fireball detonated midair, engulfing the surrounding trees and underbrush in flames, the fiery glow casting a crimson hue upon Uchiha Kid's face, reflecting the unwavering determination in his eyes. Witnessing this spectacle, Uchiha Itachi was left in awe, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "So powerful! Brother, you are truly amazing." His voice brimmed with admiration and pride, his eyes sparkling with boundless respect for his elder brother. Meanwhile, in the distance, Uchiha Fugaku observed his son unleashing such formidable ninjutsu, a wave of astonishment coursing through him. "What a genius! To wield such potent ninjutsu at the age of 3, my son is undoubtedly a prodigy." He marveled inwardly, his emotions surging, his eyes gleaming with pride. The Uchiha clan seemed to be on the brink of a resurgence. In that moment, a sharp kunai whizzed through the air, aimed directly at him. Fugaku reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the attack, his heart racing. How could I have been detected? At merely 3 years of age, such keen perception and the ability to launch a kunai with such speed unbelievable. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Uchiha Kid's voice resonated with a hint of anger, echoing through the air. Uchiha Fugaku emerged slowly from the shadows, standing before Uchiha Kid and Uchiha Itachi. "It is I." Uchiha Kid bowed slightly, respectfully stating, "Father, it is you." Itachi followed suit, his tone gentle yet concerned. "Father, when did you arrive?" Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly, surveying his 2 sons with a steady, authoritative demeanor. "I have been here for quite some time. However, Kid, from where did you learn this ninjutsu?" His words carried a blend of paternal concern and curiosity. Chapter 2. Unlocking the Mangeki, Susanoo. In the serene courtyard of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kid's home exuded a sense of warmth. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, breathing life into this tranquil abode. In this harmonious atmosphere, Uchiha Makoto sat gracefully at the dining table, her beauty and elegance radiating an aura of maternal grace. She held a plate of freshly cooked dumplings, steam rising, their enticing aroma promising to awaken every dormant taste bud. "Kid, come and eat, these are your favorite dumplings." Her voice was soft and affectionate, akin to a gentle spring breeze, enveloping all in warmth. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku sat quietly on a cushion, his expression serious. The aura he exuded was one of commanding authority, a presence that inspired both respect and trepidation. Uchiha Kid offered a warm smile as he accepted the dumplings from his mother, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, mother. You work hard." His tone was clear and resolute, imbued with deep love and respect for her. Uchiha Makoto's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart brimming with contentment. "Kid, you are the most well-behaved," she responded, her voice laced with affection, as if this simple moment was the culmination of all her efforts, warm and beautiful. Soon after, the house was left with only Uchiha Fugaku and his son, Uchiha Kid. They sat facing each other, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if the air itself was laden with unspoken words. Uchiha Fugaku broke the silence, his voice low and serious. "Aren't you going to explain yourself?" Uchiha Kid furrowed his brow, unease creeping into his heart. "Father, what do you wish for me to explain?" Fugaku's gaze was sharp and penetrating, scrutinizing his son with concern. "If I am not mistaken, you have awakened your Sharingan, have you not?" Uchiha Fong's heart sank suddenly. He had not anticipated that his father possessed such keen insight, capable of perceiving even the most subtle of changes. After a moment of astonishment, he endeavored to steady his voice. "Father, how did you come to know?" Not only had Uchiha Fong awakened the Sharingan, but he also wielded the assistance of a divine evolution system, enabling him to evolve it into the Mangekyou Sharingan at will. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan activated instantly, his crimson irises shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. It was no ordinary Tomo, but rather the Mangekyou Sharingan, exuding an aura of immense ocular power. Uchiha Fong widened his eyes, his face a canvas of shock and reverence. "Father, what manner of eye is this? Is it also a Sharingan? A higher form of Sharingan?" His voice carried a hint of incredulity, tinged with a sense of asking the obvious. Uchiha Fugaku smiled gently, his gaze revealing a blend of pride and affection. His voice was deep and resolute, as if imparting an ineffable belief. "This is the most formidable power of our Uchiha clan, the Mangekyou Sharingan. It symbolizes glory and responsibility, and only a true warrior can wield it." The father and son conversed for an extended period, the atmosphere of the late night gradually becoming warm and intimate through their dialogue. As the night descended and stars twinkled in the sky, Uchiha Fong stood alone in his room, gazing at the reflection in the mirror. In the mirror, his visage was clear, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of hesitation and confusion. At that moment, it felt as though he was standing at the crossroads of destiny. The intense desire within him intertwined with a fear of the unknown, compelling him to reflect. He pondered whether he should choose to evolve now, to unlock the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. It was a symbol of power. Gently stroking the Uchiha clan emblem on his chest, Fong's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Name, Uchiha Fong. Bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Special bloodline, Uchiha bloodline. Attributes, Yin-Yang Fire Water Wind Lightning Earth. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique Transformation Technique Substitution Technique Body Flicker Technique Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Evolution points, 1 point. As he gazed upon this information, a swell of pride and honor surged within him. After much contemplation and inner turmoil, Uchiha Fong finally made his decision. At that moment, all his hesitations and fears were cast aside. He understood that a true warrior must never halt their progress. Thus, he took a deep breath and resolutely clicked the evolution option. In an instant, Uchiha Fong's 3 Tomo Sharingan transformed unpredictably, evolving into a pair of resplendent Mangekyou Sharingan. Before the mirror, he stared into those eyes, marveling inwardly. So this is the sensation of awakening the Mangekyou. Within his Mangekyou Sharingan, a unique pattern emerged, a sharp, triangular shuriken, glinting with a cold brilliance, exuding an aura of unassailable dominance. Uchiha Fong murmured to himself, "Is this the feeling of unlocking the Mangekyou Sharingan? Such immense ocular power, truly worthy of the Uchiha clan." Not long after, Uchiha Fong found himself in a tranquil grove on the outskirts of Konoha. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if heralding the power he was about to unleash. At this moment, he stood amidst the shadows of the trees, dark chakra swirling around him like ink, forming a mysterious and formidable shield. This was the initial form of Susanoo. Initial form, capable of manifesting only ribcage and arms, the most rudimentary form. First form, skeletal form, enveloping most of the user's body, further enhancing defense, though with limited offensive capabilities. Second form, overlaying the skeletal form with tendons and flesh, allowing for long-range attacks with the 8-span shuriken and the use of exclusive weapons. Third form, Yatagarasu form, significantly enhancing both defensive and offensive capabilities. Fourth form, growing legs atop the second form, compensating for mobility deficiencies. Fifth form, infusing Sage Chakra into the fourth form, dramatically increasing offensive power. This form is exceptionally unique, requiring Sage Chakra. Sixth form, complete Susanoo, achieved by refining the ocular power of the Mangekyou Sharingan to its zenith, and only attainable with an immense chakra reserve. Standing over 100 meters tall, it wields immense power and can employ exclusive weapons, possessing flight capabilities and the ability to perform techniques favored by the user. Seventh form, Armored Susanoo, a combination of Susanoo and Tailed Beast. The essence of Susanoo is the materialization of vast chakra, theoretically allowing the user to transform Susanoo into any form, empowering it with the essence of a tailed beast, thus surpassing even the complete Susanoo in strength. Eighth form, Ultimate Susanoo, likened to the Divine Tree's vessel, merging the chakra of the nine-tailed beast to form the ultimate Susanoo. This was everything Uchiha Fong understood about the various forms of Susanoo, drawn from the memories of his past life in the world of anime. Chapter 3. The Meaning of Life. 2 years flowed by like a gentle stream, slipping away quietly. At this juncture, it is the 47th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, marking the epoch of the Third Great Ninja War. Over the past 2 years, the world of ninjas has undergone tumultuous changes, rife with upheavals and unforeseen events. The third Tsuchikage of the Hidden Sand Village mysteriously vanished during an inspection, leaving the villagers in a state of apprehension. In a bid to locate their esteemed leader, the Hidden Sand Village mobilized a vast number of ninjas, orchestrating an unprecedented search operation. However, as the investigation progressed, various clues pointed ominously towards the Hidden Leaf Village, as if a tempest of despair was on the horizon. The culmination of these events ultimately ignited the fuse for the Third Great Ninja War, ensnaring the fates of ninjas once more in an endless cycle of conflict and bloodshed. At this moment, on the battlefield at the border between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Stone villages, the air is thick with smoke, permeated by the acrid scent of rust and the palpable tension of impending doom. Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the clan, possesses a gaze as piercing as a beacon. Despite possessing memories of a past life, Uchiha Fong felt a profound discomfort amidst the chaotic battlefield, his gaze wandering among the countless fallen ninja corpses, his heart unable to find tranquility. Those once vibrant lives had now transformed into cold remains, rendering the boundary between life and death strikingly ambiguous at that moment. Blood stained the earth, and the brutality of combat deeply pierced his soul. Was this the harsh reality of the ninja world war? Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi bore a solemn expression, his eyes glimmering with a complex array of emotions. Name, Uchiha Fong. Bloodline limit, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, amplification, left eye, soul flame, right eye, void. Special bloodline, Uchiha bloodline. Attributes, yin, yang, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, body flicker technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. Fire release, great fire vanishing technique. Evolution points, 2 points. In an instant, a surge of exhilaration welled up within Uchiha Fong. After 2 long years, his heartbeat quickened, and an overwhelming joy filled his soul. The eternal kaleidoscope, I have arrived. The laughter resonated with an uncontrollable excitement and fervor. Uchiha Fugaku gazed silently at his son, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. This was the harsh reality of the ninja world. He drew a deep breath and spoke slowly, expressing his desire for them to witness firsthand the darkness and brutality of this world. You are all my sons. You must mature swiftly to survive in the future that awaits us. Suddenly, Uchiha Kid seemed to be propelled by the fervor of battle. He activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position in an instant and leaping into the air. As he descended, his body poised with determination, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him. Fire style, great fire annihilation. He bellowed, and with his roar, an inferno rained down from the heavens like a colossal dragon, sweeping towards the lifeless bodies below. The searing flames consumed everything, transforming the landscape into a sea of fire. This scene left Uchiha Fugaku astounded, silently marveling at his son's extraordinary prowess. After all, Uchiha Kid was merely 5 years old, yet he wielded such powerful fire ninjutsu, truly a prodigy among prodigies, a marvel among wonders. While he felt immense pride in his son's talent, A shadow of concern loomed over him regarding the path that lay ahead, especially considering the villagers. Before long, the battlefield, once littered with the ravaged remains of the fallen, was reduced to ashes, the air thick with the nauseating scent of charred remains. Uchiha Itachi gazed skyward, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he murmured, "There are far too many corpses. Witnessing such a brutal scene truly affects one's spirit. Perhaps it would be better if they were all incinerated." Uchiha Itachi stood quietly beside him, his gaze imbued with a hint of defiance and unwavering resolve. He softly uttered, "Brother, let us return." His words, tinged with a trace of reluctance, were nonetheless suffused with steadfast determination. Upon their return to the Uchiha clan's domain, the surrounding tranquility offered a semblance of solace. Uchiha Itachi gazed at his brother beside him, an indescribable surge of emotions swelling within him. Finally mustering the courage, he spoke, "Brother, I wish to pose a question to you." Uchiha Itachi turned his head, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. With a sly grin, he said, "Brother, you speak." His somewhat relaxed tone appeared to seek to alleviate the weighty atmosphere. Uchiha Itachi inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming exceptionally earnest. The incessant wars among the great ninja villages, the continuous loss of life among the shinobi, what is the true significance of it all? His words revealed a profound contemplation of war and existence, as if he were in search of a truth that transcends the realms of bloodshed and violence. Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment before gently wrapping his arm around Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, the intimacy between them deepening and radiating warmth in that fleeting instant. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that seemed to quietly listen to their conversation. Dear brother, what prompts such profound inquiries from you?" Uchiha Itachi's voice carried a hint of playful teasing, with a glimmer of concern in his eyes, as if he wished to alleviate the weight upon Itachi's heart with a light-hearted tone. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of contemplation evident in his gaze. Yet, what is the significance of the lives of those fallen ninjas? His words sliced through the air like a sharp blade, prompting deep introspection. Ultimately, everyone must confront death. Whether by the sword, the passage of time, or the grip of illness, what difference does it make? Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. A century hence, all life will return to dust. Why concern yourself with the manner of their demise? His tone, though light, was imbued with profound philosophy, as if he were gently reminding Itachi that the essence of life may not lie in the manner of one's end, but rather in the art of cherishing each fleeting moment. Uchiha Itachi found himself once again lost in contemplation, his gaze penetrating the vast expanse of the sky outside, as if pondering deeper existential meanings. He spoke slowly, "Since we all ultimately face death, what significance does life hold? Is it merely for the endless cycle of war and slaughter? Certainly, it is not for the sake of war. There exist countless beautiful aspects of life worthy of our pursuit, such as exquisite cuisine, fine wine, and even the simple yet exhilarating pleasures. Although some of these delights may not be esteemed by society, the ecstasy derived from such experiences constitutes the true essence of a fulfilling life." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's lips curled into a subtle, playful smile, succinctly encapsulating it in 4 words: indulgence in food, drink, and merriment. Chapter 4. For years. The Eternal Kaleidoscope name. Uchiha Itachi Bloodline Limit. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan Amplification. Left eye, Soul Flame. Right eye, Void, Special Bloodline. Uchiha Bloodline Attributes: Yin, Yang Fire. Water, Wind, Lightning Earth Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, Transformation Technique, Substitution Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Fire Release Ninjutsu Series. Water Release Ninjutsu Series. Wind Release Ninjutsu Series. Earth Release Ninjutsu Series. Lightning Release Ninjutsu Series. Evolution Points. 5. A formidable power surged within Uchiha Itachi, instilling in him a sense of invincibility. In the early days of this ninja era, possessing the Eternal Kaleidoscope made him an unparalleled entity, particularly in a context where no beings of sage level had yet emerged. Nearly 4 years had passed since he last stepped onto the battlefield. This year marked the 51st year of Konoha, and the chaos of the Nine-Tails was imminent. He wondered if he might seize the opportunity to capture a Nine-Tails as a pet. During this time, Uchiha Itachi had nearly perused all the family scrolls of the Uchiha clan, absorbing ancient and profound wisdom. Simultaneously, he did not grow complacent, diligently honing his physical techniques. He understood that despite possessing the power of the Eternal Kaleidoscope, without formidable physical prowess and a substantial reserve of chakra, that power would be difficult to wield effectively. Was this perhaps due to his youth? His chakra reserves were indeed rather meager. He fell into deep thought, speculating how his teacher, Danzo, had managed to battle Hashirama for such an extended period. Could it be attributed to Indra's chakra? It is worth noting that Uchiha Itachi was merely 9 years of age, a child whose body had yet to fully develop, which inevitably limited his chakra reserves. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi entered, cradling an infant, gently pushing the door open. Warm sunlight flooded the room, illuminating his composed visage. "Brother, what are you doing here all alone?" he inquired, his voice soft and filled with concern. "Mother has prepared your favorite dumplings." Uchiha Fang's eyes sparkled instantly, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He held a particular fondness for the dumplings handcrafted by Uchiha Meichin. Their aroma and texture never failed to evoke the warmest memories in his heart. "Dumplings? How delightful! I shall come at once," he replied with enthusiasm, already envisioning the exquisite taste that awaited him with each bite. Uchiha Itachi smiled faintly, a hint of seriousness gleaming in his eyes. However, today marked the arrival of important guests, so dear brother, do remain vigilant. His tone bore a trace of caution, stirring a sense of curiosity within Uchiha Itachi. "Oh, who has come?" Uchiha Itachi inquired, his mind swirling with various possibilities. "It is Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of the 4th Hokage," Itachi replied. "Oh, I shall go and see." Uchiha Itachi exclaimed excitedly, turning swiftly towards the door, his steps light and buoyant, filled with anticipation for the person he was about to meet. He mused to himself, Kushina Uzumaki, the mother of Naruto Uzumaki, a formidable force as the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Moreover, being a member of the Uzumaki clan, she wielded powerful sealing techniques, instilling awe in those who beheld her. Before long, Uchiha Itachi entered the living room, whereupon he halted in his tracks at the sight before him. Kushina Uzumaki sat gracefully on a stool, her belly round and prominent, exuding an aura of warmth and steadfastness. Maternal radiance shone in her eyes as she engaged in soft conversation with Uchiha Mikoto, their laughter reverberating through the air, as if time itself had paused to listen. Ahem. Uchiha Itachi cleared his throat nervously, the sound crisp yet tinged with awkwardness. "Mother." Upon hearing her son's voice, Uchiha Mikoto immediately lifted her gaze, a warm smile blooming upon her face as she warmly beckoned. "Itachi, come sit over here. Allow me to introduce you to this wonderful lady, Kushina Uzumaki, a dear friend of mine." Sunlight streamed into the living room, casting a radiant glow upon Kushina, who stood out with her striking appearance. Her fiery red hair cascaded down her shoulders, her demeanor gentle, and her features imbued with maternal grace. At this moment, Kushina's belly was notably large, suggesting that she was due to give birth within the month. Uchiha Fong respectfully bowed to Kushina Uzumaki, addressing her with deference, "Hello," and Kushina. He then swiftly took his place beside his mother, sitting upright with his hands neatly resting on his knees, exuding an air of youthful innocence. Standing behind him, Uchiha Itachi cradled the infant Uchiha Sasuke, quietly observing the scene before him, a gentle warmth gracing his expression. "Mikoto, these must be your 3 sons? How enviable." Kushina's voice rang out, light and affectionate, as her gaze danced appreciatively over Mikoto's children. Uchiha Mikoto smiled gently, grasping the small hand of Uchiha Sasuke beside her, her eyes shimmering with the tenderness of maternal love. Among her 3 sons, Uchiha Sasuke was undoubtedly her most cherished. This little one had always been tightly dependent on her since childhood, particularly enamored with the dumplings she crafted with her own hands. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Mikoto picked up the freshly made dumplings from the nearby table and lovingly offered them to Uchiha Sasuke. Upon seeing the delectable dumplings, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes instantly sparkled with delight as he eagerly accepted them, his face illuminated by an innocent smile. "Thank you, mother. Your dumplings are truly the best in the world." Mikoto Uchiha could not help but laugh, gently pinching the cheeks of her son, Obito Uchiha, her tone brimming with affection. "You little rascal, you still possess such eloquence." She continued, "If you enjoy eating, I shall prepare meals for you every day from now on." Her words radiated an abundance of love, warming the entire room like the gentle caress of spring breezes. Uchiha Fong took a bite of the dumpling, and the delightful aroma instantly enveloped him in a state of bliss. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the figure of Kushina, and he pondered silently. What a pity. This Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails will soon meet her demise. "And Kushina, could you teach me the art of sealing?" Uchiha Fong could not help but inquire, his voice tinged with an unmistakable sense of anticipation and yearning. Kushina paused for a moment, then a gentle smile graced her lips. "Of course. But the art of sealing is not so simple," she replied. It demands a significant amount of chakra and a profound understanding of the sealing techniques to execute effectively. In the heart of Uchiha Feng, a surge of astonishment welled up. He had merely inquired casually, yet to his utter disbelief, Kushina had genuinely consented to his request. It was a stroke of fortune beyond imagination, akin to a windfall from the heavens. Beside him, Uchiha Makoto's eyes widened in surprise. The renowned sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, steeped in countless years of tradition, were not easily imparted to others. Kushina, are you truly willing to teach Feng the sealing arts? She interjected, her voice tinged with incredulity, as though questioning the validity of such a decision. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter with Jiraiya. 3 days later, Uchiha Feng arrived at the home of the fourth Hokage, brimming with excitement and anticipation. The residence was situated not far from the Hokage building, enveloped in a serene and elegant environment, perfectly nestled within the heart of Konohagakure, where prosperity and tranquility coexisted harmoniously. The figure of Uzumaki Kushina emerged from within, her visibly rounded belly drawing attention, with a gentle smile gracing her features and a stack of substantial scrolls in her hands. She approached Uchiha Feng and warmly declared, "Little Feng, these are the sealing technique scrolls of my Uzumaki clan. Please take them." The eyes of Uchiha Feng suddenly sparkled with excitement as he eagerly reached out to grasp the scrolls, fearing he might miss something of great value. These scrolls contained the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Throughout the shinobi world, the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan have long been renowned for their exceptional skill and profound heritage, unmatched by any. As Feng felt the weight of the scrolls in his hands, a myriad of emotions surged within him, filling him with anticipation for the journey of cultivation that lay ahead. Uchiha Feng found himself deeply absorbed in the vast ocean of sealing techniques, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. His mind was illuminated by the formidable names of powerful seals, each one shining brilliantly like a constellation in the night sky. The Shiki FG, a legendary one-for-one sealing technique from the realm of Hokage, stood out as a fabled killing move. The Shurshin FN, renowned for its immense power and sealing capability, was famously inscribed upon Danzo. The Hack FN, based on the principles of yin and yang, was the most potent of foundational seals. Utilized by Minato to seal the Nine-Tails, the Raikage F gene, a sealing technique capable of absorbing tailed beast chakra, possessed a profound intricacy. Uchiha Feng meticulously committed each of these sealing techniques to memory, pondering deeply within himself that he would undoubtedly dedicate time to gradually unravel the intricacies of these complex arts in the future. Time slipped away quietly, and an entire day passed as he immersed himself in the study of sealing techniques. At this moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays of twilight through the window onto the floor, enveloping the entire room in a warm, radiant glow. Uchiha Feng rose to his feet, shaking off the weariness that clung to him, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. He meticulously reviewed the sealing techniques he had learned, silently reciting the essence of each jutsu, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At this moment, he turned to Kushina, his voice gentle yet resolute. "Aunt Kushina, I truly apologize for intruding today. I must take my leave. I assure you, I will fulfill my promise." Kushina Uzumaki offered a soft smile, her voice laced with warmth. "Why not stay for dinner before you go? You haven't eaten all day." Her words carried a hint of concern, as if gently urging him not to be overly stubborn. Just then, Uchiha Feng's stomach audibly protested, a loud rumble echoing his defiance. Nevertheless, he shook his head, firmly asserting, "No, Aunt Kushina, I still wish to return home to enjoy the dumplings my mother makes." A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, clearly yearning for his mother-esque culinary skills. Seeing his determination, Kushina chose not to press him further. Soon after, Uchiha Feng strolled along the bustling streets of Konoha, a gentle breeze caressing him, bringing with it a wave of familiar scents. His spirits lifted as the lively shops flanked the streets, with passers-by exchanging cheerful laughter. However, his gaze was suddenly captivated by a familiar figure. There stood a person with a spiky silver hairstyle, tousled and wild, adorned with a meticulously crafted braid, and a forehead protector gleaming on his brow, emblazoned with the character for oil, a clear proclamation of his identity. Uchiha Feng's heart trembled with disbelief as he thought, "This is Jiraiya. Indeed, it is Jiraiya." A wave of astonishment surged within him. This scene was strikingly identical to what he had witnessed in the anime, igniting an overwhelming sense of excitement and exhilaration. The setting was none other than a bathhouse in the Hidden Leaf Village, notably designated for women. Warm steam permeated the air, and through the crevices of the window, The gentle sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. Jiraiya leaned against the window, his gaze intently fixed on the sights within. His face flushed as if it were about to bleed. He could not help but marvel silently at the breathtaking scene before him. This is simply marvelous. Such a figure, oh my, this bosom. He muttered to himself, lost in an endless sea of fantasies. As though the entire world had succumbed to the ephemeral beauty of that moment. Just then, he felt a weight on his shoulder, realizing he had been discovered. Jiraiya's heart raced, and he alertly whispered, "Who is it?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly leaped back. Using the ground's reaction force to land securely a distance away, poised to seek an opportunity to escape. However, Uchiha Itachi pursued him relentlessly, showing no signs of retreat. When Jiraiya glanced back, he was taken aback to find that the one chasing him was merely a child. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the young one was adorned in the distinctive attire of the Uchiha clan, appearing to be no more than 9 years old. Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping over Uchiha Itachi, and a wry smile graced his lips. "Kid, why are you chasing me? I'm merely gathering material." Uchiha Itachi revealed a peculiar smile, his tone unwavering and stern. "Do not flee, for I am a member of the Konoha Guard. Your actions have compromised the safety of the women in Konoha, and I must apprehend you." Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, pondering to himself, "I merely stole a glance at the women's bathhouse. Am I truly to be arrested for such an exaggeration?" He shook his head, attempting to retort with sarcasm. "Kid, do you even know who I am? Do you dare to capture me? Just because of you?" However, before he could finish his statement, Jiraiya's gaze was captivated by the eyes of Uchiha Itachi. Within those orbs sparkled the 3-tomo Sharingan. Jiraiya's heart jolted, and he found himself momentarily stunned. A child not yet 10 has awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan? What in the world has transpired? Has the Uchiha clan's power grown to such an extent? A wave of unease washed over him as he recognized that this young boy was far beyond his initial assumptions. After pursuing him to the outskirts of Konoha village, Jiraiya finally halted, slightly breathless, his gaze firmly fixed on Uchiha Itachi. With his hands tucked into his pockets, a playful smile graced his lips. "Kid, why the relentless pursuit? I have harmed no one. What is the necessity of this?" Uchiha Itachi maintained a tranquil demeanor, his voice resolute and composed. "You have transgressed the law first. I am obligated to apprehend you. However, if you are willing to atone for your misdeeds, I may consider granting you leniency." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and the smile at the corner of his lips grew increasingly relaxed. "Oh? Atone for my misdeeds? Do you truly believe you can capture me? Come, enlighten me on what you mean by atoning for your crimes." Jiraiya's interest was thoroughly piqued. This young man was simply too intriguing. Chapter 6. A Bounty of Riches. Uchiha Itachi smiled faintly, a glimmer of teasing in his eyes. "I am aware of your reputation, the legendary lecherous sage, Jiraiya. Truly, the tales do not exaggerate. You are indeed a notorious libertine." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow once more, his demeanor tinged with disdain, a haughty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Nonsense. I am the legendary Toad Sage, one of the 3 legendary ninjas of the shinobi world. How dare you, a mere child, label me as a lecherous sage? Such insolence is utterly unacceptable." Uchiha Itachi shrugged nonchalantly and stated, "Regardless of how remarkable you may be, since you have transgressed the laws of Konoha, you must accompany me. Or perhaps you could present the contract of Myaboka Mountain, allowing me to witness the nature of this enigmatic place for myself." Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's heart trembled, and he instantly grasped Uchiha Itachi's intentions. Myaboka Mountain, revered as one of the 3 great sacred lands of the shinobi world, remains largely unknown, its legendary mysteries captivating countless ninjas. "You, young one, appear to possess considerable knowledge." Even mentioning Myaboka Mountain, Jiraiya remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone, while simultaneously remaining cautious, pondering the complexity of this youth. Enough with the pleasantries. Uchiha Itachi's gaze sharpened as he swiftly began to weave hand signs, his fingers dancing with electrifying speed. Accompanied by a low exclamation, he unleashed, "Fire style, great fire destruction." In an instant, a scorching wave surged forth, terrifying flames lunged toward Jiraiya like a furious dragon, illuminating the entire battlefield as the temperature soared, rendering the very air as if it were ablaze. What a formidable child! Jiraiya's expression shifted, yet he refused to yield, hastily forming hand signs and muttering, "Water style, water barrier." As his words fell, gushing streams of water coalesced in midair, solidifying into a robust wall of water that shielded him, successfully countering the fiery onslaught. The 2 forces collided, producing a thunderous roar as flames and water intertwined, instantly transforming into countless swirling mists that enveloped the battlefield, adding an air of mystique. At that moment, 3 gleaming shurikens shot toward Jiraiya like meteors, slicing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. How swift! Jiraiya's heart raced as he reacted instinctively, dodging to the side just in time to evade the attack. However, the aftermath was relentless. Several more shurikens followed closely behind. In a bizarre twist, they collided in midair, altering their trajectory and converging upon Jiraiya, seemingly determined to ensnare him in a corner. Once again astonished, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. This was merely a child. No older than 9, yet he exhibited such formidable prowess. After narrowly escaping this onslaught, he raised his hand, his voice urgent yet resolute, declaring, "Stop. Let us converse amicably." Uchiha Fong delicately curved his lips into a faintly aloof smile, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Very well. Do you then concede?" After much deliberation with Jiraiya, Uchiha Fong ultimately inscribed his name upon the summoning contract of Mount Myaboku. "Aha. Thank you, illustrious sage." Uchiha Feng's voice brimmed with delight, his face adorned with a radiant smile, as though he had just acquired an exceedingly precious treasure. "Illustrious sage? I am the authentic sage of the toads from Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya." Jiraiya quipped, raising an eyebrow and responding with playful mockery, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His confidence and sense of humor lightened the atmosphere around them. Come, illustrious sage. Allow me to teach you a lethal technique for material acquisition." Uchiha Fong beckoned Jiraiya closer with a wave of his hand. A lethal technique for material acquisition? Jiraiya leaned in with curiosity, eager to uncover what this young ninja had to reveal. Then, Uchiha Fong whispered excitedly in Jiraiya's ear, his tone imbued with a sense of thrill and secrecy. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. "Marvelous. Absolutely splendid. I had no idea such a method existed," Jiraiya exclaimed, his voice laced with surprise and admiration, as though he had just grasped a remarkable skill. "It is quite late now. I shall take my leave," Uchiha Fong declared. "Until we meet again, lecherous sage." Uchiha Fong stood with his back to Jiraiya, gently waving his hand in a relaxed and casual farewell gesture, as if concealing the intricate emotions swirling within him. The night was profound, enveloped in a mysterious haze, and Feng's silhouette appeared ethereal in the dimness, as if it merged seamlessly with the nocturnal ambience, imparting an elusive aura. Jiraiya gazed at that retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile. What a clever lad. Still trying to maintain an air of mystery, truly a mischievous one. Nevertheless, he decided to focus on more pressing matters. Upon returning home, Uchiha Fong eagerly sought the presence of his mother. His heart brimmed with anticipation, and his face radiated with excitement. "Mom, where are my dumplings?" he inquired hopefully, his eyes sparkling like stars. Upon hearing this, Makoto Uchiha's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes radiating affection. "Oh dear. The dumplings have long been prepared and are already waiting in your room. Go enjoy them." "Thank you, mother," Uchiha Kai exclaimed, his excitement evident as he nodded eagerly and swiftly turned, racing like the wind towards his chamber. As he pushed open the door, a rich aroma enveloped him, causing him to swallow instinctively. Excitedly sitting down, Uchiha Kai carefully savored each golden dumpling, his mouth filled with exquisite flavor. With a contented sigh, he proclaimed, "This is simply delectable. It feels as though the entire world has become a better place with this bite." As the night deepened and silence enveloped the room, only the faint ticking of the clock could be heard. Uchiha Kai lay alone on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, his thoughts swirling in contemplation, seemingly pondering something significant. "I simply cannot sleep," he murmured to himself, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He wondered what Itachi had been preoccupied with lately. Could it be that he is truly in a romantic entanglement with Izumi? Imagining the sweet scenes between them sparked a flicker of envy within him. However, there was good news on the horizon. Naruto Uzumaki was soon to be born. The arrival of that little rascal would surely liven up the world. He envisioned the joyous laughter following Naruto's birth, his heart swelling with anticipation. Yet he pondered when Obito would eventually invade Konoha after his death. The thought was overwhelmingly tedious. There was no one to properly spar with. His brow furrowed slightly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, and one who had awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it was profoundly lamentable to find himself without worthy opponents. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to address the lurking threat posed by Danzo. He fell into deep thought, flashes of scenes from the original work flickering through his mind. The Uchiha clan's massacre, in which Danzo had played a significant role. Chapter 7. The chaos of the Nine-Tails and the absorption of Nine-Tails chakra. A month slipped by quietly, almost imperceptibly. During this time, Uchiha Kai emerged like a cicada from its chrysalis, diligently studying ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, his progress remarkable, akin to flowers blooming vibrantly in spring. Most importantly, he had successfully mastered Sage Mode, an invisible power lying beneath his calm exterior. Name: Uchiha Kai. Bloodline limit: Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Amplification. Left eye: Flame of the Soul. Right eye: Void. Special bloodline: Uchiha bloodline. Attributes: Yin, Yang, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth. Ninjutsu: Shadow Clone Technique, Transformation Technique. Substitution Technique: Body Flicker Technique. Fire Release Series Ninjutsu. Water Release Series Ninjutsu. Wind Release Series Ninjutsu. Earth Release Series Ninjutsu. Lightning Release Series Ninjutsu. Special Ability: Sage Mode, Incomplete. Evolution Points: 6. Uchiha Fong murmured to himself, his gaze heavy with contemplation. Is this a flawed version of the Sage Mode? Fortunately, after a year of introspection, his evolution points have finally increased, and he has now utilized 6 points. A slight frown creased his brow as he pondered. Regrettably, the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan cannot continue to evolve. Could it be due to the absence of the Senju clan's bloodline? Is it the chakra of Indra and Ashura at play? Just as he was deep in thought, the ground suddenly trembled violently, reminiscent of a colossal beast thrashing its tail, instilling a sense of unease. Accompanying this was a deafening roar that seemed to rend the tranquility of the entire Hidden Leaf village, echoing in every corner. The Nine-Tails has arrived. Uchiha Fang's heart tightened abruptly, a surge of alertness coursing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly executed the body flicker technique, his form vanishing like a specter, leaving only a faint whisper of wind, as if he had never been there at all. Above, the sky was shrouded in darkness, the clouds as thick as ink. Uchiha Fong soared through the skies, his back adorned with a pair of black wings forged from Susanoo, resembling those of a colossal avian creature, exuding an air of enigmatic grandeur. Indeed, these were wings. At this moment, Uchiha Fong adeptly harnessed Susanoo to reach an unprecedented realm. The black blade he wielded was a manifestation of Susanoo, its sleek form both elegant and razor-sharp, strikingly reminiscent of the ancient Tang sword of Huaxia, imparting a sense of antiquity and majesty. Was this the Nine-Tails? Uchiha Fong gazed into the distance at the massive silhouette, his heart swelling with astonishment. Truly magnificent. Though he had witnessed it in anime during his previous life, seeing it with his own eyes was still beyond belief. The terrifying amount of chakra it emanated was indeed worthy of the Nine-Tails, a pressure that loomed like a mountain, instilling a profound sense of dread. At this moment, Konoha village found itself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. A heavy atmosphere of tension permeated the air. Etched upon the faces of the villagers were expressions of fear and unease. Amidst this chaos, a colossal barrier enveloped the Nine-Tails, akin to an invisible prison, rendering any who dared to approach utterly powerless. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had swiftly arrived on the scene, his gaze laden with gravity and anxiety. His voice resonated with a deep resolve. Minato, do you intend to confront the Nine-Tails alone? He understood the implications of such a decision, yet the situation was dire, leaving little room for elaboration. Within the barrier, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, found themselves in a desperate predicament. The Nine-Tails' colossal claws pierced through their bodies like daggers, bloodied and desperate, despair creeping into their hearts. Kushina's eyes were filled with helplessness, while Minato clenched his teeth, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Uchiha Fong stood above the barrier, his gaze piercing and his expression resolute. He was acutely aware that this was the opportune moment to reverse the tide of battle. Void. Open. At his command, the very air around him seemed to tremble, as if responding to his invocation. Susanoo, slash. A terrifying force of consumption radiated from Uchiha Fong, akin to a beacon of light amid darkness, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. The Susanoo in his grasp transformed into a razor-sharp Tang Dao, its blade extending under his control, striking fiercely at the colossal tails of the Nine-Tails. With a resounding whoosh, the Nine-Tails and massive body of the beast were severed in an instant. The tails arched gracefully through the air before plummeting to the ground like kites bereft of their strings. They were irresistibly drawn towards Uchiha Fong, ultimately consumed entirely. At this moment, the Nine-Tails, gravely wounded, let out heavy breaths that echoed across the desolate battlefield, the atmosphere thickening with its anguish. This devastating blow granted precious moments of respite to Minato and Kushina. In the end, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, divided the power of the Nine-Tails into two halves. The yang half was sealed within Naruto, while the yin half was contained within himself. Observing from the shadows, Uchiha Fong gently shook his head, a complex expression flickering across his face. He had not anticipated that the couple would ultimately be unable to escape the clutches of fate. However, in Kushina, I shall fulfill the promise you once entrusted to me. His tone bore a hint of determination, as if making a pledge to the echoes of the past. At this moment, his most pressing objective was to acquire the remains of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan, with its right eye possessing the unique ability of the void, could open a realm entirely separate from reality. This enigmatic space was not only shrouded in mystery, but also held the peculiar quality of time standing still. Moreover, this void ability encompassed the power to consume all. In the depths of his heart, Uchiha Fong pondered that if he could acquire their remains, perhaps one day, resurrection might be within reach. Shortly thereafter, the tumult of the Nine-Tails incident finally came to a close. Within the confines of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in his chair, his face etched with fatigue and sorrow. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet resolute. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed himself to save the village. At that moment, Shimura Danzo entered the room with deliberate steps, his right eye tightly bound in bandages, exuding an air of mystery and unease. Danzo walked steadily, yet his gaze revealed a hint of darkness as he murmured, "Hiruzen, have you considered that this attack by the Nine-Tails on Konoha was no mere coincidence? It seems to conceal a deeper conspiracy." Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly, interrupting Danzo's musings. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Danzo's voice grew even more somber, as if he were about to unveil a significant secret. The Uchiha clan. Only the Uchiha Sharingan possesses the ability to control tailed beasts. This could very well be the doing of the Uchiha clan. My teacher once said that the Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Do you understand? Chapter 8. The Death of Shursui, Itachi's Awakening in the year 54 of Konoha. 3 years had passed since the aftermath of the Nine-Tails incident. Yet this year felt particularly momentous. According to Uchiha Feng's recollections, it was not only the year marking Shursui's death, but also the tragic year of the Uchiha massacre by Itachi. During these 3 years, the Uchiha clan had become akin to leaves adrift in the wind, gradually isolated and marginalized by the village's higher-ups. Once a vibrant stronghold, their residence now lay at the village's periphery, desolate and forlorn. The scenery had long since lost its former vitality, with the surrounding trees seemingly whispering the clan's bitterness and helplessness in silence. As time progressed, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan grew increasingly oppressive. Its members endured each day in a state of restrained anxiety, as if awaiting the judgment of fate. With the onset of nightfall, the stronghold beneath the starry sky appeared particularly silent, with only the occasional whisper of the wind, seemingly lamenting this tragic history. On this particular night, the moonlight filtered through the treetops, cascading upon the tranquil Uchiha territory, draping it in a silvery veil. Itachi Uchiha slowly approached Fong Uchiha, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this moment, they had both matured into the age of 12, their once childish innocence having been tempered by the passage of time, replaced instead by a profound sense of contemplation and responsibility. At the tender age of 5, Itachi Uchiha embarked on his journey at the Ninja Academy, graduating with remarkable distinction by 6, thus establishing himself as a veritable prodigy. His pace of training and growth is nothing short of astonishing. He has now ascended to the position of squad leader within Konoha Esambu, bearing significant responsibilities and pressures. In this moment, his gaze exudes a maturity that suggests he has weathered countless storms. In stark contrast, Fu Uchiha has chosen a path less traveled. He eschewed the confines of the Ninja Academy, opting instead to heed the call of his own heart. To him, attending classes alongside a gaggle of immature children is utterly inconceivable. It is a jest to consider, for his combat prowess has already reached a level surpassing even that of the Hokage, and he has awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Such formidable strength cannot be equated with that of his juvenile peers at the academy. For Fu, such classrooms are a blatant waste of time, indeed. He dismisses the entirety of the ninja world with indifference. Armed with an unyielding resolve and a powerful system, he stands invincible. Moreover, the crux of his situation lies in the fact that he currently identifies merely as an ordinary civilian, a member of the Uchiha clan. Lacking the designation of a ninja liberates him from the constraints imposed by the village elite. In essence, he has never truly embraced the identity of a ninja, allowing him to effortlessly extricate himself from the burdens and responsibilities that accompany such a title. His status as a civilian undeniably affords him greater freedom in a realm of secrecy, enabling him to navigate future choices with unparalleled agility. As the gentle night breeze sweeps through, it brings with it a touch of coolness, as if to imbue this tranquil evening with a hint of melancholy. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Uchiha Itachi's gaze shimmered with a resolute brilliance, as if that radiance could pierce through the darkness of the night. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired with concern, "Itachi, what troubles you? You appear to be burdened with heavy thoughts." Uchiha Itachi's expression remained as serene as ever. Yet a fleeting, elusive emotion flickered in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "Kaze, what do you believe true peace is?" Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted subtly, revealing a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. After a moment of earnest contemplation, he replied, "Itachi, since you have inquired about the essence of peace, I too wish to pose a question to you. What constitutes discord?" Uchiha Itachi's voice was deep and resolute. "My dear friend is dead. Is it Shursui?" Uchiha Itachi's heart tightened. Although he inquired with his words, he felt no surprise at this news. His intuition whispered to him that the indescribable anguish within Itachi stemmed from this very truth. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi's voice, akin to a chilling blade, severed the tranquility of the night, rendering the surrounding air seemingly frozen. Uchiha Fong let out a faint sigh, his tone imbued with a hint of resignation. All right. I shall not press you further. Allow me to share this with you. In this world, enduring peace is but a myth. At most, we encounter fleeting moments of tranquility. Observe the current facade of harmony in Konoha. This is what we deem peace. In essence, without war, how can peace exist? And without peace, how can war arise?" At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's gaze abruptly shifted, igniting with a fiery intensity, his crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. "Brother, do you possess eyes akin to mine?" Uchiha Fong offered a faint smile and nodded slightly. In an instant, his eyes transformed, unveiling the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. It possessed a unique beauty, with the intertwining of 3 shuriken, at the center of which lay a smaller triangular shuriken. "Congratulations, dear brother." Uchiha Fang's voice was gentle yet resolute. "You have awakened the legendary Manjiki Sharingan." For the past 3 years, Uchiha Fong had largely retreated from the world, with few uttering his name. The gaze of the populace increasingly fixated upon Uchiha Itachi, the prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, who was gradually coming into his own. "Brother, should I make certain decisions in the future, I will require your support." Uchiha Itachi's voice was deep and unwavering, his eyes betraying a hint of unease. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow slightly, asking with keen interest, "Oh, what exactly do you intend to do?" Uchiha Itachi's expression grew increasingly grave, as the weight of his responsibilities surged within him like a relentless tide. "I must prevent my father from obstructing the entire Uchiha clan's defection from the village." Uchiha Fong smirked disdainfully, his tone imbued with unparalleled arrogance. "What does it matter to betray the village? It is merely Konoha. It is an honor for Konoha to have the Uchiha clan among its ranks." His words were like daggers, slicing through the surrounding air, exuding an air of invincibility. This was the pride of the Uchiha clan, ingrained in their very blood, coursing through the hearts of each member. Yet, beneath that pride lay a concealed complexity of emotions, unknown to others. It was evident that Uchiha Itachi had not anticipated such an unfathomable statement from Uchiha Itachi. A wave of astonishment and unease surged within him, leaving him unable to comprehend the intricacies of Uchiha Itachi's inner world. The thoughts of Uchiha Itachi are, astonishingly, even more terrifying than those of Uchiha Fugaku. The betrayal of Uchiha Fugaku may harbor a certain threat and expectation towards the Hidden Leaf Village, as his heart is filled with an obsession for the village. In stark contrast, Uchiha Itachi regards the Hidden Leaf Village as nothing more than insignificant ants, easily shaken and utterly beneath his notice. This cold and absolute demeanor evokes a tightening in Uchiha Itachi's chest, instilling within him a profound sense of inexplicable fear and helplessness. "Brother, why do you harbor such thoughts?" he whispered, his tone laced with concern and confusion, seeking some comprehensible rationale in his brother's eyes, yet finding only an abyss of profound darkness. Chapter 9. Extreme Deterrence. Bloodbath at the Roots. System Panel, omitted. Special Ability, Sage Mode, incomplete. Tailed Beast Nine-Tails Chakra, incomplete. Evolution Points, 9. Uchiha Fong gazed at his attribute panel, a wave of satisfaction swelling within him. After 3 arduous years of training, he had finally accumulated 3 evolution points, which filled him with immense gratification. Indeed, The increase in evolution points was tied to the passage of natural years, with a point added each year. He mused to himself, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to invest 2 of his evolution points into enhancing the Nine-Tails chakra and Sage mode. These 2 abilities would not only significantly bolster his foundational combat prowess, but also serve as a formidable safeguard in critical moments that could alter the tide of battle. Mastering the chakra of the Nine-Tails would mean an inexhaustible supply of energy during combat. Such an augmentation could be described as astonishing, empowering him to sweep through adversaries with the ferocity of a tiger. Name: Uchiha Fong. Bloodline limit: Eternal Mangeki Sharingan amplification, Soul Flame in the left eye, Void in the right eye. Special bloodline: Uchiha bloodline. Attributes: Yin, Yang, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth. Ninjutsu: Shadow Clone Technique. Transformation Technique, Substitution Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Fire Release Techniques, Water Release Techniques, Wind Release Techniques, Earth Release Techniques, Lightning Release Techniques. Uzumaki Clan Sealing Techniques. Special abilities: Perfect Sage Mode, Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. Complete form of the Tailed Beast, Nine-Tails. Evolution points: 7. The following day at noon, sunlight streamed through the azure sky, casting a warm glow over the entirety of Konoha village. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, children frolicked in the sun, and the air was imbued with the fragrance of blossoms and fresh earth. Within the heart of the village, Uchiha Fong slowly approached the solemn structure of the Hokage building. Each step resonated in the hushed corridors. Upon pushing open the door to the Hokage's office, sunlight poured in through the windows, illuminating every corner of the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, seemingly engrossed in the image displayed within a crystal ball, which, surprisingly, depicted a scene from a women's bathhouse. Truly, this third Hokage was quite the lecher. Uchiha Fong inwardly cursed. Startled by Feng's sudden appearance, Sarutobi coughed awkwardly, striving to mask his embarrassment. Itachi, is there an urgent matter that requires reporting? Has the Uchiha clan stirred again? Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Old man, I am not Uchiha Itachi. Listen carefully, my name is Uchiha Fong. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, as if pondering something, and soon a look of astonishment appeared on his face. You are Uchiha Itachi's older brother, Uchiha Fong. I understand now. No wonder you exude such formidable presence. The gaze of Uchiha Fong turned frigid, his tone laced with menace. I caution you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, should you dare to take any adverse actions against the Uchiha clan, I shall not hesitate to obliterate the entirety of Konohagakure. The Uchiha clan does not easily rebel, but if you force us, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As his words resonated, a terrifying chakra erupted forth, akin to lightning tearing through the night sky. The overwhelming energy reverberated around him, causing the ground to fracture and dust to swirl, as if the very earth trembled beneath his wrath. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in astonishment and fear. How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? Such an aura he had only felt from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It was a presence that intertwined with the essence of the world, seemingly capable of shaking the very foundations of the ninja realm, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. The enormity of Uchiha Feng's strength was beyond comprehension. When Sarutobi Hiruzen finally regained his composure, realizing he had been momentarily intimidated by that overwhelming presence, Uchiha Fong had already departed silently, like a wisp of wind, leaving him with endless contemplation and reflection. So powerful, the Uchiha clan, truly terrifying, he murmured. A blend of awe and fear towards Uchiha Fong intertwining within him, compelling him to reassess the clan he had once underestimated. Meanwhile, deep within the underground of Konohagakure, in the shadows of the root, Shimura Danzo stood in confrontation with Uchiha Fong, the air thick with tension. Shimura Danzo coldly fixed his gaze upon his opponent, an unyielding pride evident in his eyes. Itachi, have you come to a realization? Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze piercing. I am not Itachi. Shimura Danzo, I strongly advise against harboring any ambitions towards our Uchiha clan, otherwise. His voice, low yet imbued with an undeniable menace, reverberated in the air. In an instant, Uchiha Feng's chakra surged like a relentless tide, suffocating the atmosphere around him. As his chakra erupted, a colossal and fearsome Susanoo manifested behind him, resembling the arrival of a war deity. Its gigantic hand, forged from a skeletal frame, lunged forward, bearing down upon Shimura Danzo with the ease of a predatory beast capturing its prey. Uchiha Fong coldly declared, bring forth Shursui eyes. as well as the other Sharingan that have been seized from my clan. You old fool. I have endured your insolence for far too long. His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of his adversaries. 3 minutes later, Shimura Danzo lay bloodied and battered upon the ground, breathless and unable to resist any longer. At that moment, Uchiha Phone had already departed, leaving behind only the dim underground chamber and the gradually spreading stench of blood. The news of Root being thoroughly cleansed by Uchiha Phone reached the desk of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, like a tempest. In the stillness of the office, the only sounds were the rustling of pages and the whispers of autumn winds drifting through the window, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, a flicker of concern and helplessness flashing in his eyes. Ah, Danzo, I once advised you. Such obstinacy will inevitably come at a cost. The Uchiha of today is no longer the clan that could be easily slaughtered. He slowly lifted his gaze, allowing it to wander through the dim sky outside, as if pondering a deeper significance. For him, the third Hokage, the news of Root's bloodbath was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. While it covertly diminished certain threats, it simultaneously signified that the undercurrents of turmoil would become ever more intricate, placing the equilibrium of Konoha in jeopardy. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this upheaval might incite even greater unrest, and he must remain perpetually prepared to confront the challenges ahead. Chapter 10, Confidential Discussions. Withdrawal. In the Uchiha clan's ancestral hall, a secluded chamber is enveloped in an air of mystique. The faint flicker of candlelight casts dancing shadows upon the walls, while a subtle aroma of herbs lingers in the atmosphere. Uchiha Kai and his father, Uchiha Fugaku, sit facing each other, their knees crossed, expressions grave and contemplative. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly, his voice deep and resolute. Kaze, I have received the news. What are your thoughts at this moment? His gaze was profound, as if he could foresee the turbulent future that lay ahead. Uchiha Fong gently lifted his gaze, a resolute glimmer illuminating his eyes as he spoke slowly. To evade the spotlight, to dwell in seclusion, and to await the tumultuous times before re-emerging. His words resonated like a refreshing spring in the biting cold. Imbued with a sense of calm and reason, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, a look of concern etched upon his brow. However, within the clan, many harbor aspirations to rebel against Konoha. If this continues, the clan may very well fracture into opposing factions. His tone carried a hint of helplessness, as if he were troubled by the uncertain future of his kin. Uchiha Fong took a deep breath, his tone resolute and serene. Father, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, I am confident that you possess the means to resolve this matter. Living in seclusion does not necessarily equate to surrender. The struggle for power is, after all, a contest of strength. True power lies within the steadfastness and tranquility of our hearts. In this tumultuous era, the communication between father and son is not merely a conveyance of trust, but a collision of wisdom. Uchiha Fugaku gazed upon his son, a sense of solace gradually blossoming within him. He understood that the path ahead might be fraught with thorns, yet as long as there is light in one's heart, it shall illuminate the way forward. Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily, his voice resonating like a mighty bell around him. Ha ha ha, my boy, you truly have impressed me. It seems that your father is no longer your equal. Uchiha Fong offered a slight smile, respectfully replying, Father, you are far too modest. In my heart, you have always been the greatest presence. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted, a flicker of seriousness crossing his features. It is said that the Manjiki Sharingan of our Uchiha clan has the capacity to evolve through the ocular power of one's closest kin. Do you require our father's ocular strength to augment your own abilities? As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes transformed instantaneously into the Manjiki Sharingan, the dazzling patterns resembling flowing constellations, radiating an awe-inspiring aura of authority. Uchiha Fong gently shook his head, his expression resolute. Father, I do not require your ocular power. It would be more prudent to bestow this precious gift upon my younger brother, for I believe he is in greater need of your strength. Shortly thereafter, within the confines of the Hokage's office, a high-level meeting of Konoha's leaders was unfolding with palpable tension. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, occupied the central seat, his demeanor grave. Surrounded by members of the Konoha Elder Council, including Nara Shikaku and Mito Gaiden, the atmosphere was exceptionally solemn, as if the very air had grown heavy with unease. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku rose slowly, his gaze unwavering, his voice deep yet powerful. The Uchiha clan has resolved to formally relinquish our duties within the Konoha police force. I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall also withdraw from the upper echelons of Konoha. Each word fell like a seismic bombshell in the conference room, demanding attention and reverberating in the silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Fugaku, this decision comes far too abruptly. Konoha cannot afford to be without the guardianship of your clan. Nara Shikaku quickly interjected, his tone laced with urgency and dissatisfaction. Indeed, Fugaku, you cannot simply resign in such a manner. The position of the Uchiha clan within Konoha is irreplaceable. Mito Gaiden, wearing a serious countenance, fixed his gaze on Fugaku. His voice resolute. The Uchiha clan is an integral part of Konoha, and naturally, you should adhere to the Hokage's directives. Have you not considered the consequences of abandoning your roles in the police force? Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply, a fleeting look of melancholy passing through his eyes. Yet his tone remained resolute. I am not here to negotiate with you. Rather, I come to inform you. From this moment forth, the Uchiha clan shall retreat into seclusion. Meanwhile, within a women's bathhouse in Konoha, steam enveloped the air, mingling with the refreshing scent of moisture. Two elderly women responsible for cleaning sat nearby, engaging in hushed whispers and occasionally sharing soft laughter. These two women, one known as Granny Mayuki and the other as Granny Keed, had been working at this bathhouse for 3 years, their camaraderie and friendship deeply rooted. Granny Mayuki, while wiping the towel in her hands, exclaimed with excitement, "Little Keed, your trick is simply marvelous. I have an abundance of material for my novel." Granny Keed chuckled softly, shaking her head and feigning seriousness as she retorted, "Oh, you mischievous sage, I am not referring to you. You are one of the legendary Sannin, yet you indulge in such sordid antics. I recall just yesterday you were groping a woman and even attempted to assist her with an examination." Granny Mayuki furrowed her brow slightly, a smirk curling at her lips. Her tone laced with mockery. "Aren't you the same? After gazing at so many women, who would have thought you would stray so early? Truly disappointing." Granny Keed pouted. Unimpressed. TCH, that was mere appreciation, devoid of any lewd intentions. "Do you understand?" "Huh. Well, I believe you?" Granny Mayuki replied, a teasing smile dancing on her lips, a glimmer of doubt in her eyes. "However, I heard you had a bloody confrontation with Danzo's root. Is that true?" "Indeed. The third Hokage must have mentioned it to you," Granny Keed answered confidently, a hint of pride in her gaze. Granny Mayuki gasped in astonishment. The Root Organization, a force rivaling the Umbu, had been decimated by Uchiha Keed single-handedly, an astonishing display of power. "Ah, little Keed, what are your plans moving forward?" Granny Mayuki inquired, concern mingling with anticipation in her voice. Granny Keed jested with a smile. "Why not try your hand at becoming Hokage? Once you ascend to the position of 5th Hokage, you can pass it to me. I too wish to experience the sensation of being the 6th Hokage. What do you say?" Granny Mayuki scoffed, displaying a hint of disdain. "TCH, I have no interest in the Hokage position. If you desire it, then pursue it yourself." Granny Keed brushed her white hair gently, a faint smile illuminating her face, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Never mind, never mind. It's far more important to admire beauty than to fuss over Hokage matters. What could be more significant than a lovely lady?" Granny Mayuki nodded in agreement, a smile of approval gracing her lips. "Precisely. Who cares about Hokage when my material is of utmost importance?" Ha ha. Chapter 11. Itachi's Wounds and the Forbidden Scroll. The news of the Uchiha clan's withdrawal resonated throughout the ninja world like a thunderous shockwave. In the high-level conference room of the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, several elders exchanged grave glances, their expressions laden with unease, as the incredulous tidings echoed in their ears. Similarly, in the Hidden Stone Village of the Land of Earth, the ninjas engaged in spirited discussions on the training grounds, the atmosphere thick with tension over this unexpected turn of events. In the Hidden Sand Village of the Land of Wind, amidst swirling sands, the senior leadership convened an urgent meeting in an attempt to assess the implications of this revelation. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water, although the news was significant, it failed to stir any substantial ripples. Concurrently, by the tranquil riverside on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, a gentle breeze caressed the surface of the water, which shimmered like diamonds. Uchiha Fong and Uchiha Itachi stood side by side, enveloped in an unspoken understanding. Both activated their Sharingan simultaneously, the crimson pupil shimmering with an unsettling brilliance, as if heralding the impending contest. Their speed was astonishing, each capable of executing over 10 moves per second, a technique devised by Uchiha Fong to enhance hand speed and reflexes. By harnessing the perceptive abilities of the Sharingan, they keenly observed the slightest movements of each other's hands, discerning whether the next gesture would be rock or scissors, and preemptively preparing their responses. This process significantly honed their hand speed and the perceptive prowess of the Sharingan. Ultimately, Uchiha Itachi succumbed in this fierce confrontation, yet his demeanor remained serene. Seemingly indifferent to the outcome, Uchiha gently patted his shoulder, his tone laced with encouragement. "Do not despair, Itachi, for you are truly remarkable. However, your opponent is merely me." Uchiha Itachi smiled faintly, a glimmer of resolve sparkling in his eyes. Rather than succumbing to despair from this defeat, he earnestly inquired, "Kaze, have you taken any actions against the higher-ups of Konoha? Did you strike?" Uchiha Fong raised an eyebrow and responded with feigned nonchalance. "Take action? How could I possibly do that? You underestimate me far too much. Those individuals are but feeble creatures, unworthy of my personal involvement. I merely dispatched a shadow clone." Haha. Listening to his brother's words, Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of warmth in his heart and gratefully replied, "Thank you, brother." Uchiha Fong smiled gently, his gaze resolute. "Rest assured. If our clan faces adversity, I shall not stand idly by." Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of concern gleaming in his eyes. "Kaze, have you heard of an organization called Akatsuki? Previously, a person claiming to be Uchiha Madara came to visit me." Uchiha Fong raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat taken aback. "Oh, he actually found you so swiftly?" Itachi Uchiha nodded, his expression growing more solemn. "It seems you are somewhat familiar with the Akatsuki organization. What do you intend to do next?" Uchiha Fong gently patted Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "Why bother with so much?" he mused. "If the sky were to fall, there would always be someone tall enough to bear the weight. Itachi, the world will continue to turn regardless of who is absent. All you need to do is relish life. As for the Akatsuki, the great ninja war, why concern yourself so deeply? Life is inherently filled with uncertainties. Why fret over matters beyond your control?" Uchiha Itachi's expression was grave, his eyes revealing a hint of unease. The Nine-Tails turmoil 3 years prior was orchestrated by this very individual, and one must remain vigilant. Furthermore, he is shrouded in mystery. I sense that even I cannot assure victory against him. His tone bore a weight, as though the memories of that past still lingered in his heart, refusing to be cast aside. Uchiha Fong waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone lighthearted. All right. You should go and pursue your romance with Izumi. Why worry about such irrelevant matters? These things are insignificant. The true priority is that you must hurry and have a child to carry on the Uchiha bloodline. That is the rightful path." His teasing tone was laced with jest, as if reminding Itachi that life encompasses both joy and responsibility, and that one need not become overly enmeshed in shadows. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi suddenly coughed a few times, his complexion slightly pale. "I'm not considering that for the time being." Uchiha Fang's gaze immediately sharpened on Itachi, his intuition suggesting that something was amiss. With a slight furrow of his brow, he couldn't help but recall the original text, where Uchiha Itachi suffered from a terminal illness, beset by a cruel fate. Yet he never anticipated that the signs of such a fate would manifest so early. "Itachi, what is wrong with your body?" Fang's voice conveyed concern, his eyes shimmering with worry. As night fell, Uchiha Fong sat alone at his desk, the flickering candlelight illuminating his focused expression. He was meticulously studying a series of forbidden jutsu scrolls, all originating from the Hidden Leaf Village. The acquisition of these scrolls had been entirely legitimate. A confident smile graced Uchiha Fong's lips as he mused to himself. With his current prowess, it was a simple task to discreetly procure these forbidden techniques from the village. The Flying Thunder God technique, a ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, is a space-time ninjutsu. The essence of this technique lies in the use of a special mark, typically represented as a symbol or seal. Once a ninja applies this mark at a specific location, they can instantaneously teleport to that place at any time. This teleportation feature allows the user to swiftly counter enemy attacks during combat or perform rescues at critical moments. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is exceptionally powerful, it possesses certain limitations. The user must apply the mark in advance at the target location, and the number of marks is finite. Furthermore, frequent use in battle may impose a mental burden, preventing limitless application. The 8 Gates, on the other hand, is an extraordinarily powerful taijutsu. The opening of the first gate releases the body's limitations, enhancing strength and speed. The opening of the second gate further amplifies physical capabilities and reaction times. The opening of the third gate unleashes even greater strength, suited for life and death combat. The opening of the fourth gate dramatically increases compatibility at the cost of significant bodily harm. The opening of the fifth gate grants superior techniques and speed. The opening of the sixth gate maximally stimulates the body's potential, reaching the zenith of combat capability. The opening of the seventh gate, once unlocked, greatly enhances the user's strength, enabling the execution of formidable techniques, allowing them to contend with powerful foes for a brief period. The opening of the eighth gate, however, results in an astonishing surge of power, but it comes with irreversible bodily damage, potentially leading to death. Despite the immense power provided by the 8 gates, each gate opened incurs a heavy cost. The physical burden escalates dramatically with each subsequent gate, particularly with the final gate, which almost guarantees that the user's life will draw to a close. Thus, this forbidden technique harbors significant risks. Chapter 12. The Hyuga clans visit the forbidden technique. Impure world reincarnation utilizes corpses and the caster's chakra to summon the souls of the deceased back into their bodies. The resurrected ninja returns to their former state, retaining their abilities and memories, and fights under the control of the user. The caster must possess profound ninjutsu knowledge and substantial chakra. When employing this technique, the caster typically recites specific incantations and draws a sealing array on the ground. The resurrected ninja usually maintains their skills and combat experience, allowing the user to harness formidable combat power. The resurrected ninja does not experience pain and can disregard their safety during battle. The caster can direct the resurrected ninja to perform specific tasks as needed. However, impure world reincarnation requires the user to expend a significant amount of chakra, and controlling the resurrected subjects imposes a mental strain on the caster. The resurrected individuals are bound by seals, unable to act freely, and if the caster's chakra is depleted, they will perish once more. In combat, the resurrected are heavily reliant on the caster's control, losing their free will. Uchiha murmured to himself, his tone laced with a hint of astonishment. To think that even a forbidden technique like Edo Tensei exists, it seems that the foundation of Konoha is indeed formidable. He understood that the brutality of the Fourth Great Ninja War was largely due to the existence of this forbidden jutsu, which had resurrected countless heroic spirits, enabling them to engage in fierce confrontations with the Allied forces, leading to a stalemate on the battlefield. Even more captivating was the fact that within these scrolls of forbidden techniques lay numerous familiar ninjutsu. For instance, the shadow clone technique, which, although seemingly a basic skill, had been ingeniously optimized by the second Hokage, bestowing it with far greater power. In the original narrative, the protagonist Naruto had traversed countless perils and challenges, relying on this very technique to carve his path. It can be said that the shadow clone technique was instrumental in shaping Naruto's legendary journey, allowing him to inscribe his own glorious chapter in the world of ninjas. Uchiha now confronts the greatest distress of his life, Uchiha Itachi's deteriorating condition. Although he has attained a level of combat prowess that rivals that of Senja Hashirama, he finds himself utterly inept in matters of healing, rendered helpless and devoid of options. What can he possibly do? He cannot merely stand by and witness his brother descend into despair. Anxiety wells within him as Itachi's frail figure incessantly flickers in his mind, as if those once radiant eyes, which once sparkled with unwavering resolve, are now gradually dimming. Uchiha clenched his fists, his gaze resolute and profound. The foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world is undoubtedly Tsunade. He pondered silently. Yet Tsunade hails from the Senju clan. Would she truly be willing to assist the Uchiha? Memories of historical shadows loomed in his mind. The Senju and Uchiha were once bitter enemies, mired in deep-seated animosity. Although they ultimately united to establish Konoha, the scars of their past grievances lingered, and the trust between them remained as fragile as glass, poised to shatter at any moment. Just as his thoughts spiraled into contemplation, a flicker of inspiration illuminated Uchiha's mind. A transaction. He whispered softly to himself. In this world, only relationships founded on mutual benefit serve as the most reliable bonds. He calculated silently, contemplating that perhaps a means could be found to forge a relationship of reciprocal advantage. As time gently flowed onward, the first rays of dawn seeped through the curtains, illuminating the Uchiha estate. The morning air was imbued with a refreshing essence, and birds chirped joyfully in the branches, seemingly heralding the impending meeting. On this day, the Uchiha estate welcomed a rare guest, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. As leaders of two prominent bloodline families, their interactions had always been few, making this meeting particularly noteworthy. In the spacious reception hall, the atmosphere was heavy and intricate. Uchiha Fugaka sat poised on one side, a serious expression gracing his features, his gaze sharp as a hawk, constantly assessing Hyuga Hayashi across from him. His posture was erect, exuding an air of authority. In contrast, Hyuga Hayashi appeared composed and unhurried, a hint of calm confidence evident in his demeanor. His expression conveyed deep contemplation about the future, as if he could face any conversation with equanimity. The silent standoff between the two clan heads, devoid of verbal sparring, charged the air with a palpable tension, as if gathering strength for the forthcoming dialogue. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly, his tone laced with a hint of wariness. Might I inquire as to the purpose of the Hyuga clan head's visit? His words bore an undertone of aloofness, subtly indicating his disinclination for this unforeseen encounter. Hinata Hizashi's gaze was piercing, and he calmly replied, Fugaku, do you recall the tumultuous Nine-Tails incident that engulfed the entirety of Konoha 3 years ago? His words struck like a sharp blade, directly targeting that painful chapter of their history. What are you implying? Uchiha Fugaku's voice was tinged with urgency, his brows knitted tightly. Speak plainly. My Uchiha clan has long since retreated from the world and no longer partakes in the power struggles of Konoha's elite. His demeanor conveyed a semblance of dissatisfaction, as if warning his counterpart against probing too deeply. Hinata Hizashi offered a slight smile, his countenance remaining serene. Yet his words grew increasingly resolute. I seek to uncover the identity of the Uchiha ninja who severed the Nine-Tails body during that chaos. As far as I am aware, he was merely a child at that time, likely of a similar age to Uchiha Itachi, correct? His voice was as gentle as a breeze, yet concealed beneath it was a tempest. Humph. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, his tone rife with disdain. That is preposterous. You're mistaken. Our Uchiha clan possesses no such prowess. Hinata Hizashi pointed to his own eyes, asserting with unwavering conviction, our Byakugan is far from trivial. It can see through all. The ninja soaring through the skies at that time was undoubtedly one of the Uchiha, and I could not possibly misidentify those Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, and coldly inquired, Hyuga Hayashi, are you threatening me? Hyuga Hayashi shook his head, a glimmer of curiosity and determination flickering in his eyes. In truth, I could entirely choose not to report this matter to the higher-ups of Konoha. I merely wished to ascertain the identity of that ninja. Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep contemplation, his brows furrowed as he weighed his thoughts internally. He was acutely aware that if he were to carelessly disclose Uchiha Fang's prowess, it would inevitably provoke unwarranted complications. Uchiha Fang, the most formidable secret weapon of the Uchiha clan, possesses a power capable of annihilating all, and he stands as the pinnacle of pride for Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 13, The Union? At that moment, Uchiha Fang slowly made his entrance. Clad in a high-collared black robe that shimmered subtly under the light, it accentuated his slender form and broad shoulders. His handsome visage was sharply defined, exuding an air of icy composure, as if no matter the tumult of the outside world, his heart remained perpetually serene. His profound eyes resembled stars in the night sky, emanating an ethereal tranquility that made one feel enveloped by his presence, rendering all troubles and distractions trivial in that instant. Uchiha Fang approached, a faint smile gracing his lips, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere that hung in the air. Allow me to elucidate matters to Uncle Hinata, he stated, his voice deep and resolute, imbued with a gentle strength that seemed to convey to Hinata Hizashi that he would assume responsibility for everything. Hinata Hizashi's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice quivering slightly. I am Uchiha Fang, came the unwavering response from Uchiha Fang, and in that moment, the very air of the room appeared to freeze. Upon hearing those words, Hinata Hizashi finally recognized the identity of the young man before him, his face reflecting shock and admiration. So it is you, the brother of the legendary Uchiha Itachi, the prodigious ninja. Uchiha Fang offered a faint smile, his gaze penetrating, as he earnestly addressed Hyuga Hizashi, Uncle Hizashi. Should you harbor any inquiries or wish to uncover certain truths, I shall respond with utmost honesty. However, I implore you that today's discourse must remain a secret, free from the ears of outsiders. Is that agreeable? Hyuga Hizashi felt a tightening in his chest, inhaling deeply before nodding in acquiescence. Very well. My question pertains to the Nine-Tails incident 3 years ago, the blade that severed the beast. Was it you who wielded it? Uchiha Fang nodded gently, his tone nonchalant. It is I. In that moment, Hinata Hizashi felt a surge of astonishment. That blade had indeed originated from his hand. The Nine-Tails, a legendary entity, the most formidable of the tailed beasts, had once ravaged the entire village of Konoha, instilling boundless dread and calamity among its people. He could scarcely fathom that this young man before him possessed such immense power, capable of severing the fury of the Nine-Tails in a moment of crisis. What an extraordinary being he must be. Uchiha Fang smiled faintly, his gaze piercing, and remarked, Uncle Hisashi, you appear to be quite astonished by this matter. Hyuga Hisashi furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Indeed, the Nine-Tails is the embodiment of calamity and malevolence. Who could remain unperturbed? Uchiha Phone cast a disdainful glance, responding with a cold sneer. The Nine-Tails is merely a beast, nothing more. An embodiment of calamity and malevolence? Has Konohagakure truly fallen to the depths where even the Nine-Tails can kill at will, unchecked? Hyuga Hisashi's gaze grew even more profound. As if delving into the depths of Uchiha Fang's soul. I still wish to understand, what is it that you truly desire? The corners of Uchiha Fang's mouth curled into a mysterious smile, his gaze resolute and unwavering. It is, of course, the Nine-Tails. That formidable chakra serves as an exquisite resource to compensate for my insufficient power. Hinata Hisashi nodded slightly, as if he finally grasped the profound significance behind Uchiha Fang's words. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows slightly and spoke in a grave tone. Hyuga clan leader, have you come here merely to inquire about these matters? Hyuga Hisashi, with a serious expression, gazed intently into Fugaku's eyes and slowly replied. To be candid, clan leader Fugaku. The higher-ups in Konoha have recently been paying considerable attention to our Hyuga clan's activities, seemingly intent on undermining our authority. Uchiha Fugaku maintained an air of calmness, inquiring nonchalantly. And then? Hyuga Hisashi responded in a low and resolute tone. What I mean is, if this situation persists, the higher-ups of Konoha will inevitably cast their gaze upon your Uchiha clan. Do you truly believe that by concealing the entire Uchiha family from the world, you can remain unscathed? Consider the decline of the Senju clan. They were once the legendary Senju clan. Now, all that remains is Tsunade, a mere woman. Are we to follow in their footsteps? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly, his expression grave as he spoke. Our Uchiha clan has long since withdrawn from the world. The higher-ups in Konoha cannot possibly take any significant action against us. Hyuga clan leader, be forthright. What is it that you truly desire? A flicker of determination appeared in Hyuga Hayashi's eyes as he slowly replied, Then I shall speak plainly. Our Hyuga family wishes to form a matrimonial alliance with the Uchiha clan. This declaration struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Uchiha Fugaku momentarily stunned, while Uchiha Kid beside him wore an expression of sheer astonishment. A union? The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan joining in marriage? This was nothing short of absurd. What kind of international jest was this? Uchiha Kid spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a sense of resolve, as far as I am aware. The younger generation of the Hyuga clan consists solely of Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga. They are still quite young and in the midst of their development. Discussing a potential union seems rather impractical at this stage. Uchiha Fugaku promptly nodded in agreement, his tone imbued with profound contemplation. Indeed, Hyuga clan leader. The notion of a forced marriage is utterly impractical. Uchiha Fong then spoke, his gaze steadfast yet gentle. My father is indeed correct. Moreover, I have always believed in the freedom of love. Binding two destinies together through coercive marriage will ultimately yield nothing but bitterness and helplessness. One must remember that in the original narrative, Hinata Hyuga married Naruto Uzumaki. It is inconceivable for me to vie for a spouse with Naruto. There is also Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, but she may not even have been born yet. Most importantly, I do not have an affinity for individuals as meek as Hinata. If I were to marry, it would undoubtedly be the strongest woman. Hyuga Hayashi shook his head in resignation, sighing. Alas, our Hyuga clan has recently lost several members. I suspect that all of this is connected to Danzo's root. However, the third Hokage shares a close relationship with Danzo, having fought alongside him on the battlefield. The third Hokage's indifference to this matter is akin to turning a blind eye. I find myself utterly at a loss. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and questioned, Does your Hyuga clan lack the resolve to resist? Hyuga Hayashi let out a wry smile and shook his head in response. Resist? On what grounds would we oppose the entirety of Konoha? While our Hyuga clan is certainly formidable, we clearly do not possess the strength necessary to challenge the authority of the entire village. Uchiha Fong pondered silently, his brow slightly furrowing. This Danzo indeed harbored ulterior motives. Unable to act against us under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, he has turned his attention to the Byakugan. With the presence of such a character, the future of Konoha appears precariously uncertain, inevitably heading towards annihilation. The Hyuga clan remains innocent, unjustly bearing the brunt of our Uchiha clan's troubles. Had it not been for our withdrawal, the Hyuga would surely not have attracted the attention of Konoha's high-ranking officials. Rather than being targeted by the higher-ups, they are, in fact, being pursued by Danzo himself. Chapter 14. Departing from Konoha, Confronted by Root in this matter, Uchiha Fong, as an outsider, found himself powerless to assist. It would be utterly ludicrous to storm into the Hokage's office and demand the third Hokage refrain from speaking ill of the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, two factions with little in common, would not warrant such irrationality. This conversation concluded abruptly in an unforeseen manner, yielding no tangible results. Subsequently, Uchiha Fong sought out Jiraiya, his heart swirling with intricate emotions. Over the years, Uchiha Fong and Jiraiya had cultivated a remarkably close bond, having become confidants. After all, they had shared the mischievous escapade of spying on the women's bathhouse, solidifying their camaraderie as fellow voyeurs. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion gleaming in his eyes. You wish to see Tsunade? What do you need her for? Uchiha Fong let out a soft sigh, a flicker of anxiety passing through his eyes. What purpose could there be in seeking Tsunade? Undoubtedly, it was to seek healing. My brother's health is in a precarious state, and he urgently requires a formidable medical ninja to tend to his wounds. Jiraiya nodded in understanding, seemingly grasping the depth of his plight. I see now, however. Even I am currently unaware of Tsunade's whereabouts. The eyes of Uchiha Kid immediately sparkled with determination as he spoke with unwavering conviction. Let us head to the casino. It is said that Tsunade has an insatiable passion for gambling, and if we venture to the casino, we are certain to uncover her whereabouts. On the outskirts of Konohagakure, a tranquil clearing lay bathed in sunlight, casting dappled shadows through the treetops. A gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing with it refreshing scents. In this open expanse, only Uchiha Kid and Jiraiya stood side by side. Uchiha Fong donned a flowing black robe, the fabric shimmering subtly under the sunlight, exuding an air of mystery and authority. A colossal scroll rested upon his back, its edges slightly curled, as if harboring boundless power, poised to unleash the formidable jutsu he commanded. Jiraiya, on the other hand, adorned himself with his iconic oil-marked forehead protector, a symbol of his identity as a toad sage. The wind tousled his long hair, imbuing him with a sense of nonchalance and confidence, seemingly reflecting his untamed spirit. At that moment, several Umbu ninjas, clad in black masks, silently appeared around them like specters, swiftly obstructing the path of Uchiha Fong and Jiraiya. The leading Umbu ninja spoke in a low, indifferent tone. Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly, a realization of the seriousness of the situation dawning upon him, and replied slowly, You are from the Root, aren't you? The Umbu ninjas offered no response, their gaze fixed coldly on Uchiha Fong, their eyes radiating an oppressive chill. Members of the Uchiha clan are forbidden from leaving Konoha. Jiraiya's anger flared as he pointed an accusatory finger at them, declaring with righteous indignation, This is outrageous. You from the Root act with impunity, daring to restrict the freedom of others. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fong's expression darkened, his hands clenched tightly, as he readied himself for battle. Excellent. It has been quite some time since I last took a life, he thought. Wait, little Fong, don't be impulsive, Jiraiya interjected, stepping forward to swiftly quell the imminent eruption of Uchiha Fong's fury, his tone firm yet gentle. Let me handle this trouble. Jiraiya's gaze bore into those Root ninjas, a hint of authority lacing his words. I warn you once more, if you do not clear the way, do not blame me for being ungracious. The leading Root ninja paused momentarily, then responded with a cold smirk, Apologies, Lord Jiraiya, but we cannot comply. His words dripped with defiance, seemingly dismissing Jiraiya's presence. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Fong's eyes widened fiercely, the intricate patterns of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan igniting in his pupils, akin to stars flickering in an abyss. Flames of the soul, he proclaimed, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority. Instantly, white flames surged forth from the void, enveloping several Root ninjas. The flames ravaged their forms without leaving any visible scars. Ear-piercing screams erupted, akin to the anguished wails of torn souls in despair, sending shivers down one's spine. Moments later, the ninjas began to collapse one by one, their faces contorted as if enduring unspeakable agony, yet their bodies remained unscathed, as if untouched by any assault. Let us depart. These individuals are not worth our time. They are merely soulless Root ninjas, Uchiha Fong stated coldly, striding forward without hesitation. Jiraiya felt a pang of anxiety in his chest and hurried to catch up, his voice tinged with urgency. Little Fong, this is too reckless. Let us discuss this calmly. We are all from the same village. There is no need for such hostility and bloodshed. Uchiha Fong disdainfully curled his lip and turned away, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Humph, from the same village? Yet, why do they obstruct our path? It is merely their trepidation towards our prowess. Had I truly been a weakling, it is I who might have perished at this moment. My actions merely reflect their own, serving as a modest warning. Jiraiya found himself momentarily speechless by this retort, a complex array of emotions flickering within him. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself from countering. Such matters cannot be generalized. After all, they are subordinates of Danzo, burdened with significant responsibilities, and their circumstances are far from simple. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, a glimmer of icy light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, it is precisely because they are Danzo's subordinates that I dealt the fatal blow, obliterating their physical forms. Had they been ordinary Umbu, I would have certainly erected a grave for them, preserving a semblance of dignity. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was rendered speechless, merely emitting a silent sigh. He exhaled deeply and waved his hand dismissively. Well then, let us seek out Tsunade. Uchiha Fong raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Perverse sage, I have heard whispers of your fondness for Tsunade. Is there any truth to this? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Huh? Who told you that? He stammered. I was merely inquiring. These are just baseless rumors. I genuinely wish to know whether you harbor feelings for her. Uchiha Feng's gaze was sharp and inquisitive, as if seeking to uncover something deeper. Jiraiya's face grew increasingly flushed, revealing his discomfort as he fumbled over his words. Well, if that's the case, I might as well resurrect Kato-dan and let him rekindle his romance with Tsunade. Uchiha Feng's tone was casual, yet it concealed a subtle provocation. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of alarm, panic flickering in his eyes. No, absolutely not. How could you even suggest such a thing? Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a teasing smile, seemingly having uncovered Jiraiya's Achilles heel. Oh? It appears you truly have a fondness for Tsunade, don't you? Chapter 15, Shiratsu Street, the gambling god Hihi. Uchiha Feng displayed a sly grin, his eyes shimmering with mischievous light. I have heard that you, the notorious pervert sage, have mastered the fourth Hokage's signature jutsu, the Rinnegan. Is that true? Jiraiya shook his head in resignation, his brows furrowing slightly, a trace of anxiety and helplessness evident in his expression. I shall teach you right away. But you must promise not to resurrect Kato-dan. Otherwise, I would stand no chance at all. He was all too familiar with Uchiha Feng, recognizing this as an overt act of extortion. Yet, he found himself compelled to comply, realizing the blatant nature of the blackmail. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Shiratsu Street, a bustling avenue adorned with a plethora of shops selling an array of goods, from ninja tools to delectable snacks. The vendors lining the streets called out, enticing passers-by to pause and indulge in their offerings. Shiratsu Street served not only as a vital hub for ninja to procure equipment and intelligence, but also as a gathering place for diverse individuals. Here, one could encounter ninjas from various villages, ordinary villagers, and even some unsavory characters. The streets often witnessed small skirmishes or transactions, brimming with vitality and tension. Beneath this vibrant facade, Shiratsu Street concealed its darker secrets. Occasional black market dealings and information trades occurred, rendering the locale increasingly intricate and perilous. Despite the lively atmosphere, danger lurked in every corner, making it a stage for ninja to embark on adventures and face challenges. Most notably, it boasted the largest casino in the Land of Fire, the most luxurious hotels, and certain districts favored by men. Jiraiya clapped his hands in excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let us go, let us go. We must first visit the most renowned bathhouse in this place. It is truly an exquisite destination. Uchiha Feng furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of helplessness evident in his tone. I am currently disinterested in this. Jiraiya, unwilling to relent, swiftly pressed on. Then what exactly do you wish to pursue? Uchiha Feng took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Of course, I must seek Tsunade to heal my brother. If Tsunade cannot remedy his condition, then I shall be compelled to resort to an alternative approach. Jiraiya raised an inquisitive brow, curious. An alternative approach? What method do you refer to? Uchiha Feng smiled faintly, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Seek Orochimaru's assistance. Jiraiya's gaze revealed a hint of astonishment. Orochimaru? He is still capable of healing? Uchiha Feng disdainfully curled his lip, a hint of amusement in his tone. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and you are all renowned as the legendary three ninjas. Surely, you are not so out of touch as to be unaware of what Orochimaru is currently occupied with. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Jiraiya's face as he inwardly acknowledged that he had indeed neglected to keep abreast of Orochimaru's recent activities for quite some time. Do you happen to know any of his latest news? He inquired with curiosity. Uchiha Feng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before slowly responding. In truth, I do not possess a definitive answer. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya could not help but roll his eyes, his tone tinged with slight exasperation. Then why bother speaking at all? Come on, let us head to the casino. Uchiha Fong, unfazed, proposed with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. To the casino? Are you suggesting we gamble? Jiraiya paused, momentarily taken aback, then revealed a look of uncertainty. Indeed, precisely so. Do you have any money on you? Uchiha Fong's gaze reflected a hint of anticipation. Jiraiya rummaged through his pockets and sighed. Well, I only have a mere 1 million ryo on me. Uchiha Fong smiled gently and said, All right, let us proceed. Although this sum is modest, we can first venture to the casino to amass greater riches. Within the casino, the lights shimmered brilliantly, and the atmosphere was thick with tension and exhilaration. It was a sanctuary for gamblers. Around the tables, chips fluttered like snowflakes, while the faces of the players revealed a spectrum of emotions, some grave, others ecstatic, and yet others despondent, each fleeting moment composing a unique narrative of fate. Uchiha Fong stood amidst the bustling crowd, a slight frown creasing his brow, and a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, I never anticipated that I would find myself in such a place. It is indeed astonishing. Beside him, Jiraiya laughed heartily, clapping him on the shoulder, his eyes glimmering with mischief. What's the matter? Aren't you accustomed to such a raucous environment? Haha, truth be told, I am not entirely at ease either. But it is quite refreshing to unwind every now and then. Uchiha Fong shook his head, inhaled deeply, and a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Never mind. For the sake of my brother, I shall endure. In the ensuing days, Uchiha Fong resembled an invincible gambling deity, wielding the extraordinary insight of his Sharingan to triumph effortlessly in the casino, amassing a fortune. With each wager, he could accurately gauge the emotions and card fluctuations of his opponents, as if everything lay within his grasp. In the hotel room, stacks of cash piled high, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. Uchiha Fong sat nearby, his brow furrowed, a hint of worry flickering in his gaze. It has been 7 days. Where on earth is Tsunade? Have I employed the wrong method to seek her? Meanwhile, Jiraiya appeared somewhat indifferent, a smile gracing his lips as his hands busily counted the wealth accumulated over the past days, seemingly oblivious to Uchiha Fong's concerns. Haha, behold, this is all money. It has surpassed 100 million. I must ponder how long it will take to spend all of this. His laughter resonated within the room, as if the sheer volume of wealth had caused him to forget all his troubles. Enough, you imbecile. Uchiha Fong erupted, gritting his teeth. Think of a solution. Tsunade is your old acquaintance, isn't she? Hurry and find her. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes flickering as though he wished to defend himself but found no words. Truthfully, I really don't know where Tsunade is at the moment. Uchiha Fong felt a surge of disappointment within, his fingers clenched tightly into a fist, seemingly having lost all patience. Very well. It appears the only option left is to seek information from the black market. You intend to venture into the black market? Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly, laced with concern. That place is truly a den of chaos and peril. Then tell me, is there any alternative at this juncture? Uchiha Fong resolutely replied, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Moreover, I do not believe there exists anyone in this ninja world capable of defeating me now. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, seals were formed, and countless clones of Uchiha Fong sprang forth like mushrooms after rain, swiftly filling the entire room. However, moments later, they all executed the body flicker technique, leaving only a gentle ripple in the air. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Are you truly set on gathering intelligence in the black market? He shook his head, a hint of exhilaration gracing his features. I believe it would be more prudent for us to explore Short Scroll Street first. I discovered an exceptionally large women's bathhouse yesterday, and I hear the service there is splendid. Are you truly not inclined to check it out? Chapter 16, Tsunade and Konoha. Masked Man Obito. A day later, Uchiha Fong remained quietly seated in a cross-legged position upon the tatami of the inn, the air around him seemingly suspended in time, with only the faint sound of his breath breaking the serene silence. Sunlight filtered through the paper-covered window, illuminating his composed visage and the slight furrow of his brow. Throughout the day, his shadow clones had infiltrated the black market, gliding like phantoms through shadowy corners, meticulously and cautiously gathering various pieces of intelligence. After a series of observations and negotiations, they finally reached a conclusion. Tsunade was in Konoha. What? She's in the Hidden Leaf Village? How could I be unaware of this? Uchiha Fong momentarily froze, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. It is worth noting that Uchiha Fong had always resided within Konoha, and Tsunade, the princess of the village, renowned as one of the legendary three shinobi, held immense renown. How could I possibly be oblivious to her presence in Konoha? It seems I must return to the village at once, he murmured to himself, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips while internally strategizing his subsequent plans. At that moment, Jiraiya was preoccupied with gathering what he referred to as materials. Uchiha Fong chose not to disturb him, deciding instead to venture back to Konoha alone in search of Tsunade. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Without Jiraiya's influence, convincing Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, would be akin to scaling an insurmountable peak. Just as his thoughts spiraled, a figure adorned with an orange whirlpool mask materialized before him. He was momentarily taken aback, and upon closer inspection, a tremor coursed through him. Is that Obito? What could he possibly want with me, uninvited? Beneath that familiar mask, what thoughts lie concealed? A sense of tension gripped him, and countless possible scenarios flooded his mind. Uchiha Fong suddenly rose, his gaze piercing, fixated on the masked man before him, a hint of disdain lacing his voice. Who exactly are you? Hiding behind a mask, shrouded in mystery, are you attempting to instill fear in someone? The masked man's tone was cool and resolute. You must be Uchiha Fong, am I correct? Humph. Uchiha Fong scoffed, a curl of contempt on his lips, his heart brimming with caution toward this Uchiha Obito. Regardless of who you are, state your intentions. Do not squander my time. I have no interest in indulging in this masquerade. The masked man offered a subtle smile, though his demeanor remained composed. Join us, join Akatsuki. Together, we can govern the world and forge a truly peaceful future. Uchiha Fong nodded slightly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Very well, but I have 3 conditions. The masked man responded with a hint of indifference, stating coolly, speak your terms, and I shall see if I can acquiesce. Uchiha Kid raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Firstly, I have heard whispers of a stunning beauty within your Akatsuki organization, a certain Conan. How about lending her to me for a year? The masked man's gaze immediately sharpened, a hint of displeasure lacing his tone. Are you toying with me, boy? Uchiha Fong shrugged nonchalantly, a wry smile playing upon his lips. Alas, what can be done? Such is the nature of my insatiable desires and unquenchable lust. Can I be blamed for it? A glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes, seemingly unperturbed by his own flaws. The masked man furrowed his brow slightly, his tone calm yet resolute, then proposed another condition. This one I am unable to fulfill. Uchiha Fong shook his head, a hint of nonchalance reflected in his eyes. No. Since you are unable to fulfill my demands, I have no intention of joining your Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Kid has now attained a level of power capable of sweeping through the ninja world. However, he has never contemplated the pursuit of such authority. Rather than yearning to wield control over all, he resembles a serene wanderer, characterized by a nonchalant disposition even more carefree than that of Jiraiya. His singular desire is to lead a tranquil and beautiful life. Deep within his heart, his only concern rests with his family, his parents, and 2 younger brothers. As for the so-called threat posed by Kagaya Otsutsuki or the whimsical Otsutsuki clan depicted in Naruto, he currently has no inclination to heed them. Nor does he wish to entangle himself in those intricate matters. He simply wishes to cherish the happiness before him and to safeguard his family with peace of mind. The fury of the masked man surged in an instant, his voice low and menacing. You insolent brat. Do not underestimate me, even with your Meijiki Sharingan. Eliminating you would be an effortless task for me. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fong felt a surge of anger rise within him, his gaze piercing as he coldly retorted. Are you threatening me? In an instant, his pupils flickered, and the eternal Meijiki Sharingan activated, emanating a breathtaking brilliance. Those eyes seemed capable of perceiving all, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the air around them. Rasengan! Uchiha Fong bellowed without hesitation as chakra rapidly coalesced within him, forming a resplendent blue vortex. With a swift motion of his arm, the Rasengan shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling directly towards the masked man. Its velocity was blinding, akin to lightning slicing through the night sky, almost too swift for the mind to comprehend. The Rasengan traced a dazzling arc through the air, resembling a colossal bullet imbued with destructive force, aimed relentlessly at the masked figure. The very air seemed to quiver under the strain, as if time itself had momentarily come to a standstill. However, in this heart-stopping moment, Uchiha Feng's Rasengan did not strike the masked man as he had intended. The attack, which had gathered all of his chakra, effortlessly passed through the masked man's form as if it were mere air. Is this the Kamui of Obito? Uchiha Fong pondered, a hint of surprise and reverence crossing his features. Indeed, it was the greatest anomaly of the shinobi world. Meanwhile, beneath the mask, Obito's heart roiled with tumultuous waves. A bead of cold sweat trickled down as he thought, I never anticipated Uchiha Fong to be this formidable. Had I not activated Kamui in time, I would have surely been felled in an instant. At that moment, the Rinnegan, launched from Uchiha Fong, sped away rapidly towards a certain women's bathhouse in the short book street. Inside the bathhouse, Jiraiya, with a lecherous grin, stealthily peered through the window, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Marvelous. The women of Short Book Street possess figures even more alluring than those in Konoha. Such curves. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him like a tidal wave, igniting his instincts. What is this? A hidden attack. Such potent chakra fluctuations. When he spotted the rapidly approaching Rinnegan, a thunderous realization struck him. Good heavens. That is the Rinnegan. A flying Rinnegan. In an instant, Jiraiya unleashed his own Rinnegan, dense chakra swirling in his palm to form a pulsating blue sphere, brimming with latent power. Just then, his attention was drawn to another identical Rinnegan hurtling toward him without warning. The two Rinnegans collided mid-air, producing a deafening crash as a fierce wave of energy radiated outward, causing the surrounding air to tremble. He barely managed to withstand the onslaught, yet his heart brimmed with confusion and fury. Damn it! Who on earth is responsible for this lack of decency? Chapter 17. Susanoo Armor, Battle Intense Source. At this moment, Uchiha Fong stood resolute, confronting the masked man on the boundless battlefield, the air thick with tension. He inhaled deeply, his voice low yet unwavering as he commanded, Susanoo Armor. Activate. As his words fell, dark energy surged around him, coalescing into an imposing suit of armor that sparkled with a mysterious and formidable radiance, reminiscent of stars emerging in the twilight. Every detail of the armor showcased exquisite craftsmanship, with flowing lines complementing the robust plates, exuding an unparalleled elegance, as if a deity from ancient legends had stepped forth. Yet, this was no ordinary armor. It was the culmination of Uchiha Fong's relentless pursuit to unveil the secrets of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. The armor's design was derived from the essence of the complete body Susanoo, expertly compressed and reorganized to achieve unprecedented defensive capabilities while significantly reducing chakra expenditure, allowing him greater agility in battle. More importantly, the offensive power of Susanoo had been markedly enhanced. The might of Susanoo surged forth, as a blade as dark as ink gradually took shape, radiating a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. It was an unparalleled sense of pressure, akin to a falcon of the night poised to strike its prey. Complete Susanoo armor, activate. Come forth, masked man. Let us battle. He fixed his gaze upon the masked figure, his eyes ablaze with the fire of combat, unyielding. The masked man, observing Uchiha Fong's fierce demeanor, smirked slightly, coldly remarking, Humph. I want he stooped to your level. His voice dripped with disdain, as though he regarded Uchiha Fong as inconsequential. What's this? Are you attempting to flee? Uchiha Fong's tone dripped with sarcasm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the masked man, his heart ablaze with fierce battle intent. Yet, the masked man paid no heed to his provocation, vanishing in an instant amidst a whirl of distorted light and shadow. Heh, truly pathetic. Is that all you have? Uchiha Fong murmured to himself, a sneer curling his lips as he watched the masked figures retreat. His voice echoed forlornly in the vast room, as though conversing with the encroaching darkness. I truly hope Ban can be revived soon. I yearn for a grand battle. The thirst for combat surged within him like a tidal wave, awakening the warrior's spirit in his veins, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of anxiety and unrest. The tumult of battle churned within him. At that moment, the door creaked open slowly, the wooden frame emitting a low groan. Jiraiya stepped inside, his gaze sweeping the room. Immediately captivated by the sight before him, he regarded Uchiha Fong clad in his imposing black Susanoo armor, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Little Fong, what are you up to? Upon encountering Jiraiya, Uchiha Fong felt a sense of relief wash over him. He swiftly retracted the enigmatic Susanoo armor that shimmered with a mysterious radiance, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his face. Ah, it is the perverse sage. Jiraiya's gaze flickered with concern as he inquired, Have you also been attacked? Uchiha Fong shook his head, his tone light and carefree. It hardly qualifies as an attack. Merely an inconsiderate individual seeking trouble with me. He shrugged, as if to imply this was merely a trivial episode in life. Jiraiya smiled subtly and shook his head, saying, Little Fong, might you temper that overwhelming spirit of battle? To the uninformed observer, One could easily mistake you for a bloodthirsty fiend, given your menacing demeanor. Uchiha Fong raised an eyebrow, a sharp glimmer flickering in his eyes, and boldly inquired, "Lecherous sage, do you know who the strongest individual in the ninja world is at present?" Jiraiya shrugged, pondering for a moment before earnestly responding, "The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, hailing from the Hidden Leaf Village, is a legendary figure celebrated as a genius ninja. From a young age, he displayed astonishing talent, with remarkable ninjutsu prowess that distinguished him among his peers. As the mentor of the legendary Sannin, Hiruzen participated in countless pivotal battles during his youth, repeatedly altering the course of conflicts with his exceptional performance. He is renowned not only for his formidable combat abilities but also bears the titles of the Sage of Shinobi and a Master of Ninjutsu. Proficient in 5 elemental techniques, his terrifying strength is enough to instill fear in any adversary. Yet, in the face of all this, Uchiha Fong appeared utterly unfazed, coldly remarking, "Too weak." Hiruzen Sarutobi's power is utterly inadequate. In Uchiha Feng's mind, individuals who could pique his interest are exceedingly rare. Those who once dominated the ninja world have long since passed away. Uchiha Madara, the once legendary ninja, has long since passed away, only to be resurrected during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Similarly, Senju Hashirama was also brought back to life during this era through the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei by Orochimaru. As for Kagaya Otsutsuki, she was sealed away by the Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, along with his brother, Otsutsuki Himura, becoming but a mere whisper of history, only to resurface in the final act. The Otsutsuki Shoutin' on the Moon appears to still be on a protracted journey of growth, his true prowess yet to be revealed. As for Indra's reincarnation, Sasuke, and Ashura's reincarnation, Naruto, their ascendance shall require a wait of 9 more years. In the depths of his contemplation, Uchiha Fong mused that should Itachi possess the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, combined with his innate talents, his accomplishments would undoubtedly be remarkable. Suddenly, Jiraiya interjected, "Little Fong, how can you speak so of the third Hokage? He is indeed formidable." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fong could not suppress a chuckle, secretly finding amusement in the remark. It was a grand folly for the world to extol the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the mightiest of Hokages. Firstly, one must consider the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the reincarnation of Ashura, revered as the god of shinobi. His status is indisputable, having played a pivotal role in the annals of the ninja world, ushering in an era of peace through his extraordinary wood release and indomitable spirit. As for the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, although often overshadowed by Hashirama in the original narrative, his prowess should not be underestimated. Mastering forbidden techniques such as the Flying Thunder God, he possessed an exceptional combat intellect and, as a member of the Senju clan, boasted an impressive chakra reserve. Then there is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whose mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique even surpassed that of Tobirama. His tactical genius in battle was unparalleled, and his Rasengan technique was nothing short of extraordinary. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, renowned for her medical ninjutsu, should also not be underestimated. Her immense physical strength could shatter even the defenses of Susanoo, showcasing her remarkable combat capabilities. Moreover, her healing skills are unmatched, capable of saving countless lives in critical moments. Next in line is the sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, whose lightning release techniques are nothing short of masterful. In the era of Boruto, liberated from the constraints of the Sharingan, his chakra levels have reached that of a Kage, rectifying previous deficiencies and demonstrating formidable combat prowess. Lastly, the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, embodies the true essence of a Hokage. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he wields Sage Mode and the chakra of the Nine Tails, surpassing his father, Minato, in the art of the Rasengan. He has also acquired the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, achieving combat abilities at that exalted level. Most importantly, Naruto's persuasive abilities are the very quintessence of the Hokage series. His words, sharp as blades, can sway hearts at critical junctures, securing victories in battle. In contrast, the third Hokage, aside from his proficiency in 5 chakra natures, presents little of significance. His rhetoric surrounding the will of fire may well be his greatest accomplishment in life. The tutelage of the legendary Sannin is merely a testament to the innate talents of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Any ordinary teacher would have yielded similar results. In summary, gold shines regardless of its surroundings. To Uchiha Fong, the third Hokage appears to be naught but a charlatan, adept only at indoctrinating others with the will of fire. Chapter 18. Returning to the village, an encounter with Tsunade. Uchiha Fong slightly shook his head and resolutely stated, I intend to return to Konoha now. What about you? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of surprise. Oh, you plan to return at this moment? Why is that? Could it be? Uchiha Fong took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Indeed, my intelligence indicates that Tsunade is currently in Konohagakure. Jiraiya shook his head in disbelief, his expression growing increasingly grave. Impossible. We have only just departed a few days ago. How could Tsunade suddenly return to the village? Uchiha Kide's expression remained solemn, his tone imbued with an unwavering conviction. The intelligence indicates thus, and while the truth remains elusive to me for the time being, I must, regardless of its authenticity, return at once. Ultimately, Jiraiya reached a resolution, opting to accompany Uchiha Kide back to Konoha. In truth, this decision concealed a trace of his personal motives. The prowess of Uchiha Kide is undeniably formidable. Jiraiya mused internally that if he could retain him within the village as an exceptional ninja, it would undoubtedly bring immense support to Konoha. He believed that Uchiha Kide was not merely a superlative warrior, but also a fundamentally good person, harboring a profound sense of justice and responsibility within him, which filled Jiraiya with high hopes. Moreover, Jiraiya privately yearned to reunite with Tsunade. The enduring friendship and mutual concern they shared over the years made him long to reconnect with this former companion and reminisce about the moments they had lost. Before long, on a shaded avenue not far from Konoha, a striking figure caught the eye. She possessed long, radiant yellow hair reminiscent of sunlight, draped in a deep green robe that swayed gently in the breeze, as if narrating her legendary tale. A large character for gamble emblazoned on the back of her robe set her apart in a most remarkable manner. Most captivating, undoubtedly, was her stunningly voluptuous figure. The curves both elegant and ample, akin to a work of art that ensnared the gaze. This enchanting form seemed capable of instantly igniting the passions of men, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. This woman was none other than the legendary Sannin, Tsunade Haim. The aura she exuded rendered the surrounding atmosphere tense and palpable. Tsunade was not only renowned in the ninja world, but also bore a lesser-known, yet fearsome title, the big fat sheep of the gambling realm. It was rumored that she lost every bet she placed. Should she win, calamity would surely follow. Trailing closely behind her was a dark-haired woman named Shizen. Shizen was Tsunade's apprentice and the niece of Dan Kato, a medical ninja skilled in toxic mist techniques. At this moment, Tsunade was lugging a heavy suitcase, muttering incessantly, "This time I must win. Those casino folks better watch out." Her eyes sparkled with determination, as if she had already envisioned victory in her mind. Shizen, concerned, urged her, "Lady Tsunade, we really shouldn't gamble anymore. Our funds are running low." Her expression reflected worry, fearing that Tsunade's impulsiveness would plunge them into deeper financial straits. Yet, Tsunade smiled confidently. Don't worry. My grandfather left me plenty of money." At that moment, Tsunade's gaze was drawn to a familiar figure in the distance. Jiraiya? She paused, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her mind. What brings him here, and with someone else? How intriguing. A playful smile graced her lips, suggesting her anticipation for what was to come. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Uchiha Kide had also noticed Tsunade and Shizen from afar. An expression of excitement lit up Jiraiya's face. "Look. It's Tsunade." His voice carried a hint of teasing joy, as if he were witnessing the love of his life. Uchiha Kide exuded an air of calmness and indifference. "I perceived it, for I am not blind. My Sharingan grants me a vision that surpasses yours." Before long, the two parties finally converged. Jiraiya and Tsunade locked gazes, an awkward silence enveloping the atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Both sought something within each other's eyes, yet not a single sound escaped their lips. In that moment, Uchiha Kide sensed the tension in the air and could not restrain a couple of light coughs, attempting to shatter the silence. Ahem. Is there a special way of meeting? Perhaps a secret code? Tsunade's attention was instantly captured, her gaze scrutinizing Uchiha Kide, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her eyes. "From your aura, you seem to belong to the Uchiha clan. Are you a ninja from Konohagakure?" Observing the situation, Jiraiya hastily interjected, fearing that this subject might render the atmosphere even more strained. "Tsunade, Uchiha Kide is my friend. He is not like the others." His tone bore a hint of urgency, as if he sought to secure greater understanding and trust for Kide. After all, this meeting was to solicit Tsunade's assistance. Uchiha Fong slightly nodded and spoke slowly. "I am Uchiha Fong, a member of the Uchiha clan. I am not a ninja of Konohagakure, merely an ordinary resident of the village." His voice was deep and resolute, imbued with a sense of tranquility. Upon hearing this, Tsunade could not help but chuckle lightly, exclaiming, "Ha! If you claim not to be a ninja, then what accounts for the formidable chakra emanating from you? Could it be that my senses have deceived me?" Jiraiya interjected with a hint of jest. "Tsunade, Uchiha Fong has not undergone training at a ninja academy, nor does he possess a ninja headband, so strictly speaking, he does not qualify as a true ninja." Uchiha Fong offered a slight smile, his tone both respectful and resolute. "I have long admired Lady Tsunade. Having heard of your unparalleled skills as the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, I have come here specifically to seek your guidance and request a small favor." Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately shook her head, her response unwavering. "I shall not assist you. Please refrain from disturbing me regarding matters of Konoha. Shizen, we are leaving," she declared, grasping Shizen's hand and preparing to depart with determined steps, as if her decision were indisputable. Jiraiya, sensing the urgency of the situation, called out, "Tsunade, wait. You haven't even heard me out." Tsunade's gaze sharpened, unmistakable anger flickering across her features. "I will reiterate. If you wish to invite me for a drink or discuss personal matters, I would be more than willing. However, when it comes to affairs of Konoha, I am afraid I am powerless." "Jiraiya, perhaps this child does not comprehend, but do you not?" Her voice carried a hint of disappointment, seemingly directed at Konoha itself. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly and suddenly suggested, "Lady Tsunade, how about we engage in a small wager? If I lose, I assure you I shall never trouble you for assistance again. However, if I emerge victorious, you must promise to allow me to finish my words. What say you?" Tsunade's eyes instantly sparkled with interest at this proposition. She leaned slightly forward, a mischievous smile gracing her lips, and inquired, "Oh, how do you propose we conduct this wager?" Chapter 19. Rock, Paper, Scissors. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly and said in a relaxed tone, "Let us engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors for 100 rounds. If you manage to win just once, I shall concede defeat." Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Young man, are you inviting trouble upon yourself? Winning just once in 100 rounds of rock, paper, scissors is far too easy. You are merely digging your own grave." Uchiha Fong raised an eyebrow slightly, exuding an air of calmness. "Such is the nature of a wager. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement as she responded without hesitation, "Very well, I accept your challenge." Her voice carried a sense of boldness, as though she could already envision the moment of triumph. Subsequently, Tsunade and Uchiha Fong stood facing each other, the atmosphere between them thick with tension and gravity. The eyes of Uchiha Fong transformed in an instant, revealing the mesmerizing and potent three-tomo Sharingan that exuded an aura of mystery and power. It was indeed the three-tomo. Tsunade, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of caution within her. She understood that the forthcoming game of rock, paper, scissors was not merely a trivial pastime, but a test of her reflexes and intuition. "Come on, Lady Tsunade." Uchiha Fong's voice radiated confidence, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if victory was already within his grasp. "All right, let us begin," Tsunade replied, her eyes sparkling with determination, silently encouraging herself. The first round commenced. Tsunade swiftly threw a punch, choosing rock. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fong calmly extended his hand, effortlessly revealing paper. A broad smile illuminated Uchiha Fong's face, the joy of triumph rippling across his features. In the second round, Tsunade's thoughts shifted rapidly. She resolved to play paper. However, Uchiha Fong fortuitously opted for scissors. And as paper met scissors, the outcome was predictably in his favor once more. In the third round, Tsunade, undeterred, again chose paper, yet Uchiha Fong still selected scissors, leading to yet another victory for him. Each round unfolded like a fierce battle, filled with tension and exhilaration. Time flowed relentlessly until the 100th round finally arrived. Tsunade felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she decided to alter her strategy and decisively played scissors. Uchiha Fong, however, remained composed and played rock, the echo of victory resounding like thunder once again, as he emerged triumphantly with an absolute advantage. In this 100 rounds of rock, paper, scissors, Uchiha Fong not only concluded with a flawless record, but also showcased his remarkable insight and psychological warfare throughout the process. At this moment, Tsunade was seething with rage. The flames of reason burned fiercely within her, difficult to quell. 100 opportunities, and to lose them all? She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and indignation. How could something as simple as rock, paper, scissors result in such a complete defeat, 100 times in a row? Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, his tone laced with a hint of playful sarcasm as he remarked, "Lady Tsunade, what do you say? Are you willing to accept defeat in our wager? Although Tsunade felt a twinge of reluctance within, her integrity in matters of gambling had always been commendable. Ultimately, with a resigned nod, she acquiesced. Very well, I concede my loss. Now, what is it that you wish me to assist you with? Uchiha Itachi spoke earnestly. I have a brother named Uchiha Itachi. He then proceeded to elaborate on various aspects concerning Uchiha Itachi, his expression tinged with a hint of anxiety. Tsunade furrowed her brow, revealing a trace of confusion. Are you suggesting that you merely suspect your brother is unwell and wish for me to take a look? Is there not a hospital in Konoha? What purpose do you have in seeking my assistance? Her tone carried a hint of disdain, as if regarding such a trivial matter with indifference. Uchiha Itachi nodded firmly, affirming, indeed, although it is merely a suspicion, it is highly likely that my brother is truly unwell. A hint of urgency emanated from him, suggesting that this matter was far from trivial. Tsunade could not help but roll her eyes, retorting, young man, it seems you are the one who is ill. If you suspect that your brother is sick, why not head directly to the Konoha hospital? There is no need to seek me out for this. It is hardly an extraordinary situation. Uchiha Itachi appeared somewhat troubled, stammering. Lady Tsunade, I truly suspect my brother is suffering from a grave illness. His words conveyed a sense of helplessness, as if he were concealing something from himself. He indeed had not anticipated this turn of events. During this period, Uchiha Itachi's condition showed no signs whatsoever, not even the faintest hint of any obvious symptoms. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, a teasing smile curling at the corners of her lips. Little Uchiha, you seem quite formidable, don't you? Then allow me to witness your true strength. Uchiha Fong displayed an expression of awkwardness as he stammered. Lady Tsunade, what you are saying seems rather unrelated to healing. Jiraiya interjected from the side, chuckling lightly. Indeed, little Fong is here seeking treatment, not to engage in a contest of strength. Tsunade slightly waved her hand, a glimmer of determination evident in her demeanor. If you wish for my assistance, there are, of course, certain conditions. In the heart of Uchiha Fong, a spark of hope ignited. With conditions laid out, this matter seemed nearly settled. His voice brimmed with urgency and anticipation. Lady Tsunade, please speak. I shall accept any conditions you propose, as long as you can cure my brother. Tsunade smiled faintly, her gaze imbued with a hint of cunning. Very well. My condition is to unconditionally acquiesce to 3 of my demands. Once I commence the treatment of your brother, this shall serve as the price for my intervention. Furthermore, even if your brother is in perfect health, these 3 demands will still hold validity. As for the specifics of these demands, I have yet to formulate them. I shall inform you once I have. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brows slightly, contemplating the feasibility of the 3 demands. After much reflection, he ultimately nodded resolutely, agreed. However, these stipulations must remain within my boundaries. They must not entail anything that I find utterly unacceptable, such as the insane request for me to take my own life. Tsunade smiled gently, her eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. Very well. It's a deal. Uchiha Fong also revealed a smile, secretly feeling a sense of relief within. He declared, all right, it's a deal. Jiraiya laughed heartily, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Little Fong, I never expected you to persuade Tsunade. Truly impressive. Uchiha Fong cast a fleeting glance, feeling a touch of helplessness at Jiraiya's jest, and replied nonchalantly, very well, I must return to the village. It is worth noting that he had unconditionally agreed to 3 requests from Tsunade, a cost that weighed heavily upon him. With a decisive wave of her hand, Tsunade seemed to orchestrate a battalion's march, her expression radiating competence and resolve. Shizen, we depart for Konoha. Jiraiya followed closely, a sly smile gracing his lips. Hee. I too shall return to Konoha. It provides the perfect opportunity for us to converse along the way. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building of Konoha, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat solemnly behind a substantial wooden desk, attentively listening to the reports from his subordinates. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his slightly aged visage, revealing traces of fatigue and contemplation. Very well, you may go, he nodded slightly, signaling for his subordinate to take their leave. With a soft click, the door closed, leaving him alone in the office, where a palpable tension hung in the air. The news of Uchiha Fong, Jiraiya, and Tsunade's return to Konoha struck him like a colossal stone, stirring ripples deep within his heart. Particularly concerning was the movement of the Uchiha clan, which filled him with profound unease. His gaze was penetrating, and his thoughts spiraled. What precisely are you planning, Uchiha clan? Chapter 20. Cardiac affliction and hemorrhagic illness. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating a hospital room in Konoha. where the air was tinged with a faint scent of antiseptic. Uchiha Itachi sat upon the hospital bed, while Tsunade stood before him, meticulously conducting a series of examinations. Initially, Itachi held a profound disdain for such assessments, convinced of his impeccable health. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to the persistent insistence of Uchiha. Outside the ward, Uchiha paced restlessly, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. As time slowly passed, the dawn's light gradually surrendered to the brilliance of midday. Yet the atmosphere outside the room remained palpably tense. Uchiha paced anxiously in the corridor, his brow furrowed, murmuring to himself, "Why hasn't she come out yet? Is Tsunade really up to the task? How can a simple examination take so long?" Jiraiya, wearing a serene expression, offered a gentle smile. Attempting to soothe Uchiha's agitation, "Rest assured, Tsunade is the most formidable medical ninja. Her healing skills are unparalleled, and she will undoubtedly manage everything adeptly." At that moment, the door to the examination room creaked open, and Uchiha Itachi emerged, a faint smile adorning his face, though a hint of fatigue lingered in his demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha hurriedly stepped forward and inquired with concern, "Brother, how do you feel?" Uchiha Itachi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. "I am fine. Fortunately, brother, there is a mission to be undertaken today. I must take my leave." Although Uchiha harbored doubts in his heart, he nonetheless nodded in understanding and said, "Very well. You may go ahead, but do take care of yourself." Uchiha smiled faintly, casting a reassuring glance toward his brother before turning to depart from the Konoha hospital. His figure gradually faded under the sunlight. At that moment, Tsunade's voice resonated within the ward, "Uchiha's little brat, coming alone." Upon hearing this, Uchiha furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of unease stirring within him. Nevertheless, he stepped into the hospital room. His eyes were immediately drawn to Tsunade, who sat at the table, pen in hand, diligently scribbling in a thick notebook with remarkable speed. Her brow was slightly furrowed, reflecting her intense concentration. When she noticed Uchiha's entrance, she unceremoniously lifted her head and stated bluntly, "Your brother indeed has some issues. These problems can range from minor to severe, and they are rather troublesome." Uchiha's heart sank instantly, and he couldn't help but ask, "What has happened to him?" Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, her tone laced with a hint of gravity. "He has contracted a rare blood disease, and it is further complicated by a congenital heart condition. The combination of these two ailments renders his situation exceedingly intricate." Upon hearing this, Uchiha's gaze flickered as he pondered for a moment before responding. "I can comprehend congenital heart disease, but how could such a malady as blood disorder manifest within the Uchiha clan? I have never encountered such a condition before." Tsunade let out a slight sigh of relief and resolutely replied, "I possess the means to cure heart disease. However, the remedy for blood disorder necessitates further research and exploration on my part, which may require some time. The bloodline disease afflicting Uchiha Itachi appears deceptively simple, yet it conceals a lethal peril. Each time he employs the Sharingan, a faint sense of weakness envelopes his body. Although this sensation is barely perceptible, its cumulative effect over time could yield irrevocable consequences. Furthermore, the Meijiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan incurs a gradual decline in vision with each use, an intangible price that leads inexorably towards complete blindness. If left untreated, the future of Uchiha Itachi will be marked not only by the torment of this bloodline disease, but also by the relentless burden of congenital heart disease, exacerbating his already precarious health. Tsunade, with furrowed brows, elaborated to Uchiha Fugaku for an extended period before solemnly stating, "It would be best for your brother to refrain from undertaking missions for the time being. Let us await the development of a remedy for this bloodline disease." Uchiha fell into deep contemplation, silently weighing his thoughts. After a moment, he spoke slowly, "Very well. How long will it take to develop the medicine?" Tsunade replied with unwavering determination, "I will return to the village in a year. During this time, it would be prudent for you to temporarily withdraw your brother from all ninja activities to prevent exacerbating his condition." Uchiha nodded, his voice imbued with a hint of determination. "I understand, Lady Tsunade." What did you just call me? Lady Tsunade. Tsunade's brow furrowed, a shadow of irritation crossing her face. "What is this, little brat? Just a moment ago, you referred to me as Lady Tsunade. And now that your aim has been achieved, you resort to Granny? Do you truly believe I resemble a grandmother?" Uchiha was momentarily taken aback and hastily explained, Tsunade, please don't get too worked up. It has been proven that you are indeed no longer young. As far as I know, you must be around 40. With a swift motion, Tsunade delivered a merciless punch to Uchiha. causing a large bump to instantly swell on his head, a comical sight that elicited laughter. Ouch! Why are you so violent, Tsunade? Uchiha Phone clutched his head, his eyes filled with grievance. Tsunade glared at him with a fierce intensity. Her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. You little brat, do not dare to call me old lady, understand? I am only 18 this year. Her voice resonated with a defiant stubbornness. As if vowing to uphold her youthful spirit, Uchiha Phone, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. My apologies, Tsunade. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Don't forget to find me in a year. Ha! His tone carried a light-heartedness, yet was tinged with urgency. No sooner had he spoken than his figure dissipated into thin air amidst a puff of white smoke, vanishing as if he had never been there. Tsunade watched the direction of his disappearance, unable to suppress a shake of her head. That clever kid, merely a shadow clone. And I didn't even notice. Simultaneously, within the estate of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Phone sat in the spacious hall, where the atmosphere was solemn and tranquil. As the heir to the Uchiha clan, he possessed his own estate, symbolizing his status and foreshadowing the possibility of inheriting the position of clan leader, thus shouldering greater familial responsibilities. In that moment, Uchiha Phone sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, concentrating on refining the chakra within him. His heart resembled a vast ocean, nurturing boundless power. Unlike the native villagers of the Hidden Leaf Village, he, as a transmigrator, possessed extraordinary creativity and a unique perspective. His thoughts seemed to traverse the crevices of time and space, analyzing the essence of power from various dimensions. Most importantly, his mental prowess had reached an astonishing height. Chakra, as the perfect amalgamation of spiritual and physical energy, left him only lacking in physical strength. Although his physical capabilities were commendable, they still paled in comparison to the formidable physique of the Senju clan. Chapter 21. Evolution again. The Nine-Tails Sage Fox. There remains much to learn. The powerful would release this potent bloodline limit and the formidable 8 gates technique. If possible, he could even merge to create a stronger bloodline limit. The crux of the matter is that his physical power has yet to keep pace with his mental strength. He must find a way to train his physical techniques. Name, Uchiha Phone. Bloodline limit, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Amplification, Left Eye, Soul Flame, Right Eye, Void. Special Bloodline, Uchiha Bloodline. Attributes, Yin, Yang, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, Transformation Technique, Substitution Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Fire Release Series, Water Release Series, Wind Release Series, Earth Release Series, Lightning Release Series, Uzumaki Clan Sealing Technique Series. Special Abilities, Perfect Sage Mode, Nine-Tails Chakra Mode, Complete Tailed Beast, 9 tails. Evolution Points, 7 points. With 7 evolution points remaining, how should they be utilized? The transformation of chakra attributes can be cultivated independently, rendering evolution unnecessary. Thus, only the complete Nine-Tails remains for evolution. Uchiha Phone resolutely opted for the complete evolution of the Nine-Tails. At the very moment he made this decision, a powerful surge of sage chakra engulfed his entire being like a tempest, as if it were tearing him apart or reshaping him anew. The orange Nine-Tails within him also sensed this call and began its frenzied evolution. With a tremor, the originally colossal Nine-Tails gradually condensed, ultimately transforming into a small, exquisite egg that floated silently within him, emitting a faint glow. Shortly thereafter, the egg shattered with a crisp crack, and from the fragments emerged a diminutive white-furred Nine-Tails fox. Its fur as pure as snow, with lively eyes that sparkled with a hint of mischief and stubbornness. A Nine-Tails white fox? Uchiha Phone was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, why does this feel somewhat like a regression? At that moment, an astonishing and immense sage chakra surged forth from the little fox, sweeping over him like a tidal wave, fervently nourishing every cell in Uchiha Phone's body, imbuing him with an unprecedented vitality, as if he had been granted a new lease on life. The purity of this sage chakra was chilling. What kind of terrifying power does this fox conceal? Uchiha Phone was astounded, his eyes reflecting a flicker of doubt and reverence. Name, Uchiha Phone. Bloodline limit, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Enhancement, Left Eye, Soul Flame, Right Eye, Void. Special Bloodline, Sage Bloodline. Attributes, Yin, Yang, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth. Sage Techniques, Shadow Clone Technique, Transformation Technique. Substitution Technique, Instantaneous Technique, Fire Release Series Sage Techniques, Water Release Series Sage Techniques, Wind Release Series Sage Techniques, Earth Release Series Sage Techniques. Lightning Release Series Sage Techniques. Whirlpool Clan Sealing Technique Series. Special Ability. Nine-Tails Sage Mode. Initial. Origin Spirit Pet. Nine-Tails Sage Fox. Juvenile. Evolution Points. 6. The panel of the Divine Evolution System underwent a transformation. The section previously titled Tailed Beast morphed into Origin Spirit Beast. The special ability of Perfect Sage Mode vanished, supplanted by Nine-Tails Sage Mode. The special bloodline also underwent a change, shifting from Uchiha bloodline to Sage bloodline. The ninjutsu section was entirely transformed into Sage techniques. The most terrifying aspect of the Nine-Tails Sage Fox is its near-infinite Sage chakra, effectively elevating the Nine-Tails to a sage-like existence. What a formidable entity this is. Nine-Tails Sage Mode. Activate. In that instant, Uchiha Fong underwent a monumental transformation. He donned a flowing white Sage chakra cloak, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Enveloped in a layer of pure white chakra that radiated dazzling brilliance. That power seemed capable of tearing the very skies asunder, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance. His eyes sparkled with mysterious light, with a hint of black shadow at the corners, adding a touch of allure to his presence. Strength, speed, reflexes, perception, and even the abilities of his Sharingan experienced an unprecedented enhancement. Incredible! Uchiha Fong marveled inwardly, a confident smile gracing his face. What would happen if I were to summon Susanu's armor at this moment? Haha. He felt the surging energy within him. As if the power of the entire world converged within, igniting an indomitable fighting spirit in his heart, he longed for a worthy opponent to spar with. Just then, a clear voice from outside called out, "Little Fong, come and eat the meatballs that Mama made." Uchiha Fong swiftly retracted his Nine-Tails Sage Mode, responding with enthusiasm. "All right. I'm on my way." He dashed to the door and opened it, only to find Uchiha Makoto holding a delicate basket of food, exuding an enticing aroma. With a beaming smile, she said, "Little Fong, I specially brought you some steaming meatballs." "Thank you, Mother." A radiant smile blossomed on Uchiha Fang's face as he eagerly invited her in. "Please, come in." In the cozy living room, Uchiha Fong devoured the delicious meatballs with fervor, as if each bite was infused with joy. Observing her son so engrossed, Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently reminding him, "Eat slowly, if you find it insufficient. I can bring you more every day." Uchiha Fong, his mouth full, nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with happiness. "All right? Thank you, Mother." Uchiha Makoto smiled gently, her gaze filled with warmth and affection as she looked at her son. "My dear, you have turned 12 in the blink of an eye, growing so much. Is there a girl that captures your heart? I believe it is time to contemplate the matter of marriage." A faint blush of embarrassment instantly grazed Uchiha Fang's face. He scratched his head and stammered, "Mom, please don't worry. I'm only 12 years old. Such matters are still far off." In Makoto Uchiha's eyes glimmered a sense of anticipation. She let out a soft sigh, her tone becoming earnest. "Both your father and I hope that you can establish a family and a career sooner rather than later. I have come today merely to inquire about your thoughts and understand what is in your heart." Uchiha pondered for a moment, a spark of curiosity igniting within him at his mother's words. "Oh? Father has met with the members of the Hyuga clan once again?" Uchiha Makoto nodded, a trace of relief gracing her features. "Indeed, the Hyuga clan and our Uchiha clan are both ancient prestigious families of Konoha, a match of equal standing." Chapter 22. Dreaming back as dusk descended, Uchiha Fong found himself alone in a dimly lit room. The flickering candlelight illuminated the disarray of papers and ink scattered across his desk. The pen in his hand danced tirelessly across the page as he penned his thoughts, his brow furrowing and then relaxing, seemingly engaged in a silent struggle with his inner turmoil. "I can't believe I am being forced into marriage at the tender age of 12, he murmured to himself, a note of helplessness and indignation lacing his voice. "The Hyuga clan truly is something. They can't handle me, yet they aim to control my father, thinking that would coerce me into submission." Taking a deep breath, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he yawned, his eyelids heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. He carelessly tossed the pen onto the desk, rubbed his eyes, and mumbled, "I'm so tired. Perhaps it's best to sleep now." With that, he rose and tiptoed towards his bed. Tonight, he might desire nothing more than to be an undisturbed dreamer. As slumber enveloped him, his consciousness seemed to transcend time and space, drifting into the bustling metropolis of his past life. Towering buildings lined the streets, aglow with the brilliance of neon lights as throngs of people surged, filling every corner with vitality and vigor. "Is this my home?" he pondered, confusion swirling within him. "Where am I? Is this a dream or reality?" Have I truly crossed over into the world of Naruto? He strained to clarify his thoughts, only to be interrupted by a sudden, insistent ringing. Beep, beep, beep. The phone screen illuminated, casting a piercing glow in the darkness. Yeffing, where are you? Are you still going to work? If you don't show up soon, we'll have to report you as missing. The voice on the other end sounded frantic, tinged with impatience. Huh? He attempted to grasp the familiar yet alien voice. Still feeling adrift. What the hell, phone? You don't even recognize me. It's your brother, Hal. The tone shifted abruptly, mixed with astonishment. Yeffing remained stunned. An array of unfathomable emotions surging within him. After what felt like an eternity, the voice on the line gradually faded, leaving only the echo of silence. The conversation echoed in his mind, as if it were a distant dream. Sunlight streamed through the living room curtains, casting a warm glow that outlined Yeffing's features, as if cloaking him in a soft radiance. Am I not in Konoha? Am I not in the Uchiha compound? Is everything I have experienced merely an illusion? He murmured, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. Thus, Yeffing found himself ensnared in a web of confusion, where reality and illusion intertwined. His life seemed tethered by an invisible thread, the daily grind of 9 to 5, the burdens of mortgage and car payments weighing down upon him like an unseen mountain, leaving him breathless. Each day followed the same relentless rhythm, encapsulated in a tight, stifling routine, as if caught in the whirlpool of reality, unable to break free. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi stood in the stillness of the night, his expression grave. Beside him, Uchiha Fong suddenly transformed into a wisp of ethereal smoke, vanishing without a trace. Is that a shadow clone? Unbelievable. My brother has grown so powerful that even his shadow clone eludes my detection. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, astonished by Uchiha Feng's strength. At that moment, Uchiha Feng lay quietly in his room, eyes tightly shut, immersed in the realm of dreams. However, an unknown, terrifying chakra emanated from within him, surging like a hidden tide, startling the elite shinobi and Hokage of Konoha. This chakra is even more fearsome than that released during the Nine-Tails incident. Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, his expression serious. Worry etched upon his brow. Immediately dispatch personnel to investigate the Uchiha clan's vicinity. If any signs of unrest are detected, suppress it at once, ensuring no innocent civilians are harmed. He commanded, his tone resolute and unwavering. Simultaneously, in the shadows of the route, Shimura Danzo sat in a dimly lit room. His face darkened. Following the bloodshed caused by Uchiha Fong, the stature of Root had waned. Yet, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's indulgence over the years, it had gradually regained some influence. Go investigate immediately. The Uchiha clan seems to have revealed their intentions. Danzo's voice was as cold as a blade, laced with an undeniable threat. Such a horrifying fluctuation of chakra is simply spine-chilling. At this moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya, residing in Konoha, could not afford to overlook the situation. They stood atop a towering rooftop, their gazes fixed on the relentless surge of chakra emanating from afar, their faces etched with astonishment. Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of seriousness. This chakra undoubtedly belongs to Little Fong. I have crossed blades with him. There is no way I could misinterpret it. Tsunade paused, curiosity piquing her interest. Oh? You faced him? What was the outcome? Jiraiya scratched his head, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. I lost. Tsunade's eyes widened, a teasing smirk curling her lips. TCH, losing to a child, what a disgrace for the Sannin. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly, a hint of grievance in his demeanor. I can't take all the blame. Little Feng's talent is simply extraordinary. Not only does he train diligently, but he is also a scion of the Uchiha clan, endowed with that powerful lineage. His talent is astonishingly high, and coupled with his Sharingan, he is a born combat genius. His own efforts further elevate him. Tsunade rolled her eyes, interrupting his defense. Enough with the excuses, admitted. You are the disgrace of the Sannin. Jiraiya's demeanor turned grave, determination flashing in his eyes. I am certain that Uchiha Fong's prowess now surpasses even that of the third Hokage. Tsunade waved her hand lightly, her gaze drifting into the distance, her brow slightly furrowed. Look, the Uchiha clan is surrounded. Jiraiya's interest peaked instantly, his eyes sharp as a hawk, surveying the scene around them. Goodness, both the Umbu and Danzo's root have mobilized. All the elite shinobi left in Konoha have gathered here. Tsunade scoffed disdainfully. These Konoha folks are truly perplexing. What on earth are they doing? This chakra is indeed astonishingly powerful, yet it bears no intent to kill. Is it truly necessary to surround the entire Uchiha clan like this? Aren't they afraid of internal strife? Jiraiya pondered for a moment, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Based on the recent intelligence I have obtained, their heightened vigilance is entirely due to the Uchiha clan's identity. The upper echelons of Konoha have long regarded the Uchiha as a potential threat. Chapter 23, Conflict between Uchiha and Konoha's high command at this moment. A tense atmosphere enveloped the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Fugaku stood not far from the clan's territory, his gaze piercing like that of an eagle, confronting Shimura Danzo. Behind him, several elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan gathered, activating their Sharingan with unwavering resolve and vigilance, as if poised to respond to the call of battle at any moment. In contrast, behind Danzo loomed a cadre of root ninjas, their dog-faced masks exuding an eerie and ruthless aura. Their presence restrained, yet seemingly ready to pounce upon the Uchiha clan. Danzo's voice was cold and imbued with menace. Humph. Uchiha Fugaku. The sudden surge of chakra emanating from your clan's territory clearly indicates a clandestine conspiracy against Konoha. I have the right to conduct a search here. Fugaku's eyes narrowed sharply. His Manjiki Sharingan activating instantaneously, his aura surging with undeniable authority, as he replied with resolute firmness, Shimura Danzo. My Uchiha clan has long since withdrawn from the world and would never undertake any actions to harm Konoha. I implore you to leave at once. Should you insist on trespassing into the Uchiha's domain, do not blame us for resorting to measures of self-defense. The air was thick with a palpable tension, the surrounding ninjas holding their breath, anticipating an imminent clash. Danzo's gaze was fierce, his tone laced with an irrefutable threat. Uchiha Fugaku, do you dare to openly defy the will of the village? Uchiha Fugaku cast a disdainful glance, a cold smile gracing his lips. Humph. Shimura Danzo, do you truly believe you can represent the entire village? Are you perhaps overly confident in your abilities? Should you dare to set foot into the Uchiha clan's territory today, then prepare to face the complete annihilation of your roots. Shimura Danzo seethed with rage, his countenance darkening. How dare you threaten me? Your Uchiha clan not only fails to contribute to the village but also exacerbates its troubles. I believe you are nothing less than a malignant tumor within Konoha. At that moment, with tension thick in the air, the voice of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, thundered from afar. Shimura Danzo, be silent. All eyes turned towards him as Hiruzen Sarutobi emerged from the shadows, his authoritative figure appearing particularly resolute under the moonlight. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Fugaku let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly spoke. Third Hokage, your arrival is most timely. Shimura Danzo inexplicably seeks to inspect our Uchiha clan's territory. We Uchiha are merely a civilian family now and have not violated any village taboos. We have always adhered to the law. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and resolutely replied. Shimura Danzo, take your subordinates and return immediately. This matter shall be handled by me. Although Danzo was filled with reluctance, he could not conceal his fury and retorted, however. This powerful chakra, if left unchecked, will undoubtedly pose a threat to the village's safety. Uchiha Fugaku observed the interplay between the two individuals, one playing the role of the benevolent and the other the malevolent, and he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He was no fool. He was well aware of the characters of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi furrowed his brow and inquired with a grave tone, Fugaku, what exactly has transpired within the Uchiha clan? What has caused such a formidable surge of chakra? Please elucidate the details. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head slightly, his emotions appearing rather intricate. The incident had occurred abruptly, and he was unaware of the origin of the immense chakra. He candidly stated, I am not privy to this matter. Please return. This declaration undoubtedly served as an eviction notice to the third Hokage and Danzo. Danzo, seething with rage, spoke with an air of authority and menace. Uchiha Fugaku, what conspiracy are you orchestrating? Speak honestly, or do not expect my mercy. In the face of Danzo's threat, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. He coldly declared, in that case, Uchiha clansmen, heed my command. From this moment forth, any non-clan member who dares to step into Uchiha territory shall face execution without exception. His words reverberated like thunder, and immediately, a fierce battle intent erupted behind him, akin to a tempest sweeping through. Countless members of the Uchiha clan emerged, though none bore the ninja headbands, each showcasing chakra levels ranging from Chunin to Jonin. This was the foundation of pride and confidence for the Uchiha clan. As one of the prominent clans of Konohagakure, the Uchiha would not be trampled upon at will. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing this scene, took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Fugaku, we have no intention of troubling your clan. We merely seek to understand what has transpired. His tone, though calm, could not conceal the urgency that lingered beneath. Uchiha Fugaku paused momentarily, then gestured dismissively, his tone frigid. The Uchiha clan. He had no desire to engage in conversation with the third Hokage or Danzo Shimura. What concern is it of the Hokage if my family is in turmoil? What relevance does it hold for a root leader? It is merely an opportunity for you to weaken the Uchiha clan. It is simply an attempt to suppress my family. Uchiha Fugaku understood this all too well. Thus, he chose not to elaborate further and returned directly to his clan to instigate a state of vigilance. Should one come, I shall eliminate one. Should 10 arrive, I shall slay 10. Should 100 approach, I will eradicate 100. This strategy was initially proposed by Uchiha Obito. The third Hokage is a man thoroughly analyzed by Uchiha Obito, known for his indecisiveness and excessive caution, certainly too fearful to confront the Uchiha clan openly. At most, he would resort to subtle machinations through Danzo Shimura. After a considerable time, within the confines of Uchiha Obito's chamber, a palpable tension hung in the stillness. Uchiha Makoto sat at the edge of her bed, her face etched with concern. Her gaze resembled the depths of a tranquil lake, still yet brimming with unspoken worries. Occasionally darting towards her slumbering son. Each time she recalled Kiid's youthful visage and their past laughter, a wave of poignant sorrow surged within her heart. Uchiha Fugaku comforted. Do not worry, he will surely be fine. His voice was deep and resolute, yet there lingered a subtle hint of concern in his eyes, as if he were anxious about the impending unknown. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi stood nearby, his expression notably grave, with a slight furrow in his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Uchiha Makoto let out a faint sigh and murmured, could it be that my words have caused a rift in Keiru's heart? After all, he is merely 12 years old. We must not pressure him. Her voice was tinged with helplessness and heartache, as if she bore the weight of guilt for her own remarks. She understood well that a child's spirit is like a tender seedling, vulnerable to harm and unable to withstand excessive strain. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, bringing a hint of coolness, seemingly echoing her concerns. Chapter 24, Awakening. The dawn of the eternal time flowed steadily. And the morning sunlight of the following day streamed through the cracks in the curtains, casting a warm and gentle glow throughout the room. Uchiha Fong gradually opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. What has happened to me? Where on earth am I? He sensed that a long and indistinct dream still lingered in his mind, as if he had lost himself in that state of disorientation. By his bedside, Uchiha Makoto, who had kept vigil throughout the night, felt her worries transform into relief upon seeing her son awake. Fong, you have finally awakened. Her voice quivered slightly, filled with deep concern. Mother? Uchiha Fong was momentarily taken aback, striving to organize his thoughts as he attempted to recall what had transpired. Uchiha Makoto gazed at her son, her face etched with anxiety. Fonger, what is troubling you? Since you fell asleep yesterday, you have been burning with fever, and your body continues to release an overwhelming amount of chakra. I am truly worried about you. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi also approached, his expression revealing a hint of concern. Brother, are you truly all right? Your appearance fills me with unease. Uchiha Fong gently shook his head, endeavoring to project an air of nonchalance. I am fine. It was merely a nightmare, he reassured, his voice calm yet unable to mask the turmoil within. Following the departure of his mother and younger brother, after a period of contemplation and introspection, Uchiha Fong finally unraveled the truth of the entire situation. He had traversed an extraordinarily vivid realm, even experiencing a complete lifetime. In his past existence, he was an ordinary individual on Earth, and this environment served as a continuation of that life, reliving familiar scenes. He navigated the ebb and flow of existence within the illusion, encountering laughter and tears, entwined with myriad emotions, until at last, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment devoid of regrets. Feng's state of mind underwent a subtle transformation. He began to grasp the essence of life, appreciating the profundity and vastness of existence. In that fleeting moment, it was as if his soul had been elevated. His name was Uchiha Fong. His bloodline limit was the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, amplification, flame of the soul in the left eye, void in the right eye. His bloodline techniques included the Rinnegan, Rinnegan pressure, attraction, repulsion, innate Rinnegan techniques, planetary devastation, heavenly obstruction, six paths techniques, space-time manipulation, soul link, fate reversal, cycle of all phenomena. He possessed a unique bloodline of sage blood. Attributes included yin, yang, fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. His sage techniques encompassed shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, Body Flicker Technique. Fire Release Series of Sage Techniques. Water Release Series of Sage Techniques. Wind Release Series of Sage Techniques. Earth Release Series of Sage Techniques. Lightning Release Series of Sage Techniques. And the Sealing Techniques of the Uzumaki clan. His special abilities included the Nine-Tails Sage Mode, Initial, and Rinnegan Chakra Mode. His primordial spirit companion was the Nine-Tails Sage Fox, Juvenile. He possessed 6 evolution points. Uchiha Feng's face was alight with excitement as he murmured to himself, "Is it truly the Rinnegan? I have actually awakened the Rinnegan." He felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his body, and an overwhelming exhilaration nearly compelled him to leap into the air. Beyond the fundamental abilities of the Rinnegan and rudimentary ninjutsu, he had acquired 4 formidable powers: temporal manipulation, soul link, fate reversal, and universal reincarnation. Temporal manipulation. The possessor can control the flow of time for brief periods, choosing to either slow down or accelerate the perception of time for those around them, thus gaining a tactical advantage in combat. At an advanced stage, this ability allows the user to freeze time within a specific radius, allowing them to attack their foes at will. However, each use consumes a significant amount of chakra and imposes a burden on the body. Soul Link. The wielder can establish a connection with others, sharing their perceptions and emotions. This ability enhances team coordination during battles and facilitates synchronized actions in emergencies. Furthermore, the Soul Link can transfer damage from one party to another for a brief duration, though this imposes considerable mental strain on both connected individuals. Fate Reversal. This power enables the practitioner to alter the fate of themselves or others at a specific moment, changing the outcome of a recently occurred event. For instance, during combat, the practitioner can nullify a potentially fatal attack or bestow unexpected fortune upon an ally in dire circumstances. However, employing this ability subjects the user to the backlash of fate, leading to a series of unfortunate events in the subsequent time. Universal Reincarnation. The bearer can convert their enemy's attacks into personal energy, subsequently rebounding it within a short time frame. This capability not only allows for the absorption of various types of ninjutsu, but also enhances the energy before countering. At an advanced stage, the absorbed energy can be stored and unleashed as a powerful attack at a crucial moment, though it requires a substantial amount of chakra to do so. Uchiha Feng pondered quietly, the immense power of the 4 abilities instilling him with a newfound confidence. Yet, he was acutely aware that the wielding of each power came with its own inherent risks and costs. He must exercise caution and wisdom in utilizing these forces to secure his position in future battles. In the original narrative, the self-awakened Rinnegan could be freely deactivated, akin to that of Master Ban. As for why Sasuke's 6-Tomo Rinnegan could not be closed, it was because that I was bestowed by the Sage of 6 Paths, not self-awakened. The ability for Uchiha Feng to seamlessly switch between his Rinnegan and Eternal Mangeki Sharingan brought him joy. After all, versatility is an asset. More is indeed better. Then, Shimura Danzo, the time has come to conclude your life. Uchiha Feng's voice was low and resolute, his gaze sharp as a blade, as murderous intent surged forth from him unabashedly. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented impulse, the first genuine desire to take a life since his arrival in the world of Naruto. He stepped out of his home, strolling through the streets of Konoha. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows, while the surrounding scenery appeared particularly vivid. However, within Uchiha Feng's eyes lay a concealed, ominous intent to kill. His heart blazed with fury, as if the entire world held its breath in anticipation of the actions he was about to undertake. Before long, Uchiha Feng arrived at the entrance of the route. Just then, a root ninja suddenly emerged from the shadows, coldly fixating on Uchiha Feng, and spoke in a low voice. "Halt, intruder." Uchiha Feng bestowed a charming smile, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes, before coldly retorting, "Shut your mouth and leave." The weight of the Rinnegan's pressure descended instantaneously, akin to an invisible hand firmly binding the unknown root ninja. In an instant, his strength ebbed away, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. His complexion paling as froth erupted from his mouth, soon succumbing to unconsciousness. The air around seemed to tremble under the influence of this formidable aura. Chapter 25, The Bloodbath at Root Resume's Senjutsu. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Feng clapped his hands together with great force, unleashing a torrent of flames that instantaneously engulfed everything in the vicinity. These flames danced like a furious dragon, emanating an oppressive heat that felt akin to a forbidden jutsu, possessing unparalleled destructive power. Under the onslaught of this inferno, the roots beneath appeared to be ensnared by a merciless specter of death, their vitality reduced to ashes in an instant. A scene so harrowing it sent chills down the spine. Countless flora and fauna, even those creatures buried deep within the soil, were obliterated in this tempest of fire, leaving behind only scorched earth and endless lamentations. The sight of the roots was too grim to behold. The glow of the flames illuminated his visage, reflecting his cold yet resolute gaze, infused with an indomitable determination. At this moment, the roots had once again been stained with the blood of Uchiha foam. Yet, Shimura Danzo was conspicuously absent from the roots, as if he had quietly vanished amidst this relentless pursuit. Uchiha Itachi's lips curled into a cold smirk, his gaze shimmering with disdain. Have they fled? Such is the extent of it. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his figure flickered like a specter, vanishing into thin air, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was intently focused on the crystal ball in his hands, holding his breath as he spied on the alluring scenes within the women's bathhouse. Suddenly, a deep voice laced with a chilling undertone echoed, seemingly emerging from the depths of the underworld. Old man, surrender Shimura Danzo, or else. Hiruzen's heart sank, his expression instantly turning grave. Uchiha Itachi. Shock coursed through him, a hint of panic evident in his voice. Let us converse civilly. There is no need for such murderous intent. At that moment, he felt an intensified apprehension towards Uchiha Itachi's prowess and resolve, contemplating how best to navigate this unforeseen threat. Third Hokage, you have crossed my threshold. Itachi's voice sliced through the air like a frigid blade, merciless and unrelenting. Now, tell me where Danzo is hiding, or I shall promptly end your life. His words dripped with scorn, as if mocking the incompetence of the shinobi lurking in the shadows. Hiruzen felt a sense of helplessness. He had never anticipated Itachi's fervor. What began as a trivial matter had escalated into a tense standoff. His brow furrowed slightly. Yet he could not shake the unease that this young Uchiha inspired within him. Uchiha Itachi, Hiruzen spoke in a solemn tone, tinged with a hint of seriousness and calmness. There is no need for such hostility. Any issues between us can be resolved through dialogue. I genuinely do not know Danzo's whereabouts. Suddenly, Jiraiya's voice broke through, laced with urgency. Little kid, do not act rashly. He darted forward like a flash of lightning, positioning himself before the third Hokage, arms outstretched, forming a solid barrier. Calm down, let us discuss this rationally. As Jiraiya appeared, Tsunade entered slowly, her gaze deep and contemplative, silently assessing the dynamics of the situation, weighing the emotions and motivations of everyone present. Upon witnessing this, Hiruzen's eyes widened with surprise and confusion. You too, Tsunade Jiraiya. You have finally returned. His voice carried a sense of long-awaited relief, as if the joy of reunion momentarily alleviated the surrounding tension. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced through Jiraiya, his anger and determination unmistakable. You lecherous sage, how dare you obstruct me? His words dripped with provocation, proclaiming his unwavering stance. Jiraiya's expression momentarily stiffened but quickly regained composure as he replied resolutely. The third Hokage is my mentor. I will not allow you to harm him. His voice resonated with undeniable conviction, suggesting that this conflict transcended mere disagreement, evolving into a clash of beliefs and loyalty. Heh. Uchiha Itachi chuckled softly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. In that case, he retrieved the scroll from his back, unfurling it to reveal the names of the summoners bound to Mount Mayaboku. Uchiha Foam drew a deep breath, his fingers trembling slightly, and then bit into the tip of his finger, allowing crimson droplets to cascade onto the scroll, resembling the resplendent bloom of roses. At the moment he inscribed his name in blood, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, enveloped in an ineffable air of determination. Once he completed this act, he cast his gaze once more, his eyes sharp as blades, locking onto Jiraiya. His tone resolute and frigid. I shall not slay the third Hokage, but Jiraiya, from this moment forth, our bond is irrevocably severed. Jiraiya was taken aback, as was Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even Tsunade's expression momentarily flickered with astonishment. They were all acutely aware of the events that transpired the previous day. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo merely intended to exert some pressure on the Uchiha clan, yet they had refrained from adopting overly aggressive measures. Confusion filled their minds regarding Uchiha Feng's reaction. Why had he taken such an astonishing step? Uchiha Itachi slowly turned around, once again locking his sharp gaze onto Tsunade. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth, laced with a hint of provocation. Lady Tsunade, have you come here to thwart my endeavors? Tsunade blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. I am merely curious and wish to witness the spectacle. I did not anticipate such a captivating scene. Young one, why must you be so resolute? This demeanor hardly reflects your true nature. The smile of Uchiha Phone grew increasingly enigmatic, hinting at a touch of cunning. Lady Tsunade, do you know why the Senju clan is now left with but a single member? Once, the Senju clan flourished, teeming with vitality. Yet now it is withered to the brink of extinction. Would you like to know the reason? Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, You know? It is truly astonishing that someone so young possesses such profound knowledge. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. His expression deep in thought as if grappling with a complex array of emotions. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Tsunade's eyes as her lips curled into a subtle smile. Evidently intrigued by the young boy before her. Uchiha little one, she teased lightly, pray tell, I am quite eager to hear your perspective on the Senju clan. Her tone carried an air of authority, yet remained gentle, inviting an unguarded exchange of thoughts. Chapter 26. The Darkness of Konohagakure. Uchiha Phone spoke slowly. The founding of Konohagakure was, in truth, a collaborative endeavor between the Senju clan's Hashirama Senju and our Uchiha clan's Madara Uchiha. This historical moment bears profound significance, establishing the framework for the future of the ninja world. He paused, his gaze deepening, and continued, At the inception of the village, various clans coexisted, with numerous clan leaders emerging, resulting in a scene of considerable chaos. Interclan cooperation was often marred by conflict, casting a shadow of concern. Yet, amidst this tumultuous era, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, with his unparalleled strength and exceptional leadership, swiftly garnered the respect of all. His stature soared high, and the clan leaders willingly followed in his footsteps, eager to heed the guidance of this remarkable leader. A hint of tranquility resonated in his voice. Tsunade, slightly taken aback, inquired with keen interest, Oh, how did you come to know of these matters? Uchiha Phone, with unwavering determination, continued, Within our Uchiha clan, there was a revered elder by the name of Uchiha Kashimoto. He was a historian, passionately devoted to chronicling significant historical events during his lifetime. Elder Kashimoto bequeathed a comprehensive collection of historical notes, and I have had the privilege of perusing some of its contents, which profoundly inspired me. Tsunade furrowed her brow once more, her gaze revealing a hint of impatience, and inquired, Then please, get to the point. How did the Senju clan fall to such a state? Uchiha Phone replied without hesitation, Very well, I shall get straight to the point. In those years, when the second Hokage fell in battle, the Senju clan was in its prime. At that time, the three most powerful clans of Konoha, the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga, were indeed formidable. You cannot deny this, can you? Tsunade nodded slightly, her expression easing a bit. Indeed, that is correct. Please, go on. Uchiha Phone inhaled deeply and continued, however. With the ascension of Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage and following the tumultuous Second Shinobi World War, consider the catastrophic losses endured by the Senju clan. The sole legitimate male heir of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, tragically met his demise after inadvertently wandering into an explosive tag zone during battle. Can you believe such a dismal fate? It is indeed hard to fathom. Upon hearing this, Tsunade abruptly turned around, her gaze piercing and unwavering as she fixed her stare upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, a tempest of anger and suspicion etched across her features. Old man, was it you? Her voice resonated with unwavering conviction, as if she sought to unveil the depths of his thoughts. Taken aback by this sudden inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen flinched, hastily shaking his head in protest. It was not me. I truly had no knowledge of it. Uchiha Phone observed quietly from the side, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he broke the silence. I never claimed it was the third Hokage's doing. This matter has long since passed, rendering any investigation futile. He paused briefly, his gaze sharpening abruptly, akin to the edge of a keen blade. However, Lady Tsunade, I can inform you that the mission was originally executed by Orochimaru alongside SH Jutsu, and it was Shimura Danzo who directed Orochimaru at that time. As you are aware, the relationship between Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen was as close as that of brothers sharing the same trousers. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant, with Tsunade furrowing her brow, seemingly lost in contemplation. Uchiha Phone continued, Of course, these are merely my conjectures. I have faith in the character of the third Hokage. It is absolutely inconceivable that he would commit such an act. As Uchiha Fang's words lingered in the air, the atmosphere around him became palpably still, revealing the clandestine dealings between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to those with discerning eyes. Though these past events had long been sealed within the annals of history, their authenticity forever beyond reach. They clung to Tsunade's heart like an invisible noose. The tension in the air intensified, rendering even the act of breathing burdensome. Anger flickered across Tsunade's visage, her fiery temperament on the verge of eruption. Yet, after several deep breaths, she managed to suppress the fury within. Striving to maintain an appearance of composure, her fingers tightened slightly, turning pale at the tips, a clear indication of her struggle to contain her emotions. Fearful that they might ignite at any moment, Uchiha Fong narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying his surroundings to confirm that the moment was ripe, and then continued, Lady Tsunade. Since the passing of Rope Tree, you have become the sole inheritor of the Shinja Hashirama's direct lineage in this world. Suddenly, Uchiha Fong shifted his tone and added, But do you know what kind of person your former lover, Kato-dan, was? At the mention of Kato-dan, Tsunade's expression grew increasingly somber. A flicker of pain crossing her eyes, before she turned to the third Hokage and questioned, Was it you who did this again? The third Hokage felt a wave of exasperation as several dark lines appeared on his forehead. With a slight sigh, he spoke in a grave tone, Uchiha Fong. You must choose your words with care. Such matters are not to be trifled with. Uchiha Kid smiled gently, nonchalantly retrieving a scroll from his bosom. With a casual flick, the scroll soared towards Tsunade like an arrow. Quick-witted and agile, Tsunade caught the scroll in an instant and furrowed her brow, inquiring, Brat, what is this? Uchiha Fong wore a mysterious smile, his tone grave. Lady Tsunade, these are some intelligence I have gathered over the years. You merely need to examine them closely and form your own judgment. Tsunade slowly unfurled the scroll, her gaze landing on the words within. As she read each character, her expression darkened progressively, becoming increasingly grim. The fury within her surged like a volcano, chakra roiling in her body, the anger nearly uncontainable, even exuding a hint of chilling murderous intent. This scroll contained information from the root, detailing various aspects concerning Dan Kato. A tightening sensation gripped her heart. Dan Kato's mission was to draw near to her, attempting to deceive her affections. Not only had he deceived her, but Shimura Danzo also intended to use Dan Kato's demise to leave Tsunade in utter despair, an act utterly deserving of condemnation. Such betrayal ignited a profound rage within her. Akin to a deep wound, her heart ablaze with fury, difficult to restrain. Her hand trembled slightly, the edges of the scroll leaving conspicuous imprints beneath her fingertips. Suddenly, Tsunade charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen like a tempest, her furious voice reverberating through the air. Die, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The strike came with extraordinary swiftness, leaving even Jiraiya unable to react. Watching the scene unfold with a surge of tension in his heart. At that moment, Uchiha Fong moved unexpectedly. His figure flickered, as swift as lightning. Just as Tsunade's fist was about to collide with Sarutobi Hiruzen, his arm, as strong as steel, firmly grasped Tsunade's wrist, halting the lethal blow. Lady Tsunade, can you not bear this? Uchiha Feng's voice held a teasing lilt, yet there was a seriousness underlying it. He smiled slightly, a peculiar glint in his eyes. I haven't finished yet. You haven't heard it all. Your mental fortitude cannot be this fragile. What I've shared is merely the tip of the iceberg. Wait. I shall elaborate slowly, and I assure you, you will be satisfied. Chapter 27, Thunderfire Clone. The destruction of the Hokage building. The third Hokage's visage aged instantaneously by a decade, deep wrinkles seemingly etched deeper in that moment. He appeared weary, his voice low. Enough. Uchiha Fong curled his lips into a sardonic smile and contemptuously remarked, Heh. Third Hokage, considering your advanced age, why have you not made an earlier decision regarding the fifth Hokage's candidate? His words fell like cold water upon the third's heart, intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere. Well, this is merely a matter between you and your disciple. I shall not intrude, shall I? Lady Tsunade. He turned to Tsunade beside him, his tone laced with provocation. At that moment, Tsunade's face was ablaze with fury, her hands clenched so tightly that her nails nearly embedded themselves in her palms. Her anger simmered like an impending volcanic eruption, her gaze fierce enough to rend Sarutobi Hiruzen asunder. Jiraiya stepped forward, his brow furrowed with concern, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Tsunade, please calm down. What he says is merely one-sided. How can you so easily believe his lies? Tsunade's expression darkened further, her rage boiling over. Jiraiya, do not stand in my way. Today, I shall put an end to this old fool. Jiraiya urged urgently. Tsunade, compose yourself. He is our teacher. You cannot simply resort to violence. Uchiha Fong gently shook his head, a hint of regret flickering across his face. It seemed that today, the third Hokage was destined to survive. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he continued, However, third Hokage, I have already defiled you while sitting atop your head, and yet you still do not plan to eliminate me? How utterly foolish. I am genuinely curious how the god of ninjas, the first Hokage, and the illustrious second Hokage managed to cultivate a disciple such as yourself. With that, Uchiha Fong spread his arms wide, as if welcoming death itself, and provocatively challenged, "Come now, old man, I offer you a chance, kill me. I shall not resist." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was consumed by a seething fury, his hatred surging uncontrollably, leaving him heedless of all else. Instantly, his shuriken flew forth like a torrential downpour, hurtling directly toward Uchiha Fong. Jiraiya and Tsunade were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances in disbelief at Sarutobi's unwavering resolve to strike. Sarutobi's action unmistakably revealed his intent to eliminate Uchiha Fong, and the air thickened with tension and peril. In that instant, a smile graced Uchiha Fong's lips. His eyes shimmering with fervent excitement, this was precisely the reaction he desired. He chose not to resist, allowing the sharp tips of the shuriken to slice through the air toward him. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within Jiraiya and Tsunade. They both sensed the chilling aura of imminent danger, a harbinger of death itself. "Run!" Jiraiya shouted, employing the body flicker technique to escape in a flurry of afterimages. Tsunade followed closely, her expression grave, her heart laden with worry. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fong seemed ablaze, the air around him distorting violently due to the raging energy emanating from his being, as terrifying bolts of lightning flickered around him. This was merely a clone, a manifestation of Uchiha Fong's recent mastery of the lightning fire clone technique. The violent clash of thunder and flame erupted with unparalleled might, as if the very heavens trembled in response. With a resounding explosion, the tranquility was shattered, the shockwave sweeping through the Hokage building, which was instantly reduced to rubble, dust swirling as debris rained down. The structure collapsed under the force of the explosion, transforming into a haunting wasteland that sent shivers down the spine. Soon after, the ground of Konohagakure began to tremble, as if the earth itself were groaning, howling in agony. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya felt a mix of helplessness and anxiety welling within him, murmuring, "Why must little Fong be so ruthless? After all, he is the Hokage and part of the village." Tsunade, observing Jiraiya's demeanor, felt her anger flare. "Jiraiya, get out of my sight." Her words struck like a blade, piercing deep into Jiraiya's heart. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp sound resonated through the air, causing even the nearby trees to tremble. Dazed by the blow, Jiraiya found himself disoriented, the world spinning before his eyes, preventing him from regaining clarity. When he finally collected himself, he realized that Tsunade had vanished, leaving him enveloped in an eerie silence and unvoiced guilt. With a heavy sigh, he expressed his resignation and disappointment, ultimately shaking his head and departing alone. Meanwhile, in the oppressive atmosphere of the Sound Village laboratory, an array of peculiar bottles and jars adorned the surroundings, evidence of various human experiments being conducted. The air thick with a pungent chemical odor. Orochimaru sat behind a dimly lit workstation, an eerie smile plastered on his face, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Danzo-sama, what an honor it is to have you visit my humble laboratory." Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow, weariness evident in his expression. "Orochimaru, I need to lay low for a while." His voice was low, tinged with resignation and anxiety, as if even he could not conceal the turmoil within. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sardonic grin. "I never imagined the esteemed leader of Root would feel fear from a mere youth of the Uchiha clan. How utterly laughable." His words dripped with mockery, relishing Danzo's current predicament and helplessness. Danzo narrowed his eyes, irritation creeping into his tone. "Orochimaru, enough of your rambling. I have provided you with ample live subjects for your experiments. Now it is time for you to repay me." Orochimaru's laughter echoed with a sinister delight. "Ah, very well. You may remain here with me." His cunning eyes sparkled with knowledge of the unfolding chaos in Konoha, aware of the complex conflicts involving Uchiha Fong, Uchiha Itachi, and the Uchiha clan's tensions with the village's higher-ups. Is that decaying village and foolish teacher truly heading toward self-destruction? What a pity. I shall not have the pleasure of ending you myself, he mused, his voice gradually darkening, revealing a chilling intent as he envisioned the impending chaos and bloodshed. Chapter 28. Danzo's Fracture. The thirst for immortality. Danzo, I never expected you to hide here. You've truly opened my eyes. Uchiha Fang's voice reverberated through the dim laboratory like thunder, laced with a mocking chill. A wave of unrelenting fear washed over Danzo. "You, Uchiha Fong, how did you find this place?" he stammered, his face a mask of shock and despair. In that moment, Uchiha Fang's figure flickered like a specter, appearing before Danzo in an instant, grasping his throat with a single hand and lifting him off the ground. "Speak. Old dog Danzo, how do you wish to die?" he asked coldly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. A complete death, or a partial one? The air thickened with tension as Danzo felt the suffocating terror envelop him. His face contorting in panic, his heartbeat roaring in his ears as it counted down to the impending doom. The soul flame of Uchiha Foam embodies an unparalleled force of annihilation, capable of utterly incinerating a person's soul. These souls are subsequently absorbed by Uchiha Foam. Sealed within the void, and without his consent, resurrection is utterly impossible. Those who have been corroded by this flame are deprived even of the chance to be resurrected through the reanimation jutsu. In essence, this signifies a state of absolute death, devoid of any glimmer of rebirth. The term incomplete death refers to the destruction at the corporeal level, although one may be slain in the material realm. The soul retains the potential for resurrection. It can be stated that Amaterasu represents the most formidable physical assault, whereas the soul flame constitutes the most potent spiritual attack. Uchiha Foam raised an eyebrow slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips, and remarked, "What's the matter? Has the old dog Danzo lost his voice?" Shimura Danzo's face reflected terror, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Orochimaru, save me, save me." At that moment, Orochimaru slowly advanced, his presence akin to a shadow. Moving with an unsettling grace that exuded an oppressive aura. His voice was deep and magnetic, laced with a hint of mockery. "I'm afraid, Lord Danzo, that I have long since forged an alliance with Uchiha Foam. Your worth has long faded with the passage of time." The color drained from Shimura Danzo's face, shock and fury intertwining in his eyes. "You, Orochimaru, you dare betray me? How despicable, you wretched traitor." A cold, cruel smile played on Orochimaru's lips, as if he were merely a spectator to an absurd play. His voice sliced through the air like a bitter wind, steeped in derision. "Ha ha ha. I have always been a rogue ninja. Betrayal? Why would you utter such foolish words? Is it not the case that the higher-ups of Konoha are equally dim-witted?" The black Susanoo of Uchiha Kid unfurled like a shadow from the depths of the underworld, its colossal skeletal hand emanating a suffocating sense of oppression as it fiercely grasped Shimura Danzo. Terror etched on Danzo's face. He struggled desperately, bellowing in fury. "Damn it. Uchiha Kid, spare me. Otherwise, you will regret this." "Silence." Uchiha Kid replied with a cold smirk, his voice as sharp and unforgiving as a frozen blade. "Die." Before his words had fully resonated, the immense skeletal hand of Susanoo descended like a cataclysmic judgment, crushing Shimura Danzo with relentless force, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Flesh was mercilessly pulverized, life extinguished in an instant, leaving only an endless silence and the haunting echoes of terror. Orochimaru's hoarse voice bore a hint of surprise and admiration. "I never expected you to be this formidable, truly a sight to behold. I am most impressed." Uchiha Foam offered a faint smile, a spark of unwavering resolve gleaming in his eyes. "Orochimaru, why not return to Konoha? My Uchiha clan shall provide you with a fully equipped laboratory of the highest standards, complete with all the experimental materials you may require, even living subjects." Orochimaru lifted his gaze, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Thank you for your kind offer, Foam-kun, but I prefer to pursue my research in solitude. However, I am curious about your plans moving forward." "Immortality," Uchiha Foam declared, his voice low yet resolute, as if articulating an ancient dream. "Orochimaru, like you, I yearn for eternal life. Yet, my philosophy diverges from yours. I seek your assistance in realizing this ambition." Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality leans towards the ceaseless search for new vessels, a cycle of rebirth. Through the transference of souls, he seeks to liberate himself from the confines of the physical body, where each demise heralds a fresh beginning. Conversely, Uchiha Fang's vision of immortality embodies a novel comprehension of corporeal permanence. He dedicates himself to exploring how to enable the physical form to attain true agelessness, striving for an existence that transcends the constraints of time through relentless experimentation and exploration. Thus, the collaboration between Orochimaru and Uchiha Foam appears particularly harmonious. As a premier scientist within the world of Hokage, Orochimaru possesses extensive knowledge and a unique perspective, although he is renowned for his forbidden jutsu and scientific endeavors. Under Uchiha Fang's influence, his research trajectory is gradually expanding. He no longer confines himself solely to the forbidden techniques of resurrection. Instead, he embarks on an exploration of mysterious technologies that could render the physical form immortal. Nevertheless, despite Orochimaru's undeniable intellect and experience, Substantial breakthroughs in the study of corporeal immortality remain elusive. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of disappointment lacing his voice. Is there still no progress? Despite the combination of Hashirama's cells and those of the Uzumaki clan, has there been no breakthrough in this line of research? Orochimaru gently shook his head, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes, as if particularly intrigued by the ensuing topic. Indeed, Hashirama's cells are exceedingly powerful, and an ordinary individual simply cannot withstand such force. The process of fusion is exceptionally arduous. However, I have managed to develop a new result. Uchiha Fong raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flickering across his face. Oh, what is this new achievement? Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile as he slowly replied. While it cannot grant eternal life to the flesh, theoretically, it is entirely possible to extend a person's lifespan by an additional 3 to 5 years. Uchiha Fong nodded slightly, his tone calm, yet resolute. I understand. We can initially pursue this direction. Should a better plan arise subsequently, I will inform you promptly. Orochimaru's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he licked his cracked lips, his eyes glimmering with fervor. That is simply marvelous, Fong-kun. You are truly a genius. The concept of physical immortality and eternal life is simply exquisite. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed throughout the vast laboratory, resembling a chilling breeze. Imbued with an obsession and yearning for the essence of life. The obsession that Uchiha Fong harbors for Orochimaru is not unfamiliar. Orochimaru has witnessed countless farewells in the frailty of life, experiencing the ephemeral nature of existence. Against this backdrop, the quest for meaning in life and the pursuit of the most formidable ninjutsu became his lifelong passion. Although Orochimaru's madness and fixation may seem somewhat eccentric, deep within, Uchiha Fong still holds a modicum of respect for this elder. Were it not for his possession of a divine-level evolution system, Uchiha Fong knows that he could never have attained his current strength. In the original narrative, Orochimaru, through his extraordinary technological prowess, achieved an alternative form of immortality, truly embodying the essence of a super genius. Such an accomplishment inspires awe and provokes profound contemplation. What significance does immense power hold? Ultimately, it leads to death. As long as one lives persistently, one will eventually emerge victorious. Chapter 29, The Maple Leaf Special Forces soon after. As the mountain breeze gently caressed the landscape with a hint of coolness, Uchiha Fong stood atop the peak of the back mountain of Konoha, gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance. Clad in a flowing black cloak, which billowed gracefully in the wind, he exuded an air of mystery and authority. His long hair was parted in the middle, cascading casually over his shoulders, and under the sunlight, he appeared strikingly handsome. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Itachi, the only difference being the absence of tear troughs on his clear face, which instead radiated youthful vigor and vitality. Just at that moment, a subtle sound of footsteps echoed from behind, and a figure appeared behind him like a flash of lightning. It was a short-haired kunoichi, donned in form-fitting ninja attire that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, exuding an unparalleled confidence and charm. Her features were exquisite and beautiful, with her eyes shimmering with the three-tomo Sharingan, reflecting a sharpness and determination. She is Uchiha Yenwu, the captain of the Maple Leaf Special Forces. Over the past few years, under Uchiha Fang's meticulous guidance, this team has evolved into an elite group that obeys only his commands, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. As the captain, Uchiha Yenwu not only possesses exceptional strength but also serves as the very soul of the Maple Leaf team. Uchiha Yenwu furrowed his brow slightly and said earnestly, Lord Fong, the peril posed by Orochimaru should not be underestimated. I sincerely advise you to maintain a distance from him to avert any unnecessary troubles. Uchiha Fong maintained a serene demeanor, his eyes glimmering with a profound light. Yenwu, I appreciate your concern. However, even if Orochimaru is perilous, I assure you that I am 1,000 times more dangerous than he. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yenwu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired, Lord Fong, do we have any tasks to undertake next? Uchiha Fong slightly nodded, his gaze piercing and unwavering as he looked ahead. Is the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still alive? Uchiha Yenwu shook his head vigorously, his tone resolute. Sarutobi Hizashi is not yet deceased. Do you require me to handle him? Uchiha Kid slowly shook his head, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable resolution. There is no need. Simply continue to monitor his movements. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, there is no requirement to report to me. Uchiha Yenwu solemnly stated, the delegation from the Land of Lightning's Hidden Cloud Village is about to arrive in Konohagakure. Should we consider conducting surveillance? Uchiha Fong was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed in concern as he inquired, "The delegation from the hidden cloud village? What is the purpose of their visit? Why have I not been informed of this matter? Could it be?" Uchiha Yenwu interjected with a hint of remorse. "I sincerely apologize. The recent scarcity of personnel in the Maple Leaf team has resulted in a delay in the transmission of intelligence. I am truly sorry." Uchiha Fong gently shook his head, a warm smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a soothing tone. "It is of no consequence. In truth, my expectation is that each member of the Maple Leaf team must attain the strength of a Kage within the span of 10 years. As for the number of individuals in the team, there is no need for excessive concern. Although the Maple Leaf team is currently small in number, Uchiha Fong is acutely aware that mere numbers without strength are of little use in the world of shinobi. It is wiser to remain in the safe embrace of protection rather than to rely on the ineffectiveness of the weak. The harsh realities of the ninja realm are self-evident. Without formidable power, the path to survival will be exceedingly arduous." Uchiha Fong furrowed his brows and inquired once more, "What is the current condition of Uzumaki Naruto?" Uchiha Yenwu pondered for a moment before responding. "At present, there seems to be no abnormalities. Uzumaki Naruto is merely 3 years old. Although he is mischievous and often faces disdain from the villagers, he has not harbored excessive animosity. Recently, he had an interaction with Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan." Uchiha Fong nodded, his gaze once again drifting towards the horizon, as if pondering a matter of significance. "So, when is the delegation from the hidden cloud village expected to arrive in Konoha?" Uchiha Inbu responded, "In approximately 10 days. They will officially arrive at Konoha and enter into a peace agreement with the village." Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon Uchiha Yenwu. Despite her captivating beauty and graceful demeanor stirring emotions within him, he maintained a nonchalant tone as he inquired, "Yenwu, is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Uchiha Yenwu fell silent for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, before she spoke. "Lord Fong, why did you choose to eliminate Danzo? Since you have already taken action, why not swiftly conclude the matter with the third Hokage? Furthermore, what is the rationale behind your collaboration with Orochimaru?" Faced with such a blunt inquiry, Uchiha Fong was momentarily taken aback, surprised that she would pose such a piercing question. With a gentle sigh, he slowly replied, "It is because I cherish the Uchiha clan, and I hold a deep affection for the village of Kanahagakure." The confusion of Uchiha Inbu deepened as she pressed on. "Then, why did you choose to eliminate Danzo and severely injure Sarutobi Hiruzen? I truly cannot comprehend this." These conflicting thoughts swirled incessantly in her mind. If one professes a love for the village hidden in the leaves, how could they inflict such harm upon its pivotal figures? Everything appeared utterly devoid of logic. Uchiha Fong gently shook his head, attempting to elucidate with a metaphor. "Imagine, if countless mice were to invade your rice storage. What would you do? Naturally, you would exterminate those rodents." Uchiha Yenwu replied with a hint of impatience. "But how does this relate to loving the village?" Uchiha Fong was suddenly overwhelmed with helplessness, a faint line of frustration appearing on his forehead. "Don't you know yet?" he exclaimed. I truly have no idea." Uchiha Yenwu, feeling aggrieved, covered his forehead, his expression revealing a hint of innocence. Uchiha Fong sighed and patiently explained, "We liken our village to a rice jar, and those who dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to it are akin to the rice within. Now, who do you think in the village might resemble the rats?" Uchiha Yenwu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating her eyes. "I understand." Her thoughts surged like the tides, however, at that very instant. A sound sliced through the air, and 3 sharp shurikens hurtled towards Uchiha Fong like lightning. Caution! A pang of urgency gripped Uchiha Yenwu's heart, and she instinctively reacted. Unhesitatingly hurling the 3 shurikens she held in her hand. Her movements were fluid and swift, akin to a cheetah seizing its prey in the blink of an eye. The 2 sets of shurikens collided mid-air, producing a resounding clang, sparks flying in every direction, creating a dazzling display that perfectly intercepted the sudden assault. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that fleeting moment. Uchiha Yenwu was aflame with fury, her gaze piercing as if to ignite the very air surrounding her. With a voice resounding like thunder, she demanded, "Who dares to show themselves? To assault Lord Fong is nothing short of seeking one's own demise." At that moment, the distant sky darkened ominously, and a powerful gust surged forth like a raging tide. Advancing toward Yenwu's position. Wind release, great breakthrough. The voice carried an intense hatred, as the tempest whipped up, scattering dust and leaves in its wake. Chapter 30. The Cloud Hidden Village Delegation, Peace Agreement Fire Release. great fireball technique. With a swift incantation, Uchiha Yenwu formed hand seals, and in an instant, a blazing fireball erupted from her lips, streaking through the air like a meteor, radiating a suffocating wave of heat. Die! A thunderous roar echoed from afar, reverberating through the atmosphere. Just as the fireball was about to strike its target, a burly man with resolute eyes suddenly appeared before Uchiha Yenwu, a short blade glinting with a chilling light in his grasp. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. He was Yuanfei Asuma, son of Sarutobi Izashi, staring impassively at Yenwu as if contemplating the fierce confrontation that was about to unfold. Uchiha Fong raised an eyebrow slightly, a smirk of derision curling at the corner of his lips. "Ah, it is you, Yuanfei Asuma. How audacious of you to attack my subordinates without cause. Do you harbor disdain for the Uchiha clan, or is it your father you look down upon?" In Yuanfei Asuma's eyes flickered the flames of rage, his voice sharp as a blade. "Why have you harmed my father? Uchiha clan, what madness drives your actions? Today, I shall avenge him and ensure your demise." Uchiha Kid scoffed disdainfully, his voice dripping with endless sarcasm. "How utterly ridiculous, Yuanfei Asuma. How could you be so naive? Do you truly believe that your meager strength poses any threat to me?" Having long since lost interest in someone of Yuanfei Asuma's caliber, Uchiha Kid regarded him as far too feeble. He turned to Uchiha Yenwu and issued a command. "Yenwu, incapacitate him severely, but remember, do not take his life." Uchiha Yenwu nodded slightly, a glimmer of excitement lighting up her face. "Yes, I understand." As her words fell, a palpable tension enveloped the air, signaling the commencement of battle. Yuanfei Asuma clenched his teeth, his anger bubbling to the surface. How dare he underestimate me? His voice dripped with deep resentment, as if he sought to transform his opponent's disdain into a tangible assault. However, Uchiha Yenwu showed no mercy. Her figure darted like lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving Yuanfei Asuma in a state of shock. So fast. He gasped internally, realizing he was utterly unprepared to react. Soon after, a relentless barrage of attacks ensued. Yenwu's fist rained down like a torrential downpour, her kick striking with the ferocity of a tempest, pressing relentlessly upon Yuanfei Asuma. He struggled desperately, yet was helpless against the speed and strength of his adversary, akin to prey toyed with by a hunter, possessing little means of defense. 3 minutes later, Yuanfei Asuma lay battered and bruised on the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion pale, filled with frustration and resentment. Meanwhile, in a spacious hospital room at the Leaf Village, the scent of antiseptic hung heavily in the air, slightly stinging the nostrils. On the hospital bed, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lay quietly, his face pale and bandaged extensively, the severity of his injuries evident, yet his expression radiated unwavering resolve. Several members of the Umbu, clad in black combat attire, stood vigilantly within the room, their gazes sharp as hawks, ever alert to their surroundings, ensuring the safety of this esteemed Hokage. The curtains of the room were partially drawn, allowing faint sunlight to filter through, casting a soft glow upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, illuminating the depth and weariness in his eyes. The Hokage tower must be restored post-haste. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly, his voice low yet imbued with authority, as the envoy from the hidden cloud village was soon to arrive, necessitating thorough preparations. An Umbu member immediately responded with respect. "Yes, Lord Hokage." The atmosphere within the room grew heavy with gravity, as if the very air struggled beneath the weight of responsibility. Time passed quietly, and 10 days slipped by in an instant. The Hokage Tower was in the midst of urgent reconstruction, barely regaining its former semblance. Its exterior appeared rough and crude, a quintessential example of shoddy workmanship. On this day, the envoy from the hidden cloud village arrived as scheduled, stepping onto the territory of the Leaf Village. The Leaf Village had meticulously prepared a grand welcoming ceremony, with colorful banners adorning the streets and the sweet aroma of pastries filling the air. In the shadows, Uchiha Yenwu silently observed the approaching envoys from the hidden cloud village, a sense of unease stirring within her. The golden sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a striking glow upon the figures of the hidden cloud envoys. At that moment, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a spacious desk, a warm smile gracing his lips, his gaze penetrating. He rose slowly, nodding in acknowledgement to the 4 arriving envoys from the hidden cloud village, his tone gentle yet authoritative. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. We appreciate your visit. Please settle in our Leaf Village, and tomorrow we shall formally sign the peace agreement." One of the envoys from the hidden cloud village bowed slightly, respectfully stating, "Thank you for your generous hospitality, Third Hokage. We are eager to experience the charm of the Land of Fire's Leaf Village." His voice was soft yet carried a hint of shrewdness, as though each word was meticulously considered. Thus, the envoys from the hidden cloud village stepped into the Leaf Village. Yet their visit was not solely for leisure. Observant individuals might notice their wandering through the village, discreetly gathering intelligence, particularly exhibiting an unusual interest in the Hyuga clan's residents, occasionally whispering to each other as if plotting something. At this moment, within the courtyard of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Phone was fully engrossed in savoring the dumplings in his hand, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Each dumpling seemed to dissolve into sweet happiness within his mouth, allowing him to momentarily forget the turmoil of the outside world. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past, and a ninja clad in black appeared before Uchiha Phone, his arrival entirely unexpected. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Yuta, another member of the Fingia special team. Uchiha Yuta possesses a tall and slender physique, exuding an aura of cold elegance. He is proficient in the 5 elemental ninjutsu, showcasing a well-rounded strength. Although he lacks any particularly outstanding abilities, each technique is honed with remarkable precision. His 3-tomo Sharingan glimmers subtly under the sunlight, emanating a profound and enigmatic presence. Uchiha Yuta respectfully remarked, "Lord Phone, the envoy from the village hidden in the clouds has indeed arrived in Konoha, just as you predicted. Their intentions are likely closely tied to the Hyuga clan." He furrowed his brow slightly, filled with perplexity. Why would the delegation from the village hidden in the clouds pay such keen attention to the Hyuga clan? What could their true intentions be? Uchiha Phone smiled faintly, his gaze deep and resolute, imbued with a hint of intrigue, as if he had already discerned the complexities of the future. "Go forth. Ensure that you covertly monitor the envoy from the cloud-hidden village, and be wary of reckless actions. Tonight's circumstances are likely to become exceedingly intriguing." Chapter 31. The envoy from the cloud-hidden village shattered as dusk descended that day. The sun gradually sank beneath the western horizon, casting a warm and gentle golden glow that illuminated the land of the Hyuga clan. At this moment, within the grand hall of the family, the atmosphere was subtly charged and tense. Uchiha Phone and Hyuga Hizashi sat opposed to one another. Hyuga Hizashi's countenance was grave, his fingers gently tapping on the table, as if deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Phone leaned slightly forward, his eyes shimmering with a resolute and composed light, as though awaiting the arrival of a pivotal moment. The silence between them seemed to crystallize the air, rendering everything around particularly serene, with only the soft rustle of leaves caressed by the breeze outside interrupting the tension that enveloped the room. Uchiha Phone smiled gently and spoke slowly, "Hyuga clan leader, can you fathom the true intentions of the envoy from the hidden cloud?" Hyuga Hizashi responded nonchalantly, "They merely seek to seize the Byakugan of our Hyuga clan. For any ninja who dares to pry into the affairs of the Hyuga family, 99 out of 100 harbor this very ambition." Uchiha Phone raised an eyebrow, continuing to inquire, "What methods do you believe they will employ to acquire the Byakugan?" Hyuga Hizashi confidently shook his head, asserting, "They will undoubtedly fail. I'm certain of this." He paused slightly, his gaze resolutely sweeping the surroundings, as if to emphasize his conviction. In the entire shinobi world, if one were to discuss the significance of bloodline limits, the Hyuga clan would certainly rank second, with no other clan daring to claim the top position. The Byakugan is not merely the pride of the Hyuga clan, it is the very foundation of their existence. Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow slightly, his tone reflecting a hint of determination. "As the strongest member of the Uchiha clan today, do you truly intend to forego an alliance with my Hyuga clan?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Phone was immediately marked by a few dark lines across his face, silently contemplating. This Hyuga clan leader is indeed rather straightforward. With a resigned shake of his head, he replied with a hint of exasperation, "Clan leader Hyuga, your words are rather abrupt. There is not a single girl in your esteemed clan who would be suitable for me. Furthermore, I am merely 12 years old and have no inclination to consider such matters at this time. Perhaps it would be more prudent for you to focus on the issues at hand." Yet, Hyuga Hizashi's brow remained furrowed, as if still harboring hope regarding this proposal. A glimmer of determination flickered in his gaze. "My daughter, Hinata Hyuga, though she is only 3 years old, 9 years my junior. I believe this is not an insurmountable obstacle." Uchiha Phone waved his hand, a hint of displeasure lacing his tone. "Hyuga clan leader, there is truly no need to bring this up again. I find myself utterly disinterested in such matters now. While I may not be a virtuous person, I would not entertain such thoughts regarding a 3-year-old girl." His words echoed with a sense of resignation and refusal, as if to remind the other party that the current reality and the future were not within his easy grasp to alter. Meanwhile, the hidden cloud envoy had silently infiltrated the Hyuga clan's territory, merging seamlessly with the night like a whispering breeze. As darkness deepened, starlight trickled through the treetops, casting a faint glow upon the ground, while the delicate moonlight imbued the scene with an air of mystery. The envoy observed quietly from the shadows, his gaze fixed upon the slumbering Hyuga Hinata. Her visage appeared remarkably tranquil under the gentle moonlight, reminiscent of a carefree angel. Is this the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan? He mused, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes shimmering with a triumphant light. He felt an inner satisfaction, convinced that this endeavor would bestow upon him unparalleled glory and status. In that fleeting moment, the envoy unhesitatingly extended his hand, swiftly abducting Hyuga Hinata, his movements as swift and precise as a cheetah's strike. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Yenwu, tasked with monitoring the hidden cloud envoy, witnessed the entire scene unfold. The hidden cloud shinobi truly are despicable and shameless. They do not even spare a 3-year-old child. She scoffed, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Before long, Uchiha Yenwu hastily sought out Uchiha Fong. At that moment, Uchiha Fong was leisurely sipping tea with Hyuga Hizashi, engaging in casual conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and easygoing. However, when Uchiha Yenwu's figure appeared before them, even Hyuga Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, silently marveling. When did the Uchiha clan produce such a formidable warrior? This woman is no ordinary Jani. Uchiha Yenwu fixed his determined gaze upon Uchiha Fong, urgency and anxiety permeating his tone. Lord Fong, Hinata Hyuga has been abducted by a messenger from the hidden cloud. Before Uchiha Fong could utter a word, Hinata Hizashi, seated before him, was already ablaze with fury, his countenance dark and foreboding like a sky laden with storm clouds. What? How is this possible? The audacity of the Cloud Village is utterly shocking. His voice betrayed an uncontrollable mix of indignation and astonishment. Before his words could fully dissipate, Hizashi executed the body flicker technique, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant, akin to a tempest sweeping through, leaving only the echoes of his wrath. At that moment, his heart was aflame with an inextinguishable rage, unable to tolerate such an affront. Hinata Hanabi, as the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, held a position of great distinction and prominence. Yet now she had been brazenly abducted by the envoy from Cloud Village, an act that was undeniably a provocation and humiliation to their entire family. Uchiha Fong and Uchiha Yenwu locked eyes, taken aback by the intensity of Hinata Hizashi's fury, akin to a powder keg poised to explode at any moment. Let us proceed to witness. Uchiha Fong finally broke the silence, his tone resolute and unwavering. Hinata Hizashi activated his Byakugan, his gaze seething with rage as he fixed it upon the cloud ninja hastily retreating with Hinata in his grasp. Release Hinata. His voice resonated with deep anger, imbued with undeniable authority. The cloud ninja, sensing the invisible pressure, felt a chill run down his spine. Recognizing the gravity of his situation, he abandoned all pretense and fled with reckless abandon. However, his attempt at escape was nothing short of a fool's errand. Hinata Hizashi's agility was like lightning, closing the distance with unyielding determination. Even the most nimble figure could not evade his Byakugan's keen insight and the ferocity of his gentle fist technique. Ultimately, the Cloud Ninja met his fate in utter despair. A precisely executed gentle fist strike from Hinata Hizashi unleashed a powerful gust, causing even the air to tremble. The Cloud Ninja had no time to react before being struck down by this lethal blow, blood gushing forth, abruptly ending his life. From a distant rooftop, Uchiha Fong observed the skirmish below, murmuring to himself, truly remarkable. His prowess had surpassed the level of a jonin. And although he remained somewhat distant from the rank of Kage, Hinata Hizashi's performance was indeed commendable. Behind him, Uchiha Yenwu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed reverently at Uchiha Fong, affirming with unwavering conviction, no matter what, you are unmatched, Fong. Uchiha Ki gently shook his head, his tone imbued with a hint of humility and guidance. Rather than extolling my prowess, it would be far more beneficial for you to devote a greater portion of your time to the refinement of your chakra, to diligently practice your physical techniques, and perhaps even to experiment with the fusion of different chakra affinities. Such endeavors may present you with the opportunity to cultivate your bloodline limit. Only through this path can you truly enhance your strength. Chapter 32. A weak nation has no diplomacy. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the Hokage's office, casting a warm glow that starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, his expression grave and his brow furrowed, seemingly confronted with an unavoidable crisis. Before him stood 3 envoys from the hidden Cloud Village, their demeanor serious and the tension palpable. The lead envoy leaned slightly forward, his voice resolute and icy. Third Hokage, our comrade has been slain by the people of Konoha. We demand a clear explanation. or this matter shall not be resolved. Another envoy, stationed beside him, continued. The nature of the wounds clearly indicates they were inflicted by the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. This is not merely a provocation against our hidden cloud village. It is a grave threat to the peace agreement. Without a reasonable explanation for this incident, the peace treaty cannot be signed. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, the weight of the situation pressing heavily upon him. He understood that this issue transcended personal honor. It encompassed the future and tranquility of the entire Konoha village. In this invisible contest, he had to find a balance, soothing the anger of the cloud envoys while preserving the dignity of Konoha. Suddenly, the lead envoy's gaze sharpened, and his tone turned frigid. If you cannot deliver the murderer, we of the hidden cloud village will stop at nothing to avenge our comrade. Should war erupt again, you shall bear the consequences. His words struck like a razor, piercing the hearts of everyone present as the air thickened with tension. The third Hokage's expression darkened instantaneously. His brow knitted in concern as he replied solemnly, I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Please rest assured, I guarantee that within 3 days, there will be a definitive outcome. Shortly thereafter, at the Uchiha compound, in Uchiha Kide's residence, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the wooden floor, while the air was suffused with the delicate aroma of tea. Itachi Uchiha rarely entered the room of Fugaku Uchiha, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Fugaku, he began, I have come to discuss a few matters with you. Uchiha Phone lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with delight. Haha. Itachi, I truly did not expect you to take the time to visit me. How rare. Feel free to share whatever is on your mind. I am always here to welcome you. Itachi Uchiha's smile remains, yet his gaze reveals a hint of gravity. You must be aware of the recent events surrounding the demise of the Hinata clan and the envoy from the Hidden Cloud, correct? Uchiha Phone nodded, his smile gradually fading as he adopted a more serious demeanor. I am, of course, aware of this matter. However, Itachi, given your current position in the Umbu, do you possess any particular insights regarding these affairs? Itachi Uchiha let out a soft sigh, his brow furrowed, and a profound sense of worry permeated his tone. If this matter is not handled with utmost care, the consequences could be unimaginable. We may once again ignite a war among the ninja world, a scenario that is truly beyond comprehension. Uchiha Phone, however, appeared utterly indifferent, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Oh, what difference does it make? Has the shinobi world not witnessed enough wars? With each confrontation, the toll of lives lost has been more than ample. I dare say another battle would matter little. Yet, this would inevitably lead to tremendous losses for Konohagakure, resulting in the downfall of many. Uchiha Itachi urgently countered, a wave of unease surging within him. They are merely the dead, Uchiha Phone replied nonchalantly, his gaze imbued with an icy detachment. In the shinobi realm, life and death are as transient as the changing of day and night. Be it from old age, illness, or unforeseen accidents, countless lives vanish each day. The only distinction lies in the manner of death. To perish in battle is merely another facet of fate's design. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, as if pondering a profound question. Brother, if you were to become Hokage, how would you confront the current situation? Uchiha Phone gently shrugged his shoulders, a faint smile gracing his lips. Firstly, I would never consent to such a naive peace treaty. What is termed a peace treaty is merely a subservient appeasement of the weak towards the strong. A true powerhouse has no need to rely on such formalities to maintain peace. Strength is the most dependable safeguard. Only when one possesses formidable power will adversaries think twice before taking rash actions. The notion that weak nations lack diplomacy encapsulates this very principle. Itachi Uchiha let out a soft sigh, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of helplessness lacing his tone. So, how can I save this village now? Uchiha Phone shook his head, a serene smile gracing his lips. Save the village? The village is currently safe and sound, living in a state of tranquility. Moreover, this matter does not require your concern. Why burden yourself so? The two brothers sat together in a tranquil courtyard, sunlight filtering through the treetops, casting dappled shadows. A gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing with it a touch of coolness. They conversed for an extended period, time slipping away unnoticed, until the evening glow gradually painted the horizon in hues of crimson. Uchiha Kid furrowed his brow slightly, gazing intently at his younger brother, his tone imbued with a hint of concern. Do you understand, Itachi? Your level of awareness still requires enhancement. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, contemplating his brother's words. After a brief moment, he resolutely nodded, determination lacing his voice. Yes, I shall ponder this matter earnestly. A flicker of resolve gleamed in his eyes, as if he had firmly decided to delve deeper into this issue, pursuing a more profound understanding. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan's territory, within the residence of Hyuga Hizashi, a thunderous crash echoed as the clan leader slammed his palm down on the table, causing the teacups to tremble. His countenance was as dark as iron, his gaze flickering with fury and indignation. How infuriating! This is utterly intolerable. To demand that I hand over the culprit is a vile, insidious, foolish, and impotent act. The request from Sarutobi Hiruzen not only weakened the Hyuga clan's strength but, more gravely, meant sending one of their own to a certain doom, thereby exacerbating the already fragile rift between the branch and main families. As the leader of a village, to be compelled to bow to the threats of a few Cloud Village envoys and to engage in such an onerous bargain not only tarnished Konoha's reputation but also dealt a severe blow to the third Hokage's standing among the prominent clans. Such demands were indeed malicious, treacherous, and foolish, revealing a lamentable display of inability that chilled the heart. Currently, the Hyuga clan was undeniably powerful, with the Byakugan as their bloodline limit, a force to be reckoned with. Yet, when faced with the immense power of the third Hokage, the enigmatic strength of the Umbu, and the formidable presence of clans like Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, the Hyuga clan still appeared outmatched. This disparity was not merely in strength but also in resources and connections. If they wished to contend with the third Hokage, they would require more leverage, yet the grim reality was that they were unable to retaliate. If they refused to comply, the situation would only worsen. The third Hokage would not relent easily, undoubtedly employing coercive measures to force the Hyuga clan to surrender the individuals they sought. At that point, the Hyuga clan would face an overt and justified oppression, their space for survival further constricted, rendering the circumstances increasingly complex and perilous. Ultimately, Hyuga Hizashi chose to compromise. Despite the bitterness swelling within him, his younger brother, Hyuga Niji, from the branch family, was even willing to make sacrifices for this matter. In that moment, a nameless fury ignited within Hizashi like a fierce flame surging in his chest. Has Konoha rotted to such an extent? He pondered, recalling the era when the first and second Hokage were alive, who would dare to so audaciously oppress the village. Yet now, due to the death of a mere envoy from the Cloud Village, the Hyuga clan was to endure such humiliation. His rage surged like a tidal wave, as though it aimed to wash away this disgrace, yet reason reminded him that in such times, compromise seemed the only viable path. At that moment, a young boy from the branch family was covering his face, weeping, his voice tinged with helplessness and despair. Father. He was the son of Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Niji. At this juncture, a profound resentment towards the main family had already taken root within Niji's heart. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, the irritating caged bird mark on his forehead filling him with confusion and despair. That mark seemed to mock him, a reminder that his fate was already controlled by others, suffocating him with the prospect of becoming merely a pawn of the main family. Niji's heart swelled with turbulent emotions, anger, powerlessness, and a yearning for freedom intertwined within him. At that moment, he felt not only a longing for his father but also a fierce resistance against his destiny. Young man, you seem to harbor quite a few burdens within. A deep, resonant voice suddenly infiltrated Niji's ears. Who speaks? Niji reacted instantaneously, like a startled leopard, alertly demanding, show yourself. I am right behind you. The voice chimed once more, tinged with playful mockery. Niji's heart raced as he turned, feeling a warm hand gently rest upon his shoulder. In that instant, a mix of anxiety and curiosity surged within him. Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly, his gaze imbued with understanding and concern. I sense the sorrow within you. Would you care to share it with me? Niji's heart thudded like a war drum, his eyes fixated on Uchiha Itachi. The deep, crimson, and profound eternal Mangeki Sharingan seemed an endless abyss, radiating a chilling aura that felt as if it froze the very air around them. Uchiha Itachi's cold demeanor was now fully revealed, rendering Niji breathless. Who are you? Niji stammered, his voice trembling, as unease and fear intertwined within him, overwhelming his composure. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, his voice calm and clear. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Fong. After a considerable passage of time, dusk gradually descended, the stars twinkling in the sky, and the night breeze gently caressing, bringing a hint of coolness. At the summit of the back mountain of Konoha, two figures sat side by side, resembling two celestial bodies illuminating one another. Uchiha Fong slightly tilted his head, his gaze fixed upon Hyuga Niji beside him, a hint of concern evident in his tone. Is it truly for this reason that you harbor resentment towards the Hyuga clan? Hyuga Niji raised his head, his eyes shimmering with indignation and helplessness. He gently traced the mark on his forehead with his fingertips, the deep imprint resembling a brand, as if it were a testament to the shackles of his fate. Behold this mark upon my forehead. It is a symbol imposed by the main branch to control me, condemning me to a life devoid of true freedom. Uchiha Fong let out a faint sigh, his tone turning grave. In this world, what true freedom exists? Do you truly believe that those from the main family possess such liberty? Was your father's demise truly something the main family desired to witness? Hinata Niji clenched his teeth in anger, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Is it not so? Why did my father have to perish without reason? Is not all of this a consequence of the main family's actions? Uchiha Fong slightly furrowed his brows, and his tone grew serious. Calm yourself, young one. What you refer to as the caged bird is merely a seal imposed to protect the Byakugan of your Hyuga clan. Were it not for the existence of this seal, your clan would have faced annihilation long ago. Consider this. As the most talented member of the branch family, you harbor resentment towards the main house. This outcome is certainly not what the main house desires. Ultimately, who stands to gain from this situation? Do you not comprehend? Hyuga Niji was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with confusion. His tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed, and a hint of helplessness crept into his voice. I do not understand. Regardless, my father perished because of this matter. It is all the fault of the main house. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, his gaze piercing like a torch. He spoke slowly. The curse mark of a caged bird is not beyond redemption. Your father's demise does not signify his permanent departure. If resentment still lingers within your heart, what purpose does self-destruction serve? Remember, weakness is the gravest sin. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Niji felt an immediate surge of flames within him, his eyes sparkling with the light of hope. Is it truly possible to lift this mark? Does my father still possess the chance of revival? Is this genuine? Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a playful smile. Of course, it's possible, but with your current abilities, achieving that is nearly impossible. Can you accomplish it? Hinata Niji's voice resonated with urgency and anticipation. I certainly can, Uchiha Feng replied, exuding confidence. However, he soon shook his head slightly, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. But why should I undertake this task for you? If I assist you once, what happens next? If another loved one of yours encounters misfortune, will I be expected to intervene again? I can help you temporarily, but can I truly support you indefinitely? Only through your own strength can you attain the freedom you seek. Hinata Niji, filled with sincerity, gazed with eyes glimmering with desire and determination, as if his resolute belief found its finest expression at that moment. Please, teach me. Uchiha Feng's interest was piqued. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Oh, are you seeking to become my disciple? Hinata Niji responded without hesitation, his tone resolute and clear. Indeed. Please, teach me. It is worth noting that in the world of Naruto, the success rate of slaying one's master is a staggering 100%. Nonetheless, Uchiha Fong appeared unfazed by this notion. With a gentle smile, he replied in a relaxed manner, Very well. Starting tomorrow, at this time each evening, I shall await your arrival at the back mountains of Konoha. Chapter 34. Evolution Once More, Divinity. Uchiha Fong laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the vast training ground. Ha! Hyuga clan leader, how do you intend to express your gratitude for this? Hyuga Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, but soon he slowly retrieved an ancient ninjutsu scroll from his bosom. The scroll was adorned with intricate patterns and emanated a subtle aura. This contains the training methods for all the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. I now bestow it upon you, so that you may also impart it to that child, aiding him in his growth. Uchiha Kid furrowed his brows, the smile on his face gradually fading, and his tone turned serious. I have no desire for this item. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan must be used in conjunction with the Byakugan, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, I am utterly incapable of wielding it. Do you truly wish for me to labor in vain for your Hyuga clan? Hinata Hayashi pondered for a moment, a glimmer of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Then what is it that you truly seek? In Uchiha Feng's eyes glimmered a hint of cunning, and a sly smile played upon his lips. Money. I desire money. I want an abundance of it. Hinata Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly unprepared for such a demand. In the realm of Naruto, while wealth holds its significance, it pales in comparison to the importance of strength. Ninjas often aspire to power and status, viewing money merely as a tool for survival, sufficient only to sustain a basic existence. Take Konoha as an example. The housing prices are reasonable, the population is neither sparse nor excessive, and life is relatively uncomplicated. No ninja would exert themselves solely for the sake of wealth. for it is their prowess that they truly seek. Taking a deep breath to steady his astonishment, Hinata Hizashi inquired, "How much do you actually want?" "I require 120 billion ryo." Uchiha Fang's voice rang out like a thunderclap. Upon hearing this, Hinata Hizashi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly choking on his own astonishment. "What? 120 billion ryo? Are you jesting?" To him, such a figure seemed astronomical. "No, absolutely not." He hastily shook his head, his tone resolute yet anxious. Even the esteemed Hyuga clan could never possess such a fortune. Uchiha Fong sighed, his brow furrowed, and a hint of helplessness colored his tone. "Alas, Hyuga clan leader, you are well aware that our Uchiha clan has secluded itself from the world, no longer participating in the myriad tasks of Konohagakure. The once vibrant ninjas who served in the village have ceased their missions, exacerbating our clan's financial strain. Do you expect us, the Uchiha, to engage in menial labor and petty theft?" Hyuga Hizashi paused momentarily, his gaze deep in contemplation, before responding slowly, "I see. Given the predicament you face, I am willing to extend a helping hand and provide some financial assistance. However, 120 billion is an exorbitant sum that our Hyuga clan simply cannot bear. At most, I can assist you with 10 billion, which is the maximum I can offer. As for additional funding, I will need to consult with the clan and convene an elder council for further discussion." Uchiha Fong laughed heartily, his voice resonating with clarity and confidence. "Ha ha ha. Very well, I shall have my father discuss this matter with you in detail. As for the alliance, I believe it is indeed a possibility." Hinata Hizashi smiled gently, nodding in response. "Excellent. Then allow me to extend my early congratulations on the impending alliance of our two clans." At that moment, the foundation for the alliance between the Uchiha and Hinata clans was fundamentally established. The subsequent focus would be on conducting more profound negotiations. Yet this no longer concerned Uchiha Fong, who felt no need to intervene further. "Farewell, Hinata clan leader." He inclined his body slightly, his tone imbued with respect, and in an instant transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the night, leaving behind a serene ambience rich with contemplation. Upon returning home, Uchiha Fong felt a tinge of ennui and promptly opened the system panel to take a look. Name, Uchiha Fong. Bloodline limit, Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Amplification, Soul Flame in the left eye, Void in the right eye. Bloodline collection, Rinnegan, Rinnegan Pressure, Attraction, Repulsion, Innate Techniques of the Rinnegan. Planetary Devastation, Heavenly Obstruction, Six Paths Techniques, Space-Time Manipulation, Soul Link, Fate Reversal, Cycle of All Things. Special Bloodline, Blood of the Sage. Attributes, Yin, Yang, Fire. Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth. Evolution points, 6 points. In the heart of Uchiha Fong, an insatiable curiosity burned regarding the enigmatic transformation of chakra attributes. He softly murmured to himself, Yin, Yang, Fire, Water, Wind, Thunder, Earth. Each syllable resonated within him, stirring ripples of intrigue. He could not help but envision the astonishing outcomes that might arise from the evolution of these fundamental elements. His thoughts surged like a tempest, accompanied by a growing multitude of questions. Should I master these transformations, perhaps I could transcend my current limits and forge an entirely new power. He conversed with himself, his tone laced with anticipation yet tinged with hesitation. However, he mused, to attempt this might indeed be a squandered opportunity, for such chances do not come easily. After much contemplation, Uchiha Fong resolved to proceed, silently encouraging himself. Since that is the case, let me venture forth. Unforeseen rewards may await. He focused on evolution, directing it towards the Yin attribute. After all, the Uchiha clan primarily wielded spiritual power. In that moment, a terrifying and formidable wave of mental energy surged forth, instantly permeating his entire mind. The sensation was akin to a breathtaking metamorphosis and rebirth. Even the spiritual power of Uchiha Fong felt insignificant against this overwhelming force. Torn asunder and scattered in its wake, the intensity of shock reverberated through him, as if he were engulfed in an abyss of darkness, his very soul confronted by an unyielding pressure. This formidable mental energy astounded him, and he could not suppress the awe and reverence that welled within. Name, Uchiha Fong. Bloodline limit, Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Enhancement, left eye, Soul Flame, right eye, Void. Bloodline collection, 3 Tomo Rinnegan, Self-Evolving, Rinnegan Pressure, Attraction, Repulsion, Innate Techniques of Rinnegan, Planetary Devastation. Heavenly Altering Stars, 6 Paths Techniques, Time-Space Control, Soul Link, Fate Reversal, Cycles of Existence. Special Bloodline, Sin Bloodline, Divine Bloodline, Incomplete. Attributes, Yin, Yang, Fire, Water. Wind, Thunder, Earth. Divine nature, in God power. Sage techniques, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, body flicker technique. Fire release series sage techniques, water release series sage techniques, wind release series sage techniques, earth release series sage techniques, thunder release series sage techniques. Whirlpool clan sealing technique series. Special abilities, Nine-Tails Sage mode, initial, Rinnegan chakra mode. Origin spirit pet, Nine-Tails Sage fox juvenile. Evolution points, 5. Chapter 35, The Pain of Evolution. At this moment, Uchiha Fong felt a leap in his spiritual power, a tumult of complex emotions, excitement intertwined with fatigue, washed over him. As if an invisible force churned deep within his soul, leaving him utterly weakened. To his astonishment, such immense effects had manifested. He murmured in disbelief, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The in-God power and the three-tomo Rinnegan exhibited extraordinary potential at this juncture. Moreover, it seemed the Rinnegan was in a continuous state of self-evolution, as if responding to his innermost desires. He furrowed his brow, his thoughts wandering. Yet, this so-called divinity evidently required further research and exploration. Its mysteries were far more intricate than he had envisioned. Could his body truly be incapable of withstanding such a mental drain? At this moment, he felt utterly powerless, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. If the Yin power symbolizes spiritual strength, then does the Yang power represent physical prowess? He pondered, his thoughts flickering unpredictably. Nevertheless, he resolved, fortune favors the bold. He gritted his teeth and resolutely selected the Yang power option. Instantly, a searing pain radiated from within, as if every nerve were ablaze. The intense agony overwhelmed him, nearly robbing him of coherence. What is this madness? It hurts. He cried out in torment, his voice piercing the silence of the surroundings, echoing his profound suffering. Soon after, his skin began to ooze fine droplets of blood, the crimson liquid cascading like a gentle rain, transforming him into a ghastly figure, reminiscent of a specter emerging from the depths of hell. A harrowing blend of despair and pain enveloped him, as if an endless darkness was consuming him. He cried out, his voice resonating in the vast emptiness, articulating the unutterable despair and struggle within. Stop. Cease this evolution. It hurts. It hurts. Damn it. This wretched system. Do you even regard me as a person? At this moment, Uchiha Fong was engulfed in excruciating pain, the torment crashing upon him like relentless waves, rendering him almost voiceless. Yet, the fury within him erupted like a volcano, a tumult of rage and helplessness roiling in his heart. He desperately sought to escape this torment, but his body was ensnared by profound agony, as if every nerve were ablaze. How long must you torment me? He silently screamed, envisioning the sweet release of venting his frustrations upon that infuriating system. Yet, the unforgiving reality thrust him deeper into despair, leaving even the power of speech utterly drained. Lord Fong, what is wrong? Lord Fong. Uchiha Yenwu suddenly appeared by his side, her face etched with anxiety and unease. She had never witnessed Uchiha Fong in such torment, and a wave of fear surged within her. Before her stood Uchiha Fong, drenched in blood, the vivid crimson seeping through the tattered remnants of his clothing, evoking a chilling sensation akin to that of a torn scrap of paper. The perilous aura surrounding him was daunting. Yenwu instinctively took a step back, her heart racing with urgency. In this moment, Uchiha Fong was rendered voiceless, as if the agony had consumed any strength he had left to utter a sound. His face contorted in pain, his eyes reflecting profound suffering, suggesting that words had become utterly futile. Yenwu could only gaze helplessly at him, her heart wrenched as she felt powerless to offer assistance. Should she take him to the Konoha hospital? She pondered silently, only to dismiss the thought almost immediately. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi abruptly entered the room, his attention instantly captured by the atmosphere within. Upon seeing Uchiha Fong, his eyes widened in shock, a flicker of concern and alarm crossing his features. What has happened to my brother? Uchiha Itachi's voice trembled, as he struggled to suppress the anxiety brewing within him. Uchiha Yenwu shook his head helplessly, his brow furrowed, and his tone imbued with a sense of helplessness and unease. I do not know. Things have suddenly taken this turn. At that moment, Uchiha Fong managed to lift his head despite his face being smeared with blood. His gaze remained resolute. He struggled to utter a few words, his voice faint yet brimming with strength. Do not worry about me. Uchiha Itachi's expression was grave, and the anxiety within him could no longer be contained. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely declared, I shall seek Lady Tsunade. She is presently in Konoha. His tone carried a hint of urgency, as if time were quietly slipping through his fingers. With that, he turned without hesitation and swiftly made his way towards Konoha, his footsteps resonating distinctly in the tranquil night. Despite the profound darkness and the faint glimmer of the stars, for Uchiha Itachi, tracing the whereabouts of an individual was not a daunting task. He had kept a vigilant eye on Tsunade's movements, harboring a sense of certainty within himself. At that moment, outside the village of Konoha, Tsunade was preparing to depart with Shizen and a petite pet pig. The moonlight cascaded upon her golden locks, casting a gentle luminescence, while Shizen playfully engaged with the pet pig, creating an atmosphere of ease and warmth. However, just as they were about to set off, Uchiha Itachi appeared like a sudden gust of wind, abruptly obstructing their path. Tsunade paused momentarily, lifting her gaze to meet Uchiha Itachi's, her brows knitting slightly. "Oh, Uchiha Itachi? What brings you here? You are aware that my medication has yet to be perfected. Once it is, I shall undoubtedly return to Konoha." Itachi Uchiha fervently shook his head, his voice laden with profound anxiety. "Lady Tsunade, time is of the essence. My brother's condition is exceedingly critical. I implore you to attend to him. I beg of you." As he spoke, he resolutely knelt, his gaze unwavering and earnest, conveying an unshakable determination. "If you refuse to go, I shall not depart." Tsunade's expression shifted, a sense of urgency gripping her heart. She then inquired, Little Fuko is in dire straits? Are you jesting? With his strength and physical condition, it is utterly inconceivable for him to be subdued. Surely, you must be jesting with me?" A flicker of despair and anguish crossed Uchiha Itachi's gaze. "Lady Tsunade, there is truly no time for explanation. My brother, he is on the brink of collapse." His voice trembled, as if this utterance bore the weight of infinite sorrow. In response, Shizen furrowed her brow slightly and spoke, "Lady Tsunade, perhaps it would be prudent for you to take a look. After all, should an unfortunate event transpire, it would be a shame given your acquaintance." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, a hint of skepticism gracing her expression. Her tone laced with a touch of resignation as she muttered, "Very well. I shall go and see. Honestly, I am unaware of what keeps me occupied each day. Yet trouble seems to find its way to me." Chapter 36. The Divine Body. Shortly thereafter, when Tsunade beheld Uchiha Kid's condition, she was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Uchiha Kid was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid cascading over him as though a brutal battle had just concluded. Tsunade's heart seized with alarm, her complexion turning an ashen hue. It is worth noting that Tsunade suffers from severe hemophobia. Any sight of blood sends her into a state of suffocation and dread. Her hands trembled involuntarily, her eyes shimmering with disbelief, her face a canvas of shock and unease. "How could this be?" Tsunade stammered, her voice quaking, as if even breathing had become a challenge. In that instant, confronted with such a gruesome scene, her heart roiled like turbulent waves, overwhelming her with waves of anxiety and terror. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze filled with concern as he turned to Tsunade and softly inquired, "Lady Tsunade, what troubles you?" With a grave expression, Shizen slowly replied, "Lady Tsunade suffers from a severe hemophobia." Panic gripped Uchiha Itachi's heart as he contemplated the dire situation. His mind raced with various potential solutions, yet as he observed Tsunade's pale complexion and her helpless demeanor, his thoughts became increasingly chaotic, leaving him at a loss for an appropriate course of action to address the looming crisis. Witnessing his brother's harrowing state, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within Uchiha Itachi. As Uchiha Kid let out a final, heart-wrenching scream, his body succumbed to exhaustion, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. "Brother!" Uchiha Itachi's heart twisted in agony as he rushed forward, cautiously cradling Kid's body, as if fearing that a moment's carelessness might cause further harm. He swiftly laid Kid upon the bed, his face a canvas of anxiety and unease. At that moment, Shizen approached, her tone calm yet imbued with urgency. "Hurry and wash him. The bloodstains must not remain." Her gaze swept over Uchiha Kid, clearly tinged with compassion. Itachi Uchiha nodded, silently vowing to protect his brother. "Understood." He swiftly turned and dashed towards the bathroom. The following morning, in the hospital ward of Konoha, soft light filtered through the curtains, gently illuminating a corner of the room. On the bed, Uchiha Kid lay quietly, his complexion pale, lost in an endless slumber. Beside him, Tsunade appeared focused, her brow slightly furrowed as if pondering something of great significance. Suddenly, an enchanting fragrance wafted into her nostrils, causing her to halt her actions. What is this scent?" Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. The aroma was reminiscent of flowers in the morning light, invigorating and seemingly beckoning her to savor it. Unconsciously, she followed the scent's source, her gaze landing on Uchiha Kid, where she was astonished to discover that this delightful fragrance emanated from him. "This is delightful." Tsunade's eyes sparkled with surprise, her tongue instinctively darting out to moisten her lips. while her stomach emitted a faint protest, reminding her that it was time to eat. Her heart raced, the elevation of her chest rising and falling with excited breaths as reason gradually succumbed to impulse. Unable to contain herself any longer, she suddenly leaped onto the hospital bed, leaning close to Uchiha Itachi's neck. Her lips brushed against his smooth skin, and she couldn't resist tasting it, marveling internally. So fragrant! So fragrant! I wish to bite. In that instant, desire completely triumphed over reason, and Tsunade nearly lost herself, her eyes glimmering with fervor. Without restraint, she bit down. So sweet, more delicious than any beverage. An exhilarating rush surged within Tsunade, as if the entire world blossomed upon her tongue at that moment. She reveled in this forbidden ecstasy, her body curled against the unconscious Uchiha Itachi, her lips pressed tightly to his neck, lingering in the intoxicating sweetness. At that moment, Shizen suddenly pushed the door open, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lady Tsunade, what are you doing? Her voice was filled with shock and confusion. Tsunade was immediately jolted back to reality by this call, realizing how shameful her actions had been. She hurriedly jumped off Uchiha Itachi, her cheeks slightly flushed, silently grateful that no one had seen a more embarrassing scenario. Haha, it's nothing. Just pretend you didn't see anything. This matter must not be disclosed, understood? Tsunade feigned calmness, her tone laced with jest, though her eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. At that moment, the spot where Uchiha Itachi had been bitten seemed to undergo a miraculous recovery, leaving no trace behind. Shizen replied softly, understood, Lady Tsunade. I want to speak of this. However, Tsunade had a faint trace of crimson blood at the corner of her mouth, which appeared particularly conspicuous. Shizen noticed this and quickly pointed it out, her expression revealing concern. Lady Tsunade, your mouth, yet Tsunade paid no heed. Instead, elegantly extending her tongue to lick away the bloodstain. Her expression conveyed a sense of indulgence, as if she were savoring the moment, treating it not merely as a trace of blood, but as a particularly thirst-quenching elixir. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes. His vision gradually shifting from blurred to clear, his gaze fixated on the white ceiling, a sense of confusion washing over him. A wave of dizziness enveloped him as he struggled to recall the events leading to this moment, only to feel a heaviness in his head. What happened to me? Why do I feel so dizzy? Tsunade, standing nearby, couldn't help but break into an awkward yet teasing smile upon seeing him awake. She softly remarked, Little kid, you really had me worried. You were on the brink of death, and it was I who pulled you back from the edge. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Uchiha Phone was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure and made an effort to sit up. Despite feeling weak, he gazed earnestly at Tsunade and sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Lady Tsunade. A warm surge of emotion welled up within him, although his words were simple. They were imbued with profound appreciation. He then swiftly turned his attention to the system panel. Name, Uchiha Phone. Bloodline limit, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Enhancement. Left eye, Soul Flame. Right eye, Void. Bloodline compilation, 3 Tomo Rinnegan, Self-Evolving, Rinnegan Pressure, Gravitational Force, Repulsive Force, Innate Rinnegan Techniques, Planetary Devastation, Heavenly Disruption, 6 Path Sage Techniques, Time-Space Manipulation, Soul Link. Fate Reversal, Cycle of All Things. Special Bloodline, Sage Bloodline, Divine Bloodline, Incomplete. Attributes, Yin, Yang, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth. Divine Essence, Yin Divine Power, Yang Divine Power. Divine Body, First Stage. Sage Techniques, Shadow Clone Technique, Transformation Technique, Substitution Technique, Body Flicker Technique. Fire Release Series Sage Techniques, Water Release Series Sage Techniques, Wind Release Series Sage Techniques, Earth Release Series Sage Techniques, Lightning Release Series Sage Techniques. Uzumaki Clan Sealing Techniques Series. Special Abilities, Nine-Tails Sage Mode, Early Stage, Rinnegan Chakra Mode. Origin Spirit Pet, Nine-Tails Sage Fox, Juvenile. Evolution Points, for points. Chapter 37, Farewell. Teaching Niji. Uchiha Itachi weakly propped himself up, his gaze drifting to the clock on the wall, its hands indicating noon. A sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed he had not been unconscious for too long. Wait a moment, kid. Tsunade's voice shattered his brief moment of respite. Yes? What is it, Lady Tsunade? Uchiha Itachi turned his head, striving to maintain a calm tone, though the unease within him was palpable. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly and spoke earnestly. There are some concerns regarding your health. I have decided to return to Konoha every month to conduct blood tests on you. Do you understand? What could possibly be wrong with my body? Uchiha Itachi gasped in disbelief. After all, His strength had ascended to unimaginable heights. He had evolved to a divine physique, although he remained largely ignorant of its specific capabilities. Nevertheless, he firmly believed there could be no issues. Tsunade's tone grew more resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Enough. I am a doctor, and you must heed my words. There is no room for dissent. Her eyes sparkled with a professional intensity, underscoring that this was not a mere whim, but a decision born out of genuine concern for his well-being. Uchiha Fong fell into a momentary silence, his heart entwined with doubts and unease. Ultimately, he could only nod slightly, conceding, very well, I shall do as you say. It is merely a matter of drawing blood, is it not? Tsunade smiled faintly, a glimmer of cunning triumph sparkling in her eyes, and then, in a relaxed tone, she remarked, all right, Shizen and I are about to depart from Konoha. Uchiha Fong nodded slightly, his gaze revealing a tinge of complex emotions. I understand. But do you truly have no intention of eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen? His words carried a hint of concern. Tsunade shook her head, the smile on her face gradually fading, replaced by a contemplative expression. Never mind, killing him would be futile, and I do not believe I could defeat him at this moment. Her voice bore a touch of resignation, as if she felt a pang of disappointment regarding her own strength. At that moment, a scroll suddenly appeared in Uchiha Feng's hand, as if conjured by magic, and he swiftly tossed it towards Tsunade. This contains all the information I possess about you, as well as certain matters you may be unaware of. I hope you will take a good look at it. His tone was earnest, suggesting that the scroll held significant secrets. Tsunade accepted the scroll, a myriad of thoughts surging within her, yet she maintained her composure, waving her hand dismissively. Let us go. We shall meet again. Don't forget to draw blood. It is quite important. Her words were laced with a hint of jest, seemingly to lighten the impending farewell. Ino displayed a shy smile, slightly bowing to Uchiha Fong. I must take my leave as well. Watching the two figures gradually recede, Uchiha Fong sighed softly, murmuring to himself. Am I still in debt to others? I wonder if this scroll can assist you. Time flowed quietly, and the night gradually descended, the stars twinkling softly upon the tranquil hills of Konoha. The air in the mountains was infused with a subtle fragrance of grass and trees, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects, breaking the night stillness. At that moment, Hyuga Neji had been patiently waiting there for quite some time, his petite figure standing tall, eyes resolute, embodying the pride of the Hyuga clan. Just then, a familiar silhouette approached, and Uchiha Feng's voice carried a note of surprise. Oh, Neji, you arrived so early? His tone was imbued with admiration, as if he were praising Neji's seriousness and determination. Neji bowed slightly, respect gleaming in his eyes, and replied earnestly, Master. Uchiha Fong gradually produced the scroll of the Hyuga clan and gently presented it before Neji, his tone imbued with a hint of solemnity. This contains the comprehensive methods for mastering the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. He paused momentarily, his gaze fixed intently on Neji, and continued, Go forth. Master these techniques in their entirety, only then shall I impart to you more profound skills. His voice was resolute and commanding. I have allotted you a year's time. Should you fail to complete your training in all aspects of the gentle fist within this period, you shall forfeit your right to learn the subsequent teachings. Neji nodded earnestly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. I understand, Master. I shall complete this training within the year and will not disappoint your expectations. Uchiha Fong slowly settled onto the ground, his gaze gentle yet profound. He smiled at Neji and said, Neji, come and sit for a moment. Today, I wish to discuss some matters of a different nature. Neji hesitated slightly, but eventually nodded, approaching Feng's side and taking a seat. With a serious expression, he inquired, Master, what is it that you wish to discuss? Aren't we going to train today? Uchiha Fong gently shook his head, a hint of relief evident in his tone. It is rather late now, and practicing physical techniques is not suitable. Those gentle punches can be practiced by yourself when you return home during the day. Neji furrowed his brow, a sense of confusion stirring within him as he inquired, What shall we do now? Uchiha Fong gazed at him, his expression growing increasingly solemn. I wish to pose a question to you. What do you believe you are? Neji paused for a moment, then, with an air of certainty, replied, I am Neji of the Hyuga clan. I am a human. What is there to question? Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, seemingly unsatisfied with the answer. Have you ever pondered how humanity came to be? How are our internal organs formed? What do our eyes, nose, mouth, ears, hair, and body truly signify? Neji, upon hearing this, shook his head, a hint of confusion etched upon his face. I do not know. What significance do these things hold? Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, his gaze profound, as if contemplating something. Let us consider this issue from a different perspective. We are all human, possessing the same anatomical structure, one head, two shoulders. Do you truly believe that you and I are identical? Niji's eyes widened in an instant, his mind a tumult of confusion, murmuring, identical or not identical? Uchiha patiently awaited, and then spoke slowly, his tone imbued with a touch of gentleness. Very well, allow me to elucidate. Biologically speaking, we are undoubtedly the same. We are both human, possessing 2 hands and 2 legs. However, Niji shook his head, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. No, we are not the same. You are far more powerful. You are a formidable force, while I merely exist as a feeble being. How can that be considered the same? Uchiha pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, no, every individual is born vulnerable, with little distinction among them. Yet, why do some individuals rise to become formidable forces during their development, while others languish in mediocrity? Niji smiled faintly, a glimmer of enlightenment shining in his eyes. This is precisely due to the disparities in innate talent. Although a clan endowed with a bloodline limit and an ordinary civilian family may appear indistinguishable at birth, as time unfolds, their potential and capabilities gradually manifest. Those who possess a bloodline limit can harness greater power, transcending the ordinary, whereas civilians often find themselves traversing a mundane existence, unable to showcase their inherent potential. Chapter 38. Genes, Evolution, Possibilities. Uchiha smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of wisdom. Niji, you are quite astute. Therefore, I wish to inquire of you, what is the origin of the bloodline limit? Why is it that in this world, although we are all human, some possess the ability to awaken their bloodline limits while others do not? Niji furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat perplexed. Master, I do not fully comprehend. Please enlighten me. Uchiha expression grew solemn as he spoke slowly. The root of everything can be traced back to genetics. Genetics? Niji echoed this unfamiliar term, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Sensei, what exactly is genetics? Uchiha took a deep breath, preparing to impart the fruits of his years of research to his disciple. Genes are an exceedingly mysterious and intricate entity. According to my studies over the years, genes are not merely the foundation of an individual, they also embody his causal relationships. The character symbolizes a person's foundation, encompassing the lineage and traditions of their family, whereas signifies the cycles of cause and effect that a person experiences, influencing their fate and choices. Niji, feeling bewildered, found his mind awash with countless questions, his heart brimming with confusion. Master, I still find it somewhat difficult to grasp. What do foundation and causality truly signify? Uchiha gazed at Niji's perplexed countenance and offered a gentle smile, patiently elucidating. Envision, if you will, the foundation as akin to the roots of a tree, determining the direction of its growth and the vigor it exhibits. In contrast, the causal relationships are represented by the leaves and fruits, which, after enduring the trials of tempest and sunlight, culminate in the fruits that symbolize a person's life experiences and achievements. The bloodline limit is a unique manifestation of genetics, intertwining the legacy of the family, the individual's latent potential, and the possibilities of the future. Niji furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat bewildered. Teacher, he inquired, these theories seem exceedingly intricate. I still find myself struggling to comprehend. Uchiha gently shook his head, his gaze warm yet resolute. It is perfectly acceptable not to understand at this moment. The essence of what I wish to convey is that genes are an aspect of our being that we cannot choose at birth. However, through diligent effort, we can elevate ourselves and even achieve a degree of genetic evolution. This notion harbors a certain potential, albeit I possess no concrete evidence. It remains merely a conjecture of mine. He paused briefly, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing. For instance, some individuals, through rigorous training, can master the transformations of chakra attributes, and even merge 2 distinct chakras into a completely new attribute. This is the process of creating a bloodline limit. Such a bloodline limit becomes indelibly imprinted within your genetic makeup, thereby allowing your descendants the possibility of awakening this very bloodline limit. Upon hearing this, Niji appeared enlightened, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun, and a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. So, what you are suggesting is that I should strive to train diligently, alter my attributes, and thereby forge a more formidable bloodline limit. Is that correct? Uchiha gently shook his head, his tone resolute yet gentle. Your situation is unique. I aspire to guide you towards a different path, yet the pursuit of integrating new bloodlines cannot be overlooked. It is imperative to enhance your overall strength. Niji appeared somewhat perplexed, furrowing his brow as he quietly inquired, Master, How should I begin? Uchiha Phone paused for a moment, as if contemplating something of great significance, before slowly speaking. Your Byakugan may possess an even higher form. I hope you can delve into this direction and meditate to strengthen your mental prowess. Within Niji's heart, a tumult of emotions surged as he incredulously replied, the Byakugan has a higher form? How can that be? I have never heard of such a thing. Uchiha Phone let out a faint sigh, his tone imbued with a hint of determination. In conclusion, within this year, you must complete the mastery of all the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. Additionally, I recommend that you engage in meditation during this period to enhance your mental fortitude. Niji's eyes glimmered with respect as he nodded earnestly. I understand, Master. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly and strive to meet your expectations. Uchiha Phone smiled gently, his gaze softening. Well then, let us conclude today's lesson. You may return now. And do remember to thoroughly digest the material I have imparted. Niji rose to his feet, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future, and with a respectful bow. He replied, Teacher, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned away, silently vowing to live up to the high expectations placed upon him. Before long, the chilling and sinister voice of Orochimaru echoed around them, laced with a hint of intrigue. How astonishing! Phone-kun. I am utterly amazed by the depth of your research in this area. Uchiha Phone was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. His gaze piercing. Since you have arrived, why hide? Please reveal yourself, Uncle Snake. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling aura surged through the air, accompanied by a faint rustling sound, as Orochimaru gradually materialized. Clad in a long robe adorned with red clouds on a black background, emblematic of the Akatsuki organization, he appeared like a specter in the night, instilling a sense of dread. Uchiha Phone furrowed his brow slightly, pondering to himself, when did he actually join the Akatsuki? With that thought, he fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru, his tone laced with a hint of discontent. You have joined the Akatsuki? When did this transpire? A sly smile curled at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth, his voice deep and resonant. Phone-kun, the specifics are inconsequential. I have stumbled upon something exceedingly intriguing that may truly broaden your horizons. His words were imbued with an air of mystery, seemingly concealing countless secrets that ignited an irresistible urge to delve deeper. Uchiha Phone smiled faintly, a glimmer of playful intrigue dancing in his eyes. Orochimaru, there are few things that pique your curiosity. Pray tell, what is it that excites you so? A mysterious smile crept across Orochimaru's lips, his gaze ignited with fervor. I have discovered that the leader of the Akatsuki possesses the legendary Sage's Eye. Ha ha ha, this is simply too fascinating. The Sage's Eye? Uchiha Phone paused, momentarily taken aback. Lost in contemplation. Are you referring to the Rinnegan? Is that what you mean? With that, his expression shifted dramatically, the contours of the Rinnegan emerging within his pupils, accompanied by a subtle yet palpable aura of pressure that seemed to make the very air quiver. Orochimaru's pupils widened in disbelief, cold sweat breaking out across his brow as he stammered. This. How can this be? Phone-kun, you possess the legendary Sage's Eye. A tumultuous wave of shock surged within him as he gazed incredulously at the young Uchiha Phone, perceiving not merely a boy before him, but an embodiment of the legendary, formidable sage. At this moment, Uchiha Phone's system panel was nothing short of extraordinary. Name, Uchiha Phone. Bloodline limit, Eternal Meijiki Sharingan enhancement, Soul Flame in the left eye. Void in the right. Bloodline compilation, 3 Tomo Rinnegan, self-evolving. Rinnegan pressure, attraction, repulsion, innate Rinnegan techniques, planetary devastation, heavenly disruption, 6-path sage techniques, space-time manipulation, soul link. Destiny reversal, cycle of all phenomena. Special bloodline, sage bloodline, divine bloodline fragment. Attributes, yin, yang, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth. Divine powers, yin god power, yang god power. Divine body, first stage. Sage techniques, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, body flicker technique. Fire release series sage techniques, water release series sage techniques, wind release series sage techniques, earth release series sage techniques, lightning release series sage techniques. Whirlpool clan sealing technique series. Special abilities, Nine-Tails Sage mode, initial, Rinnegan chakra mode. Origin spirit pet, Nine-Tails Sage Fox juvenile. Evolution points, 4. Chapter 39, Evolving Shadow Clones. External manifestations. Uchiha Phone smiled faintly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Orochimaru. Are you surprised, Uncle Snake? Orochimaru, taken aback, could barely articulate his thoughts, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. This is the legendary Sage Eye. How on earth did you come by it? Uchiha Fong shrugged slightly, his tone calm and self-assured. Evolution, simply put, is the evolution of genes. Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly fervent, almost unable to contain his eagerness as he pressed on. Evolution? Genes? You have truly accomplished it. What is the process like? The smile on Uchiha Feng's face remained intact, yet he understood that the secrets of the divine evolution system must never be divulged to Orochimaru. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of mystery and slowly spoke. Do you truly wish to know? Regrettably, the Umbu have already discovered your presence and are en route. Orochimaru paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, before he chose to retreat. His tone was nonchalant, yet tinged with a hint of anticipation, as he hoped that during their next encounter, Feng would regale him with the intricate details. As his words hung in the air, he vanished in a blur of body flicker technique, leaving behind a gentle whisper of wind. Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, which then transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing instantaneously into the night. It was merely a shadow clone. At home, Uchiha Feng sat cross-legged in meditation, his entire being radiating a subtle aura of Senjutsu chakra. The Divine Evolution System panel, omitted. The technique of shadow clone has become inadequate for my needs. Its duration is simply too brief. Uchiha Feng pondered internally, realizing that he still possessed 4 evolution points. Thus, he might as well directly evolve the shadow clone technique. According to the principles of the Divine Evolution System, he might be able to create a more formidable clone. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into Uchiha Feng's mind. Fortunately, at this moment, his mental strength was immensely powerful. Had it been in the past, with his frail mental state, he would have likely been overwhelmed by this deluge of information, ultimately losing his sanity and becoming an ignorant fool. At this moment, he could feel as if countless beams of light intertwined within his mind, a complex tapestry of information swirling in his consciousness, bringing waves of sharp pain, yet also igniting a profound awakening and desire deep within his heart. Name, Uchiha Feng. Bloodline limit, Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Amplification, Left Eye, Soul Flame, Right Eye, Void. Bloodline, 3 Tomo Rinnegan, in Self-Evolution, Rinnegan Pressure, Attraction, Repulsion, Innate Rinnegan Techniques, Planetary Devastation, Heavenly Disruption, 6 Path Sage Techniques, Time-Space Manipulation, Soul Link, Fate Reversal. Cycle of All Things. Special Bloodlines, Sage Bloodline, Divine Bloodline Fragment. Attributes, Yin, Yang, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth. Divine Powers, Yin God Power, Yang God Power. Divine Body, Stage 1. Techniques, Sage Transformation Technique, Substitute Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Fire Release Series Sage Techniques, Water Release Series Sage Techniques, Wind Release Series Sage Techniques, Earth Release Series Sage Techniques, Lightning Release Series Sage Techniques, Uzumaki Clan Sealing Technique Series. Special Abilities, Nine-Tails Sage Mode, Initial, Rinnegan Chakra Mode. Origin Spirit Pet, Nine-Tails Sage Fox, Juvenile. External Avatar, None. Evolution Points, 3. Uchiha Feng expressed his excitement, muttering to himself. It is truly an external manifestation. The concept of an external manifestation transcends mere shadow clones. It embodies a more profound and enigmatic ability. This capability enables the practitioner to create an entity that appears independent of their physical form, yet remains intricately connected to the user's consciousness. This manifestation not only possesses the freedom to move, but can also cultivate itself, transmitting the acquired energy back to the original body like a gentle stream. Furthermore, this avatar carries the user's emotions and will, functioning as a superlative puppet, perpetually under the absolute control of the original, devoid of any betrayal as depicted in certain fantastical narratives. At the moment of the avatar's inception, a subtle resonance emerges between the user's consciousness and the manifestation. Every sensation experienced by the avatar, every whisper of the wind or rustle of grass, is relayed back to the original through an enigmatic link, forming an invisible bridge between the two. The avatar can survey distant environments, transmitting all observed realities back to the original. Imagine standing atop a lofty mountain, the avatar soaring through the vast expanse, dancing with the wind, surveying the myriad scenes below, while the original remains safely concealed in a secluded spot among the mountains. However, this extraordinary ability does not come without its costs. The existence of the avatar demands the expenditure of the user's soul and mental energy, and excessive use can lead to the weakening of the original. More troubling is the risk that should the avatar suffer severe damage, the original will endure intense pain in both spirit and soul. Thus, Mastering the technique of external manifestation requires not only formidable willpower, but also a careful balance between power and risk. Akin to dancing on the edge of a precipice where a moment's carelessness could lead to a catastrophic fall. The most crucial aspect of this ability is the avatar's exquisite capacity to return to the original instantaneously, regardless of distance. When the original no longer requires the avatar's assistance, it can be effortlessly retracted, allowing for complete control over the situation. This not only alleviates concerns of excessive mental energy depletion, but also provides an element of surprise during combat. Truly remarkable. Yet, this ability does have its shortcomings. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow, contemplating the potential drawbacks of this skill. Well, I shall first attempt it. He privately encouraged himself, a flicker of anticipation crossing his mind. Closing his eyes, Uchiha Fong took a deep breath, focusing intently on conjuring his external manifestation. The air around him seemed to quiver with his intent. And as his concentration deepened, a warm energy surged within him, gradually coalescing into an ethereal figure. Chapter 40. Sasuke and Naruto. The following day, in the Hidden Sound Village. In the dim, damp underground, Orochimaru's laboratory exuded an uncanny aura, surrounded by an array of complex experimental apparatuses and peculiar specimens. Orochimaru stood beside a device flickering with a faint glow, his expression one of astonishment, his voice laced with disbelief. "Fong-kun, you truly intend to join Akatsuki?" Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering. "Indeed, this is merely a clone of mine, which I utilized to infiltrate Akatsuki." Orochimaru furrowed his brow, a glimmer of confusion flickering in his eyes. "A clone? This is inconceivable. I have not detected any fluctuation in your chakra at all." Uchiha Fong gently shook his head, his expression calm and composed. "This is a special technique of shadow clone that I have mastered, distinctly different from ordinary clones." A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, quickly followed by a contemplative look. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is renowned for its ability to grasp such profound ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fang's true self sat at his desk at home, engrossed in writing something, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered over intricate matters. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow throughout the room. "How terribly dull. Who can accompany me for a proper match?" he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with a mix of resignation and anticipation. "If only I could unseal Kagaya right now." He sighed softly, his thoughts drifting, the overwhelming solitude of invincibility becoming increasingly pronounced. Truly, invincibility is a lonely existence. He shook his head, seemingly attempting to dispel the gloom that clouded his mind. Just then, a youthful voice rang out from outside the door, clear and bright. "Brother! Brother!" It was his younger sibling, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi smiled upon hearing the voice, setting down the pen in his hand and turning around, his eyes shimmering with a gentle light. It's Sasuke. Come on in, little one." At this moment, Sasuke was merely 3 years old, still far from the age to attend the ninja academy. However, through the rigorous training of Uchiha Itachi and the attentive guidance of his older brother, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke had already mastered numerous fundamental techniques. Brother, come practice shuriken with me," young Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes glistening with eager anticipation. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly and mischievously suggested, Little Sasuke, today let us forego practicing shuriken techniques and instead indulge in a game of rock, paper, scissors, shall we?" Sasuke immediately shook his head, a look of displeasure etched upon his face. No, I have never won at rock, paper, scissors. I wish to claim victory just once." Uchiha Itachi could not help but chuckle, his eyes brimming with affection. If that's the case, how about I find you a playmate, little Sasuke?" he said. Young Sasuke, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquired, "Really? Who is it?" Uchiha Fang's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "You shall find out shortly." Before long, they arrived at the bustling streets of Konoha, at Naruto's home. Uchiha Fong exclaimed loudly, "Naruto, come out quickly." Brother Fong, it's you." Naruto suddenly burst forth from the restroom, a radiant smile gracing his face. With his spiky yellow hair and petite stature, he appeared both mischievous and endearing, resembling a golden orb basking in the sunlight. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Fong inquired with concern, "Naruto, what seems to be the matter?" Naruto, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and a faint blush appeared on his cheeks. I'm not quite sure what is happening today, but my stomach has been feeling quite uncomfortable, and I've been experiencing frequent bouts of diarrhea." Uchiha Fong approached the table, his gaze fixed upon a container of expired milk. The clearly visible date on the box tightened his heart, for it was evident that the milk had only recently been opened. with a resigned shake of his head. Uchiha Fong pondered to himself that this little one's stomach discomfort was likely due to consuming this spoiled milk. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that Naruto, being the son of the fourth Hokage, a hero in his own right, should never have had to resort to drinking expired milk. It was nothing short of a desecration of legend, an affront to the very essence of a hero's progeny. Uchiha Fong offered a subtle smile, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. Naruto, how about moving in with me? Your place is rather cramped, and I can teach you ninjutsu. Plus, at Ichiraku Ramen, you can indulge to your heart's content. Upon hearing these words, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he envisioned boundless delicacies and thrilling adventures. Really? Unlimited Ichiraku Ramen? Uchiha Fong nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course, there will be plenty. Naruto, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt into the air, raising his hands above his head as he exuberantly exclaimed, "Yay! Yay! Yay! This is fantastic!" His laughter rang out like a clear bell, reverberating through the air, as if even the surrounding sunlight brightened in response to his joy. At that moment, several Umbu members suddenly appeared before Uchiha Fong, sternly obstructing his path. "You cannot take the Jinchuriki," one of the Umbu stated coldly, his eyes glinting with caution. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow, fury surging within him. What nonsense about being a Jinchuriki? This is the child of my Aunt Kushina. He is not the tool you speak of, he vehemently countered, his voice laden with desperation and indignation. He has a name. He is Naruto Uzumaki. Get out of my way. Uchiha Fong roared, and in an instant, he sprang into action, his form resembling a flash of lightning, infused with a formidable chakra. Several Umbu, caught off guard, were sent flying by his strike, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth as they clutched their abdomens, unable to rise again. Uchiha Fong gazed down upon several members of the Umbu, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding an intangible aura of intimidation. His voice, low and frigid, seemed capable of freezing the very air around him. "Remember, I am Uchiha Fong. Should you take issue with this, feel free to seek me out at the Uchiha clan. I am always available. You may even have the third Hokage come directly to me." Within the warmth of Uchiha Fong's home, imbued with the fragrance of wood, sunlight poured through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto sat upon the tatami in the living room, exchanging glances that revealed an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The expressions on their youthful faces were tinged with confusion, as though they glimpsed lost memories reflected in one another. A sense of kinship, reminiscent of a shared destiny, surged within their hearts, intertwining their paths as if fate had long conspired to bring them together. "Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I look forward to your guidance," Sasuke declared, raising his chin slightly, his voice imbued with a blend of determination and seriousness, though a hint of nervousness lingered within him. Observing this, Naruto felt a swell of enthusiasm and promptly mirrored Sasuke's demeanor, exclaiming, "Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I eagerly anticipate your guidance." His voice rang clear and bright, igniting a spark of vitality within the tranquil home. The two shared a smile, and in that moment, their inner world seemed illuminated, as if the adventures awaiting them were calling, beckoning them to explore together. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow slightly, pondering to himself, could this be the legacy of Indra and Ashura? These two appear remarkably attuned to one another's existence. Observing their interaction, he sensed that this affinity was not mere coincidence, but rather stemmed from deeper connections and origins. Chapter 41. A year of ambiguity. With Tsunade, a year flowed by slowly, resembling a tranquil river that silently carried away the fragments of the past. Throughout this time, Uchiha Fong consistently accompanied Sasuke and Naruto during the day. As night fell, he would quietly retreat to the back mountains of Konoha, patiently guiding Hyuga as he endeavored to surpass his own limits. During moments of leisure, Fong also endeavored to enrich himself, delving into various ninjutsu, particularly the wood release and dust release, yearning to uncover further possibilities within the realm of ninjas. Fortuitously, through relentless effort, he successfully merged wood release with dust release, a wave of accomplishment and joy swelling within him. However, the most unexpected aspect of this year was Tsunade's frequent visits. She would appear at regular intervals to draw his blood, a process to which Fong had long since grown accustomed. In fact, over the course of the year, she had drawn his blood more than 20 times, despite their initial agreement of once a month. Recently, her visits had intensified, leading to a gradual deepening of the bond and understanding between Fong and Tsunade. Tsunade, this woman, was commanding, fierce, and Sundra, her impressive physique leaving a lasting impression. She could undoubtedly be considered the most prominent figure in the Hokage's lineage, unmatched in the ninja world. Whenever Feng thought of her, a complex array of emotions surged within him, encompassing both regret and an indescribable allure. One day, within the confines of Uchiha Feng's home, Tsunade once again sought him out. Uchiha Feng could not help but curl his lip in exasperation, a look of resignation plastered across his face. Surely, it wouldn't involve a blood draw again, would it? I say, old woman, my health is impeccable at the moment. There is absolutely no necessity for a blood test. His tone carried a hint of mockery, seemingly unfazed by her esteemed status. You little brat, what did you just call me? Tsunade's expression instantly darkened. Her brows knitted tightly in ire, nearly compelled to deliver a punch. I am here to deliver your medication. It is for treating your brother's blood disease. If you refuse it, then I shall take my leave without further ado. Wait. Uchiha Feng immediately adopted a fawning demeanor, urgency flickering in his eyes. Tsunade-sensei, please. Do leave the medicine. I absolutely require it. Tsunade's gaze suddenly narrowed, her eyes piercing as she scrutinized Uchiha Feng with an intensity that bespoke seriousness. I can indeed provide you with this medicine, but you must understand that the course of treatment is not a brief one. It requires a continuous intake over a decade to completely eradicate the blood disease. Uchiha Feng furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat perplexed. Oh, what does this mean? Tsunade patiently elucidated. In simple terms, this potion must be taken once a month for the next decade. Throughout this 10-year span, its effects will continuously suppress the symptoms of the bloodline disease. It is only after this full decade that the affliction may potentially be eradicated. However, I must caution you that this 10-year timeline is merely an estimation based on my past experiences. The actual duration may vary. It could take as little as 7 or 8 years to eliminate the disease, or it might extend to 11, 12 years, or even longer. The specifics will ultimately depend on your brother's constitution. Uchiha Feng let out a faint sigh, lifting his gaze towards Tsunade. His tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Very well. I understand. Please hand me the medicine. A subtle smile graced the corners of Tsunade's lips as she extended her hand to offer him the vial. It was an exquisite little bottle, through which the 12 neatly arranged pills were visible, reflecting the significance she placed on this matter, as it represented a year's worth of medication. She gently licked her lips, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes, as if she were contemplating something. Little Feng, do you recall the 3 requests I mentioned earlier? Uchiha Kid was momentarily taken aback, a hint of perplexity gracing his features. Of course I remember. What is it? Do you have something to say? Tsunade replied with a subtle smile, her gaze resolute and profound, her tone earnest. Indeed, I wish to make my first request. Allow me to bite you. And you must not push me away. Uchiha Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a sense of bewilderment. You want me to bite you? That sounds like a jest. What does that even mean? Tsunade's smile held a hint of mischief as she earnestly replied, Listen closely, Uchiha Feng. From this moment onward, you must unconditionally allow me to bite you, regardless of the frequency or duration, with no possibility of refusal. This is a permanent decree. A bite? Are you serious? Uchiha Feng furrowed his brow, pondering to himself what this woman could possibly be thinking. Is she out of her mind? Yet, Tsunade remained unfazed, her gaze resolute. Will you agree or not? Uchiha Feng helplessly waved his hand, a flicker of a smile playing on his lips. Fine. I shall acquiesce. He conceded, feeling the weight of her gaze upon him, as if escape were an impossibility. At that moment, Tsunade gradually approached Uchiha Feng, her steps light yet resolute, each stride seemingly weaving an atmosphere of tension. Her gaze was intense and fervent, as though an invisible force was drawing them closer together. Suddenly, without warning, she enveloped Uchiha Feng in an embrace, catching him completely off guard. Her cheek pressed against his neck, as if fearful of his potential flight, and then, without hesitation, she sank her teeth into him. What are you doing? Hey? Uchiha Feng's eyes widened in shock, a wave of panic surging within him, casting doubt upon the authenticity of the Tsunade before him. Nevertheless, he could not deny that her form was remarkably soft, yielding, and undeniably pleasant. After several seconds, Uchiha Feng finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Old woman, what are you doing? Are you drinking my blood? Damn, have you lost your mind? Let me go. Stop this. Moments passed, yet he still witnessed Tsunade immersed in the act of drawing his blood, his inner fury gradually escalating. Anxiety gnawed him, propelling him to adopt a more assertive approach. With determination, he surged forward, firmly grasping Tsunade's bosom with considerable force. Stop! Wake up! Uchiha Feng exclaimed, desperation lacing his voice. However, Tsunade appeared entirely oblivious to his cries, increasingly engrossed in her endeavor, as if her very soul had intertwined with the essence of his blood. Uchiha Fang's hand had unknowingly slipped into Tsunade's garment, feeling her warmth and softness, causing a tumult of emotions within him. His fingers wandered across her skin, attempting to rouse her, while he forcefully grasped areas that should not have been touched. "Awaken, you old woman. My blood is nearly drained," he thought in desperation. His voice laced with helplessness and anger, almost transmuting his emotions into strength, yearning to pull Tsunade back to reality from this bizarre state. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind "let me bite you," regretting his earlier choices. Chapter 42. You are already mine, having satisfied her hunger. Tsunade wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a playful smile curling at her lips. "You little lecher, you've even swollen me up." Truly unaware of your own strength, she remarked, her tone infused with teasing, as if relishing this small victory. Uchiha Fong wore a grim expression, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. "How dare you siphon my blood? I have always placed my trust in you." Yet to my dismay, it appears that each of you three Sannin harbors ill intentions. His voice brimmed with disappointment and indignation, as if the trust he once held had been ruthlessly shattered in that moment. First Jiraiya, and now Tsunade. Each one of you is far from ordinary. Uchiha Fong is currently filled with a myriad of emotions. Tsunade curled her lips, a hint of allure flickering in her eyes. "You little lecher. Are you truly taking advantage and pretending to be innocent? You have explored every inch of my body, and not to mention, you have touched that particular spot as well. Do you intend to evade your responsibilities towards me?" Uchiha Fong let out a light laugh, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Heh. Why not ask yourself how much blood you've taken from me? Surely it must be at least a liter. That is, after all, blood. Do you treat it as if it were a beverage? Truly, you are a perverse old woman." Tsunade furrowed her brow, her gaze sharp. "What did you say?" Uchiha Fong feigned innocence, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "I say, you blood-drinking perverse old woman, if you wish to drink my blood, just say so directly. Why must you come to me each time for a blood draw? It's such a hassle, isn't it?" Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her gaze. "How did you know? Have you actually figured it out?" Uchiha Fong chuckled softly, a playful smile gracing the corners of his lips. "Heh, I am no fool. What transpired moments ago has been sufficient to alert my senses. If I fail to discern anything more, I would truly be a simpleton." Tsunade shook her head in resignation, a spark of excitement illuminating her expression. "Very well. Since you have already acquiesced to my request, you are now irrevocably bound to me." Uchiha Kid curled her lips, a hint of pride lacing her tone. "Nonsense. When have I ever belonged to you, woman of the Senju clan?" At that moment, Tsunade hurriedly burst through the door, her expression fraught with urgency as she exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade, Kid, something terrible has happened. We must leave at once." Uchiha Kid and Tsunade responded in unison, their voices tinged with tension. Shizen paused for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes as she thought to herself how in sync these two were. However, she quickly realized that this was not the time for further words and swiftly exited the room. Uchiha Fong turned around, his brow furrowed in concern, and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Tsunade, however, remained unfazed, nonchalantly shrugging her shoulders, a playful smile dancing upon her lips as she replied, "I couldn't care less. After all, I intend to savor your blood for a lifetime." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fang's heart trembled, and he stared in disbelief, his voice laden with reproach. "Have you lost your mind? Is your brain waterlogged? Have you truly become addicted to this? Do you think indulging in blood is akin to playing a game? Do you believe yourself to be a vampire?" Tsunade sighed, a hint of helplessness in her tone. "I, too, am at a loss as to why your blood seems to possess an almost magical quality." A year ago, her gaze drifted off, as if she were reminiscing about that extraordinary time. Uchiha Kid listened intently as Tsunade recounted the events that transpired a year ago, her words articulated with precision, as if each scene vividly replayed in her mind. She narrated the secret she had stumbled upon by chance, her tone infused with astonishment and exhilaration. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "But why do you not simply tell me? Why must you always resort to that foolish excuse of needing to draw blood for a diagnosis?" Tsunade, shaking her head in resignation, replied, "Alas, I find myself at a loss. This is an unprecedented situation for me. Initially, I merely wished to experiment, but to my astonishment, after consuming your blood, my physical capabilities were significantly enhanced. It wasn't just a minor improvement. The increase in strength was remarkably evident. Uchiha Itachi paused for a moment, incredulous as he inquired, stronger? Drinking my blood can actually enhance your strength? Indeed, the key lay in the glimmer of excitement reflected in Tsunade's eyes. I feel rejuvenated by several years, brimming with vitality. Rejuvenated by several years? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but chuckle. I must say, old woman, you don't appear to have changed much on the outside. Tsunade pouted and retorted. I was referring to my inner vitality, the cellular activity of my body. In other words, after consuming your blood, I have gained several additional years of life. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Uchiha Fang's eyes suddenly brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, Really? Does this mean that my blood is a potion for longevity? A potion for longevity, indeed. It could fetch an astronomical price. His laughter echoed through the air, as if the very atmosphere around him had become invigorated by his elation. It seems I must seize an opportunity to have Orochimaru conduct an in-depth study of my blood. I never anticipated that my blood harbored such extraordinary power. Uchiha Fang pondered deeply. Suddenly, Tsunade's voice interrupted his musings. It seems that Shizune has been here. She mentioned something of great importance. Let us go and investigate. Uchiha Fang paused momentarily, his expression betraying a hint of skepticism. What could possibly be of such significance? The village of Konoha has fallen into a state of disrepair, lacking even a single formidable warrior. Nevertheless, I am curious to ascertain the extent of your current strength. Tsunade arched an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing her lips as her fingers deftly played, seemingly concocting something. Oh, I am now extraordinarily formidable. Her voice resonated with confidence. I fear that a single blow could reduce you to mere fragments, and that would be quite unfortunate. After all, you are now in my charge. Uchiha Fang chuckled lightly, a glimmer of provocation flickering in his eyes. I need only to exert 1% of my strength to defeat you. Suddenly, Tsunade struck, her power akin to a raging tempest, as she delivered a fierce punch towards Uchiha Fang. Her movements were swift and decisive, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. Let me see your true strength, you little lecher. Come at me. Uchiha Fang's lips curled into a slight smirk, his tone laced with challenge. Unhesitatingly, he raised a single hand to defend against the sudden onslaught, showing no sign of fear. Rather, he exuded confidence. However, as that overwhelming force surged toward him in an instant, a jolt of alarm surged through Uchiha Fang's heart. The intense shockwave made him realize just how formidable her strength was. Is this the power Tsunade can unleash? This is not good. Chapter 43. Where has the wood release scroll disappeared to? Tsunade's power had, compared to a year ago, at least doubled. Her terrifying strength not only intensified, but her vitality appeared even more vigorous. Uchiha Fang could not help but exclaim, Old woman, how have you become so formidable? Tsunade, hands on her hips and a confident smile gracing her face, threw her head back and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I truly am impressive. Uchiha Fang shook his head in resignation, yet felt a twinge of admiration for her transformation. Well, since you're so remarkable, let us go and see Shizune. They soon located Shizune, who was standing in the courtyard. Her gaze fixated on Naruto and Sasuke as they engaged in a spirited sparring match. The two children fought with youthful vigor and determination, the air charged with the essence of their youthful enthusiasm. Suddenly, Tsunade disrupted the lively scene, her tone grave as she inquired, Shizune, you just mentioned something significant. Speak up. What is this important matter? Shizune momentarily hesitated, her heart racing, and stammered, Lady Tsunade, the truth is. Tsunade furrowed her brow, evidently displeased with Shizune's hesitance. Do not dawdle. Speak up. What exactly has happened? Shizune's anxiety mounted, her voice rising, Lady Tsunade, your wood-release scroll is missing, and the money has vanished as well. What? Tsunade's fury ignited upon hearing this news. The wood-release scroll was a treasured legacy left by her grandfather, containing all the wood-release techniques he had mastered throughout his life, embodying the honor and heritage of their clan. The vast wealth her grandfather had bestowed upon her was now mysteriously gone. How could she possibly continue to gamble without it? What on earth is going on? Tsunade's tone grew increasingly urgent. Shizune frowned slightly and replied slowly, This morning, when I went to check, I found it missing. I recall it being intact just last month. Yet now it has inexplicably vanished. Tsunade's expression darkened instantly, her eyes ablaze with rage. So, this thief struck within this month. How despicable. If I catch that thief, I will show no mercy, I shall kill him. Coughing gently, Uchiha Fang attempted to ease the tension, feeling somewhat awkward. Lady Tsunade, perhaps there is no need for such agitation? After all, a thief is still human. Wouldn't this seem a bit overly cruel? Name, Uchiha Fang. Bloodline limit. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Amplification. left eye, soul's flame, right eye, void, would release. Bloodline elimination, dust release. Bloodline collection, Nine-Tails Rinnegan, Rinnegan pressure, attraction, repulsion, Rinne rebirth. Planetary devastation, heaven's obstruction, six paths sage techniques, time-space manipulation, soul link, fate reversal, cosmic rebirth, void domain, six paths power. Special bloodlines, sage bloodline, divine bloodline fragment. Attributes, yin, yang, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth. Divine powers, yin god power, yang god power. Divine body, first stage. Sage techniques, transformation technique. Body replacement technique, instantaneous technique, fire release series sage techniques, water release series sage techniques, wind release series sage techniques. Earth release series sage techniques, lightning release series sage techniques, wood release series sage techniques, Uzumaki clan sealing technique series. Special abilities, Nine-Tails Sage mode, initial. Rinnegan chakra mode. Origin spirit pet. Nine-Tails Sage fox, juvenile. External avatar survival, external state. Evolution points. 4. Void domain. Within the void domain, perception, speed, and strength are enhanced to unprecedented levels. The caster is imbued with renewed life, every detail around them magnified, the boundaries of time and space blurred. And each breath resonates with the void, significantly elevating their combat capabilities. Rinne rebirth. This ability allows the user to resurrect deceased beings, reigniting the flame of life within them. The user sacrifices a portion of their own life force, without the need for the caster to perish. Six paths power. This ability grants the user mastery over the infinite mysteries of the six paths, enabling control over life and death, causality, and reincarnation. In combat, the user's speed and strength are vastly augmented, allowing them to transcend the boundary between life and death, becoming the architect of fate. What would Tsunade's reaction be if she discovered I had stolen her wood release scroll? This truly gives me a headache. Uchiha pondered in silence. His brow furrowed and his heart filled with unease. Tsunade, however, regarded Uchiha with suspicion, her gaze piercing, a hint of mockery in her tone. You little lecher. Could it be that you were the culprit? After all, you were in dire need of funds, and you did previously steal forbidden scrolls from Konoha. Uchiha awkwardly scratched his head, responding with a forced laugh. Ha ha ha. How could that be? How could I dare to steal Lady Tsunade's belongings? Even if I were given 100 chances, I would not have the courage. Tsunade smiled gently, a hint of danger curling at the corners of her mouth. Hee hee. In the entire ninja world, is there truly anything you would not dare to do? Very well, tomorrow I shall return home to conduct another inspection. If the items remain, then you shall be deemed innocent. However, if they are missing, regardless of whether you were the thief or not, I shall hold you accountable. What do you say? Uchiha felt a tightness in his chest and hurriedly protested. How could this be? I truly did not steal anything. Am I a fool? Who besides you in Konoha would dare to trespass into my home? Tsunade, seething with rage, fixed him with a piercing gaze, as if attempting to see through him. With a resounding thud, her fist struck Uchiha head, causing a large bump to form, and waves of pain surged through his muscles. Ouch! That hurts, he exclaimed. Clutching his head, his face filled with grievance. Was it really necessary to be so harsh? I swear, I did not steal it. Humph. Tsunade scoffed coldly, unyieldingly pulling Uchiha along, asserting, come, follow me. They soon entered a room, where a cacophony of punches and kicks erupted. The sounds of their scuffle resonated within the space, resembling a fierce battle, interspersed with Tsunade's furious shouts and Uchiha desperate defenses. I really did not steal it. I'll beat you, you little lecher. Just die, how dare you argue back? As night fell, Uchiha sat alone in the dim room, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. His gaze wandered across the walls, though his thoughts had already drifted to the staggering sum of over 10 billion ryo. Must I truly return this money? It is over 10 billion ryo, he murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the empty room. Indeed, this fortune had been pilfered from Tsunade's home, an amount so vast, it was astonishing. It was said that Tsunade had nearly squandered her entire fortune over the years, yet somehow still possessed such wealth. Faced with this hard-earned treasure, he pondered, rather than allowing her to squander it, why not put it to my own use? However, the guilt gnawing at his conscience shadowed him, making it difficult to find peace. Perhaps I should check on Niji's progress in training. Uchiha took a deep breath, attempting to cast aside his internal conflict, and stood up, heading for the door. Chapter 44, Niji's growth in the tranquil woods of the back mountain of Konoha. The moonlight cascaded softly, its silver glow penetrating the treetops and illuminating a gentle interplay of light and shadow. Under the night sky, Uchiha Fong quietly observed Hyuga Niji before him, a sense of pride and contentment swelling within him. Well done, he smiled slightly, warmth glimmering in his eyes. In just 1 year, you have grasped the essence of the Hyuga gentle fist. You truly are my disciple. Hyuga Niji's aura had grown significantly stronger compared to a year prior, although he still bore the appearance of a youthful child. His tone exuded a maturity and determination that seemed to transcend the trivialities of his age. Master, what should I focus on in my training next? He inquired, his eyes bright with anticipation for a higher level of mastery. Uchiha Fong gently raised his hand, extending 2 slender fingers, his gaze penetrating as he fixed his eyes upon Hyuga Niji. He spoke slowly, I present you with 2 choices. Hyuga Niji furrowed his brow slightly, his heart brimming with anticipation and uncertainty, and inquired, Master, could you please enlighten me on what these 2 choices entail? Uchiha Feng's voice was as warm as the gentle spring breeze as he continued. First, I can now liberate you from the constraints of the caged bird seal. Hinata Niji's heart was instantly filled with joy. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Teacher, is this truly the case? Do you really possess the means to unravel the caged bird's curse? Indeed, Uchiha Fong affirmed with a resolute nod, his eyes shimmering with encouragement. A surge of emotion coursed through Niji's heart as he eagerly inquired, Then, what is the second option? Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, his voice laced with a hint of excitement. The second option is that I can teach you how to break free from the curse mark of this caged bird. The moment you successfully transcend it will mark your true ascent. His words, akin to the first light of dawn, illuminated the hope within Niji's heart, stirring a wave of exhilaration as he envisioned a bright new future. Hyuga Niji, without a moment's hesitation, resolutely declared, I choose the second path. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Excellent. Truly, you are my disciple, possessing remarkable boldness. However, you must comprehend that this path is fraught with thorns and challenges, potentially binding you for a lifetime within the confines of your own limitations. Hyuga Niji's gaze was unwavering and resolute as he responded without hesitation. Even so, I shall spare no effort. In pursuit of genuine power, I am willing to sacrifice everything. His words resonated like a tempest, striking a powerful chord in the stillness of the moment. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Come forth. Allow me to assess the results of your year of training. His voice was steady and resonant, imbued with boundless care and expectation. Yes, master, responded Hyuga Niji, his voice ringing with conviction, his countenance radiating confidence. A fervent spirit ignited within him, a desire to demonstrate his growth to his mentor. In an instant, Hyuga Niji surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, the ground trembling beneath his swift movements, the air seemingly distorting in the wake of his velocity. Chakra flowed through him with exquisite finesse, as if he had achieved a harmonious resonance with the very pulse of nature itself. Yet, Uchiha Feng's gaze was piercing. Every action appeared somewhat unrefined in his eyes. He effortlessly neutralized Niji's assault, as if it were merely a child's play. Too slow, he remarked, shaking his head with a hint of disdain. You require greater speed, more formidable strength, and a deeper well of chakra. Ah, gentle fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Without hesitation, Hyuga Niji unleashed his ultimate technique, his hands swiftly tracing brilliant arcs, his speed surging once more as he pressed towards Uchiha Fong. Uchiha Fong was momentarily taken aback. He chose to endure the blow, feeling the impact reverberate through his hands while secretly admiring Niji's progress. However, as a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, Uchiha Feng's figure instantaneously transformed into white mist, morphing into a block of wood. This substitution technique was dazzling yet left Hyuga Niji momentarily stunned. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Uchiha Fong emerged from behind, his demeanor calm, as if everything was under his control. His voice, like a gentle breeze, remarked, Your perception is lacking. You failed to notice when I employed the substitution technique, despite possessing the Byakugan, an eye of insight. He then retrieved an ancient scroll from his robes and gently tossed it to Hyuga Niji. This is the method to break the caged bird seal. Take it and cultivate diligently. Once you shatter this seal, you will advance to the next stage of your training. Remember, you need not venture to the back mountain for training every night henceforth. Niji received the scroll, a surge of excitement swelling within him. He immediately knelt, bowing his head in respect, and proclaimed, Thank you, Master. I shall undoubtedly break the seal and will not fail to meet your expectations. When he lifted his gaze to express his gratitude once more, he found that Uchiha Fong had dissipated like morning mist, leaving only a trace of a gentle breeze. As if he had never been there. A twinge of disappointment flickered in Niji's heart, but he was soon invigorated by the scroll before him, resolutely vowing to honor his master's wishes and courageously pursue his path of cultivation. Outside the village of Konoha, the moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting shadows on the ground. Yet Uchiha Feng's face was shrouded in clouds, as if a storm were brewing. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his gaze resembled an abyss, ready to erupt with fury. Yanwu, what has transpired? Are you saying that Haruka has been discovered, and her Sharingan has been taken by the hidden cloud village? His voice dripped with suppressed anger, low and ominous. Haruka, originally known as Uchiha Haruka, was a standout member of the Maple Leaf team. As a prodigious kunoichi of the Uchiha clan, she excelled in genjutsu, fire style, and wind style, possessing a three-tomo Sharingan, her strength surpassing that of an elite genin. Initially, she had been covertly placed as a spy in the hidden cloud village by Uchiha Feng, gathering intelligence for him, yet now she had been unmasked by the enemy, and her Sharingan had fallen into their hands. Uchiha Yenwu's expression was equally grave as she spoke slowly. This is the news I have just received. The intelligence was relayed to me by our scouts, and I have only just come to understand the entirety of the situation. It is important to note that the Maple Leaf team currently consists of only 3 members. The captain is Uchiha Yenwu, while the other 2 team members are Uchiha Yenta and Uchiha Haruka. Each of these 3 individuals possesses the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, and they all have their unique strengths. Uchiha Enbu, possessing a remarkable mastery of fire release, exhibits an extraordinary talent for combat, making him an unparalleled genius best suited for the art of battle. Uchiha Yuta possesses chakra of 5 elemental natures, excelling in balance. Although he may not be particularly strong in any specific area, he serves as a versatile character, adept at handling a variety of unforeseen circumstances. Uchiha Haruka possesses exceptional prowess in illusion techniques, characterized by a sharp intellect and remarkable composure. She excels in genjutsu, as well as fire and wind release techniques. Uchiha Feng firmly believes that within 5 years, these 3 prodigious members will undoubtedly awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, transforming into true shadow-level powerhouses. Chapter 45, Departure, Hidden Cloud Village. In the early morning of the Uchiha clan's territory, sunlight filters through the treetops, casting a warm golden hue upon the ancient stone tablet. Uchiha Feng was engaged in an intense discussion with his father, Uchiha Fugaku, in the training grounds at the heart of their clan's territory. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, as if even the wind dared not disturb their conversation. Feng, you cannot go. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was laced with anxiety, his brow furrowed, and his gaze piercing, as if scrutinizing every word uttered by his son. Our Uchiha clan cannot contend with the entirety of the hidden cloud village. Uchiha Feng was slightly taken aback, but soon responded with unwavering determination. Father, that is merely because you remain unaware of my true strength. Is it merely for one individual that you intend to venture alone into the hidden cloud village? Uchiha Fugaku's voice grew increasingly grave. Do not let a minor loss lead to a greater one. Should any misfortune befall you, the future of the Uchiha clan would be at stake. Father, life is priceless, Uchiha Feng declared, his tone imbued with fearless resolve. Today, they dare to pluck out one pair of eyes from our Uchiha clan. Tomorrow, they will not hesitate to seize another. If this continues, the Uchiha clan will be on the brink of annihilation. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the morning air, as if infusing his words with an intangible might. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. It is not as grave as you perceive, Kid. You are overthinking this. Moreover, she is one of the few members of my beloved Maple Squad. Uchiha Kid continued with unwavering determination. Haruka possesses immense potential and is likely to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan in the future. I must go? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression subtly shifted, an unspoken sense of urgency welling up within him. He slowly replied, if that is the case, do you require your father's assistance? Uchiha Feng slightly lowered his head, his tone resolute and earnest. Father, I fervently hope that you will bestow the power of your Manjiki Sharingan upon Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku nodded without hesitation, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Very well. I shall attend to this matter. Uchiha Feng slowly withdrew a delicate black vial from his bosom, gently unscrewing its cap to reveal 2 orbs nestled within. Shimmering with an enigmatic light, these were the famed three-tomo Sharingan. With a voice heavy with solemnity, Feng proclaimed, Father, this is the Sharingan I have prepared for you. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. Where could this have come from? Uchiha Feng's gaze was resolute, unyielding, Some information was acquired from Danzo, while others stemmed from the restless eyes of certain clan members over the years. I assure you, I shall never resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Each decision is made with profound contemplation. On that midday, the sun cast its warm rays through the azure sky, enveloping the air with the essence of early summer. At this moment, Uchiha Fong, adorned in a distinctive maple leaf attire, appeared strikingly remarkable. This ensemble bore a conspicuous contrast to the Akatsuki's garb, which was draped in black fabric embellished with vivid red clouds, symbolizing their enigma and might. In contrast, Uchiha Feng's attire, also black, was intricately embroidered with lifelike crimson maple leaves, as if the lingering glow of autumn flowed upon the fabric, exuding both elegance and vitality. This outfit was meticulously tailored for Uchiha Fong, not merely to express individuality but also to evoke nostalgia for his former identity and aspirations for the present. Each time he donned it, an overwhelming sense of confidence and pride enveloped him. It was one of his most cherished garments, easily described in one word: handsome. In 2 words, exceedingly handsome. And in 3 words, undeniably super handsome. The sunlight illuminated his tall stature and resolute visage, each step radiating confidence, every smile exuding unparalleled charm. In the cultural tapestry of his previous life, the maple leaf held profound and rich significance. It symbolized tenacity of spirit, a reminder to uphold unwavering faith amidst adversity. Each leaf seemed to narrate tales of bygone memories and deep attachments, carrying the weight of unforgettable moments and emotions. They also heralded the arrival of good fortune, promising a wave of prosperity, bringing hope and brightness. More importantly, the maple leaf represented eternal love, bearing witness to the sincere feelings tempered by the passage of time. Simultaneously, it served as a symbol of friendship, urging us to cherish every bond we possess. Throughout life's journey, the maple leaf, with its indomitable spirit, exemplified the courage to confront hardships, teaching us how to resolutely advance through storms and face the challenges and trials of life. Kid, you actually abandoned us and slipped away on your own? Suddenly, a figure leaped towards him like an arrow, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was Tsunade and Shizen. What a nuisance. Tsunade, this sticky glue is simply inescapable. Uchiha Fong mused inwardly, his brow slightly furrowing in mild exasperation. However, he feigned a relaxed demeanor and said, Tsunade-sama, what brings you here? I'm not on a leisurely trip. I'm preparing for battle. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, the flames of combat flickering within them. A smile of excitement gracing her lips. A battle, you say? How splendid. Count me in. Her gaze then fell upon Uchiha Feng's maple leaf attire, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and admiration. Your outfit is truly creative. Why not arrange for me to have one as well? Her tone was laced with playful banter. Uchiha Feng was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in resignation. Lady Tsunade, this is not merely an outfit that can be donned at will. This is the exclusive attire of my organization, the Maple Leaf uniform. It took me a full 6 months to have it custom-made, so I certainly cannot give it to you. His words carried a hint of seriousness, underscoring the unique value of the garment. With that, he leapt without hesitation, sprinting towards the land of thunder, his silhouette tracing a graceful arc through the air. Hey kid, why are you running so fast? Tsunade called as she followed closely in pursuit of Uchiha Feng's figure. From a distance, Uchiha Feng's voice echoed back, laced with teasing and provocation. Catch up to me, and you can join me. You little rascal, how dare you underestimate me? A fierce competitive spirit ignited within her, propelling her to accelerate, shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. However, behind her, Shizen lagged slightly, breathless and struggling to keep pace. Lady Tsunade, please slow down. Tsunade turned her head, her tone resolute and commanding. Shizun, you return to Konoha first. I shall come back for you shortly. Her voice bore an undeniable authority that left little room for dissent. Yet, Shizun hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Return. Tsunade's words struck Shizun's heart like a heavy hammer, compelling her to comply. Chapter 46, Summoning Technique. The nine-tailed celestial fox can't catch up now, can you? I've barely utilized 1/10 of my strength, and you've already faltered. Uchiha Feng's voice was tinged with triumphant mirth, as if it were a boastful breeze dancing through the air. His figure sped towards the land of thunder like a bolt of lightning, the surroundings fading rapidly behind him, as if lamenting his extraordinary speed. Yet he did not relent. Instead, he continued to hurl merciless taunts at Tsunade trailing behind. Old woman, vampire, bust a matron. Haha. Perhaps you should consider a career change and obediently return to your gambling den. since you can no longer keep up with me. Curse you, you little rascal. Wait for me. Tsunade roared in fury from behind, her anger nearly palpable. A fierce blaze ignited within her, propelling her speed to a new echelon. As if she had risen from the depths of hell, transforming into a dazzling beam of light charging towards Uchiha Fong. There's room for improvement? Uchiha Fong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. It was truly incredible that Tsunade's speed could match his. Could it be attributed to her consuming my blood? At that moment, Tsunade was running alongside Uchiha Fong, the atmosphere tinged with a mix of tension and playful banter. She gazed at him provocatively, a playful smile gracing her lips. Little rascal, did you see that? Go ahead and unleash all your tricks. I am the legendary Sanni. Do not underestimate me. Uchiha Fong's hair danced gently in the wind as he offered a faint smile, his gaze betraying a hint of concern. Lady Tsunade, this mission is exceedingly perilous. Accompanying me could place your life in jeopardy. I strongly advise you to return. Then I am all the more determined to go. Tsunade retorted playfully, her tone laced with jest, yet it also revealed a profound sense of care and reluctance towards him. If you were to perish, whose blood would I drink in the future? Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed with gravity upon Tsunade. Are you truly going? He inquired. Tsunade nodded resolutely, her tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. Indeed, with a sudden tightening in his heart, Uchiha Fong came to a halt, inhaling deeply before speaking slowly. Then there is no other choice. As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers tracing a smooth arc in the air. Summoning technique. With his incantation, a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the surroundings, imbuing the air with an air of mystery. Within the shroud of smoke, a colossal figure gradually emerged. It was a magnificent white fox, its fur as pure as freshly fallen snow, with 9 long tails gently swaying, exuding an aura of majesty and enigma. A radiant golden circle was embedded in the fox's forehead, seemingly harboring boundless celestial energy. Tsunade, witnessing this spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment, her face betraying her shock. What kind of summoning beast is this? A fox? 9 tails? ISNT the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto? Her mind raced with countless questions, grappling with the incredulity of this unexpected turn of events. At that moment, Uchiha Fong stood confidently upon the enormous head of the Nine-Tails celestial fox, the gentle breeze ruffling his hair. He extended his hand, his tone resolute as he declared, "Let us proceed. Since we are to embark on this journey together, let us not delay any longer." Without hesitation, Tsunade leaped onto the back of the Nine-Tails celestial fox, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she eagerly inquired, "What exactly is this summoning beast?" Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, his gaze revealing a hint of nostalgia. This was a summoning beast I had encountered by chance before, and subsequently I forged a summoning contract with it. Tsunade instantly seemed to grasp something, nodding in acknowledgement and exclaiming, "I see." Suddenly, the Nine-Tails celestial fox gracefully ascended into the air, drifting like a wisp of smoke. Tsunade, taken aback, exclaimed incredulously, "How can it fly without wings? What manner of ability is this?" Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, pride evident in his gaze. "I am unsure, but I can assure you that my summoning beast is the most formidable entity in the shinobi world." With that, he languidly reclined, his fingers gently caressing the soft, cloud-like white fur of the 9-tailed celestial fox, a look of contentment gracing his face. Time for a nap. At this pace, we shan't arrive at Hidden Cloud Village until nightfall. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, appearing somewhat anxious. "You intend to sleep in the sky? Are you not afraid of falling?" Uchiha Fong waved his hand dismissively, responding with nonchalance, "Rest assured, the little fox will never let me fall, right?" He cast a trusting glance towards the 9-tailed celestial fox. The celestial fox seemed to comprehend the human tongue, gently replying with a voice as soothing as flowing water, imbued with a hint of ethereal charm that instilled tranquility within the heart. Its gaze exuded a flicker of vitality, as if silently conveying an unspoken promise to Uchiha Fong. At that moment, Tsunade sat beside Uchiha Fong, savoring the surrounding serenity and beauty. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a refreshing coolness, prompting her to close her eyes and relish this moment of peace. "This is the first time I've experienced such a feeling," she murmured, her voice laced with surprise. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows that warmed her visage. In the sky, the 9-tailed celestial fox soared leisurely, seemingly adding a touch of vivacity to this picturesque scene. Uchiha reclined upon the head of the celestial fox, his hands cradling the back of his head, a gentle smile gracing his features, clearly relishing the beauty of the moment. Tsunade turned her head, her gaze fixed in admiration at the enchanting scenery before her. This scene resembled a paradise on earth, evoking a sense of tranquility and beauty that made one reluctant to depart. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi flashed a subtle smile, extending his hand playfully as he teased, "Lady Tsunade, having taken a ride on my steed, shouldn't you consider paying some rent?" This remark sent ripples through the atmosphere, shattering the previously serene ambience. Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation, a hint of amusement dancing across her face. "You little pervert, must you always spoil the mood? It's merely a ride on your summoning beast, and you dare to ask for rent? How miserly of you." Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a sly smile, mischief dancing in his eyes. "Lady Tsunade, how about you share half of your 100 billion Ryo banknote with me?" His voice carried a hint of flirtation. Tsunade paused for a moment, then promptly turned her head away, her expression seemingly conveying, "You wish." Her voice was resolute and frosty. "No way, that is my last stake." Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly, his tone light and laced with playful intrigue. As the saying goes, one person, one half. Feelings remain intact. "Lady Tsunade, surely you cannot be so petty?" He feigned innocence, blinking his eyes as if attempting to diffuse the tension with humor. Chapter 47. Is this a token of love? A knowing smile graced Tsunade's face as she teased, "You little lecher, don't try to elicit pity from me. The Hyuga clan has surely bestowed upon you a considerable sum, hasn't it? How could you possibly be short on funds? Your Uchiha clan, lacking in wealth? That is simply inconceivable." Uchiha Feng helplessly pursed his lips, his brow slightly furrowed. "Lady Tsunade, this is beyond my control. Our Uchiha clan is numerous, and the expenses for meals and daily living are considerable. Without funds, we are truly at a loss." He sighed inwardly, for the majority of his finances had long been invested in Orochimaru's laboratory. The experiments themselves resembled an insatiable abyss, consuming money at an astonishing rate, with results that often fell short of expectations, leaving him in a state of exasperation. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Tsunade's eyes. "Humph. I truly do not believe you are lacking in funds. I cannot provide you with money, for that is my wager," she stated, her voice suddenly softening as she gazed down at the green pendant adorning her chest, a hint of nostalgia crossing her visage. Without hesitation, she yanked the pendant from her neck and presented it to Uchiha Feng. "However, this pendant shall be a gift for you." Uchiha Feng was momentarily taken aback as he accepted the pendant, his gaze swiftly traversing the exquisite craftsmanship. The surface of the pendant shimmered with a gentle luster, and the intricate carvings revealed the artisan's remarkable skill, clearly crafted from superior materials. The meticulous workmanship and high-quality materials suggested that, if sold, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Truly a remarkable treasure. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade was instantly incensed, her complexion shifting as fury ignited within her. "You lecherous fool. If you dare to sell this pendant, I will end you. This pendant is special. You must wear it at all times and never remove it." Her voice carried an authoritative tone, as though issuing a decree. Uchiha Feng blinked, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "What? Is this the fabled token of affection? One that must never be removed?" A rare blush graced Tsunade's cheeks, though it was swiftly concealed by her usual composure. She replied softly, "You may interpret it that way, but I shall never part with a single penny." Uchiha Itachi's lips curled into a playful smile. "Lady Tsunade, are you confessing your feelings to me?" He teased. "Haha, you are overthinking it." Tsunade replied with a hint of mockery, her eyes glinting with amusement. Uchiha Feng let out a soft sigh, a hint of regret lacing his voice. "What a pity. I truly thought you were confessing your feelings to me. Alas, throughout my life, I have never experienced the thrill of someone professing their love for me. How unfortunate. I long to understand what that exhilarating rush of a racing heart feels like." Upon hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but tease, "How pitiable. Would you like me to assist you just this once?" Uchiha Feng responded with eager anticipation, "Hee, then give it a try." Tsunade's movements were remarkably swift. She leaped up without hesitation and climbed onto Uchiha Feng, sealing their lips together. 3 seconds later, they parted. "You little pervert, I want you to be my lover." Tsunade's voice was laced with a hint of playfulness, her gaze revealing unwavering determination. At that moment, Uchiha Feng remained in a state of shock, his thoughts a whirlwind. What is happening? She is so direct. I am not prepared for this at all. Before Uchiha Feng could utter a word, Tsunade assertively waved her hand and declared, "All right, from this moment forth, you are my lover, and I will not accept any refusals. Any objections are null and void." Uchiha Feng helplessly waved his hand, a trace of resignation evident on his face. "Well, it is what it is. I concede, there is truly no other option. Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly, a teasing smile playing at the corners of her lips. You little lecher, don't act coy after reaping the benefits. I am affluent. Come from a noble lineage, possess an exquisite figure, and in terms of beauty, I am unparalleled in the ninja world. Do you dare to look down upon me? Uchiha Phone curled his lips and feigned seriousness as he addressed, Lady Tsunade, do you have any notion of how many years older you are than I? A full 29 years. Honestly, at your age, you were even older than my mother. Tsunade responded with a disdainful smile, shaking her head. A glimmer of pride flickering in her eyes. I possess the ability to remain eternally youthful. Do you comprehend? I am forever 18 at heart, with a mindset that is perpetually youthful. Do you understand? Uchiha Phone let out a resigned sigh, raising his hand to point at her with earnestness. Yet, even if you claim to be 18, you are still 5 years my senior. While 5 years is somewhat acceptable, he deliberately paused, his gaze shifting with a teasing undertone as he continued. However, I certainly do not wish to be led around by the nose by you, my perpetually 18 senior. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, waving her hand as if to disperse the tension in the air. All right. What exactly do you mean by that? What do you mean by being led around by the nose? Please clarify. Uchiha Phone curled his lip, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his tone. Being with you feels akin to being bound by an invisible rope, constantly under your restraint. Is this not akin to being led around by the nose? That's merely a reflection of your own weakness. Tsunade retorted without mercy, a glimmer of provocation flickering in her gaze. This is not about strength. Uchiha Fang's voice rose in pitch, his emotions becoming increasingly fervent. You are not my enemy. I could never bring myself to strike you down. This has nothing to do with power. Tsunade paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Then why do you feel this way? Uchiha Phone lowered his head, falling into a moment of silence as if deep in thought. Then, he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute. I don't know. However, I have made a decision. Tsunade's curiosity was piqued, eager to uncover his thoughts. I have decided to resurrect Senju Rope Tree. His tone carried a hint of determination, his gaze burning with intensity. Resurrect? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening with disbelief as a glimmer of incredulity sparkled within them. What did you say? Resurrect whom? Resurrect your brother, Rope Tree. What of it? Uchiha Fang's voice conveyed an unwavering conviction. A tempest of emotion surged within Tsunade as she responded incredulously. Resurrect? That is impossible. Do you not understand? The dead cannot be brought back to life. Uchiha Fang chuckled softly. Heh. It seems you are still unaware of your great-grandfather, Senju Tobarama. Tsunade furrowed her brow, a flicker of unease crossing her mind. What does this have to do with my great-grandfather? Uchiha Fang smiled faintly, his gaze reflecting a hint of admiration. Your great-grandfather, Senju Tobarama, truly is an extraordinary individual. The fact that he was able to develop such a miraculous forbidden technique leaves even me in awe. Tsunade, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. What forbidden technique? Uchiha Fang wore a mysterious smile, his tone deepening, revealing a forbidden technique capable of resurrecting the deceased. Chapter 48, Slaughter. As night fell, stars twinkled in the sky. Uchiha Fang and Tsunade stood atop the colossal head of the Nine-Tails Sage Fox, gazing down upon the entire hidden cloud village. The village's lights twinkled like a river of stars scattered across the earth, exuding an air of tranquility interwoven with an undercurrent of tension. Uchiha Fang slightly narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura that was almost suffocating. Hey, Kumo Village, prepare to witness my latest developed ninjutsu. His voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, as if heralding an impending storm. Beside him, Tsunade harbored a quiet anticipation, eager to discern the true extent of Uchiha Fang's prowess. She understood that Fang was never one to adhere to trifles. His performance today would undoubtedly command admiration. Soon after, a colossal Rasengan began to take shape in the palm of Uchiha Fang's hand. With unwavering focus, the Rasengan swelled, brimming with boundless energy. Its size grew to a staggering magnitude, rivaling that of a building, radiating a mesmerizing and terrifying brilliance. Senjutsu, super large-tailed beast ball. Uchiha Fang's voice thundered, imbued with an unstoppable force as he hurled the enormous sphere toward the Raikage building with tremendous velocity. Upon release, the air seemed to rip apart, the surrounding currents swirling violently, compelling all to hold their breath in anticipation of the impending outcome. Boom! A deafening roar shattered the silence, as the Raikage's edifice was obliterated in an instant, akin to a sandcastle succumbing to the tide, utterly defenseless. A powerful shockwave surged forth, creating an immense semicircular crater in the ground, as if the earth had been violently torn asunder by an unseen giant hand. That strike was utterly chilling, as if time itself had frozen in that fleeting moment, enveloping everything in an aura of dread. The entire Kumo village trembled in the wake of this calamity. Its residents jolted from their slumber, casting fearful glances around them. This resounding explosion not only shook the structures, but also reverberated through the very souls of the villagers. Uchiha Fong lowered his head slightly, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the hidden cloud village beneath him. "Let us go, shall we? Can you leap down from this height?" Tsunade smirked, a confident smile gracing her features. "Oof, of course I can. It's merely this height." "Excellent. Then let us embark." Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Fong leaped off. Feeling the exhilarating rush of the wind whistling past his ears, a profound sense of freedom filling his heart. Following closely behind, Tsunade clenched her fists and jumped without hesitation. The two vanished into the air in an instant, as if merging seamlessly with the vast expanse surrounding them. Just as they leaped, the figure of the nine-tails fox flickered suddenly, transforming into an imperceptible force that silently seeped into Uchiha Feng's body. Thud, thud. The sound of their landing echoed loudly, accompanied by a cloud of dust as they fell, losing their balance in an instant. "Summoning technique," Tsunade's voice thundered, as she swiftly formed hand seals and slammed her palm against the ground, unleashing her formidable summoning jutsu. As a thick white smoke billowed upward, a massive slug gradually emerged from the earth. Its body was as pure as snow, resembling an unblemished jade stone, adorned with a radiant blue stripe that seemed to narrate the mystery and might of the wet-bone forest. Uchiha Fong gazed in awe at the magnificent slug, his eyes sparkling with wonder. "Ah, so this is the slug of the wet-bone forest? Truly remarkable." His tone carried a hint of excitement, as if he were admiring a masterpiece of art. Tsunade, however, wore a serious expression, her brow slightly furrowed. "Enough with the banter. This is the hidden cloud village, not Konoha. We must remain vigilant at all times." The slug emitted a melodious voice, akin to the sound of morning dew cascading, calling out, "Lady Tsunade." Uchiha Fong was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the diminutive slug, his voice tinged with astonishment. "Slug, is that you speaking?" The slug joyfully replied, "Indeed it is." Just then, the slug divided itself, sending a smaller version soaring gracefully towards Uchiha Fong, akin to a leaf dancing in a gentle breeze, landing steadily upon his shoulder. The tiny slug's antennae swayed gently, seemingly offering a gesture of goodwill. Tsunade smiled and elucidated, "This is a slug. It can provide healing at any moment and swiftly relay information. You may carry it with you, and it shall become your most trustworthy companion." Uchiha Fong felt a gentle vibration from the small slug resting on his shoulder, and an involuntary warmth surged within him. He could not help but raise his hand to gently squeeze the soft body of the slug, relishing its smooth texture. "How wonderfully soft!" Uchiha Fong exclaimed, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "I must squeeze it again. What is your body made of, dear slug? How can it be so soft?" "My Lord Fong, please refrain from such trivial inquiries," the slug replied with a hint of exasperation, its voice laced with a touch of humor and innocence. Uchiha Feng's countenance abruptly shifted, his expression turning notably grave. He inhaled deeply and resolutely proclaimed, "Very well. Let us commence our dance." No sooner had the words left his lips than the obsidian Susanoo armor manifested instantaneously, resembling a colossal beast of the night, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered the air nearly suffocating. The dark blade of the Susanoo glimmered with lethal intent, transforming into a shadow that seamlessly merged with the surrounding atmosphere. With each strike, another relentless assault surged forth like a tidal wave, an endless torrent of carnage unfolding in an instant, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The guards of the hidden cloud village were caught completely off guard. The situation had spiraled beyond their control. A minute later, when the vigilant ninjas of the hidden cloud finally sensed the anomaly, it was far too late. The cacophony of screams and the gruesome tableau of bloodshed filled their hearts with despair. Fallen comrades lay scattered like autumn leaves, silently narrating the tale of this sudden catastrophe. As the shadow of death enveloped the entire village, Uchiha Fong bellowed vehemently, "Ninjas of the hidden cloud village, perish before me." No sooner had the words left his lips than the surrounding cloud ninjas, caught unawares, were swiftly felled by his lightning-fast onslaught. Blood splattered, and their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground in silence. The air was thick with a suffocating stench of blood. Uchiha Feng's voice thundered, "All ninjas of the hidden cloud village, gather at the Raikage building within 10 minutes." Otherwise, I, Uchiha Foam, shall slay the entire hidden cloud village, including its civilians." His roar swept through the valley like a tempest, echoing throughout the entire Cloud Thunder Canyon, sending shivers down spines. In a dimly lit chamber within the umbu of the hidden cloud village, a black-haired woman sat quietly in a shadowy corner. Her gaze was vacant, her eye sockets hollow, clearly having lost her sight long ago. She was Uchiha Haruka, once a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, now reduced to a mere shell devoid of brilliance. "Foam is coming," she murmured to herself, her voice hoarse and trembling. "You, hidden cloud village, shall pay a grievous price for this." A flicker of despair ignited within her heart, as if foreseeing the impending catastrophe. Chapter 49. One-handed domination of the Raikage. Are you the Raikage? Uchiha Fang's piercing gaze scrutinized the man before him, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Which generation of Raikage are you?" The man before him. The fourth Raikage, possessed dark skin and a robust stature, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation, as though he were ready to unleash a fiery wrath at any moment. Uchiha Fong silently assessed the situation, acknowledging his penchant for aesthetic appeal. He couldn't help but shake his head, for the individual before him was undeniably unattractive. He truly wondered how formidable one could be with such a lack of appeal. With a dismissive gesture, he extended a hand towards AI, his gaze brimming with provocation and disdain. "If you can endure for 10 seconds under the constraint of my single hand, I might consider leniency towards your hidden cloud village." At this moment, Uchiha Fang's expression was rife with contempt, as if the hidden cloud village were mere insects beneath his heel. The surrounding ninjas from the hidden cloud village seethed with indignation, each one unable to suppress the urge to rush forward and teach this arrogant individual a lesson. Just then, a ninja from the hidden cloud village could no longer contain himself. He leapt from the crowd, poised to launch an attack. "Universal pull!" Uchiha Fong exclaimed with a low growl, instantly activating his gravitational force, causing the ninja to be ensnared as if by an invisible hand, swiftly drawing him toward him. Uchiha Fong seized his neck with a firm grip, a mocking expression adorning his face as he imperiously inquired, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Uchiha Fong mercilessly snapped his neck and cast him aside like a lifeless dog. The surrounding air seemed to freeze as the other ninjas exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with a mixture of shock and fury. The Raikage, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of rage ignite within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged directly at Uchiha Fong, raising his fist for a fierce strike. With a sharp crack, Uchiha Fong effortlessly caught the punch with one hand, as if he had not felt an ounce of force. He shook his head, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. TSK, Raikage? Is that all you've got? You resemble a feeble infant who has missed its milk." How could this be? This man was astonishingly powerful. The Raikage's heart tightened, realizing the gravity of the situation and preparing to retreat swiftly. However, when he attempted to withdraw his hand, he found himself utterly trapped. No amount of strength could free him from Uchiha Fang's iron grip, which held his fist firmly, instilling a sense of despair within him. Uchiha Fang's lips curled into a playful smirk as he mockingly inquired, "Oh, what is it? Have you now come to comprehend the price of attacking me?" His words dripped with ruthlessness and coldness. Before the echoes of his voice faded, he suddenly exerted a forceful grip, shattering Raikage's palm in an instant, the excruciating pain eliciting a muffled groan from him. "Damn it! Who are you? What is your purpose?" Raikage gritted his teeth, fury and fear intertwining as he sought a glimmer of hope from this futile confrontation. However, Uchiha Fong appeared completely oblivious to his words, coldly tightening his grip around Raikage's throat, the force akin to a merciless iron clamp. With a resounding crack, the ground fractured beneath them, Raikage's body forcefully pressed down, his gasp stifled and desperate. Suddenly, a black yin-yang release rod materialized in Uchiha Fang's hand, shimmering with an eerie glow. With a swift motion, he plunged the rod into Raikage's arm, blood gushing forth. 1, 2, 3. Each insertion of the black rods pinned Raikage's arms and legs firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile, his eyes reflecting a mixture of despair, unwillingness, and terror. It was his first true encounter with fear. A wave of helplessness surged over him as he trembled, his voice quaking. "Who are you? What do you seek?" Uchiha Fong gazed at him intently, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. He then made a silent gesture, whispering, "Hush now. Allow me to introduce you to the taste of anguish, and thereafter, we shall discuss matters of significance." At that moment, Tsunade hurriedly arrived, witnessing the scene before her in utter astonishment, nearly rendered speechless. "Is this the Raikage? Has he truly been vanquished so easily? The Raikage, also catching sight of Tsunade, realized his predicament as he remained pinned to the ground, struggling to utter, "Are you ninjas from Konoha? What is it that you intend? The peace treaty has only just been signed, and now you seek to assault us." Thud. Uchiha Fong brought his foot down heavily upon the Raikage's head, looking down upon him with a chilling demeanor, proclaiming, "All of you kneel. Otherwise." His words hung in the air, the gravity of his presence palpable, rendering the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. At that moment, the surrounding ninjas sensed a bone-chilling fury. A brawny ninja could no longer contain himself, bellowing in rage, "I shall fight you. Lightning release, lightning strike." His voice resonated like thunder, seemingly intent on shattering the oppressive silence. "I shall fight alongside you." Another ninja retorted defiantly, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Let us fight." The rallying cries echoed, as if fueling the impending clash. "Let us fight." An increasing number of ninjas joined the fray, their collective anger surging forth like a tidal wave. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. "Very well. Let us compete." His words dripped with disdain, as though he were utterly indifferent to the wrathful ninjas before him. With that, Uchiha Feng's blade glimmered in a swift motion, cleaving directly towards the left arm of the Raikage. Accompanied by a sharp, resounding slice, the Raikage's left arm was severed in an instant, blood gushing forth in a horrific spectacle. "Ha ha, come on. Let us clash." Uchiha Fong laughed maniacally, his voice laced with provocation. "Aren't you all so skilled? Come on. Do you dare to continue?" His gaze burned with intensity as he looked down upon the ninjas, their faces contorted with fear and rage, as if he reveled in this absolute dominion. In that moment, the Raikage and the ninjas of Kumogakure were engulfed by an unprecedented sense of disarray and terror. The extent of Uchiha Feng's madness surpassed their wildest imaginations. He unleashed his attacks without hesitation, showing no regard for reason, and directed his ruthless onslaught towards them. His words steeped in insult. What deepened their despair was the suffocating strength of Uchiha Fong, suggesting that no one could stand against him. The Raikage seethed with fury, his voice low and restrained. "What on earth do you intend to do?" Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a chilling smirk, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Let your ninjas kneel and speak first. Do you comprehend? You are nothing but a swarm of ants." A surge of fury ignited within the Raikage, his teeth clenched in rage. "Damn it. Who exactly are you? Are you one of the Leaf Village?" Uchiha Fong shrugged nonchalantly, his tone relaxed yet imbued with unparalleled provocation. "I have already informed you. My name is Uchiha Fong. If you harbor any grievances, then come and attempt to slay me. I await your arrival at any moment." Chapter 50. A Disturbance in Yunin. Uchiha Fong narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I have heard that your village is home to the 8-Tails Jinchuriki and the 2-Tails Jinchuriki. Where might they be at this moment?" Raikage's eyes widened instantly, filled with vigilance and skepticism. "What are your intentions?" Uchiha Fong softly remarked. "I have heard that you and the 8-Tails Jinchuriki are brothers. And the 2-Tails Jinchuriki is an unparalleled beauty. How about lending her to me for a few years of fun?" Just then, Tsunade's fist descended like lightning, crashing down with a thunderous sound as it struck the ground. What was it you just mentioned about playing? What unparalleled beauty?" Uchiha Fong hastily raised his hand in defense, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Hey, old woman, there are outsiders present. Could you please show me some consideration?" He inwardly rejoiced at his quick reflexes. Otherwise, that punch would have been no trifling matter. At that moment, two of Uchiha Feng's shadow clones approached, each leading a figure. They were the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and the 2-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito Ni, two formidable warriors who had once commanded the battlefield, now captured with alarming ease, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a cold, sardonic smile as he fixed his gaze upon the Raikage and softly inquired, "Raikage, which generation are you again? If I were to eliminate these two individuals, would you feel the slightest twinge of sorrow?" His words pierced like a blade, striking deep into the Raikage's heart. In that instant, the Raikage's eyes widened in shock, a tempest of anger and despair etched upon his visage. Yet, he found himself ensnared, utterly powerless to resist, his soul engulfed by an abyss of hopelessness. Through gritted teeth, he bellowed, "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do?" With a sharp sound, a black blade ruthlessly plunged into the wooden figure's body. The figure let out a pain scream. Blood gushed forth violently, and the already grievously injured form appeared even more feeble under this assault, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thus, the 2-Tails Jinchuriki met an untimely end. plunging the villagers of Kumogakure into a profound despair, for even their mightiest Jinchuriki had perished. "Come forth, Two Tails." His voice resonated, deep and resolute. At that moment, an enigmatic aura enveloped the air, and suddenly, a cat-like demon wreathed in blue flames materialized, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Is this the Two Tails?" Uchiha Feng's lips curved into a serene smile as he slowly retrieved a black and red scroll, deftly unfurling it. His fingers danced in rapid succession, performing the sealing technique with seamless grace. In an instant, the silhouette of the Two Tails was ensnared by a mysterious force forcibly sealed within the scroll, which flickered with a faint luminescence, signifying the success of the sealing. "Hey, Uchiha Feng, curse be the tailed beast." The wooden figure, the Raikage, pinned to the ground, roared with fury, his eyes ablaze with terrifying crimson threads, as anger surged within him like an unstoppable tide, threatening to consume his very being. Uchiha Feng offered a slight smile, his gaze piercing like a flame, and coldly remarked, "Ha, the fury in your eyes truly astonishes me. What? Are you unwilling to accept this?" With that, he suddenly stomped down, and with a resounding crash, the entirety of Raikage's head was driven into the ground, dust swirling around as if even the earth trembled in response to his wrath. Another powerful stomp echoed, the force akin to a mountain, leaving Raikage with no refuge. A blend of anger and humiliation overwhelming him. The reverberating sounds of relentless strikes rang out like thunder, shaking everything in their vicinity. "Anger? Before me? You possess no right to be enraged. You are but an insignificant insect." Uchiha Feng's voice was devoid of warmth, as sharp as a cold blade, piercing into Raikage's heart and evoking a profound sense of despair and humiliation. "In the face of Uchiha's absolute power, you are only worthy of kneeling." His voice boomed like thunder, momentarily stunning everyone present. As his words fell, Feng's eyes transformed in an instant, the Nine-Tails Rinnegan shimmering like stars in the darkness, emanating a suffocating pressure. "Rinnegan pressure," he declared softly, his tone imbued with an unassailable dominance. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying force surged forth, causing the surrounding air to quiver. The ninjas of Kumogakure turned pale, as if struck by an invisible hammer, collapsing onto the ground, their knees crashing against the hard earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was utterly horrifying. A low-ranking ninja trembled violently, his complexion ashen, nearly immobilized. An overwhelming dread surged within him, magnifying the fragility of life to an unbearable degree. Even more shockingly, some of the lower ninjas lost consciousness under this oppressive weight, their bodies crumpling as they fell into darkness. The atmosphere was thick with panic and despair, making even the act of breathing a struggle. "Enough. Now, you may hand over my subordinates." Uchiha Feng's voice cut through the air like the biting chill of winter. "You have 3 minutes. Within this time frame, for every 10 seconds that pass, I shall take a life. If, after 3 minutes, I still do not see my subordinates standing unharmed before me, then the village of Kumogakure shall cease to exist." As these words fell, a chill gripped the hearts of all the ninjas present, as if dark clouds loomed overhead, suffocating them. Uchiha Feng's frenzied actions left everyone utterly stunned, struggling to comprehend the depths of his ruthlessness. The situation at hand appeared to have irrevocably spiraled into an abyss. Indeed, before long, amidst the sound of hurried footsteps, a yellow-haired ninja from Kumogakure emerged before the crowd, dragging a frail figure behind him, none other than Uchiha Kyuka. The yellow-haired ninja, named Shi, was a highly regarded figure within Kumogakure, skilled in illusions and medical ninjutsu, yet his face bore a grave expression, seemingly burdened by immense pressure. At this moment, Uchiha Haruka lay with her eyes closed, her complexion ashen, evidently having had her eyes gouged out and lost the brilliance of her former self. A trace of despair flickered across her face, as if she were pleading for mercy from this merciless world. In her heart, hope was fraught with unease, and she silently prayed, beseeching Uchiha Ki to grant them a path to survival. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Uchiha Feng's eyes as he softly inquired, "Where are the Sharingan?" A surge of rage surged within him, as if his heart were ablaze with fury, his gaze fixated intensely upon Shi before him. In an instant, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning, one hand shooting out to seize Shi's eyes with brutal force. His voice, chilling and piercing, declared, "It is you who has plucked away Qingxiang's eyes. You shall repay this transgression now. Removing your eyes is not too much to ask." Shi's expression contorted in an instant, his face a tableau of terror and despair, tears mingling with blood as they streamed down. His anguished cries shattered the silence. "Ah, my eyes, my chakra, rendered useless. What on earth is happening?" His voice was laced with helplessness and suffering, as if even breathing had become a struggle. A wave of despair crashed over him, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 51. The Remnants of Yun Hidden, Madness in the Ninja World. Uchiha Fong once again stood tall and imposing. His gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. His voice resonated with a deep authority, imbued with an irresistible power. Tell me, where's the Sharingan? As his words echoed, the pressure emanating from the Rinnegan swept across the arena like a tempest, instilling a profound sense of dread in every ninja present. The earth began to fracture beneath this terrifying force, dust swirling around as if the very world trembled in response. Countless ninjas turned pale, blood uncontrollably seeping from the corners of their mouths, as if their hearts were violently racing under the weight of this oppression. Their hearts were filled with fear and despair, recognizing that the adversary before them was far too formidable, like an insurmountable peak, rendering them powerless to resist. She's body trembled slightly, her voice fragile and urgent. The Sharingan is with Samui, it resides within her. Uchiha Kide's gaze was as piercing as ice, coldly inquiring. Where is Samui now? Hyde's body trembled violently as he stammered in response. She has already left the village. She is not here at the moment. Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a chilling smile, as if he had just heard an exceedingly ludicrous joke. Heh, splendid. The insignificant insects of the hidden cloud village. Do not blame me for my mercilessness. His tone bore a hint of resoluteness as he addressed Tsunade. Please, take my subordinates away from here. This technique may affect you. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, ultimately deciding to lead Uchiha Haruka to safety. A complex emotion flickered across her face, hinting at her unease regarding the impending calamity. I will wait for you in the outskirts, she murmured, her voice imbued with determination, yet unable to mask her anxiety for the uncertain future. Before long, Uchiha Fong stood at the heart of the hidden cloud village, his Sharingan gleaming with a brilliant radiance, akin to a beacon in the night, exuding an oppressive force. Super divine technique, heavenly transfer. His deep, resolute voice reverberated through the air, as if heralding an irrevocable catastrophe. In an instant, a furious repulsion surged forth like a tempest, emanating from the core of his being, spreading outward like an invisible storm. The entire hidden cloud village, under the onslaught of this overwhelming power, plunged into an abyss of despair. Buildings crumbled as if made of mere paper, offering no resistance, reduced to rubble in an instant. Dust and debris swirled together, creating a chaotic scene, as if the village had been violently torn asunder. Screams echoed through the heavens, the villagers' despair and terror intertwining, with casualties too numerous to count. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. All living beings appeared so insignificantly small before this terrifying force, unable to escape the capricious grasp of fate. The figure of Uchiha Kid has become the epicenter of this catastrophe, as if the master of fate himself, bringing forth an indescribable devastation. Uchiha Fong soared like an eagle in the boundless azure sky, his gaze piercing and his voice resonant as a thunderclap. He spoke slowly, each word imbued with an undeniable authority. Inhabitants of the hidden cloud village, remember this. This is the fate that befalls those who offend the Uchiha clan. The destruction of your village shall be wrought by none other than me, Uchiha Fong. Should there be any dissenters, feel free to seek me out among my kin. His voice, akin to a tempest, reverberated through every corner of the hidden cloud village, lingering long after he had spoken. This day was destined to become a tragedy for the hidden cloud village, an indelible mark in the annals of history. News spread swiftly, akin to a fierce gale sweeping across the entire ninja world. Uchiha Fong of the Uchiha clan, enraged by the loss of a subordinate Sharingan, single-handedly laid waste to the hidden cloud village, leaving it in utter devastation. Behind him, there lingered the ominous shadow of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin from the Hidden Leaf Village, instilling a sense of dread. The entire spectacle was utterly insane, almost diabolical. Henceforth, the ninja world referred to Uchiha Fong with an epithet that resonated more aptly, the mad demon of the ninja realm. The word mad phonetically echoed his name, perfectly encapsulating his tempestuous power and merciless nature. 3 days later, in the vibrant nightlife of Short Book Street, the tavern bustled with energy. Light streamed through the windows, casting a warm golden hue upon the wooden tables and chairs. Tsunade, Fong, and Shizen gathered around a table, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Uchiha Kid took a sip of his drink, his eyes widening in astonishment. Good heavens, you lost 50 million in a single day? That's a staggering sum. You reckless spendthrift. How can we possibly continue living like this? Tsunade chuckled nonchalantly, wiping the corner of her mouth with casual ease and taking another sip of her drink, her eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit. Fear not. Fear not. We'll surely win it back next time. Luck is bound to return. In the meantime, Shizen shook her head. Worry etched upon her face. Lady Tsunade, Kid, you both should stop drinking. If you continue, you will truly become inebriated. Tsunade and Uchiha Kid were two remarkable figures in the world of ninjas, one renowned as one of the legendary Sannin, possessing profound experience and recognized strength. The other was a wild card in the ninja realm, capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire ninja village when roused, instilling fear far and wide. What was even more captivating was the unexpected bond between these two individuals of starkly contrasting personalities. Tsunade, free-spirited and unrestrained, relished gambling and drinking, often seeking thrill in raucous taverns, while Uchiha Kid appeared to be languidly drifting through life, seemingly lost in his own thoughts as time slipped by unnoticed. Surprisingly, these two individuals had now become lovers. Ha ha ha, let us not return to Konoha just yet, Uchiha Kid exclaimed, his face flushed and intoxication bubbling within him. He raised his glass, swaying slightly as he called to Tsunade and Shizune. There's nothing entertaining there. The world outside is far more exhilarating. Hot spring hotels, casinos, taverns, paradise on earth. Cheers. Tsunade, equally tipsy, smiled broadly and raised her glass in response. Indeed, you little lecher, you've finally seen the light. What joy is there in languishing in that dull place? Come, let us wander the world and behold its wonders. Ha ha ha, precisely. Uchiha Kid laughed heartily, filled with exuberance. Though Shizune felt a bit awkward, she too was swept up by their enthusiasm and raised her glass to join in their celebration. As the three clinked glasses, the liquid splashed within, heralding the adventures that lay ahead. However, before long, both Uchiha Kid and Tsunade succumbed to intoxication, embracing one another and falling asleep right there in the tavern. Meanwhile, a high-level emergency meeting was convened among the four great ninja villages, Sunagakure, Awagakure, Konohagakure, and Kirigakure. The Hidden Cloud Village had suffered unprecedented devastation, rendering them unable to organize such a meeting and forcing them to silently endure the aftermath of the storm. Among these villages, their responses to Uchiha Kid's actions were markedly different. Sunagakure remained indifferent to the incident as it did not encroach upon their interests, allowing them to feel a sense of relief from the sidelines. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konohagakure adopted a somewhat passive stance, choosing to take a wait-and-see approach, unwilling to involve himself in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. The situation was even more precarious for Kirigakure, currently in turmoil. Their strength diminished to a mere shadow of its former self, rendering them unable to partake in such disputes, leaving their ninjas deeply troubled and preoccupied. The only one feeling dissatisfaction was Inoki, the third Tsuchikage of Awagakure. Once, he had suffered humiliation at the hands of Uchiha Madara, and now, with another member of the Uchiha clan emerging in the ninja world, his anger and resentment flared even more fiercely. Inoki silently vowed to find an opportunity to confront Uchiha Kid and thoroughly erase the shame of the past. Chapter 52, Forbidden Technique of the Heavens. The Eternal Gate Name, Uchiha Kid Bloodline Limit, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Amplification, Left Eye, Soul Flame, Right Eye, Void, Would Release, Bloodline Elimination, Dust Release, Bloodline Collection, Rinnegan with 9 Tomo, Rinnegan Pressure, Gravitational Force, Repulsive Force, Rebirth, Planetary Devastation, Heavenly Disruption, 6 Paths Techniques, Time and Space Manipulation, Soul Link, Fate Reversal, Universal Reincarnation, Void Domain, Power of the 6 Paths, Special Bloodline, Sage Bloodline, Divine Bloodline, Incomplete. Attributes, Yin, Yang, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth. Divine Power, Yin God Power, Yang God Power. Divine Body, Stage 1. Sage Techniques, Transformation Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Fire Release Sage Techniques, Water Release Sage Techniques, Wind Release Sage Techniques, Earth Release Sage Techniques, Lightning Release Sage Techniques, Wood Release Sage Techniques, Uzumaki Clan Sealing Technique Series. Special Ability, Nine-Tails Sage Mode, Initial Rinnegan Chakra Mode. Primary Spirit Companion, Nine-Tails Sage Fox Juvenile, Two-Tails Sage Cat Juvenile. External Avatar, Surviving External State. Evolution Points, 2. Uchiha Kid murmured softly to himself. Only 2 evolution points remain. It seems I must conserve their use. He sat at the modest table of the inn, clutching a yellowed notebook, his gaze fixed in deep contemplation. Outside, Tsunade and Shizune had eagerly ventured out to explore, their laughter echoing down the corridor. Yet Kid remained entirely uninterested in the cacophony. His thoughts were wholly absorbed in his research, his mind repeatedly revisiting a chilling forbidden technique. This extraordinary technique, once deciphered, could irrevocably alter the fate of common ninjas. His pen danced across the paper, capturing fleeting inspirations as if engaged in a silent duel with destiny. This remarkable forbidden technique was conceived through reverse thinking of the 8 gates, based on Uchiha Itachi's vision. The Eternal Gate is a technique that gradually unlocks and enhances one's potential through extensive training and profound understanding of the body. In stark contrast to the ephemeral bursts of the 8 gates, it emphasizes accumulation and extraordinary endurance. Conditions for unlocking. Physical requirements. The ninja must possess excellent physical conditioning and solid foundational ninja skills, reaching at least the initial level of Raikage. Mental focus. The ninja must meditate and train in a tranquil environment, achieving a heightened state of concentration. Time investment. This technique requires prolonged training, necessitating several years to gradually unlock each gate. The gates are as follows. First gate. The Gate of Spirit, Death Gate. Upon unlocking, speed and reflexes are significantly enhanced. Second gate. The Gate of Resilience, Shock Gate. Upon unlocking, defensive capabilities are greatly improved. Third gate. The Gate of Strength, Vista Gate. Upon unlocking, strength is substantially augmented. Fourth gate. The Gate of Perception, Dusk Gate. Upon unlocking, perception is significantly heightened. Fifth gate. The Gate of Restoration, Injury Gate. Upon unlocking, natural recovery speed is greatly accelerated and lifespan slightly extended. Sixth gate. The Gate of Coordination, Life Gate. Upon unlocking, surpassing human limits, all abilities are vastly enhanced, with a considerable increase in lifespan. Seventh gate. The Gate of Intricacy, Rest Gate. Upon unlocking, the potency of ninjutsu, senjutsu, is greatly amplified, while consumption is significantly reduced. Eighth gate. The Eternal Gate, Opening Gate. Upon unlocking, lifespan is immensely extended. The possibility of achieving immortality remains an enigma, with no one capable of providing a definitive answer. Even Uchiha Itachi himself could not foresee the transformations that would occur after unlocking the 8th gate. Faced with this uncertain future, Itachi's heart brimmed with a fervent desire for exploration. He immersed himself once more in profound research, the scrolls and notebooks sprawling across the table, densely filled with interwoven runes and formulas, as if narrating endless mysteries. To perfect this forbidden technique, he understood that immense effort was required. However, the obsession within him propelled him forward, causing him to lose all sense of time. As nightfall quietly descended, the room was illuminated solely by the flickering candlelight, casting a glow upon his focused visage. At that moment, the door burst open violently, and Tsunade stormed in, her face a portrait of fury. "Damn it! I lost again!" she seethed, her exasperated voice piercing the tranquil night. How infuriating. Standing amidst the scattered, discarded scrolls, her gaze wandered, curiosity bubbling within her. "You little rascal! What has possessed you today? What are you scribbling away at so fervently?" she inquired, a hint of amusement lacing her tone, her brow slightly furrowed. Uchiha Fang's hands danced tirelessly over the scroll, his writing swift and fluid, as if he were pouring forth all his devotion. This was the most formidable forbidden technique in the annals of history, its power 100-fold greater than your white luxury seal. His voice carried a hint of confidence, while his gaze shimmered with a secretive brilliance. Tsunade's interest peaked further, a look of astonishment gracing her features. "Oh, so powerful? What precisely is this forbidden technique?" She inched closer, eager to glimpse the truth. Uchiha Fong nodded slightly, his expression growing solemn. The forbidden technique had now entered its final phase. Yet this last step proved exceedingly arduous and fraught with complications. His voice was low, seemingly concealing the tension and anticipation within. Upon reading the detailed description of the technique, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief, her face a picture of shock. "This is impossible. You should abandon this pursuit. I possess an intricate understanding of human anatomy, and the risks associated with opening the 1st and 8th gates are far too great, almost certain to result in death within an instant. Unless one possesses particularly robust vitality, an ordinary person would be unable to withstand such overwhelming chakra, and would undoubtedly be shattered to pieces." Uchiha Fong wore a resolute expression, his voice imbued with an indomitable spirit. "I have already stated that this technique is still in the exploratory phase. I must resolve these issues, for it represents the culmination of my efforts over the past few years." Tsunade furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with urgency and concern. "You are already strong enough. Why risk delving into such perilous forbidden techniques? Are you not aware of the consequences they may entail?" Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. "I am certainly aware of the perilous nature of this forbidden technique. However, idleness is truly tedious. Why not seek out endeavors that present a greater challenge? For instance, delving into the study of formidable forbidden techniques might yield significant breakthroughs. Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation, a wry smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Very well. Do as you wish. At this moment, I desire nothing more than a good night's sleep. With that, she unhesitatingly shed her garments, unabashedly baring her form. She reclined effortlessly upon the bed, promptly closing her eyes within the warm cocoon of her blankets, swiftly drifting into slumber. Her gentle breaths resonated like a soft melody, enveloping the atmosphere in tranquility. Chapter 53, Tsunade. He is my lover. The following day, the atmosphere within the casino was vibrant and cacophonous. The sounds of lively chatter echoed around the gambling tables, while chips rolled through the hands of players like the relentless ebb and flow of the tide. Uchiha Fong stood in a corner, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he were enveloped in his own kingdom. He lifted his head and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Ha ha! I have discovered that this casino is nothing short of an ATM." At that moment, he had amassed a staggering sum of 100 million in banknotes, a thick stack shimmering in his hands, as if heralding his triumph. The casino staff exchanged glances, secretly astonished. This young man was perilously jeopardizing their business, nearly pushing the establishment to the brink of collapse. Nearby, Silent S' eyes glimmered with exhilaration, her face radiating a brilliant smile. "Wonderful, we finally have money. Xiaofeng, you are truly remarkable." Her tone brimmed with admiration, as if Uchiha Feng were a hero in her eyes. Uchiha Kid smiled faintly, confidence radiating from his visage. His tone casual and relaxed. "It's nothing at all. Ha ha ha. Today we shall feast on barbecue." Meanwhile, in the depths of the narrow alleys of Short Book Street, shadows intertwined, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Tsunade stood in confrontation with Jiraiya, their gazes clashing like sharp blades in the air. Jiraiya's brow furrowed, his voice low and urgent. "Tsunade, why did you do such a thing?" Tsunade paused momentarily, then a cold smirk graced her lips. "What thing?" Jiraiya's voice grew increasingly agitated, as if pouring out the weight of his heart. "You and Kid attacked the Hidden Cloud Village, shattering the balance of the ninja world. Do you understand the immense pressure our teacher is under now?" Tsunade scoffed, her eyes glinting with disdain. "Heh, what does the third Hokage have to do with me?" Jiraiya was taken aback, astonishment and confusion evident in his gaze. He spoke slowly. "Tsunade, you have truly changed. Why are you doing this?" Tsunade's voice was as sharp as a blade, fury igniting in her eyes. "Do you know how my brother died? Do you realize the Senju clan now consists solely of me? Kato Dan was a subordinate of Danzo, that ruthless fiend. Do you know all of this? On what grounds do you criticize me here? Who do you think you are? A savior?" Her words poured forth like a tempest, stirring within Jiraiya an ineffable guilt and helplessness. He longed to speak, yet was engulfed by Tsunade's wrath, his own turmoil and anguish intertwining, rendering him nearly powerless. Simultaneously, within the high-level conference room of the Rock Village, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Around the long table, the senior officials of the Rock Village gathered. Their expressions varied, all eyes fixated on the Tsuchikage, Inoki, who occupied the main seat. Inoki leaned forward slightly, declaring, "The Hidden Cloud Village is now on the brink of collapse. This is our prime opportunity to strike. I announce that from this moment forth, our village will launch a large-scale assault on the Land of Lightning." Instantly, whispers erupted within the conference room. A concerned official from the Rock Village stood, his face etched with worry. "Lord Tsuchikage, should we not deliberate further on this decision? After all, the Third Great Ninja War has just concluded, and the strength of each nation has been severely diminished. A rash attack may provoke unforeseen consequences." Inoki, unhesitating, slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. "No, we need not deliberate any longer. We shall directly assault the Land of Lightning, seize their territory and resources, and then turn our sights on the Hidden Leaf Village. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance that we cannot afford to miss." His words resonated like the drums of war, stirring a long-dormant fighting spirit within everyone present. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, their gazes reflecting complex emotions, anticipation, anxiety, and even a hint of apprehension. At this moment, the Hidden Leaf Village appeared tranquil and serene. However, beneath the surface, turbulent currents were surging quietly. The Uchiha clan had long since withdrawn from the world, while the Hyuga clan gradually lost their reverence for the Hokage and chose to ally with the Uchiha. Simultaneously, the movements of other prominent clans could not be overlooked. The Yamashiro clan, the Akimichi clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Inazuka clan all expressed dissatisfaction with the governance of the third Hokage. engaging in hushed discussions behind closed doors. Despite maintaining a facade of harmony, beneath the surface, they had long since stirred the waters, each aware of the brewing unrest. The atmosphere thickening with unspoken tension. The future of the Hidden Leaf Village seemed to harbor hidden dangers beneath its seemingly placid facade. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi sat amidst the clamor of a bustling casino, a cloud of smoke swirling around him, when suddenly, he received a piece of startling news. The Rock Village was about to launch an attack on the Hidden Cloud Village. An immediate tension enveloped his heart, prompting him to swiftly pull Shizen by his side as they hurriedly made their way outside. "Kid, are we leaving now?" Shizen inquired, perplexed. "We must hurry." Uchiha Itachi's voice was low yet resolute, his strides unyielding, as if time had become acutely urgent. "We need to find Tsunade. Things are about to escalate." "What is the matter?" A wave of unease surged within Shizen. "The Rock Village is launching an assault on the Hidden Cloud Village." Uchiha Itachi's words struck like a heavy hammer, awakening Shizen to the gravity of the situation. Yet, when Uchiha Itachi finally located Tsunade, he was unexpectedly surprised to find Jiraiya present as well. "Oh, Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Uchiha Itachi greeted him with a hint of jest. However, Jiraiya's countenance was unusually grave, his brow tightly knit, as though he bore an immense burden. He took a deep breath and spoke in a somber tone. "Uchiha Itachi, you have gone too far." Tsunade, standing nearby, retorted angrily, "Jiraiya, be quiet. Kid has done nothing wrong. It is you who has overstepped." Uchiha Itachi scoffed disdainfully, his sharp gaze sweeping over Jiraiya as he continued, "Jiraiya, you are exceedingly naive. The world of so-called peace that you pursue is nothing more than a delusion, an ideal that shall remain forever unattainable." Jiraiya fixed his eyes upon Tsunade and Uchiha Itachi, his gaze flitting between them as if searching for some elusive clue. At last, unable to contain himself, he spoke, curiosity lacing his tone. "What is the nature of your relationship at present?" Tsunade chuckled heartily, her eyes glinting with mischief as she immediately wrapped her arms around Uchiha Itachi's neck, radiating pride. "He is my lover, Uchiha Itachi. Huh, just look at my fortune. I have found such a charming young man." In that moment, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Jiraiya's mind, leaving his spirit reeling from a million points of impact. His throat felt parched, rendering him momentarily speechless. What? "Tsunade, you actually..." Uchiha Fong helplessly spread his hands, a hint of innocence and mockery on his face. "There was nothing I could do. I intended to refuse at first, but this stubborn old woman clung to me relentlessly, forcing me to reluctantly accept." Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, shocked to the point of near speechlessness. "What? Tsunade is persistently bothering you, and you accepted it begrudgingly?" Chapter 54. The Crimson Phoenix of Akatsuki, Vortex Fong in the Land of Rain, within the hidden village of Amigakure. This is a unique and mysterious place, perpetually shrouded in fine rain, as if time itself has slowed down here. The geographical location of the Land of Rain is particularly special. Situated at the convergence of the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, making it the epicenter of conflicts in the ninja world. Whenever a great war breaks out among ninjas, this land becomes a vortex of flames, enduring endless devastation and suffering. The smoke of battle permeates the air, as ninjas struggle between life and death, while the lives of civilians become increasingly arduous amidst the chaos of war. The villagers here often live in a state of fear and unease, unable to compare their plight to the prosperity of the five great nations. They yearn for peace, but are powerless to change their fate, silently enduring everything in the rain. The headquarters of the Akatsuki organization is spacious, filled with a tense atmosphere. Several members of Akatsuki stand in a row, each with differing expressions, seemingly brewing an important plan. At this time, Akatsuki has not yet developed into the formidable force it later becomes. The current members include Haiden, Kakazu, Konan, Orochimaru, and Kisame, alongside their leader, Pain. Pain furrowed his brows slightly, his tone calm and resolute. Intelligence indicates that Uchiha Fong is not a true ninja. His relationship with the higher-ups of Konoha is quite cold, suggesting that he is rather family-centric. More troubling is the fact that the Two-Tails is currently under his control. We must find him swiftly and retrieve the beast. Haiden, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of a smug smile, excitedly proclaiming, "Let Kakuzu and me handle it. Such a little brat, Kakuzu and I can easily manage him." Just then, a man dressed in a black cloak adorned with red clouds slowly emerged from the crowd. His flowing red hair stood out sharply in the dim light, and his handsome face exuded an undeniable aura. Beside him stood Orochimaru, still clad in the uniform of the Akatsuki, mysterious and dangerous. This red-haired man is none other than Vortex Foam, the external manifestation of Uchiha Foam. The ring of the Crimson Phoenix of Akatsuki twinkled on his finger, symbolizing his identity and status within the organization. At this moment, Vortex Fang's eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if brimming with anticipation for the impending operation. Suddenly, Vortex Foam brandished a red-black scroll, shrouded in the secrets of the night. He unhesitatingly tossed the scroll to Pain. A hint of pride in his tone. Inside lies the seal of the Two Tails. This statement struck like thunder, leaving everyone present momentarily astonished, the air thick with disbelief. Pain's eyes widened in incredulity, exclaiming, "Vortex Foam, how did you acquire this?" "The Two Tails is currently under Uchiha Fang's control." Vortex Foam smiled slightly, his demeanor composed as he replied, "Uchiha Foam is my brother. We share a close bond. He gifted me this scroll. Furthermore, he is aware of matters regarding Akatsuki." Pain's brow furrowed, his expression darkening as disbelief washed over him. "Do you know what you're saying?" Vortex Foam. Vortex Foam frowned slightly, urgency creeping into his tone. "Leader, do you truly not grasp my meaning? Uchiha Foam is my brother, and we share an intimate relationship. Can you comprehend this?" Pain fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes, before responding calmly. "Although Uchiha Foam hails from Konoha, he is not a rogue ninja. More importantly, he is not a ninja at all. Yet your identity remains a mystery." Vortex Fang's gaze dimmed slightly, his tone growing heavier. "My homeland, the land of whirlpools, has long been annihilated. I am merely an orphan of a lost nation. Once, a kind old woman from the Uchiha clan saved me, leaving me with profound gratitude and memories. Regrettably, that old woman has passed away. Later, Danzo from Konoha's roots sought to kill me, and it was Uchiha Foam who saved my life." As Vortex Fang's tale grew increasingly tragic, listeners were moved, as if his experiences were a sorrowful elegy that brought tears to one's eyes. Coughing lightly, Orochimaru interjected, internally scoffing at the young man's extravagant fabrications, pondering how he concocted such absurd stories. As someone who had collaborated with Uchiha Foam for many years, Orochimaru was well aware of his true nature. More importantly, he understood that Vortex Foam was merely a special clone of Uchiha Foam, disguised so convincingly that it was remarkable. At that moment, Pain spoke calmly. "Well, since this is the case, let us proceed according to our original plan." Meeting adjourned. As Pain's words echoed, the others gradually departed. Vortex Foam exchanged a meaningful glance with Orochimaru, who nodded in understanding, before following suit. At this juncture, only Pain, Conan, and Vortex Foam remained. Pain gazed intently at Vortex Foam, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, tinged with impatience. "Vortex Foam, why do you linger? Is there something unresolved?" Vortex Foam stood undaunted, his gaze steady as he replied, "My reason for staying is solely due to your eyes. I wish to know the origin of your eyes." Pain's gaze was as cold as a blade, fixated on Vortex Foam, causing Conan to subconsciously mirror his tension. Vortex Foam continued, "I sense that you are not your true self. You might even be described as not a living person. My innate curiosity ignites a fervent desire for exploration, compelling me to uncover what has led you to become what you are now." Neither Pain nor Conan anticipated Vortex Fang's keen insight, his ability to discern their abnormalities. Conan's heart raced, and she hastily interrupted, "Vortex Foam, you should not be privy to this matter. Focus on executing your mission." Vortex Foam shook his head slightly, his brow furrowing with confusion and uncertainty. "I am deeply interested in understanding the reason, leader. We are all aware of Akatsuki's objectives. Even if the organization's plan is to annihilate the world, I am willing to accompany you to the end. However, it perplexes me that I have yet to see the true leader of this organization, which presents a dilemma for me." Pain pondered in silence, his gaze as profound as an abyss, seemingly weighing something. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally spoke slowly. "You need only to understand that our goal is to achieve true peace for this world. There is no need to dwell on other matters. As for my identity, you need not concern yourself with it. Even if you were to learn it, it would hold no significance." Chapter 55, Sage Art, Dust Release, Super Large Jade Spiral Bomb in the Land of Earth, within the hidden village of Awagakure. Vortex Foam stood alone on the outskirts of Awagakure, surrounded by tranquility, the gentle breeze caressing the treetops, interspersed with the occasional bird call, as if enhancing the tension for the actions he was about to undertake. "Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken," he murmured softly, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve and determination. In an instant, a terrifying spiral shuriken coalesced in his hand, radiating an immense aura capable of severing all, spinning and glimmering with a chilling brilliance. The fierce gust of wind seemed to rend the air asunder, rendering the surroundings indistinct. With a swish, the shuriken was unleashed at astonishing speed. Akin to a flash of lightning, hurtling toward the distant, towering edifice of the Earth Shadow, leaving a dazzling trail that pronounced his challenge and mockery. The air was filled with a frantic whistling, as if even time had been stilled by the force of that moment. Amidst the ruins, a stifling atmosphere pervaded the air, as if the very essence of the atmosphere had been tainted by the wreckage. Anoki seethed with rage, his face flushed with indignation. Even the weathered contours of his aged visage were tinged with fury. His gaze swept across the devastation, igniting an unnamed fury within him. At that moment, Uzumaki Kid, like a specter, appeared before Anoki with a relaxed smile. "Hey, Anoki, I hear you're planning another trip to the Land of Lightning. Am I right?" His tone was laced with mockery and provocation. Anoki furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the young man before him with a hint of unease. "Who are you? Did you cause this destruction?" Uzumaki Kid scoffed, a glint of defiance in his eyes. "Anoki, you can't be so foolish as to not know who I am. Can you? In this desolate wasteland, who else could there be? Die, you invader." Anoki bellowed, his heart unwilling to yield as he swiftly gathered chakra, preparing to strike. "Dust release, detachment of the primitive world," he shouted, and in that instant, a blinding white light erupted from his palm. Diffusion of dust release, wind, earth, and fire attributes unleashed a substance known as dust particles, capable of disassembling the molecular structure of a target into nothingness. Yet Uzumaki Kid merely chuckled disdainfully, unfazed. "Dust release? I can do that too," he retorted, his voice dripping with contempt and challenge. Without hesitation, he echoed Anoki's technique. A terrifying energy surged forth once more, saturating the air with an intense aura of destruction. The two forces clashed violently in an instant. A sly smile crept onto Uzumaki Kid's lips. "Anoki, it seems you have truly underestimated me. Now, behold my technique." With that, he raised both hands, gathering resplendent chakra. Senjutsu, dust release, ultra big ball spiraling bomb barrage. In an instant, the sky appeared to be torn asunder, as thousands upon thousands of immense spiraling bombs rained down like a tempest. Each bomb shimmered with an ominous glow, harboring the terrifying power of dust release. To be struck by them would mean instant disintegration, the shadow of death looming over every living being, instilling a chilling dread. Witnessing this scene, Anoki's complexion paled, an uncontrollable fear surging within him. What kind of terrifying chakra is this? This is bad, I must flee. He had no time to ponder further as he desperately retreated, attempting to evade the impending annihilation. Boom. The ground shook with a series of tremendous explosions as the ultra-big spiraling bombs descended like raindrops, crashing into the earth and unleashing a tempest of chaos, dust swirling violently. The horrific spectacle taking one's breath away. The ground, ravaged by the shockwaves, appeared utterly devastated, as though the world itself trembled before this cataclysmic force. At that moment, Anoki lay helplessly on the ground, battered and bloodied, his garments stained with crimson, his face a mask of pain and fury. The air around him was thick with tension, as if even the winds mourned for him. Uzumaki Kid stood aside, a mocking smile curling at his lips, his eyes gleaming with triumph. He gazed at Anoki with scorn. Taunting. "Heh? Anoki, why are you so weak? I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already down?" Anoki struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with confusion and defiance, gasping, Who are you?" "The red-haired one. Are you of the Uzumaki clan?" Uzumaki Kid's smile broadened with pride. Relishing the taste of victory, he tilted his chin slightly, feigning nonchalance. Indeed. I am the last scion of the Uzumaki clan. I recall. During the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, your Iwagakure also played a part, didn't he? Ha ha. A cold smirk crept across Anoki's lips. The downfall of the Land of Whirlpools has nothing to do with our Iwagakure. The true puppeteers were Konoha. If you wish to investigate, why not seek them out? Uzumaki Kid was momentarily taken aback, surprised that even in this desolate place, the secrets of Konoha lay hidden. A tumult of thoughts surged within him. Could the fall of the Land of Whirlpools truly be linked to Konoha? This was beyond his expectations. Initially, he had intended to seek out the Four Tails and Five Tails. But now he found himself reconsidering. Do you have evidence? He probed, his tone laced with unease. Now, Konoha can't escape this, can they? Don't blame me. Just blame your own misdeeds. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Anoki's eyes. Of course I have. If you choose to withdraw now, I shall hand over these secret documents for you to take away. With your strength, confronting Konoha for an explanation should pose no issue. Uzumaki Kid smirked derisively, his lips curling into a sardonic arc. Hey, do you intend to use me as your pawn? Anoki frowned, shaking his head vehemently in protest. That is not my intention at all. Regarding the events surrounding the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, I possess comprehensive records and evidence. Our Awagakure spies documented everything meticulously. There is no fabrication. Uzumaki Kid narrowed his eyes, a hint of vigilance and scrutiny evident, his voice calm, yet authoritative. Very well, I shall trust you this once. However, should I discover that you have deceived me, you shall bear the consequences. As Uzumaki Kid departed, Anoki finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart seemingly lessened. He rubbed his forehead, lamenting, that was truly perilous. How has the ninja world given rise to such a formidable figure? First, there was the chaos in the ninja realm, and now a member of the Uzumaki clan has appeared. Truly a time of turmoil. He shook his head. Fatigue and helplessness etched on his brow, realizing that the plan to assault the Land of Lightning would have to be postponed once more. Chapter 56, 5 years. The current state of Konoha time passed quietly, and it was now the year 60 of Konoha. Since leaving Awagakure, 5 or 6 years had elapsed. During this interval, the ninja world seemed to have entered a rare tranquility, the smoke of war gradually dissipating, replaced by a scene of peace and harmony. Uchiha Fon and Tsunade, enveloped in the sweetness of their romance, resembled a pair of carefree wanderers traversing the ninja realm. Their days unfolded in exquisite leisure, steeped in culinary delights, fine wines, and thrilling gambles. Whether meandering through bustling markets or strolling in serene woodlands, their laughter and playful banter resonated in every corner, as if the entirety of the ninja world were imbued with their joy. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Fon was not idling. He had successfully ascended to a senior elder within the Akatsuki organization, earning the profound trust of Nagato and Konan through his remarkable abilities and keen insight. His name is Uchiha Fon. His bloodline limit is the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, amplification, with the left eye wielding the soul flame and the right eye the void. He also possesses wood release, dust release, and has acquired the Rinnegan with 9-Tomo Rinnegan pressure, attraction, repulsion, reincarnation, planetary devastation, celestial disruption, 6 paths techniques, space-time control, soul linkage, fate reversal, cosmic reincarnation, void domain, 6 paths power. His special bloodlines include the sage and divine bloodlines, incomplete. Attributes encompass yin, yang, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth. Divine powers include yin god power and yang god power. His divine body is at the first stage. His sage techniques include transformation technique, shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, fire release series sage techniques, water release series sage techniques, wind release series sage techniques, earth release series sage techniques, lightning release series sage techniques, wood release series sage techniques, and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Special abilities include the Nine-Tails Sage mode and Rinnegan Chakra mode. His innate spiritual pets are the adult Nine-Tails Fox and the adult Two-Tails Cat. His external avatar remains alive in an external state. His evolution points have reached 7, having increased by 5 over the past 5 years. This development fills him with a complex array of emotions. Faced with the prospect of evolution, he becomes exceedingly cautious, reluctant to make hasty decisions. He understands that any evolution may yield unpredictable consequences, necessitating careful consideration. He wonders how his clan is faring now, and whether Naruto and Sasuke have become inseparable friends by now. He silently muses, although over the years, the Leaf team has diligently gathered intelligence and occasionally kept in touch with the clan, returning home only once a year to deliver medicine to Itachi. Beyond that, he has not returned to Konoha. It is not that he does not wish to, but rather that Tsunade is too intoxicating. Whenever he recalls her alluring figure, captivating fragrance, and silken skin, an irresistible longing surges within him. After weathering several years of turmoil, Konoha seems increasingly fragile, struggling to uphold its former glory. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has grown old. Although he remains Hokage, his strength has waned significantly, and his stature has begun to stoop. Among the elite of Konoha, only a few possess considerable power. Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi can be counted on one hand. In contrast, within the Uchiha clan, particularly in Uchiha Fang's Leaf team, lies an underappreciated yet formidable force. Despite comprising only 3 members, each has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, their prowess having reached the level of Kage. Damn it, I lost again. Little pervert, go help me win it back. Tsunade fumed. abruptly pushing the door open and unleashing a torrent of scolding towards Uchiha Fong. Notably, her ample bosom swayed slightly with her movements, prompting Uchiha Fong to excitedly lick his lips, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. What? Lost again? You should be aware that had it not been for my assistance all these years, you would have been bankrupt long ago. And please, do refrain from calling me a little pervert. Don't you know whether I'm little or not? Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her assertive demeanor, coldly declaring, "Hurry and win it back for me. Otherwise, you can forget about sleeping in my bed tonight." Uchiha Fong raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, a hint of a resigned smile curling at the corners of his lips. All right. I shall go at once and ensure that I reclaim all your losses at the gambling house." He then paused, his expression shifting to one of gravity. "Old woman, there is something of utmost importance I must discuss with you." Tsunade's demeanor instantly turned serious, her brows knitting together. "What is it? Is there something significant you wish to convey?" Uchiha Fong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "All these years, I have been collaborating with Orochimaru. He has been assisting me in researching a longevity potion." Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, then blinked her eyes and softly replied, "I am aware of this matter. You mentioned it to me 3 years ago on that drunken night, and you also shared some other things." Uchiha Fong raised an eyebrow, a hint of perplexity gracing his features as he inquired, Have I ever mentioned this matter to you? I have no recollection whatsoever. Furthermore, do you recall anything else I might have said?" Tsunade offered a faint smile, her gaze shimmering with a touch of mischief, as if those memories danced like delicate snowflakes on a wintry night, light yet vivid. "Do you remember? It was a frigid winter night. The swirling snow outside mirrored the tears glistening on your face. You wept and implored me never to leave you." Her voice was low and tender, and I recall every detail with utmost clarity. "Is there anything else?" Uchiha Fong scratched his head, a look of confusion etching his features. "Did I truly say those things? Did I ever weep and plead with you?" He strained to recall, yet only a haze remained. Tsunade offered a slight smile, as if she had seen through his bewilderment. "Actually, those were your words when you were inebriated. You know how candid you become in your drunken state, while the sober you never remembers any of it." Her tone bore a hint of mischief. With that, Tsunade produced a beautifully crafted notebook from her bosom, the cover adorned with golden lettering that read a Feng's collection of sweet nothings. "This book meticulously records all the tender words you have uttered to me." She arched an eyebrow, her gaze sparkling with anticipation. "Care to take a look and reminisce about those moments of devotion?" Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the door, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Clad in a maple leaf attire, exuding an extraordinary aura with a fair and delicate countenance, it was none other than Uchiha Yenwu. "Ah, it's Yenwu." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Tsunade's eyes, her brow slightly unfurling. "Do you have any intelligence to share?" Uchiha Yenwu nodded slightly, his gaze first resting upon Uchiha Kid, then sweeping over to Tsunade. With a grave tone, he stated, "A significant incident has transpired in Konohagakure. Chapter 57. Has the third Hokage perished? Jiraiya has arrived." Tsunade, taken aback, inquired, "What? The third Hokage has died. When did this occur?" Uchiha Yenwu's expression was grave as he slowly spoke. "Today, the third Hokage was slain by the combined forces of the resurrected first and second Hokages, brought back to life by Orochimaru." Tsunade's heart jolted, and in disbelief, she inquired, "Even my grandfather has been resurrected? They actually succeeded in bringing them back?" Uchiha Yenwu shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. "That is merely a forbidden technique employed by Orochimaru." Even more troubling, the Sand Village has seized the opportunity to launch an attack on Konoha, which now finds itself at a perilous low point in strength. At that moment, Uchiha Fong appeared distracted, displaying a marked disinterest in the unfolding events. Having read the original narrative, he was acutely aware of the true nature of the situation. This was precisely the scheme that Orochimaru had long coveted, now finally materializing. Konoha village had already descended into a quagmire of decay. Should the third Hokage continue to govern, the repercussions would be dire. Orochimaru's act of eliminating the third Hokage seemed outwardly ruthless, yet he harbored deeper intentions, wishing to grant the third a dignified conclusion. Among the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade each bore a profound attachment to Konoha. However, their chosen paths diverged significantly. Orochimaru's methods appeared particularly extreme, akin to wielding a sharp blade that cleaved through the ideals of the past and the harshness of reality. Jiraiya, in contrast, preferred a gentler approach, striving to influence those around him and engage in actions within his capacity. Tsunade's emotions were complex at this moment, although influenced by Uchiha Fong. Her life trajectory had diverged considerably from the original tale. She gradually grasped some profound truths through the passage of time. After years of companionship, Feng's unwavering dedication and fervor had gradually affected her, making her acutely aware of her deep-seated feelings for Konoha. This village was not merely the place of her upbringing, but also the home established by her esteemed grandfather, the great Hokage. Konoha bore countless memories and aspirations, having become an indispensable part of her existence. Despite the unforgivable misdeeds committed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Tsunade remained shrouded in concern for the village. Her brow furrowed, and a flicker of unease surfaced in her gaze, as if an invisible weight rendered her breathless. Uchiha Fong let out a faint sigh, attempting to comfort her with a warm tone. Konoha village will be all right. You must believe in that. Although under the influence of Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage had engaged in some disreputable actions. In recent years, the village has been undergoing continuous improvement and introspection, becoming increasingly better. Tsunade did not respond immediately, merely gazing into the distance as if pondering something. After a moment, she took a deep breath and slightly curled her lips, despite the lingering worries in her heart. They no longer felt as burdensome. Let us go. Let us drink, she finally said, her voice tinged with a sense of relief and relaxation, as if seeking solace in alcohol to temporarily set her burdens aside. That night, within a tavern on Shortbook Street, the lighting was soft, and the air was filled with a mingled scent of alcohol and smoke. Tsunade sat in a corner of the bar. Before her lay several empty glasses, her expression dazed as she seemed to confront her inner turmoil. Her fingers gently traced the rim of her glass, and she occasionally lifted her gaze, revealing a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Uchiha Fong silently kept her company, a glass of alcohol resting before him as well. He would occasionally observe Tsunade with gentle eyes, hoping to offer her a semblance of comfort amidst the clamor of the tavern. Kino sat quietly nearby, her gaze focused, silently observing everything around her, her mind swirling with countless thoughts, as if brewing something profound. At that moment, a middle-aged man with spiky white hair suddenly appeared at the entrance, his figure slightly unsteady yet exuding an undeniable aura. In that instant, the eyes of Uchiha Fong, Tsunade, and Kino converged upon him. This figure was undoubtedly Jiraiya. Indeed, he was here. A faint smile graced Jiraiya's lips as he slowly approached the trio, settling down with a hint of weariness, yet maintaining an air of composure. Uchiha Fong slightly furrowed his brow, breaking the silence. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be mourning your teacher? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes flickered with a complex emotion, quickly replaced by a bittersweet smile. Have you already learned the news? Truly impressive. Your intelligence work is impeccable. At that moment, Tsunade appeared utterly absorbed in her own world, raising her wine glass and drinking without a care, not even lifting her head, as if Jiraiya's arrival held no interest for her. Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon Tsunade, his voice laced with urgency. The third Hokage has passed away, and the village urgently requires a strong leader, the fifth Hokage. Tsunade, it is the consensus that you are the most suitable candidate for this position. Tsunade paused, involuntarily shifting her gaze towards Uchiha Fong. She recalled that Fong had once mentioned Jiraiya would come to seek her out and hinted at the possibility of her being appointed as the fifth Hokage. Little did she expect that this prophecy would materialize in such a short span of time. I refuse. Her voice was resolute and cold, imbued with a hint of defiance. Let whoever wishes to assume the Hokage's role do so. I will never return to that position. Jiraiya frowned, his anxiety unmistakable. No, this role is meant for you. At this critical juncture, only you can bear this heavy responsibility. He took a deep breath, striving to make his voice more assertive. The village needs you. Everyone requires your leadership, for you alone possess the capability to guide our village through these turbulent times. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly and softly remarked, the lecherous sage. Tsunade has clearly expressed her unwillingness to assume the mantle of Hokage. I believe you are quite suitable. Why not give it a try yourself? Jiraiya shook his head, a hint of resignation etching his features. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, I cannot become Hokage. Undoubtedly, the most fitting individual for this position is Tsunade. Beyond her, I truly cannot conceive of anyone else capable of fulfilling this role. This is also the village's consensus. The atmosphere grew thick with awkwardness, as a palpable tension lingered in the air. A sense of urgency surged within Uchiha Fong. He was acutely aware that Tsunade, deep down, was indeed inclined to accept the position of Hokage. However, if she were to acquiesce so readily, it would likely compromise her pride. Tsunade was, after all, an exceedingly proud woman, a fact he had come to understand well through their years of acquaintance. Her stubbornness and self-respect often rendered her motives inscrutable. Faced with such a monumental decision, even if her heart yearned for it, she would never reveal her true feelings easily. Chapter 58. Returning to the village, 5th Hokage Tsunade. A sudden spark of inspiration flashed through Uchiha Feng's mind. With a smile, he proposed, "Jiraiya, how about this? Let us engage in a contest. If you emerge victorious, Tsunade shall return to her position as the 5th Hokage. Conversely, should you lose, she will not return. What do you say?" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he inquired. "Oh, what manner of competition do you have in mind?" Uchiha Feng extended his hand, palm facing upward, and with a beaming smile proposed. "Let us engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors, simple and straightforward, one round to determine the victor. What do you say?" Jiraiya, upon hearing this, could not help but shake his head, exclaiming, "Isn't this rather hasty? Such a significant matter should not be decided so frivolously." He turned his gaze toward Tsunade, seeking her counsel, as if hoping she would offer a more prudent suggestion. Tsunade, with a gentle smile and resolute expression, replied, "Let us heed Feng's wishes. Allow him to make the decision." Uchiha Feng slowly rose to his feet, his gaze resolute, as if preparing for the impending confrontation. Jiraiya also stood up, a serious expression adorning his face. "Let us go. Rock, paper, scissors," Jiraiya exclaimed, his tone laced with excitement and provocation. The eyes of both opponents met in the air, a palpable tension enveloping the atmosphere. Uchiha Feng speculated inwardly. Based on the lecherous sage's habits, he surmised that Jiraiya would likely choose scissors next. He fixated on Jiraiya's hand, eagerly anticipating that fleeting moment of change. Indeed, Uchiha Feng's judgment proved accurate. At the moment he made his move, Jiraiya's gesture unfurled mercilessly, distinctly forming the shape of scissors. However, contrary to his expectations, Uchiha Feng did not present rock as anticipated. Instead, he swiftly transitioned his gesture from rock to paper in a remarkably brief span of time. Ultimately, Uchiha Feng succumbed to defeat. With a sharp thud, Tsunade's fist struck Uchiha Feng's head like a bolt of lightning, instantly inflicting a wave of excruciating pain. "That hurts. It truly hurts." Uchiha Feng clutched his head, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, looking at Tsunade with a face full of grievance. "Why do you hit so hard?" "Humph." Tsunade huffed with a touch of arrogance. "You, of all people, are deliberately provoking me." Nearby, Jiraiya stood speechless, inwardly lamenting. "Poor Feng, he truly suffers. Tsunade has become increasingly violent over the years. It seems I must keep my distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire." He shook his head, silently praying for Uchiha Feng, hoping for better fortune next time. Soon after, the sky over Konohagakure was shrouded in dark clouds, an overwhelming sense of sorrow pervading the entire village. The faces of the townsfolk were grave, whispering amongst themselves, as if even the wind hesitated to disturb the heavy atmosphere. The passing of the 3rd Hokage was undeniably a grievous blow to Konohagakure, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, filling every heart with regret and helplessness. Yet, as the ancient adage goes, no creation without destruction. For many, the departure of the 3rd Hokage represented an endless tragedy, ushering in unease and turmoil. However, within Uchiha Feng's heart, this marked a fresh beginning. He understood that the opportunity for transformation often comes hand in hand with sacrifice. And this particular sacrifice might very well be the key to the rebirth of Konohagakure. Only through weathering the storm can one behold the rainbow. On this land steeped in mourning, new hope was quietly taking root. Uchiha Feng donned a flowing black trench coat, its hem dancing lightly in the breeze. Adorned with an embroidered crimson maple leaf on his chest, a poignant emblem of the indelible memories nestled deep within his heart. Beside him, Tsunade persisted in wearing her iconic gambler's coat, a testament to the passage of time and her fearless spirit. In contrast, Shizen was clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, her demeanor austere, as if perpetually poised to confront any challenge that may arise. Jiraiya, however, had not accompanied them to the village, having ventured across the ninja world in search of inspiration. As they approached the Hokage building, Tsunade inhaled deeply, a flicker of nostalgia glimmering in her eyes. After so many years, she had finally returned to this place. Her voice rang clear and resolute, as though she were reminiscing about bygone days, with every corner echoing her tales. Sunlight filtered through the windows of the building, illuminating her determined expression, as if heralding the dawn of a new chapter. At that moment, a venerable old man with snow-white hair and a wrinkled grandmother ambled toward them. Their steps were steady, yet imbued with the weight of years, evidently having entered their 70s or 80s. These two were none other than the current high-ranking officials of Konoha. Hokage advisors Toryun and Mito. Once members of the second Hokage's team, their credentials ran deep. Toryun sighed softly, breaking the silence. Tsunade. It will take another day to finalize the Hokage office. During this time, you are required to draft a document to submit to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Tsunade furrowed her brow, a hint of impatience creeping in. What a bother. Phone, go write this document. Once completed, hand it over to the advisor without showing it to me. Uchiha Phone was instantly infuriated, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Old woman, you are the Hokage. Why must I undertake such a task? I am not the Hokage. This is the official appointment document for the Hokage. However, Tsunade remained unfazed. Her voice resolutely firm as she declared, from this moment forth, I officially appoint Uchiha Phone as my aide to the Hokage. And he must unconditionally comply with all arrangements made by the Hokage. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Mito Min spoke in unison. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. Although Uchiha Phone possesses immense strength, he lacks leadership abilities. This statement reverberated in the air, laden with a palpable sense of urgency. It is widely acknowledged that the position of Hokage's aide was once held by Shimura Danzo, a testament to the immense power it wielded. The Hokage's aide is not only the most trusted confidant of the Hokage, but also a pivotal figure in determining numerous significant affairs of the ninja village. Reflecting on Danzo's political machinations during his tenure elucidates the weight and complexity of this authority. While the name Uchiha Phone, known as the Mad Demon, resonated thunderously throughout the ninja world, the political arena presented a starkly different landscape. His combat prowess was indisputable, yet that did not guarantee his aptitude in the political sphere. The realms of formidable martial might and exceptional political acumen are often two utterly distinct domains. Just as an outstanding ninja may not necessarily evolve into a sagacious leader. Tsunade seized the collars of the two, her voice resonating with conviction. This is my man. If I declare him capable, then he is capable. I am now the Hokage, and the authority lies within my hands. Faced with her formidable presence, Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Mito Min ultimately chose to acquiesce. They understood that Tsunade was not one to be easily swayed, and her decisiveness and resolve surpassed their imagination. Sarutobi Hiruzen might have handled matters with gentleness, but Tsunade's approach was straightforward and unyielding. In that moment, none could overlook the powerful aura emanating from her. Chapter 59, Itachi's Eternal Manjiki leaving the Hokage office. Uchiha Phone strolled back to the Uchiha compound, his heart swirling with the events he had just experienced. The tranquility and harmony of the compound stood in stark contrast to the bustling Hokage office, with the surrounding cherry blossom trees swaying gently in the breeze. As if welcoming him home, he first sought out his parents, yearning to bask in the warmth he had long missed. His mother was busy in the kitchen. The enticing aroma wafting from the pot filled his heart with anticipation. Upon seeing him return, his mother beamed with joy and immediately served him a steaming bowl of dumplings, filling the air with warmth. In that moment, Phone felt an indescribable happiness, as if the worries in his heart had been dispelled by the delightful meal. During dinner, the affectionate chatter of his parents and their joyful laughter enveloped the room, creating an illusion of time standing still. Uchiha Phone felt the embrace of familial warmth, filling his heart with solace. Once the meal concluded, he sought out his younger brother, Uchiha Itachi. Phone gently pushed open the door, finding Itachi sitting quietly by the window. His expression grave, seemingly lost in thought. Phone softly inquired, Itachi, how is your health? His tone revealed a hint of tenderness. Aware that Itachi had been under immense pressure lately, Itachi turned his head, offering a slight smile, a glimmer of warmth shining in his eyes. I feel quite well now. There is no need for you to worry about me. Uchiha Phone furrowed his brow slightly, his piercing gaze fixed upon Itachi, a hint of anticipation lacing his tone. Itachi, allow me to witness your eternal Manjiki Sharingan. A faint smile graced Itachi's lips as he slowly rose, seemingly preparing to unveil the power that lay within him. As his focus sharpened, his pupils underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving into the eternal Manjiki. In this moment, compared to the original Manjiki, a smaller three-bladed shuriken emerged within, exuding an air of formidable authority alongside the larger one, evoking a palpable sense of the strength of a true warrior. Uchiha Kid smiled faintly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Indeed, quite remarkable. Over the years, you have grown considerably, dear brother. Itachi nodded, a subtle smile gracing his face. Of course. We should take the time to visit Sasuke. That boy has promise. Although he can be rather stubborn at times, his potential knows no bounds. Uchiha Phone furrowed his brow slightly, his thoughts racing. Oh? Sasuke must have graduated and been assigned to a class by now. Who is the Jonin leading them? Itachi pondered for a moment, his gaze profound. It is Kakashi Hatake. His voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of unease. In that instant, Itachi's entire being transformed into a flock of black crows, vanishing into the air, leaving behind an indelible shadow. Immediately thereafter, Shirsue's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Quietly manifesting, Uchiha Fong felt a tightening in his chest as he came to realize the gravity of the situation. This was Kotoame Tsukumi. Itachi, what are you truly intending to do? Itachi's voice echoed through the air, imbued with an uncontrollable sorrow. Brother, I am truly sorry. This simple phrase struck Feng's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him engulfed in profound confusion. Fortunately, Uchiha Fong possessed an exceptionally potent ocular power, and with his own Sharingan eye, he was not plunged into despair when confronted with the formidable Kotoame Tsukumi. In that fleeting moment, the intense clash between his ocular prowess and the influence of the illusion unfolded within him, ultimately allowing him to narrowly counteract the overwhelming Jinjutsu. At this juncture, Uchiha Fong and Uchiha Itachi silently locked eyes, their gazes intertwining with a mixture of resigned silence and profound understanding. Itachi let out a soft sigh. A glimmer of disappointment reflected in his eyes. I have failed. Uchiha Fong smiled disdainfully, his sharp gaze fixed on Itachi. It seems that old fool of the third Hokage must have mentioned something to you. Itachi remained silent for a moment before nodding, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Indeed, this is my mission, but I have failed now. Uchiha's lips curled into an imperceptible smirk. So, the third Hokage intends to exert control over me? Why then, did you refrain from intervening previously, only to do so now? Itachi shook his head, his expression grave. That is not the case. The third merely wishes for you to dispel your negative sentiments towards Konoha. Uchiha Fong scoffed disdainfully, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. What a thoughtful arrangement. You've meticulously planned even for matters beyond death. That old fool, the third Hokage, will undoubtedly have you meet your demise several more times. Itachi spoke softly. Brother, I am truly sorry. Uchiha chuckled softly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. Distinguishing between celestial beings is still within my capabilities. However, was that flaw you exhibited a deliberate attempt to allow my escape? Itachi trembled slightly, responding with unwavering conviction. Indeed. Yet within him, a profound inner turmoil ensued. On one side lay his devoted village, and on the other, the bond of blood with his brother, alongside the deep-seated affection he harbored for his elder sibling. Uchiha Feng's tone suddenly transformed into one of exhilaration. With the fifth Hokage Tsunade taking office, Konoha is bound to experience a remarkable renaissance. Moreover, the fifth Hokage happens to be my girlfriend. I am now the man of the Hokage. Ha. Upon hearing this declaration, Itachi's heart had already comprehended the relationship between Uchiha Fong and Tsunade, yet the complexity of his emotions was entirely different upon hearing him proclaim it with such pride. However, it seems that Lady Tsunade hails from the Senju clan, while you, dear brother, belong to the Uchiha clan. There has never been a precedent for a union between these two illustrious families. Uchiha Fong, with an air of ease, responded with a chuckle. Rest assured, the union of the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines will undoubtedly give rise to a power even more formidable. Once we awaken Wood Release and the Sharingan, we shall be invincible. Itachi, shaking his head in resignation, spoke with a hint of fatigue. That is not what I meant. Observing Uchiha Feng's countenance brimming with excitement, he ultimately chose to swallow the words he had intended to convey. Uchiha raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of determination flickering in his gaze. Itachi, I intend to establish a new organization, and I hope you will join me. After all, I now hold a position of influence within Konoha, and there are numerous matters that require your support. If it is agreeable to you, your little girlfriend is also welcome to join. Itachi lifted his head, his eyes piercing and resolute, and inquired with a calm demeanor, what organization? I shall call it the Maple Leaf Organization. Uchiha responded, his voice imbued with a sense of confidence. Having secured my position among the higher echelons of Konoha, as an aide to the Hokage, I find your skills indispensable. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi responded without hesitation, very well, I shall join. Uchiha was somewhat taken aback by the ease with which Itachi had agreed. Do you not intend to consider it? He inquired. Itachi's gaze remained steadfast, unwavering as he replied, there is nothing to contemplate. I will unconditionally comply with any request from my brother. His words resonated with profound trust and understanding, as if, in that moment, the bond between brothers outweighed all else. Chapter 60. The artistic duo. As dusk descended upon the hidden sand village, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of coolness. Vortex Kid wandered at the village's edge, his eyes sharp and vigilant, scrutinizing his surroundings. Orochimaru, how could you allow yourself to be so easily wounded by an aging Sarutobi Hiruzen? Do you not find that humiliating? You are one of the legendary Sannin, a man infamous in the ninja world. Kid's brow furrowed, evidently perplexed by the scene before him. Orochimaru, appearing somewhat resigned, lifted his hands slightly to reveal the seals upon them, his tone tinged with bitterness. Kid-kun, the strength of the third Hokage is far more formidable than you might imagine. Do not underestimate him. At present, my hands are sealed, and all my research has come to an abrupt halt. Kid sighed. Then how do you wish for me to assist you? Orochimaru shook his head, a flicker of helplessness and anxiety in his eyes. I do not know. Our only hope lies in finding Tsunade to heal me. But as you know, her character is quite assertive, and she may not be inclined to help me. This matter requires your physical presence to persuade her. After a moment of contemplation, Kid's gaze deepened, as if weighing his options. It is unlikely that Tsunade, now the fifth Hokage, can spare the time to treat your hands given her overwhelming duties. However, I can assist you. His voice carried a note of determination. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, filled with expectation, Kid-kun, how do you intend to help me? Kid offered a slight smile, his demeanor calm. In truth, I am also familiar with the Shiki F gene sealing technique. Your hands are sealed within the Shinigami's body. Restoring them is not overly complicated. We merely need to retrieve your soul from the Shinigami. Before he could finish, cold sweat beaded on Orochimaru's forehead. The more he interacted with Uchiha Kid, the more he felt that this young man was unfathomable, possessing an almost encyclopedic mastery of ninjutsu, including even the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. Kid-kun, can you truly find the Shinigami? He asked, furrowing his brow, his voice laced with tension. For the Shinigami was the most enigmatic of entities. Kid's eyes sparkled with excitement, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Indeed, I am eager to encounter this most mysterious figure in the ninja world, although I harbor some uncertainty. But worry not, I am merely a shadow clone. If something were to go awry, it would not matter. Originally, he had intended to seize the chakra of Shikaku, the One-Tail, within Gaara, yet at this moment, that thought had been cast aside. The prospect of battling the Shinigami was undeniably more alluring. Let us proceed, Orochimaru. We are off to fight, he declared, launching forth like an arrow toward the land of fire, his silhouette striking against the sunset's glow. Orochimaru, with a hint of amusement, followed closely behind. As they traveled, Kid suddenly posed an innocent yet curious question to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I have long wished to ask you something. Orochimaru paused, a playful smile gracing his lips. Feel free to inquire. I shall answer without reservation. He bit his lip, summoning his courage to ask, do you identify as a man or a woman now? Can you bear children? Is it possible for you to have a child with yourself? Orochimaru's expression was momentarily overshadowed by a myriad of black lines, a mixture of resignation and contemplation crossing his features, before a sly smile emerged. The notion of birthing a child with oneself is indeed quite intriguing, he mused, his deep, bewitching laughter echoing in the air, laden with meaning. He'd shivered slightly. He had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting Orochimaru to take it seriously. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black coat adorned with red clouds appeared before them, an Akatsuki member. In his left hand, he held a complex dual-trigger device, while a terrifying visage of a demon graced his back, from whose mouth extended a tail fashioned of iron, twisting and agile like that of a scorpion. This was none other than Sasori of the Red Sand. Meanwhile, another figure with yellow hair and spiked pigtails drew attention, his bangs obscuring one eye, exuding an air of mystery and wildness. This was Deidara, another member of the Akatsuki. At that moment, Kid and Orochimaru unexpectedly crossed paths with these two. Kid raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Ah, Deidara and Sasori, are you here to capture the One-Tail? Deidara regarded Kid with a laugh. Ha ha, Vortex Kid. I've heard you are second only to the leader in the organization. I am eager to test my skills against you. Kid's fiery red hair danced in the breeze, his eyes sparkling with a knowing gleam, as if harboring a remarkable secret. Allow me to demonstrate what true respect for one's seniors entails. His voice was low and mocking, foreshadowing the extraordinary events that were about to unfold. With a slight bow, Kid provocatively picked his nose and, without hesitation, flicked a small booger toward Deidara, resembling a gem glinting with an eerie light. "How dare you flick a booger at me?" Deidara exclaimed, his face a canvas of disbelief and indignation. However, just as the booger was about to make contact with Deidara, it suddenly emanated a terrifying chakra, the surrounding air growing tense. As if time itself had come to a halt. In an instant, a deafening explosion shattered the air, reverberating like thunder. Oh no, a bomb. How could this be? Deidara's eyes widened in terror as panic surged within him, realizing he had been deceived by such a seemingly innocuous object, plunging him into a state of despair. At that moment, the explosive force seemed to be frozen in time, and then, astonishingly, he'd effortlessly absorbed it all using his Rinnegan. The surrounding air fell silent, as if even the wind had ceased to flow. Ah, Deidara, had I been your enemy, you would have surely met your demise by now. Your perception is woefully inadequate. Perhaps after 100 years of training, you may stand a chance against me. Ha ha. Keith's laughter echoed across the desolate landscape. Deidara stood in stunned silence, his face a mask of shock and fury. How can you resort to such despicable tactics to attack me? His voice trembled, clearly enraged by Keith's antics. Keith shrugged, a smirk of derision on his lips. This is called catching one off guard, understand? As a member of the Akatsuki, we must remain vigilant, always wary of the 5 great shinobi villages' pursuit. Those like you, who are unprepared, will inevitably meet their end. Chapter 61. A Visit to the Hyuga Clan. I seek Niji. Subsequently, Uzumaki Keith engaged in a patient and earnest discourse with Deidara. Although Deidara exhibited a hint of impatience, he could discern a profound camaraderie within Uzumaki Keith's words, which gradually soothed his inner turmoil. Once the lesson concluded, they resumed their journey, departing from the land of wind. Their path to the land of whirlpools necessitated traversing the land of rivers, followed by the land of fire. Their expedition's objective was unequivocally the pursuit of the legendary death god mask, an heirloom of the Uzumaki clan, imbued with formidable power and a mysterious history. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. With the return of Uchiha Keith, the Uchiha clan was engulfed in excitement, promptly initiating a celebratory feast. Notably, Niji Hyuga found himself increasingly exhilarated, having successfully dispelled the curse mark of the caged bird through his own efforts, liberating himself from constraints and embracing a renewed identity. At this moment, within the confines of the Hyuga clan's territory, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Uchiha Keith gazed intently at Niji Hyuga before him. Niji now bore a confident smile reminiscent of the rising sun, warm and radiant. Clad in a pristine white robe, his lustrous black hair danced gently in the breeze, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky. His Byakugan shimmered with unprecedented brilliance, exuding a sense of resolve and composure, as if narrating the determination and courage nestled within his heart. Excellent. Quite commendable. Uchiha Keith nodded in satisfaction, his voice imbued with admiration and encouragement. Your Byakugan has undergone a qualitative leap, harboring boundless potential. The future is indeed promising. Niji Hyuga respectfully bowed, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Teacher, it has been a long time. What shall be the focus of our training henceforth? Uchiha Fang's gaze was profound as he directed it towards Niji's clear eyes, slowly articulating. Your eyes have already met the conditions for evolution. The forthcoming challenge lies in honing the limits of your mental and physical strength. He paused, as if contemplating how to express this sentiment more clearly. I shall impart to you some unique methods for enhancing your mental prowess. As for your physical strength. As he spoke, Uchiha Fang retrieved an ancient scroll from his robes and gently tossed it to Niji. The scroll traced a graceful arc through the air before landing securely in Niji's hands. This is a forbidden technique of my own invention, one that I have yet to fully master. Should you succeed in its cultivation, your physical strength will experience a profound leap. And even the extension of your lifespan will witness a qualitative enhancement. At that moment, Hyuga Hizashi emerged from within the room, his expression imbued with a hint of anticipation. Not far off, 2 young girls approached. One was Hinata Hyuga, her demeanor gentle and reserved. The other was Hanabi Hyuga, seemingly around 5 years old, yet remarkably lively and brimming with vitality. You have finally returned, Hokage's assistant. Hyuga Hizashi smiled, his tone reflecting a sense of gratification. Haha. The head of the Hyuga clan truly amuses me. I am merely a worker and need not be so formal. Uchiha Fang waved his hand, his laughter carrying a note of ease. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Hinata and Hanabi, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. This young girl must be Hanabi Hyuga. Quite impressive. She indeed embodies the essence of the Hyuga clan. His praise was both straightforward and sincere. As for Hinata, despite her role as the princess in the original narrative, her prowess was not particularly remarkable. In contrast, although Hanabi had limited appearances in the original story, her vitality and potential undoubtedly surpassed that of Hinata. In an instant, Uchiha Fong keenly perceived this detail and silently marveled at it. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the Hyuga clan leader. He spoke slowly. Esteemed Hyuga clan leader, I have come to seek your assistance with a particular matter. As the Hokage's advisor, I bear a considerable burden of responsibilities and require the support and aid of the Hyuga clan. As allies, I trust you would not refuse my request. Hyuga Hayashi pondered for a moment before nodding in response. Of course, speak freely. I shall lend my assistance in any way I am able. Uchiha Feng's tone grew increasingly solemn as he declared, I want Niji. Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Hayashi appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a request from Uchiha Feng. Uchiha Feng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before inquiring, what troubles you? Hyuga clan leader? I am certainly in agreement. However, the voice of Hinata Hayashi was tinged with hesitation. Niji is still quite young, and there remains much for him to refine in his training and development. Uchiha Feng appeared remarkably composed, offering a faint smile as he remarked, there is no cause for concern. Niji is my disciple, and I shall take responsibility for his training, ensuring that he receives ample opportunities for both exercise and growth under my guidance. There shall be no issues. Thus, Hyuga Niji seamlessly joined the ranks of Uchiha Feng. The members of the Maple Leaf organization have now grown to a total of 5. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Inbyu, Uchiha Haruka, and Uchiha Yuta, alongside a yet-to-mature Hinata Niji. Soon after, within the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the ornate desk and infusing the entire space with a touch of comfort. However, Tsunade sat there, her visage marred by sorrow, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. It seemed as though her thoughts were burdened by an invisible weight, rendering her breathless. Recollections of carefree days in the ninja world surged within her, invoking a sense of nostalgia. In those times, she could wander freely, savoring the joys of life. Yet now she found herself encumbered by the formidable responsibilities of Hokage, grappling with the complexities of governance, a transition that proved exceedingly difficult to navigate. Shizune, summon that fellow. Heed. Tsunade's voice carried an undertone of urgency, as if this seemingly simple request might afford her a momentary respite. Shizune, who was organizing documents nearby, paused slightly upon hearing Tsunade's words and promptly replied, Lady Tsunade, Heed just left. Do you wish for him to return now? At that moment, Uchiha Kid was engaged in an intense spar with Hinata Niji at the training grounds of Konoha, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while the sounds of their confrontation echoed around them. Still not fast enough. Uchiha Kid's voice resonated with a hint of urgency, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. You must accelerate. Such speed will only lead to your demise on the battlefield. Niji gritted his teeth, silently vowing to surpass his instructor. His strikes fell like raindrops. Yet no matter how fervently he endeavored, he could never truly land a blow on Uchiha Kid. Each attempt fell short, evaded with Kid's deft maneuvers. It felt as though he were tantalizingly close to connecting, yet perpetually hindered by an invisible barrier separating them. Anxiety ignited within him, as if racing against time, each failure tightening an unseen noose around his heart. Despite having poured all his strength and technique into every assault, he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat, as if he could never transcend the figure before him. Chapter 62. Marry me what? You want me to become a ninja? Absolutely not. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kid's face was etched with resistance and dissatisfaction, his brow knitted and arms crossed defiantly over his chest, as if he were fortifying the last line of defense. Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, producing a sharp sound, seemingly intent on dispelling Kid's hesitance. No, you must become a ninja. This is your forehead protector. Take it and hold it dear. From now on, you shall be an elite Nin of Konoha. Her tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority, her eyes shimmering with hopeful anticipation. Uchiha Feng turned his head away, attempting to evade the weighty responsibility that loomed over him, his lips twitching in a silent protest of dissatisfaction. No, I truly do not wish to become a ninja. The life of a ninja is far too exhausting. Look, even as an aide to the Hokage, I am already overwhelmed, especially since you have delegated most of the Hokage's duties onto me. He waved his hand vigorously, as if to dispel the myriad of trivial tasks that burdened him. Tsunade let out a soft sigh, her tone imbued with a blend of helplessness and understanding. yet unwavering in resolve. You know, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Afong, given your immense strength, it is only fitting that you shoulder the corresponding duties. Her gaze was gentle yet resolute, as if she were invoking the power of the spirit to awaken the sense of that lay dormant within him. Uchiha Fong felt a wave of headache wash over him. He took a deep breath, striving to organize his thoughts before resolutely declaring, I can become a ninja of Konoha. However, before that, I hope you will grant me a request. Tsunade paused momentarily, then nodded with a serious expression, responding, very well. I agree to your request. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the weight of this promise, and then remarked, have you not even inquired about the specifics of my request? Yet you so readily acquiesce? Tsunade's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she responded, do tell. What is this request that compels you to be so earnest? A complex emotion flickered across the face of Uchiha Fong as he lowered his head and softly spoke, Tsunade. I am not one who excels in expressing feelings, nor am I adept at subtlety, and I am certainly not skilled in matters of love. Marry me. Tsunade nodded, a trace of fluster crossing her mind as her voice became slightly hurried. All right, that is fine. No problem, though her tone remained composed. A thrill of excitement coursed through her at the impending change. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, a gentle light shimmering in his eyes as he slowly spoke. There is one more thing I hope you can agree to. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance as she inquired, I have already promised to marry you. What more do you wish for me to do? Her tone carried a hint of teasing, an attempt to mask the tumultuous emotions surging within her heart. Uchiha Fong gazed at her earnestly, his tone resolute. After we marry, I hope you will bear me 3 children. Of course, the more, the merrier. This declaration made Tsunade's heart race and her cheeks flush slightly. She felt the simultaneous weight of future responsibilities and the joy they would bring. Her mind swirling with countless thoughts, yet unable to articulate them. Uchiha Fong gazed intently at Tsunade, his voice imbued with a blend of determination and anticipation. Tsunade, this is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Consider this, the Senju clan has dwindled to just you. If we were to have several children together, who knows if they might awaken would release. Furthermore, if fortune favors us and they simultaneously awaken both would release in Sharingan. We could establish ourselves as an invincible force in the ninja world, becoming true legends. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade unhesitatingly slammed her hand on the table, her tone radiating authority and resolve. All right. However, matters of childbirth must be discussed only after I step down from my position. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, filled with exuberance. Very well, it is settled. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and 4 figures gradually entered the room. Brother. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sasuke's eyes. The newcomers were none other than Kakashi Hatake, along with the 3 members of Team 7, the spirited Naruto Uzumaki, the composed and reserved Sasuke Uchiha, and the unassuming Sakura Haruno. Uchiha Fong wore a smile, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. Sasuke and Naruto, and Kakashi Itachi. He turned to face Haruno Sakura, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. You must be Haruno Sakura. I have heard that you have put in considerable effort into your training. Truly commendable. In the original narrative, at this moment, Sasuke had already fallen under Orochimaru's curse mark, while Naruto was diligently training under Jiraiya's guidance. However, with the emergence of Uchiha Fong, the course of events seemed to have entirely deviated from its original path. Now, a close cooperative relationship had been forged between Orochimaru and Uchiha Fong. Moreover, his rapport with Jiraiya had become extremely delicate, akin to that of familiar strangers. Shimura Danzo. The malignant tumor of Konoha had met his demise at his hands. Kakashi lowered his head slightly, clearing his throat before speaking earnestly, Lord 5th Hokage, in truth. Naruto and Sasuke aspire to undertake higher-level missions. I believe they are capable of handling such task intensity. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, producing a resounding noise that reverberated throughout the office. A flicker of dissatisfaction sparkled in her eyes. No, you are merely 3 genin. At most you can undertake C-rank missions. Sasuke frowned, an unyielding light flashing in his eyes as he resolutely declared, but the difficulty of these C-rank missions is far too low. I wish to challenge myself with higher-level tasks. I want to undertake S-rank missions. Naruto, not to be outdone, sprang to his feet, his face alight with fervor and enthusiasm. As he pumped his fist and exclaimed excitedly, that's right. I want to embark on S-rank missions alongside Sasuke. We are ready and absolutely capable of succeeding. Uchiha Fong smiled gently, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. You wish to undertake an S-rank mission? That is indeed a possibility. However, You must first best me in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Should any one of you triumph, I shall grant your request. Each of you little ones has a single chance. Naruto's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, igniting a flame of enthusiasm within him. Really? Are you being serious? His voice trembled with barely contained excitement, the desire for adventure radiating from him. Meanwhile, Sasuke felt a surge of delight. Rock, paper, scissors was a game he had played with Itachi since childhood, honing not only his reflexes and vision, but also amassing a wealth of experience through countless matches. His confidence swelled as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Let me take my turn. I will surely win. Sasuke stepped forward without hesitation, his tone resolute and powerful. As he spoke, his Sharingan quietly activated, the dual tomo flickering in his eyes, proclaiming his unmatched determination. Come on. Sasuke's voice exuded a fervent challenge, as if he had already painted a picture of triumph in his mind. The air was thick with tension and excitement, eagerly anticipating the onset of this contest. Chapter 63, Kakashi's Sharingan. On the bustling streets of Konoha, dappled sunlight cast playful shadows as three youthful figures navigated through the throngs of people. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura walked side by side, the shops lining the streets alive with activity, the aroma of grilled fish and sweets wafting through the air. Sakura turned her head slightly, gazing curiously at Sasuke. Is he the one you aspire to surpass? Your other brother? A determined light sparkled in Sasuke's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he revisited that indelible memory. Indeed, I have two brothers, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Itachi. They are both formidable beings, and I am resolute in my quest to surpass them and become the strongest in the Uchiha clan. His words resonated with unwavering conviction, the fervor of his desire burning like an unquenchable flame. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, a palpable tension lingered in the air. Uchiha Itachi gazed intently at Kakashi, his eyes resolute and profound, and slowly spoke. Your left eye? It must be the Sharingan. Am I correct? Kakashi paused momentarily, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he replied, indeed. It was entrusted to me by a fallen comrade in his final moments, bearing the weight of his unfulfilled dreams. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, his voice deepening with gravity. This Sharingan is not only immensely powerful, but it will also become a burden for you. Every moment, you must expend chakra to sustain its operation, correct? Kakashi nodded, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. Indeed. Is there any way to resolve this issue? Hokage's assistant? Uchiha Itachi waved his hand, stating, although I serve as the Hokage's advisor, I am also a Jonin of Konoha. I am unable to resolve the issue with your eye. If your left eye were a standard Sharingan, it would be a different matter. However, your Sharingan is extraordinarily unique. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. Unique? Are you referring to some particular condition? Uchiha Itachi nodded earnestly, a hint of gravity reflected in his gaze. The specific reasons elude me, he admitted, yet as a member of the Uchiha clan, I can sense something amiss. Your eyes are consuming your chakra in a manner I find difficult to articulate. This depletion transcends mere usage. It resembles an internal conflict, resulting in your chakra remaining in a state of tension and instability. He paused, seemingly pondering how to articulate his thoughts more clearly. If left unchecked, this will undoubtedly diminish your strength and may even adversely affect your physical condition. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, urgency lacing her tone. What could be the cause? As Feng's partner, she was acutely aware of his disposition. He never exaggerated without reason, and since he mentioned Kakashi's condition, it indicated that the situation was far from trivial. Kakashi's health was likely deteriorating to a concerning degree. Kakashi gently shook his head, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's nothing, just a minor issue. It's been like this for years. Yet, a flicker of resignation crossed his eyes, as if he were concealing an inner bitterness. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Kakashi was a veritable prodigy. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, became a CH Nin at 6, and descended to J Nin by 12. Following such a trajectory, he should have been nearing the level of Hokage by now, if not already attained that status. However, due to the burden of the Sharingan, his progress had stagnated, as if bound by invisible shackles, preventing him from advancing further. In the stillness of the night, the Senju clan's territory exuded a serene and mysterious aura, with moonlight filtering through the treetops, casting a silvery veil upon the ground. Tsunade gazed at Uchiha Itachi, who was engrossed in his writing, unable to suppress a teasing remark. You little lecher, what on earth are you scribbling away at every day? It piques my curiosity. But what exactly is wrong with Kakashi's eyes? The tip of Uchiha Fang's pen lingered momentarily on the notebook, his gaze reflecting a profound depth. Slowly lifting his head, he inquired, "Do you believe in my perceptive abilities?" Tsunade paused for a brief moment, her curiosity piqued, before nodding in affirmation, "Of course I do. Please, do not keep me in suspense any longer." The voice of Uchiha Fang was deep and solemn. "Kakashi possesses but a single Sharingan. Yet I perceive a remarkable resonance between his eye and another. This suggests that what once constituted a pair of Sharingan is now dispersed between two distinct individuals, both of whom are still alive." Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. What could this possibly signify? Uchiha Fang let out a sigh, remarking that you are now the Hokage, and this matter requires your own contemplation. His words carried a hint of resignation, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Tsunade, unwilling to back down, retorted with determination, asserting that you are my Hokage advisor. Should you not assist me in analyzing this? She slightly raised her chin, revealing a touch of pride intertwined with a hint of expectation. Uchiha Fang helplessly shook his head, conceding, all right. This matter is, in fact, rather straightforward. There are two possible explanations. Firstly, the individual who bestowed Kakashi with his Sharingan is still alive, perhaps covertly observing everything. Secondly, Kakashi's dear friend's remaining Sharingan has been seized by another. His words revealed a hint of contemplation, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Meanwhile, the night enveloped Sunagakure, the moonlight filtering through thin clouds, casting a serene glow over the tranquil village. Deidara and Sasori infiltrated like phantoms, the surrounding sand shinobi oblivious, as if these two outsiders had never crossed paths with this land. Disguised as ordinary sand shinobi, their jackets and masks perfectly concealed their identities. Deidara tilted his head slightly, peering through the mask slit at Sasori beside him, his tone laced with jest. "Brother Sasori, this is your homeland. Are you truly willing to go through with this? This is where you once lived." A determined flame flickered in Sasori's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "For the sake of eternal art, I must transform the fourth Tsuchikage into the most powerful puppet." Deidara couldn't suppress a grin, excitement bubbling forth as he exclaimed, "Haha, an instantaneous explosion is the pinnacle of art. However, the organization tasked us with capturing the One Tail, and yet we have seen not even a shadow. Is there truly no commotion within this village?" Chapter 64. The Art Duo versus the Fourth Tsuchikage. The fourth Tsuchikage, Raza, stood atop a high platform in Sunagakure, a gentle breeze tousling his brown hair, as if bestowing upon him an aura of mystery. Clad in a black ninja outfit with a mesh lining, he exuded an air of sharpness and aloofness. As a formidable wielder of magnet release, his gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, penetrating through the layers of mist to lock onto his adversaries. "Who are you? How dare you brazenly invade Sunagakure?" His voice was deep and resolute, echoing the fury and defiance of the land's guardian. Raza scrutinized the two intruders, the arrogance of Deidara and the chilling smile of Sasori raising his alertness, particularly as the black background adorned with red clouds tightened his chest. "You are members of the Akatsuki," he bellowed, his anger and tension unabashedly evident. Sasori smiled slightly, his tone calm as he asserted, "You handle the One Tail. I will deal with the fourth Tsuchikage." His voice was like a delicate thread, imbued with unwavering conviction. At that moment, Deidara's emotions soared to their zenith. His eyes sparkled with fervor, as if the entire world blossomed before him. Without hesitation, he produced a clay bomb from his pocket and hurled it towards Raza with force. Raza reacted with remarkable swiftness, manipulating the sand to coalesce in midair, forming a sturdy barrier to meet Deidara's assault. The collision of the bomb and the sand produced a deafening roar, the explosion resonating through the air. Fire and sand intertwining in a grand display akin to a spectacular fireworks show. Art is nothing but an explosion. Deidara's lips curled into a wild smile, brimming with arrogance and exhilaration. His expression radiated madness, as if each explosion was a cry from the depths of his soul, showcasing his obsession with explosive artistry. In this battlefield, he became a true artist, freely unleashing his own palette of colors. Sasori coldly interjected, "Deidara, I have already stated, you go capture the One Tail. I shall take charge here." His tone bore an undeniable chill, as if he commanded the very battlefield itself. As a genius puppeteer, Sasori was renowned not only for his exquisite puppetry, but also for having slain the third Tsuchikage, shaking the very foundations of Sunagakure. At that moment, Raza, seething with rage, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die!" His words struck like thunder, and with his intense fury, Chakra surged violently around him, transforming into a formidable force. Magnet release, sand gold burial. With his roar, terrifying sand coalesced in the air, as if determined to consume all. Seeing this, Deidara's heart raced, and he urgently called out, "Not good. Brother Sasori, quickly onto my clay bird." Without hesitation, Sasori leaped onto the clay bird, his movements crisp and decisive, as if he had anticipated this moment. As the clay bird ascended, Sasori and Deidara braced themselves against the raging sand, preparing to engage in renewed combat. Raza smiled faintly, his gaze resolute, and he softly commanded, "Magnet release, sand tsunami." Instantly, golden sand particles surged towards the sky like a tide, propelled by an unseen force, racing toward Deidara and Sasori in a dizzying display. Sasori's reaction was equally swift, a glimmer of cold determination shone in his eyes as he acted without hesitation. "Scarlet Flow, 100 puppets." As his words fell, the device on Sasori's left arm erupted in dazzling brilliance, activating the mechanism. It was densely packed with cylindrical tubes containing over a dozen poison needles. Resembling a blooming crimson flower, chilling to behold. As the cannon roared to life, the tubes were launched, scattering like magic in all directions. Each tube traced elegant arcs in the air, while the internal needles rained down like a torrential downpour. This strike differed from the single-direction assault of the Needle 8 waves. Although the latter's needles were dense, they were merely a straightforward attack. Sasori's ingenious design released the poison needles in a shotgun spread, creating a deadly coverage area. In this chaotic onslaught, the likelihood of poisoning reached its zenith, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Each needle carried the scent of death, targeting its foes with unwavering precision. Raza's eyes were sharp. He acutely sensed the impending crisis. The sand rolled in the air, seemingly unable to maintain its dominance over the enemies, yet he did not falter. Instead, a surge of fighting spirit ignited within him. "No matter what, I cannot allow you to succeed." He growled softly, his chakra surging like a tempest. Magnet release, sand gold shield. With his roar, the surrounding sand began to coalesce anew, forming a solid shield to block the deluge of poison needles. The golden sand particles shimmered in the air, creating a radiant barrier that thwarted Sasori's lethal strike. "What a tenacious fellow," Sasori remarked coldly, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes, only to be replaced by a cunning expression. However, that last attack was merely a test. He deftly manipulated his puppet, tracing a complex seal in the air, as a massive puppet erupted from the ground, cloaked in shadow. It was a colossal puppet, imposing in stature, exuding an oppressive aura. Puppet creation, wind. Sasori's voice resonated with unshakable confidence. With a subtle movement of his finger, the giant puppet took a step toward Raza, causing the very air to tremble under its immense power. Raza, sensing the looming threat, thought to himself that this was dire. He understood that merely relying on the sand shield would be insufficient against such a colossal puppet. Thus, he swiftly recalibrated his strategy, a decisive thought flashing through his mind. "If that is the case, let me see how this unfolds." With a thunderous roar, Rasha swiftly formed hand seals, and chakra surged around him with wild intensity. Magnet release, sand gold beast. As his voice echoed, the surrounding sands were drawn towards him at an astonishing speed, coalescing into a colossal sand gold beast, resembling a fierce sand wolf, which lunged ferociously at the giant puppet. "Go, tear it apart." Rasha's voice resonated with unwavering determination, igniting a fierce fighting spirit within him. The clash between the giant puppet and the sand gold beast produced a deafening explosion of power. The beast roared as it aimed for the puppet's throat, however. The puppet's hard exterior was as impenetrable as steel, retaliating without hesitation. "Do you think that can defeat me? Foolish wind shadow." Scorpion's voice dripped with mockery as he effortlessly manipulated the puppet, launching relentless attacks against the sand gold beast. "Humph, such arrogance." Rasha felt a tightening in his chest. Yet he did not waver. He understood that to vanquish Scorpion and Deidara, he must uncover their weaknesses. The battle raged on, and he recalled past experiences, contemplating how to turn the tide. At that moment, Deidara began to craft new clay bombs high in the sky, preparing to unleash a second wave of assault. Alarmed, Rasha resolved to adopt a more aggressive strategy. Magnet release, gold sandstorm. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the massive sand spiraled through the air, transforming into a formidable tempest directed at Deidara. "Ah, you villain!" Deidara shouted in panic, attempting to evade, but the sand gold storm acted like an invisible giant hand, ensnaring him tightly. "I fight for art. I shall never retreat." Deidara gritted his teeth, his smile unwavering, and he unleashed his most powerful technique, the C1 explosion. This move, once activated, would surely inflict grave injuries upon himself. Are you mad? Stop this. We're only just beginning, and you're already using your trump card? Are you a fool? Scorpion's eyes widened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Ha ha ha, this technique was taught to me by Vortex Foam. I've longed to try it. Daidar's voice echoed in the air, and soon the entire sky was engulfed in brilliant flames. Art is an explosion. Quick, evade. Rasha's heart raced, urgently commanding the sand gold beast to flee, but the energy waves from the fiery explosion surged like relentless tides, rendering escape impossible. As the flames threatened to engulf everything, Rasha steeled himself, summoning all his chakra to execute his final gambit. Magnet release, gold sand barrier. In an instant, golden sand particles coalesced into a protective shield, absorbing the shock of the explosion. As the thunderous roar subsided, only swirling sand and smoke remained in the sky. Rasha stood atop a platform, trembling, yet his gaze remained resolute despite his exhaustion. I shall never give up. The future of Tsuchikage rests in my hands, he murmured, a flicker of indomitable hope igniting within him. However, the enemy did not relent, as Scorpion's chilling laughter echoed. This battle has only just begun. The true art has just commenced. Chapter 65. A call for aid from Tsuchikage. 3 days later, sunlight streamed through the azure sky, illuminating the peaceful village of Konohagakure with a warm golden glow. The Hokage building stood solemnly at the village's center, exuding an air of authority. At that moment, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, sat in her office, poring over a distress letter from Tsuchikage, her brow furrowed with concern. The fourth Kazekage, Rasha, has been slain by members of the Akatsuki. Her voice was low and resolute, suppressing the anxiety within her. Furthermore, 2 members of the Akatsuki were gravely injured in battle but had successfully escaped. Within the office, the elite shinobi of Konohagakure gathered. The atmosphere became grave and tense. The fall of the fourth Kazekage was undoubtedly a significant event of dire consequence. The 5 Kage, as the strongest shinobi of their respective villages, represented hope and faith for countless shinobi, and now their lives had been mercilessly extinguished, evoking profound sorrow. The assembled shinobi exchanged glances, each understanding that the situation had grown increasingly complex and perilous. Worse still, Tsunade continued, her tone becoming even more somber. The Akatsuki's objective seems to be the tailed beasts. Though they retreated due to a failed capture, I am convinced they will not give up easily. They will return. Her gaze swept over the gathered shinobi, seeking capable allies among them. Who is willing to assist Tsuchikage? Tsunade's voice rang out, laced with urgency and determination. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai exchanged apprehensive looks. The adversary had managed to slay the fourth Kazekage. They feared they would not be a match for such formidable foes. Kakashi spoke earnestly, Lady Tsunade. Given that they could kill the fourth Kazekage, their strength is undoubtedly extraordinary. We must dispatch a powerful team for this mission. We cannot act recklessly. Tsunade nodded slightly, a look of gravity on her face. I am fully aware of that. However, the issue lies in the current state of Konohagakure. Our talent pool is concerningly thin. Might Guy stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Lady Tsunade, let Team Guy set forth. At that moment, he resembled a blazing flame, filled with anticipation and excitement, as if he could hardly wait to embrace the challenges ahead. Kakashi furrowed his brow, a hint of worry in his voice. Guy, these are beings capable of slaying a Kazekage. Can you truly handle them? Just then, Uchiha Fong strolled in from outside, his demeanor relaxed, his gaze sweeping over each person present. He paused for a moment, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Oh, what troubles you all? Why the somber faces? As he spoke, he produced a black bracelet from his pocket and tossed it effortlessly, landing perfectly in front of Tsunade. Here. This is my token of affection. His tone was light-hearted and mischievous, as if sharing a trivial jest. The gathered shinobi exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere turning awkward. In such a critical moment, he dared to flaunt his affection? Moreover, what was this token of affection? It was just a simple black bracelet, too simplistic for such an occasion. Tsunade's brow furrowed, urgency creeping into her voice. Enough. The situation is extremely pressing. Uchiha Ki gently waved his hand, his expression calm as he spoke softly. Our Ka has passed away, hasn't he? I received the news 3 days ago. Tsunade's gaze flickered slightly, and she pressed further. How did you know so early, and yet choose not to inform me? Moreover, through what means did you acquire this information? Sarutobi Asuma fixed his gaze on the individual before him, a hint of doubt and caution rising within him. He furrowed his brow slightly and said in a low voice, "Could this person be Uchiha Kid?" Uchiha Fong displayed a nonchalant demeanor, a relaxed smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Ah, the son of the third Hokage. It has been quite some time. You remain just as I remember," evoking a sense of nostalgia. A surge of anger welled up within Sarutobi Asuma as memories of that brutal battle flooded back. His voice turned icy as he retorted, "You severely injured my father back then, and now you dare to act so arrogantly in my presence." The smile of Uchiha Fong remained undiminished, imbued with a hint of mockery. "Oh my, you actually remember that incident? I had long forgotten it. It seems you truly are a vengeful soul." He paused momentarily, his gaze growing ever more provocative as he slowly extended a hand, pointing at himself. "I offer you a chance. Come on. I shall stand here motionless. Feel free to attack me. What do you say? This is a splendid opportunity." His tone exuded a blend of frivolity and challenge, as if he scarcely regarded the other's ire, instead eagerly anticipating a fierce confrontation. Within Sarutobi Asuma, a tumult of complex emotions surged, encompassing both rage and an indomitable fighting spirit. Uchiha Fong fixed his gaze upon Asuma, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes shimmered with a hint of provocation. "What is the matter? Have you lost your manhood? As a jonin of the village, do you lack even this modicum of courage?" His voice was deep and resonant, seemingly crafted to incite the other. Tsunade suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her voice booming like thunder. "Enough. Let us cease this bickering. We are here to discuss matters concerning Tsuchikage, not to indulge in your squabbles." Her gaze swept across the assembly, striving to quell the impending discord. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling into a cryptic arc regarding the matters of Tsuchikage. "I suggest that Team 7 be dispatched to address them." His tone was casual, yet it could not conceal the underlying scheming. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma was seething with anger. As a man of the Sarutobi clan, being questioned about his bravery was utterly intolerable. "Lord Hokage, please allow Team 10 to take on this mission." He refused to back down, his voice tinged with determination, as if fighting for his own dignity. Tsunade did not respond immediately, a contemplative expression crossing her face. However, Uchiha Fong did not wait for her to speak, continuing, "Very well. Truly a genius of the Sarutobi clan. But remember, the opponent is a shadow-level powerhouse skilled in explosive techniques and puppet mastery. The danger is considerable. Go ahead. I shall take responsibility for collecting the remains of Team 10 afterward." Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Asuma furrowed his brow slightly and retorted without hesitation. "But Naruto from Team 7 is the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Knowing that the enemy's target may be the Jinchuriki, how can you still propose that Team 7 undertake this mission? What exactly is your intent? Do you harbor ulterior motives?" Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. My dear brother Uchiha Sasuke is also in Team 7. What? Do you think I would jest with my own brother's life?" In an instant, Uchiha Feng's expression shifted to one of gravity, his tone deepening. "Naruto is Naruto. He is the child of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto bears the bloodline of a hero. He is not a mere weapon of war to be exploited at your whim." Chapter 66, Six Paths Fong, Devourer of Death. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, amidst the ancient relics of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Fong finally unearthed the fabled Death God mask. The mask radiated a mysterious sheen under the faint light, as if it harbored boundless soul energy. At that moment, Orochimaru's hand trembled slightly, a faint expression of anguish crossing his face, as though he were grappling with some unspeakable inner turmoil. Uzumaki Fong inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the excitement bubbling within. Soon, he would meet the Death God. A note of anticipation tinged his voice, reflecting both a yearning for the unknown and a reverent awe for the secrets about to be unveiled. After all, Uzumaki Fong was merely an external manifestation. Even if he perished, it would only mean his original form sustained severe injury, not complete annihilation. Uzumaki Fong formed hand seals, softly murmuring, "Corpse Demon Seal." As his incantation resonated, a chilling aura enveloped the air, and the Death God abruptly materialized before him. Is this truly the legendary Death God? Uzumaki Fong mused, captivated. At that moment, the contest of life and death was poised to commence, the tense atmosphere seemingly suspending time itself. Uzumaki Fong inhaled again, gripping his blade tightly, and without hesitation, plunged it fiercely into the Death God's abdomen. "Void, devour for me," he commanded internally as his eternal Meijiki Sharingan activated. dazzling like brilliant stars in the night sky. The power of the void surged forth, dark whirlpools coalescing before the death god, as if intent on consuming all in their path. In that moment, the death god stood immovable, akin to a towering mountain, seemingly awaiting something. Nine-Tails Sage Mode. Activate. Uzumaki Feng's voice thundered. In response, the white energy cloak of the Nine-Tails Sage Fox enveloped him, radiating resplendent brilliance. Rinnegan Chakra Mode. Activate, he declared once more. And with this command, terrifying black chakra surged like a tide, forming a fierce vortex around him. Uzumaki Feng's hair began to lengthen gradually, turning a pure white, while the energy cloak of the Nine-Tails Sage Fox underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing eerie tomo patterns that flickered like stars in the night sky. Behind him, 9 radiant orbs of truth floated silently, resembling luminous pearls that swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a mysterious and potent aura. He wielded a long blade, its edge gleaming coldly, as if imbued with boundless power. Six Paths Feng, at this moment, was in his most formidable form. Terrifying chakra wreaked havoc across the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared, as if responding to his call. With a fierce gaze, Uzumaki Feng declared, Void. Devour for me. Consume, consume, consume. Slowly, the death god was drawn into the profound black vortex of Feng's right eye. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, the vortex seemed to absorb all light and sound, warping the air around it with its formidable force. Uzumaki Feng panted heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, clearly exerting himself to contend with this powerful entity. This death god is indeed no trifling matter. It requires my utmost effort to consume it. He marveled inwardly, realizing that this battle was far more arduous than he had anticipated. At that moment, Orochimaru emerged slowly from the shadows, astonishment etched upon his face. Over the years, Uzumaki Feng had consistently displayed remarkable strength and potential, leaving Orochimaru unable to fully predict his limits. This latest revelation struck him once more. Uzumaki Feng narrowed his right eye, and in an instant, a pulsating sphere of shimmering soul energy shot like a meteor into Orochimaru's body. For that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze as Orochimaru's hands rapidly healed under a mysterious force, as though infused with new life. Uzumaki Feng waved his hand, fatigue evident in his tone. All right, let us depart. I need to rest for a few days. No sooner had he spoken than he and Orochimaru stirred the air into ripples, activating the body flicker technique, and vanished from that place in an instant. Meanwhile, in another location, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office in the Leaf Village was palpably tense. Uchiha Feng was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, his mind swirling like tumultuous tides. In an instant, his entire body became immensely weak, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and soaking his clothing. The elite shinobi quickly noticed this anomaly, casting concerned glances his way, their brows furrowed in worry. Tsunade's expression turned grave. Her voice cut through the air like a chilling breeze. Let us leave it at that for now. We shall discuss this matter another time. Everyone disperse. As her words echoed, the elite shinobi activated their body flicker technique, vanishing like lightning from the Hokage's office, leaving behind an empty space thick with tension. What's wrong, Afong? Tsunade immediately rose, hastening to Uchiha Feng's side, her hand firmly grasping his shoulder. Worry flickered in her eyes. This was the first time she had witnessed him in such a weakened state. Could it be that he had sustained a grave injury? Uchiha Feng trembled slightly, barely supporting himself as he leaned against Tsunade's shoulder, his breaths resembling the delicate chimes of fractured wind bells, laden with an overwhelming weight. His voice, tinged with frailty, still bore a hint of stubbornness. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a moment. He endeavored to muster a faint smile, attempting to mask the fatigue within, which only deepened Tsunade's concern. At that moment, an unusual light flickered in Uchiha Feng's eyes, as if something profound stirred deep within his soul. With each shallow breath, the tumultuous waves in his mind intensified, as if some mysterious force was battling against his very essence. Afong, are you truly all right? Tsunade's voice betrayed an unmistakable anxiety as her hand instinctively tightened around his, her healing chakra flowing continuously to mend him. Uchiha Feng's voice was as weak as a candle flickering in the wind, yet it carried a rare conviction. I feel not so well. His gaze shimmered with unease, as if engaged in a silent struggle with his own suffering. Suddenly, without warning, Uchiha Feng's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into Tsunade's arms like a fallen leaf, devoid of all vitality. Afong. Tsunade's heart tightened, hurriedly stabilizing him, a flicker of panic crossing her features. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Feng, accompanied by Tsunade, arrived at the Konoha hospital. Within the hospital's most prestigious ward, Uchiha Feng lay, his complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he endured the torment of a high fever. Beside the bed, Tsunade wore a grave expression, silently observing him. Her brow furrowed as if lost in contemplation. Although his body appeared entirely healthy and his chakra flowed normally, the sudden onset of unconsciousness and fever raised troubling questions. Tsunade's gaze wandered over Uchiha Fong, her mind racing with possible causes of his condition, her heart sinking with each passing moment. What could be the reason? She murmured softly, her voice laced with concern. Chapter 67, Eternal Kaleidoscope. Further evolution. Ningxi suddenly burst through the ward's door, rushing in with urgency. His heart brimmed with anxiety and unease, and the sight before him left him wide-eyed. Master! Ningxi instinctively cried out, his tone fraught with tension and worry. What has happened to Master? Has he been attacked? Uchiha Itachi remained composed, his gaze quietly lingering on the hospital bed where Uchiha Fong lay. After a moment, he turned his head, a hint of urgency in his expression as he fixed his eyes on Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, what has happened to my brother? Although his voice was calm, it could not conceal the deep concern and anxiety within. Meanwhile, deep within Uchiha Fang's mind, the realm of his soul seemed to be torn asunder. Two formidable forces of spirit were engaged in a fierce clash, akin to two tempestuous lightning bolts careening through the depths of his consciousness. Each impact reverberated with a deafening roar, echoing like thunder within his mind, inducing waves of dizziness. This intense conflict rendered Uchiha Fang's thoughts chaotic, as if two entirely distinct entities were waging a silent war within him. He could sense the palpable hostility and indomitable will colliding incessantly, making it impossible for him to concentrate, as if the very world around him trembled in response. Each collision struck like a thunderous force against his nerves, pushing him to the brink of endurance. At this moment, outside the hospital room, Uchiha Kide's hand unconsciously gripped Tsunade's with such force that it seemed as though he might crush her palm. At that moment, his eyes had transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope form, shimmering with an unusual brilliance that appeared to encapsulate endless suffering and struggle. Blood seeped continuously from the corners of his eyes, resembling a blooming red flower, evoking an involuntary surge of compassion. Tsunade's brows knitted tightly together, her expression full of concern, her eyes glimmering with worry. She understood that Kide was enduring an indescribable agony. At that instant, Hyuga Niji activated his Byakugan, intently observing the changes in Uchiha Kide. His master's chakra was wildly converging into his eyes, undergoing some unknown transformation. His words fell like a heavy hammer. Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Itachi felt a tightening in his heart and instantly activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, directing his gaze towards his brother. His mind awash with a complex array of emotions and profound apprehension. A tumultuous storm surged within him as he perceived a formidable force gradually eroding his ocular prowess, as if his abilities were being slowly consumed by his brother's eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Kide's eternal Manjiki Sharingan pattern spun wildly, akin to a tempest, and soon after, that resplendent design began to blur, ultimately vanishing without a trace. In its stead appeared a pair of inky black pupils, reminiscent of unfathomable black holes, instilling an unsettling chill, swirling at an astonishing velocity. More astonishingly, deep within those obsidian orbs, flickering specks of starlight shimmered, akin to celestial bodies scattered across the vast cosmos. These scintillating lights tore apart within his gaze, only to reconstitute in an instant, as if enacting an endless cycle, both mysterious and eerie, compelling one to hold their breath in contemplation. Time, unbeknownst to them, drifted on. Dusk gradually descended, the sky tinted with soft, dark hues, as if draping a delicate veil over the day's conclusion. The residual glow of the setting sun filtered through the curtains, illuminating every corner of the hospital room, casting a serene and warm halo that coaxed one into relaxation, immersing them in the tranquility of the moment. In that quiet hospital room, only Uchiha Kide and Tsunade remained. What has happened to me? Uchiha Kide murmured, slowly opening his eyes, his consciousness gradually clarifying. To his surprise, he found himself tightly gripping Tsunade's hand. Tsunade sat at the foot of the bed, her gaze intently fixed upon him, her eyes glimmering with a mixture of concern and a hint of relief. Her long hair cascaded loosely, framing her weary yet resolute visage. What has transpired? Uchiha Kide's voice was low and tinged with confusion as he struggled to recollect, only to encounter a void. Tsunade gently shook her head, her brow furrowing slightly. I am not entirely certain what you have endured. However, judging by your current state, it seems you are returning to normal. Her voice was soft yet resolute, a soothing current that brought a measure of comfort to Uchiha Kide's heart. Uchiha Feng nodded slightly, gradually finding tranquility within, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, his name is Uchiha Feng. He possesses the bloodline limit of the Void Sharingan, soul, space, matter, devouring. Would release. He has also inherited the dust release. Furthermore, he wields the Nine-Tails Rinnegan, Rinnegan pressure, gravity, repulsion, rebirth, planetary devastation, heavenly altar, six paths techniques, space-time manipulation, soul link, fate reversal, cycle of all things, void domain, power of the six paths. His unique bloodlines include the bloodline of the sage and the divine bloodline, incomplete. His attributes encompass yin, yang, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, soul. The divine powers he commands include yin divine power and yang divine power. He possesses a divine body of the first tier. His techniques include transformation technique, shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, fire release series sage techniques, water release series sage techniques, wind release series sage techniques, earth release series sage techniques, lightning release series sage techniques, wood release series sage techniques, and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. His special abilities are the Nine-Tails Sage mode and the Rinnegan Chakra mode. His primordial spirit companions include the adult Nine-Tails Sage Fox and the adult Two-Tails Sage Cat. He also maintains an external incarnation in a state outside the body. He has accumulated 7 evolution points. The Void Sharingan, what exactly is it? Could it be a Sharingan that transcends the eternal Meijiki? A whirlwind of doubt and curiosity churned within Uchiha Feng. This unprecedented form of the Sharingan left him astounded and bewildered. He had never anticipated that beyond the eternal Meijiki, there existed an even more advanced Sharingan. After all, in the original narrative of his previous life, there had been no mention of a Sharingan evolving beyond the eternal Meijiki. Yet, the Void Sharingan before him seemed to harbor boundless potential, retaining all the powers of the eternal Meijiki while subtly exuding an entirely new aura. Uchiha Feng silently contemplated. It appears that I must develop the abilities of this Void Sharingan myself. As his thoughts brewed, suddenly, Uchiha Haruka pushed open the door to the hospital room and entered. Her expression was slightly grave, her brows furrowed, as if a heavy weight rested upon her heart. Upon witnessing the situation, Uchiha Kid immediately fixed his gaze upon Haruka and inquired with genuine concern, "Haruka, is there crucial intelligence to share?" Chapter 68. The unceasing war. The news struck like a thunderclap, shattering the tranquility that enveloped Uchiha Kid. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, has perished, and the Three Tails has been seized by a mysterious organization known as Akatsuki. He nodded slightly, yet his heart bore no astonishment. In stark contrast, Tsunade's reaction was markedly different. As the Hokage, she was acutely aware of the implications of these developments. Her brow furrowed and her eyes reflected deep contemplation. What had transpired? Was there detailed intelligence regarding Akatsuki? She pressed for answers with urgency. Haruka hesitated momentarily before responding. I possess some intelligence concerning Akatsuki, although it is limited. This organization was merely an inconsequential group a few years ago, yet for reasons unknown, they have been increasingly active within the ninja world over the past 2 years. They have not only launched assaults on Sunagakure but have also targeted Kirigakure, their movements shrouded in mystery, making them exceedingly difficult to anticipate. Uchiha Feng's gaze was resolute, and his tone carried a hint of amusement. None of this is significant. Qingxiang, spread the false rumor that I am gravely injured and will require 3 years for recovery. I am confident that the Hidden Cloud Village will be swayed by this news. He was acutely aware of the bloody past he shared with Tsunade when they had once set foot in the Hidden Cloud Village. The memories of their merciless rampage, during which they had slain numerous ninjas from that village and even executed the host of the Two Tails, seizing the tailed beast, were vividly etched in his mind. Such animosity would not be easily forgotten. If news of my injury reaches the Hidden Cloud Village, Raikage will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. A calculating glint sparkled in Uchiha Feng's eyes as he contemplated the unfolding situation. Moreover, disseminate another falsehood, claiming that the Akatsuki organization is poised to attack the Hidden Stone Village. He added, a smirk of triumph playing upon his lips. That night, in the Senju clan's abode, at Tsunade's residence, Uchiha Feng sat before his desk, pen in hand, as his handwriting danced swiftly across the paper. His expression was one of intense focus and unwavering dedication, as if the world around him was of no concern. The pen's tip carved out powerful phrases on the page, seemingly chronicling matters of profound significance. Beside him, Tsunade appeared burdened by her thoughts, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. With a soft sigh, her tone revealed a hint of anxiety. What you are doing may once again provoke discontent from the hidden cloud village, potentially deepening the animosity between us. In the end, it could lead to a great ninja war. Uchiha Fong paused his pen upon hearing her words, his gaze penetrating as if he were probing into deeper truths. War. To me, it seems that war has never truly ceased. As long as beings like humans inhabit this world, conflict is inevitable. Tsunade momentarily faltered, a flicker of confusion crossing her face, prompting her to inquire, why? How can you be so certain? Uchiha Fong offered a slight smile as he gently extended the notebook in his hand to Tsunade, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. This encapsulates some of my experiences and reflections over the years. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Tsunade accepted the notebook and opened the first page, her gaze settling upon the densely packed script inscribed within. Uchiha Fong cleared his throat and continued to elucidate. This is a synthesis derived from years of observation and practice. The 5 fundamental needs of humanity are physiological needs, safety needs, emotional needs, esteem needs, and self-actualization needs. Upon hearing this, Tsunade slightly shook her head, a hint of perplexity evident in her tone. What you are speaking of seems rather unrelated to the matters we are currently facing, does it not? Uchiha Fong gently shook his head, his tone imbued with a hint of tranquility. Allow me to articulate my thoughts fully. Physiological needs are quite straightforward. They represent the most fundamental requirements of humanity, encompassing sustenance, water, rest, and air, as well as, of course, intimacy, and so forth. He paused momentarily before continuing. Next, we encounter the need for safety, which is equally uncomplicated. This pertains to the necessity of being free from external threats, including our own security, life, and various latent dangers. Once humanity has fulfilled these initial 2 needs, a yearning for higher-level desires arises, namely, emotional needs. Love, for instance, reflects the bond between you and me, familial ties, such as those I share with my parents and siblings, and friendship, which evokes memories of my time with Jiraiya, filled with a unique and exquisite beauty. At this juncture, Tsunade felt a flicker of understanding within her heart, yet she remained in a state of partial comprehension. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, seemingly perceiving her doubts, and continued, next, let us discuss the need for respect. Once the 3 fundamental needs are fulfilled, humanity yearns for the esteem of others, a sense of status and honor. For instance, in the village of Konoha, earning the respect and admiration of others serves as a recognition of one's self-worth. Ultimately, achieving the position of Hokage epitomizes the highest manifestation of this need for respect. Following the fulfillment of the aforementioned 4 needs, we arrive at the need for self-actualization. Uchiha Fong paused momentarily, his eyes shimmering with determination. Self-actualization represents the pinnacle of human needs, signifying the complete realization of one's own will. It echoes the will of fire proposed by your grandfather, Senju Hashirama, which embodies his relentless pursuit of his ideals and the unwavering commitment to his own convictions. Tsunade fell into deep contemplation, her brow furrowing slightly as a tumult of complex emotions surged within her, rendering her momentarily lost in thought. Uchiha Fong gently patted her shoulder, his voice soft and filled with concern. What troubles you? What are you contemplating? Tsunade lifted her gaze, surprise glimmering in her eyes. So, you have been penning these thoughts all these years. Uchiha Fong smiled faintly and casually remarked, it's nothing much, just jotting down some thoughts. However, Tsunade did not let the matter rest and earnestly inquired, you still haven't clarified the connection between the war and your theories. Uchiha Feng's expression grew solemn, and his tone deepened accordingly. Of course it matters. I wish to inquire, if a spy from the hidden cloud village were to take my life now, what would you do? Tsunade replied without hesitation, naturally, we would launch a direct assault on the hidden cloud village, even if it meant igniting the 4th Great Ninja War. Uchiha Fong shook his head, a hint of helplessness evident in his tone. You see, you have merely lost a lover. To incite a war over one person's demise is rather drastic. Have you considered the plight of those small nations embroiled in conflict, struggling to secure even their basic needs, perpetually threatened by the might of larger powers? More poignantly, the death of an individual often ignites a cascade of emotional repercussions. For instance, should I perish now, you would undoubtedly feel sorrow, inevitably accompanied by a tinge of resentment. My brother, Uchiha Itachi, would also harbor animosity due to my loss, while my parents, unable to bear such a blow, would find their hearts engulfed in the flames of hatred. Thus, it is an irrefutable truth that the death of one can provoke the hatred of many. His voice resonated with depth and strength, compelling Tsunade to delve into profound contemplation. In essence, the conclusion drawn is that as long as humanity harbors various needs, desires will inevitably flourish, and as long as desires exist, the specter of war shall never cease. Chapter 69. The New Bloodline Limit. Spiritual escape. As the night passed, moonlight streamed through the curtains, casting a dreamy tableau upon the soft bed. Uchiha Fong and Tsunade were entwined in a passionate embrace, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, lost in the tender moments that unfolded with each passing second. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently awakening the slumbering Uchiha Fong. As he slowly opened his eyes, a frown creased his brow, revealing the fatigue and helplessness that marked his features. Leaning against the wall, he struggled to steady himself, silently cursing his circumstances. How could I, fresh from grievous wounds, be subjected to such torment at this moment? A flicker of resignation and regret passed through his eyes. Yet he could not deny that the night of revelry had momentarily dulled his pain. At this moment, for faint orbs of soul energy hovered in his hands. They belonged to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Their essences twinkling like distant stars within his grasp. Now, he had mastered the art of manipulating souls, wielding the power to command these departed beings at will. Yet, his purpose was clear, and a sense of urgency ignited within him. He must forcibly draw the soul of Senju Rope Tree from its serene sanctum. Uchiha Fong took a deep breath and invoked the spirit pursuit technique. As his voice resonated, the surrounding air seemed to quiver, faintly echoing the call of souls. Soon, a delicate wisp of spiritual essence gradually materialized in his hand. This spirit belonged to SHU, yet, in stark contrast to the souls of previous Hokages. It appeared remarkably frail, as though a mere whisper of wind could disperse it. Uchiha Fong felt a tightening in his heart. The scene before him evoked an intangible sense of responsibility. He knew he must tread carefully to ensure that the soul of Shinji would not slip away from his fingertips. Uchiha Fong retracted the souls, his mind a tumultuous sea of thoughts. His brow furrowed slightly, as if grappling with an intricate conundrum. If he could harness the power of Edo Tensei combined with the abilities of reincarnation, perhaps he could resurrect him entirely. He murmured to himself, a hint of determination seeping into his words. However, his thoughts soon drifted to White Zetsu's body, casting a shadow of confusion across his features. Alas, White Zetsu's form had become a dilemma. For now, it was prudent to focus on his training and expedite his recovery. With that resolve, he settled into a meditative position, entering a state of cultivation. As he inhaled deeply, the natural energy around him seemed to respond to his intent, surging into his body, with chakra flowing like a mighty river within him. At that moment, he felt a formidable force accumulating, as the mental and physical wounds he bore began to mend, gradually restoring him. Simultaneously, beneath the Hokage building in Kanahagakure, sunlight bathed the bluestone tiles, while a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a sense of tranquility. At this juncture, Might Guy's third team coincidentally encountered Yuhi Kurenai's eighth team, and the air thickened with palpable tension. Kurenai's brow furrowed slightly as she sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent. Her instincts warned her that the situation was far from straightforward. This is killing intent, she whispered to herself, her gaze inadvertently settling on Hyuga Neji. Neji's eyes glimmered with a cold light, radiating an intense determination and hostility that sent a shiver down the spine. Faced with such circumstances, Kurenai felt a twinge of helplessness. Meanwhile, Might Guy, brimming with his characteristic enthusiasm, sought to diffuse the tension. Neji, calm down. This is the Hokage building. His voice rang out, high and resolute, as if to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. Neji, what is wrong with you? Lee inquired with concern, while Tenten echoed, Neji, what's going on? I've never seen you like this. Hyuga Neji, the most exceptional genius of the Hyuga clan, possessed formidable strength. In the Chunin exams, he had effortlessly defeated Hinata, the esteemed heiress, without exerting himself fully. At that moment, Neji's gaze was stern as he fixed his eyes on Hinata, his voice icy as he stated, Hinata, you are unfit to be a ninja. As a branch family member, his direct address of the heiress by her name was undeniably a grave disrespect within the clan. Yet, Neji was undaunted, for the cursed seal that had once bound him was now gone, symbolizing his liberation. Hello? Naruto exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms as he dashed over, his voice echoing through the air. Suddenly, his eyes lit up upon spotting Neji, and a radiant smile broke across his face. Ah, Eyebrow teacher. Behind him. Sasuke maintained his stoic demeanor, slightly raising his chin, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the surroundings. However, his attention was inadvertently drawn to Sakura, whose face was alight with infatuation. Her eyes sparkling with admiration as if the world had shrunk to just him. Amidst this spectacle, Kakashi remained his usual self, exuding an air of nonchalance with a seemingly indifferent smile, appearing unfazed by the surrounding commotion, engrossed in a small book, as if that was the only thing that piqued his interest. What is going on? Why is the atmosphere so tense? Naruto stood aside, perplexed, his face a canvas of bewilderment. He glanced around, realizing the air felt as though it had solidified, creating a suffocating sensation. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disdain, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk, his tone laced with mockery. Idiot, can't you feel that chilling killing intent? You've only grown older over the years. Yet your mind remains stagnant, haven't you? Dead last. With that, Sasuke's gaze shifted back to Hyuga Neji. As a new generation genius of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke bore the weight of countless honors and expectations. He was the brother of Uchiha Fong and Uchiha Itachi. Opposite him, Hyuga Neji refused to be outdone. As the strongest genius of the Hyuga clan, his strength and potential were equally commendable. Their eyes met, igniting an unquenchable battle spirit within them, as if the spark of a duel had already been ignited silently between them. The confrontation between the Sharingan and Byakugan shimmered like two stars, their respective auras intensifying the palpable tension. Neji smiled faintly, a glimmer of provocation flashing in his eyes. Oh, you must be Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke cast a cold glance, his eyes sharp as blades. Hyuga Neji, come and battle me. In that brief moment, Hyuga Neji surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, moving with astonishing speed. He appeared suddenly behind Uchiha Sasuke, his voice dripping with disdain. You are still too weak, Uchiha Sasuke. This scene left the onlooking Yuhi Kurenai utterly astounded, her heart racing with shock. Such incredible speed, it must be at least that of a Jonin, if not higher. She instinctively covered her mouth, silently admiring Neji's prowess. Kakashi, too, was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. Hyuga Neji is astonishingly strong. Chapter 70, the clouds stirring Kumo village, nestled within the treacherous Uriai Canyon, exuded an air of tranquility and mystery. Inside the Raikage's office, ancient battle scrolls adorned the walls, and a faint scent of herbs lingered in the air. The Raikage reclined on a broad sofa, his gaze wild and a hint of gloom shadowing his face. One of his arms was replaced by a metallic prosthetic, smooth and austere, often causing others to forget his former valor and pride. Ever since he had been publicly humiliated by Uchiha Itachi, the Raikage's heart had burned with a fierce desire for vengeance. He awaited the perfect opportunity to strike back, his emotions roiling like a coiled predator, poised to pounce on its prey. Surrounding him were several key Kumo shinobi, Darui, Karui, Samui, and Shi, along with the Raikage secretary, Mabu. Most astonishingly, Samui possessed a Sharingan with 3 tomo. Raikage AI leaned back in his high-backed chair, his eyes gleaming with intensity, a cruel smile curling his lips. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade of Konoha, and her ally, Uchiha Itachi, are the architects behind the death of Waimujin and the theft of the tailed beast. His words carried an oppressive weight, as if the very air around them had thickened. The atmosphere in the conference room turned tense and solemn, everyone holding their breath, fearful of missing a single word from Raikage AI. Now, we have received news of Uchiha Itachi's severe injuries. This is our best opportunity. Raikage AI's voice thundered within the room. Immediately dispatch a delegation to Konoha and demand the surrender of Uchiha Itachi. Let him pay for his past transgressions. Mabu furrowed her brow, hesitating. But the 5th Hokage Tsunade has a close relationship with Uchiha Itachi. They are lovers. Konoha will not easily relinquish him. All the better. Raikage AI replied with a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. At that point, we can launch a direct assault on Konoha, utterly annihilating the Uchiha clan. Their Sharingan is a coveted treasure. Moreover, I have heard that a super genius has recently emerged from the Hyuga clan. If we could also acquire his Byakugan, it would be a tremendous gain. He paused, surveying the reactions of those present, then declared, this time, Karabi will lead the team, with Samui and Karui as emissaries. To Konoha. As news of the Kumo delegation reached the higher echelons, the atmosphere in Konoha grew exceedingly tense. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade frowned, her expression awash with concern. The desk was piled high with various work documents, a mountain of files and materials relentlessly reminding her of her burdens. Shizun, please handle these matters. I need a moment to rest, Tsunade said wearily, her tone implying it was a matter of course. Shizun felt a pang of bitterness, silently wishing, "Kid, please recover quickly. I am struggling to hold on." For the past few days, Uchiha Kid had been secluded at home, diligently meditating to heal his wounds. Tsunade had become akin to a mere figurehead, overwhelmed by the immense workload pressing down upon her, suffocating her with its weight. "This is simply too much. If this continues, I shall age prematurely," Tsunade sighed, a glimmer of helplessness flickering in her eyes. "So, Shizun, I am entrusting these materials to you." Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kid embarked on a journey to the Akatsuki headquarters. At this moment, he was alone, his heart tumultuous with complex emotions, hidden within the fine rain. Amigakure served as the secret base of the Akatsuki, its shadowy corners seemingly concealing countless untold secrets. As Kid entered the base, he felt a heavy sense of oppression wash over him. Nagato's fiery red hair flickered like flames in the dim light. His body firmly bound by numerous black rods of yin-yang release, resembling a king tormented by fate. Kid hastened toward Nagato, his brow furrowed. "Nagato, your condition." Nagato smiled faintly. Despite his fatigue, his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. "I am fine. As long as I can strive for true peace, nothing else matters." His voice was calm, yet underscored with a stubbornness, as if to convey to Kid that he was willing to endure any suffering for the sake of the ideal tranquility he sought. Kid furrowed his brow, urgency creeping into his tone. "That is not my meaning. I merely feel that your current state seems somewhat precarious. If we are to face the Nine-Tails, our odds are not favorable." Konan sighed softly, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. "What should we do now, Nagato?" After a moment of contemplation, Nagato's gaze sharpened. "We must act swiftly while the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails has yet to fully mature." Kid shook his head, his frown deepening. "But that is Konoha, a place teeming with powerful shinobi, especially with the 5th Hokage present. Let us wait a while longer. I have just learned that Kumo will send the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Karabi, to Konoha for negotiations. At that point, we can capture the 8-Tails first and deal with the 9-Tails later." Nagato spoke slowly. "Currently, Tsuchigage's 1-Tail has become a significant complication for us. Deidara and Sasori have killed the 4th Kazekage, an event that has stirred considerable upheaval in the shinobi world, prematurely exposing our Akatsuki activities to the 5 great nations. They have also sustained injuries themselves. Originally, capturing the tailed beasts was a highly confidential operation, but the actions of Deidara and Sasori have shattered that secrecy." Kid chuckled, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Ha, that Deidara is just reckless. However, this situation can still be salvaged." Nagato's brow furrowed slightly, pondering what scheme his companion would propose. "What do you mean?" Kid's eyes sparkled with mischief, a sly smile creeping across his face. "We can swiftly capture the other 5 tailed beasts, temporarily disregarding Konoha's situation. Simultaneously, we can secretly provoke animosity between Konoha and Kumo, inciting them to destroy one another. This way, we can distract their attention and create more opportunities for ourselves." Konan pondered for a moment before softly voicing her concerns. "This matter may prove a bit tricky, wouldn't you say?" Kid's gaze turned profound as he replied slowly. "The current 5th Hokage and his lover, Uchiha Kid, previously infiltrated Kumo, inflicting severe damage. They not only killed countless Kumo shinobi, but also defeated their 2-Tails Jinchuriki, Waimujin. I believe that with careful planning, we can incite a profound hatred within Kumo towards Konoha. Moreover, that simple-minded Raikage, with his brawn over brains, will undoubtedly declare war on Konoha as a result." Chapter 71. The captivity of Karabi 2 days later. Within the confines of the Hokage's office in Konoha, the atmosphere hung heavy, akin to air frozen in time. Stifling and oppressive. The 3 envoys from the hidden cloud village, Karabi, Samui, and Karui, had arrived. Tsunade slammed her palm onto the table, the resounding impact echoing like a thunderclap, as though the very room quaked under the weight of her fury. Her chakra surged like a tempest, and had it not been for her control, the surrounding objects might have been sent flying. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the assembly before her. "What do you mean? You demand we surrender Uchiha Phone?" "Absolutely not." This was an intolerable affront. The audacity of the hidden cloud village to exert such blatant pressure, even threatening to push them to the brink of war, ignited a fire of indignation within her, her expression dark as a brewing storm. She inhaled deeply, striving to temper her wrath, yet her voice remained unwaveringly resolute. At that moment, Karabi, seemingly unfazed, interjected with a carefree laugh. "That's right. If Konoha doesn't hand over Uchiha Phone, we'll declare war." "Idiots! Morons. He punctuated his words with exaggerated antics, as if performing a nonsensical comedy, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation at hand. Suddenly, a suffocating aura of murderous intent descended like a tempest, the air thick with a palpable sense of threat, as if time itself had come to a standstill. This ominous presence, accompanied by a terrifying fluctuation of chakra, caused the entire Hokage building to tremble slightly, the walls seemingly groaning in premonition of the impending carnage. In that instant, a flash of steel sliced through the air, and blood erupted from Samui's neck, blossoming like a crimson rose. The life force gushed forth, and in a shocking twist, her head was severed, an eerie and unforeseen demise. In her eyes lingered a mixture of innocence and astonishment. Until her last breath, she could not comprehend how she had been led to such a merciless end. In swift succession, Uchiha Fang's figure materialized before the fallen kunoichi, cold and resolute. With a swift motion, he extracted her Sharingan, his fingertips trembling slightly, exuding disdain and mockery. How dare you bring the Sharingan to Konoha? I truly wonder what you were thinking. His voice was deep and laced with unabashed scorn, as if ridiculing the folly and ignorance of mankind. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with surprise, her long-held anxiety easing at last. Ah Feng, have you recovered from your injuries? Uchiha Feng smiled faintly, his expression radiating determination and confidence. Indeed. Leave this matter to me. His voice resonated like the warm sun of winter, infused with strength. He turned, his gaze fixating on Killer Bee and Karui, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Tell me, how do you wish to meet your demise? At whose hands do you desire to perish? Do you seek a complete end, or a lingering one? Would you prefer a painful death, or a merciful one? Or perhaps you relish the thought of a fate worse than death? At this moment, Killer Bee nonchalantly replied, You must be the legendary madman of the ninja world, huh? Unfortunately, your end is nigh. Fool. Scoundrel. Uchiha Feng smiled faintly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. The Eight Tails, is it? And this young lady with an aviation complex, do you truly wish to take action against me here? This is the Hokage's office. Do you intend to instigate the Fourth Shinobi World War? His words carried a subtle mockery, as if ridiculing their audacity. Karui's cheeks flushed slightly with anger as she thought. How dare you call me that? Do you really believe I would be provoked by your words? She glanced down at her unremarkable figure, feeling a mix of helplessness and defiance. Fools, you cannot escape your fate, Uchiha Feng remarked, shaking his head, unwilling to engage in further trivial conversation. 3 minutes later, Karabi lay on the ground, battered and bruised, gasping for breath, his face etched with pain. Someone come. Uchiha Feng's voice was cold and resolute, shattering the tranquility of the office. In an instant, Uchiha Yenwu appeared in the Hokage's office, his expression grave, ready to receive orders. Confine Karabi. No one is permitted to release him without my command. Uchiha Feng's tone exuded an unyielding authority. At this moment, Karui appeared particularly anxious, her eyes flashing with anger and unease. What do you intend to do? Release my teacher. Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone laced with provocation. Of course, I can release him. Your life is merely a means for you to return with a message. Within 3 days, bring with you a sum of 100 trillion silver notes to secure his release. Otherwise, the Eight Tails will rightfully belong to our Konoha village. 100 trillion silver notes? The sheer magnitude of this figure reverberated through the air like a thunderclap, rendering everything around it momentarily still. 100 trillion silver notes. What an unfathomable concept. Karui had never encountered such immense wealth, and a wave of shock and dread surged within her. From this moment, the countdown begins. If the money does not reach my hands within 3 days, then this so-called Killer Bee shall meet his demise. Do you understand? Uchiha Feng stated coldly, his gaze emanating an undeniable authority. Upon hearing these words, Karui's expression shifted dramatically, her heart tightening. She immediately activated her body flicker technique, vanishing from her spot like a flash of lightning, racing towards the land of lightning, silently praying that she would arrive just in time. Uchiha Feng cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless body of Samui on the ground, a smirk of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. What a pity, he mused. If only there could have been a child, the nourishment would surely have been abundant. Suddenly, Tsunade launched a powerful punch, striking him squarely on the forehead. In her furious wrath, she questioned whether he had learned such lecherous behavior from that scoundrel Jiraiya. Uchiha Feng waved his hand, displaying an expression of innocence, adamantly denying any implications, merely expressing a casual sentiment. For you are undeniably the true Great One. Suddenly, Tsunade leapt onto Uchiha Feng's form without warning, her legs entwining tightly around his waist, her alluring lips drawing near. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. as everything around them was enveloped by the fervor of their passionate kiss, a prolonged and intense embrace weaving between them, as if the entire world paused in reverence. Following this, Tsunade leaned down, gently biting, leaving a mark upon his delicate skin. The blood of Uchiha foam flowed like sweet dew, seemingly harboring boundless power, igniting an irresistible yearning within her. In that moment, passion blazed like fire, and the atmosphere in the office grew intensely heated due to their intimacy, as if it were on the brink of igniting a fervent spark. Just as this suffocating moment enveloped them, a gentle creak of the door broke the silence. And Shizen entered unknowingly, her gaze instantly captivated by the scene before her. Her eyes widened in shock, and her face flushed a deep crimson. "Why you too, Lady Tsunade?" "And little phone. This is the Hokage's office, not your home. This is utterly inappropriate." The sight of the two, their garments nearly half undone, was profoundly embarrassing. The air was thick with tension and awkwardness. Tsunade and Uchiha Phone quickly reacted, hurriedly adjusting their clothing, their faces tinged with a blush, cursing this unexpected interruption in their minds. Chapter 72, The Raikage Compromise. Clearing her throat, Tsunade frowned slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment as she attempted to steady her voice. "Shizen, is there something you need?" Shizen sighed in resignation, her tone laced with helplessness. "These are crucial documents sent by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, requiring the Hokage's personal seal of approval." No sooner had she finished speaking than several officials from the daimyo's office entered, awkwardly carrying heavy boxes filled with documents, their faces brimming with urgency and anticipation. "Very well. It seems we are to be busy again," Tsunade sighed in exasperation, casting a glance at Uchiha Phone, her voice tinged with a plea for assistance. "Phone, could you handle these matters? I've been feeling unwell these past few days and truly need to rest." Upon witnessing this, Shizun interjected immediately, her expression serious. "Lady Tsunade, these documents are from the daimyo's office and are of utmost importance. They must be reviewed personally by the Hokage. No one else is authorized to manage them." Tsunade shook her head, internally troubled, realizing that evasion was no longer an option. Shortly thereafter, in the underground prison of the Leaf Organization, Uchiha Phone quietly observed Killer Bee, confined behind iron bars, a faint smirk of derision playing upon her lips. "Utterly useless. The power of the Eight Tails cannot possibly breach the specially crafted cell I designed," she proclaimed, her voice cold and calm, as if mocking Killer Bee's helplessness. "Moreover, if your brother doesn't arrive with 100 trillion ryo, I might just extract the Eight Tails from within you." Uchiha Phone continued, her eyes glinting with a mischievous spark. Killer Bee, infuriated, bellowed, "You devil! Idiot! Bastard!" Yeah. In a fit of rage, he struck a comical pose, his ridiculous antics evoking uncontrollable laughter. Uchiha Phone observed the scene before him, suppressing a light chuckle. "How amusing. Are we to hold a concert?" His tone carried a hint of mockery. "What is a concert?" Killer Bee momentarily froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "It means a musical gathering," Uchiha Phone patiently explained, his tone laced with subtle jest. "Oh, can you sing as well?" Killer Bee inquired with curiosity, seemingly oblivious to his dire circumstances. "Oh yeah, Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, possesses formidable strength. Alas, you are about to meet your end." "Oh yeah." Uchiha Phone feigned nonchalance, even mimicking Killer Bee's rhythmic dance moves, appearing exceptionally comical. Cold sweat beaded on Killer Bee's forehead as he pointed at him in terror. You dare to imitate my top-tier rap." As time quietly slipped away, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. After a day of arduous travel, Karui finally arrived at the hidden cloud village, her heart racing with anxiety as she prepared to report the events to the Raikage. The audacity of Konoha. They demand such an exorbitant sum. Raikage A's roar echoed throughout the conference room, his voice tinged with uncontainable fury and anxiety. His complexion flushed crimson, fists clenched tightly, as if he intended to consume the fire of his anger. "This time, I shall go myself." Just then, Mabui stepped forward, her tone resolute as she halted his advance. "No, as the Raikage, you absolutely cannot recklessly leave the village at this time. 100 billion ryo. This was not merely a number, but an astronomical figure that could astonish anyone. Nevertheless, it represented the utmost sum that the hidden cloud village could muster. Raikage A's expression darkened, his voice low and urgent. "He must have grasped our hidden cloud village's confidential intelligence, and our financial situation is of utmost importance. How could this information have leaked?" His brow furrowed tightly, anxiety gnawing at him, as the air around him seemed to grow heavy with concern. Yet, facing this perplexing mystery, they found themselves at a loss. Regardless, this sum must be delivered, for Killer Bee was someone he had to save. Ultimately, the Raikage relented. At that moment, on the streets of Konoha, warm light illuminated the bustling barbecue shop. The establishment was filled with enticing aromas, the charcoal sizzling and the grilled meat glistening with temptation. Tsunade smiled, her face radiating satisfaction as she held a perfectly grilled slice of meat, preparing to savor it. Beside her, Asuma enjoyed the delectable fare. Engaging in lively conversation with Tsunade, their laughter resonating throughout the shop. Meanwhile, the Inoshikacho trio was equally undeterred. Hinata elegantly picked up a slice of meat. Her cheeks slightly flushed, revealing a blend of nervousness and anticipation. Kiba focused intently on the grill, eagerly awaiting his desired morsel, hunger gleaming in his eyes. Shino, on the other hand, observed meticulously, occasionally lifting a piece of meat with his fingers, as if studying the secret recipe behind the dish. In a corner of the barbecue shop, two mysterious figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds whispered to each other. The air was thick with smoke and the vibrant heat of the charcoal, while the surrounding diners remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding intrigue. Mr. Foam, it seems our movements have been exposed. The three elite ninjas from Konoha have begun to take notice of us. And so what? You are a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. While I am not a ninja at all, they have no reason to apprehend me. If anyone should be captured, it should be you. Hehehe. Mr. Foam, I am not jesting. Do you truly have confidence in handling this situation? Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the intelligence of Konoha's ninjas. They are simply too weak. The only one you should be wary of is a fellow named Mike Guy with his bushy eyebrows. At that moment, Asuma Sarutobi and Tsunade's gazes, sharp as hawks, were fixed on the two enigmatic figures in the corner, a sense of vigilance permeating their hearts. Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing something amiss. This is a genjutsu. We have unwittingly fallen into their illusion. Before she could finish her words, Tsunade quickly formed hand seals, summoning a powerful surge of chakra. Released the genjutsu. In an instant, the surroundings transformed, the once hidden corner now devoid of any presence, the two mysterious figures having seemingly vanished into thin air. A wave of foreboding washed over Tsunade. This is definitely a trap. However, Asuma remained resolute, his gaze unwavering. Let us investigate the situation. He motioned to a few of his students, signaling them to follow him. As they approached the entrance, the scene ahead caused their hearts to tighten. The streets of Konoha lay desolate, as though a sudden storm had swept away all vitality, leaving behind an eerie silence. Chapter 73. Uzumaki Fong infiltrates Konoha to absorb the Eight-Tails chakra. Haha, how persistent. Uzumaki Fong shook his head slightly, a hint of resignation in his eyes as he regarded Asuma and Tsunade, who appeared exceedingly tense, as if bracing themselves for a challenge. Who are you? Tsunade's voice was firm and calm, yet tinged with tension, as if she was prepared for imminent combat. Haha, Mr. Fong. Why are Konoha's ninjas so eager for death? Kisame grinned wickedly, slowly removing his straw hat to reveal a face as fierce as a shark, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Uzumaki Fong gently took off his hat, revealing a cascade of fiery red hair that danced in the wind, embodying his passion and vitality. His features were exquisite, resembling a breathtaking masterpiece that captivated the gaze. A warm smile graced his face, his eyes shimmering with gentleness as he spoke softly. You are ninjas from Konoha, are you not? We are merely here on vacation, hoping to avoid any trouble. Would you kindly step aside? Tsunade's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated on Kisame. Kisame Hashigaki, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Mist Village. You cannot possibly be here in Konoha just for a vacation. Her voice resonated with unyielding certainty, as if she sought to pierce through their true intentions. Fire style, ash pile burning. In an instant, Asuma swiftly formed seals, his expression grave. Gathering intense chakra within his palms, he unleashed a torrent of searing ash. The ash spread like a violent flame, engulfing the surroundings in a suffocating heat that could severely injure any unprepared foe, and the wave of heat would persist, ultimately culminating in an explosion. Simultaneously, Uzumaki Fang's eyes gleamed with determination as he unleashed his water release technique. Water style, water dragon bullet. With his declaration, a surging torrent of water coalesced around him, transforming into a colossal water dragon that charged toward Asuma's flames. With a thunderous crash, the water dragon collided with the flames in a spectacular display. The intense steam and heat entwined, instantaneously engulfing Asuma. Soon after, the water dragon erupted under the influence of the extreme temperature, scattering droplets and flames in a dazzling display. in the heart of sunset red. A profound shock resonated as her gaze fixated on the terrifying water dragon bullet unleashed in that fleeting moment. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, how can such a powerful water dragon bullet be released in an instant? Has he even omitted the time for hand signs? Is it possible to perform ninjutsu without them? This is inconceivable. A chill crept into her heart as she turned to look at the gravely injured Asuma, a flicker of fear rising within her. As if she had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation, the brutality of battle made her swallow hard. Pondering silently, what kind of being possesses such power to wield it so effortlessly? At that moment, Kakashi appeared like a specter, his expression grave as he shouted, "Take Asuma and flee." Standing beside him, Vortex Fong furrowed his brow slightly, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why do you always meddle so much? Kakashi, the foremost technician of Konoha? Kisame's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he slowly lifted his sharp sword, Samahata, his tone laced with provocation. Allow me to handle this, Mr. Fong. Vortex Fong raised an eyebrow, then shook his head with an air of impatience. You? Never mind. I shall take care of it. Don't waste time. I have matters to attend to. As his words fell, Vortex Fang's figure flickered like lightning, instantly appearing beside Kakashi, and then he unleashed a powerful punch. With a thud, Kakashi transformed into a cloud of smoke, evidently just a clone. At that moment, Kakashi's left eye glowed with an eerie red light, the Sharingan's pattern spinning rapidly. Raikage. Too slow. Vortex Fong scoffed, swiftly grasping Kakashi's arm with lightning speed, and, with all his might, hurled him away like a discarded rag, sending him flying 100 meters and crashing into a distant tree trunk with a resounding thud. Undoubtedly, Kakashi, Asuma, and Sunset Red were effortlessly defeated by Vortex Fong, having no means of resistance, as if they had been deprived of even the slightest chance to fight back. Vortex Fong lowered his head slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he murmured to himself, "Next, the people from the land of lightning will soon come to retrieve the Eight Tails. At that moment, we can take the opportunity to capture it." His eyes sparkled with cunning light, as if everything had been meticulously planned. Beside him, Kisame, hearing this, wore a playful smile. "Teasing, I see, Mr. Fong. You are here to rob us. What a surprise. You never mentioned this before." Vortex Fong smiled slightly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Come. I shall take you to a place." Kisame paused, then curiously inquired, Where is this place?" The Eight Tails, Killer Bee. Vortex Fang's voice carried a sense of conspiratorial triumph. "Mr. Fong, you actually know the location of the Eight Tails?" Kisame's astonishment was evident, his brows arching slightly in surprise at Vortex Fang's intelligence. Vortex Fong nodded lightly, a confident smile gracing his face. "Of course, I have a few trustworthy friends in Konoha." Heh. Upon hearing this, Kisame inwardly marveled, realizing that Vortex Fong was truly exceptional, akin to an omniscient being, as if there were no secrets in the world he did not know. Soon after, deep beneath Konoha, the secret base of the Funya organization operated quietly. Vortex Fang's piercing gaze fixated on Killer Bee before him, a devious smile curling his lips. "So you are the famed Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. A perfect host for the tailed beast. Your strength is truly admirable." Kisame, calm and composed, slightly tilted his head and asked, "Shall we commence the operation now?" Vortex Fong shook his head, his expression revealing a hint of sinister calculation. "No, now is not the time. We must wait for a more opportune moment." Killer Bee, overhearing their conversation, glared furiously, his eyes wide with indignation. "Who are you? Are you members of the Akatsuki? Fool! Bastards!" Vortex Fang's eyes glinted with derision as he unhesitatingly activated his sealing technique. "Diamond Lock!" he exclaimed, and the air was immediately suffused with a mysterious aura. Subsequently, an invisible force enveloped Vortex Fang's body, and numerous chains of golden light surged forth, tracing elegant arcs in the air, charging towards Killer Bee's very being. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the surrounding scenery blurred under the weight of this power. This was a long-held sealing technique of the Vortex clan, specifically designed to suppress the formidable tailed beasts. The chains, like living entities, swiftly penetrated Killer Bee's body, tightly coiling around the chakra of the Eight Tails, as if seeking to seal it entirely. In that fleeting moment, Killer Bee's expression contorted, pain radiating from his features, reflecting the turmoil within him. Yet, Vortex Fong showed no mercy. His sole purpose for coming was to absorb the chakra of the Eight Tails. Time passed silently, and another day slipped by. The rescue team, sent by the Land of Lightning, finally arrived. In the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the orderly desk where several boxes of cash lay neatly arranged. exuding a faint metallic sheen. Karui entered, her face etched with tension. Yet her voice was resolute as she proclaimed, "The money has been brought." Uchiha Fong stood behind Tsunade, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with a hint of satisfaction. "Excellent. You may proceed to escort Killer Bee away." At that moment, Killer Bee burst into the room, joyfully singing and dancing, akin to a wisp of wind, exclaiming, "Yea, I am free once more. Fool! Scoundrel! Yea!" He exuberantly waved his arms, his face radiating an incredibly bright smile. As he danced, he struck various comical poses, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from those around him, the atmosphere infused with his unrestrained joy. Karui watched him, a sense of urgency swelling within her. "Sensei, let us depart swiftly." Uchiha waved his hand gently, a faint smile gracing his face. "All right, let us hasten our departure. Just yesterday, the Akatsuki infiltrated Konoha, so do exercise caution." Upon hearing these words, Killer Bee remained unfazed, still immersed in his performance, exuberantly singing, "Akatsuki, a motley crew. One comes, one falls, oh yeah?" He accompanied his melody with exaggerated dance moves, as if partaking in a grand spectacle of his own. However, at that very moment, an overwhelming force suddenly emerged, instantly freezing Killer Bee's movements. His body was drawn irresistibly by an unseen power, astonishment etched upon his features. Just as he was about to struggle, he was swiftly pulled away, shattering the glass of the Hokage's office, with shards cascading down like raindrops. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Feng's expression changed drastically as he urgently exclaimed, "We must flee. Konoha is under attack." Before his words could fully resonate, he swiftly took action, instantly collecting a staggering sum of 100 trillion Ryo notes. He then promptly placed his hand on Tsunade's shoulder, resolutely pulling her along as they dashed towards safety. The wind howled past their ears, as if urging them to hasten their pace. What on earth is happening? Tsunade's voice trembled with anxiety, her eyes shimmering with unease, as she grappled with the sudden chaos enveloping them. "I am uncertain," Uchiha Fong replied with a calm demeanor, maintaining his composure amidst the rapidly changing circumstances. "However, it is evident that their target is the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. We must observe the situation carefully and refrain from acting recklessly." At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, a terrifying sound that shattered the air akin to a clap of thunder. The Hokage building collapsed in an instant, dust billowing forth, and the ensuing chaos resembled the onset of an apocalypse. Tsunade stood frozen, her gaze fixed in shock upon the devastation, as countless dark thoughts flooded her mind. Damn it! Is the Hokage building of such poor quality? What was the third Hokage thinking? Even in death, he continues to trouble me. In the eyes of Uchiha Fong shimmered a nervous light as he pointed into the distance and shouted, "Tsunade, look quickly." Tsunade followed his gesture and was instantly taken aback, her expression shifting from confusion to shock. Before her was a member of the Akatsuki organization. The scene before them was heart-stopping. The red-haired Uzumaki Fong stood triumphantly with one foot on Killer Bee, a victorious smile gracing his lips, as if relishing the control he held over life and death in this moment. Killer Bee was pinned to the ground, his expression a mix of fury and helplessness, struggling in vain. Behind Uzumaki Fong, Kisame's cold gaze resembled ice, silently guarding the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Karui's heart ignited with anger, a flicker of unwillingness and anxiety flashing in her eyes. "Lord Killer Bee," her voice brimmed with concern as she rushed forward, vowing to rescue her teacher. In that instant, Kisame appeared like a specter, swiftly materializing before Karui, his great sword, Samahata, glinting ominously in the sunlight as he swung it fiercely. Caught off guard, Karui was struck by the overwhelming force, her body soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground in agony. Killer Bee roared in frustration, "Damn it. It seems I have no choice but to use that technique." His voice carried a hint of despair, yet was predominantly resolute. Uzumaki Fong curled his lips into a cold smirk, a sly glimmer in his eyes. "Heh, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, have you prepared your last words?" His words pierced Killer Bee's heart like a thorn. With a steely resolve, Killer Bee unleashed the terrifying chakra within him, and in an instant, the surrounding air seemed to tremble in response. With a thunderous roar, he fully transformed into his tailed beast form. The colossal figure of the Eight-Tails, Gyuki, emanated an overwhelming pressure that caused the nearby trees to bow. His 8 tentacle-like tails lashed about like whips in a tempest, stirring up powerful winds and clouds of dust. The village of Kanahagakure was plunged into panic once more. As Hokage, Tsunade's mind raced like lightning, quickly devising a countermeasure. Taking a deep breath, she decisively performed a summoning technique, forming seals in an instant. With a thick plume of smoke, a massive slug emerged, its moist skin glimmering under the sun. Tsunade commanded. Quick, heal all the civilians around. Not a single civilian must be harmed. Her tone held an air of authority, embodying the responsibilities of a Hokage. At that moment, the commotion caused by the Eight Tails was too great. The ninjas of Konoha had already sensed the terrifying chakra. Chapter 75, The Turmoil of the Eight Tails. Confronting fear, countless figures swiftly gathered under the cover of the Umbu, with J-Nin arriving one after another. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Neji were among them. Faced with the rampaging Eight Tails, despair gripped their hearts, each silently contemplating whether they could devise a strategy to combat it. Memories of the Nine-Tails incident surged back. The fear rekindling anew. This is a power we cannot contend with. A J-Nin murmured, his voice tinged with helplessness and dread. So powerful. This is a tailed beast. The Eight Tails. The atmosphere around them felt heavy under the weight of this power, and they all understood that they were about to face an unprecedented challenge. Each person prayed silently, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Countless ninjutsu rained down upon the Eight Tails like a tempest. The searing flames of fire release. The crackling lightning of lightning release. The violent gusts of wind release. The surging waves of water release. And the solid barriers of earth release intertwined into a vivid yet terrifying tapestry of attacks, cascading down frantically. Yet, the Eight Tails stood unmoved. Like a towering mountain against the onslaught. No matter how the flames licked, the thunder roared, the winds howled, or the waters crashed, the Eight Tails remained unscathed, exuding an unwavering majesty. Its mere existence was akin to an insurmountable barrier. No matter how ferociously these powerful techniques assaulted it, they could not budge it even a fraction. At this moment, Uzumaki Fong stood quietly to the side, his gaze sharp as he observed the unfolding scene. A faint smile gracing his lips as if he were savoring a splendid performance. Mr. Fong, why don't we strike now? Hisame's voice was filled with urgency, seemingly eager to plunge into battle. Do not rush. Uzumaki Fong shook his head, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Why are you so anxious? This is a splendid show. Below, Hyuga Neji dashed towards the Eight Tails like a gust of wind, unafraid and radiating a steadfast aura. His figure appeared particularly agile as he boldly challenged fate. Behind him, Sasuke, Naruto, and others stood frozen, their faces etched with shock and fear. The 12 guardians of Konoha were momentarily daunted by the terrifying presence of the Eight Tails, a flicker of trepidation rising within them. Only Neji dared to confront fear. Neji. It's dangerous. Tintin called out anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Rock Lee turned to steady himself, resolute in his belief that Neji would never back down. Because that was Neji. Neji leaped into action, swiftly forming seals, his voice booming like thunder. Fire release, great fire annihilation. With his fierce shout, terrifying flames surged forth like a raging dragon towards the Eight Tails, illuminating the entire battlefield, the searing heat creating an oppressive wave. Everyone present was astounded. Their gazes locked onto Neji, especially Sasuke, whose face bore an expression of disbelief. How can he use fire release? Isn't he from the Hyuga clan? Even the seasoned J-Nin and Umbu could not help but gasp in astonishment, a wave of surprise surging within them. It was well known that the Hyuga clan was famed for their gentle fist technique, excelling in close combat, agile and swift. In Konoha, the Uchiha clan was renowned for their mastery of fire release. Might Guy, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed loudly, Lee, this is the essence of youth. Let us burn brightly. His words ignited a fire within their hearts, stirring the souls of his students. Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement, responding passionately. Yes, Sensei. His heart raced as if every cell in his body rejoiced for the impending challenge. Might Guy swept his arms wide, his tone resolute. The eighth gate. Open. As his declaration echoed, a terrifying chakra erupted like a tempest, an overwhelming aura pressing forward. In that instant, he unhesitatingly opened the seventh gate of the eight gates, unleashing boundless power like a wild beast. Lee, however, did not open the eight gates. He swiftly shed his burdens, feeling light as a feather, a fearless courage igniting within him. He followed closely in Gaia's footsteps, racing towards the Eight Tails, silently affirming his beliefs, ready to face the battle ahead. In this moment, the fervor of youth intertwined, igniting boundless hope and courage. Meanwhile, Tintin watched as her comrades leaped into battle, her heart ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. She silently encouraged herself. Don't underestimate me. As soon as the words left his lips, he charged forward without hesitation, akin to a valiant little bird soaring toward the heart of the storm. The surrounding leaf ninjas felt a wave of unease wash over them, for they were faced with the legendary tailed beast, an entity of such formidable strength that it rendered one breathless, The reputation of the Eight Tails was not something to be taken lightly. It was a power second only to that of the Nine Tails. This scene caused Naruto and Sasuke's hearts to tense instantly, as a palpable anxiety enveloped the air. Damn it! How can I surpass my brother now? Sasuke gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with anxiety and frustration. The tailed beast was simply too powerful. Observing this, Naruto felt a surge of determination and shouted, "Sasuke, let us go." Before his words could fully resonate, Sasuke activated his double Tomo Sharingan without a moment's hesitation. His eyes gleaming with an unwavering and fervent light, launching himself toward the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. "Sasuke, wait for me," Naruto cried, his spirit ignited by his friend's audacity as he pursued him with fervor. Sakura, witnessing this, was instantly thrown into a state of panic, her voice trembling. "Sasuke, Naruto, don't be impulsive." Her face turned pale, revealing profound concern in her eyes. She truly felt uneasy, as fear surged within her heart in the face of such a formidable adversary. It was the tailed beast, the strongest entity in the world, looming like an insurmountable peak that instilled dread within her. At this moment, the atmosphere between Tsunade and Uchiha Itachi was palpably tense, the sparks of disagreement quietly igniting between them. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes flickering with unease. "Kid, why are you stopping me? I cannot stand idly by." Uchiha Fong replied with a composed demeanor, his voice imbued with a sense of understanding. "Do not rush into action. I have already dispatched individuals to evacuate the villagers. There is no cause for concern." His calm attitude suggested that he held everything firmly in hand. However, Tsunade's heart was far from tranquil, and her anxiety became increasingly evident in her tone. "But the Eight Tails is wreaking havoc upon the village. Why do you not intervene? Are we merely to allow it to cause such wanton destruction?" Uchiha Fang's gaze softened as he consoled Tsunade, speaking gently. "A house can be rebuilt if it is destroyed, and injuries can be healed. If the spirit of the Leaf Village's people is lost, the future of Konoha will be perilously uncertain. The emergence of the Eight Tails presents an opportunity for Konoha to train its shinobi, as long as the safety of the civilians is ensured. Even if the ninjas suffer severe injuries, it may not necessarily be a bad outcome. With you, the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, what is there to fear?" Chapter 76, Neji's Gentle Step Twin Lion Fist. All members of the Uchiha clan have mobilized with utmost determination. They swiftly acted to evacuate the villagers, ensuring the safety of every individual. Though their faces bore the strain of tension, they radiated an unwavering resolve. The attack of the Eight Tails loomed like a nightmarish specter, chilling to the bone, reminiscent of the calamity wrought by the Nine-Tails rampage in years past. In this critical moment, the Uchiha clan appeared as a formidable shield, omnipresent in their efforts. Additionally, the organization of the Maple Leaf swiftly joined the rescue effort, their figures weaving through the streets of Konoha, forming an impregnable line of defense, ever prepared to safeguard the lives of every villager. Amidst the panic, the villagers found solace in the sight of these heroes, who wielded their strength to protect their homeland, igniting a flicker of hope within their hearts. Simultaneously, on the battlefield at the heart of Konoha, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Despite enduring countless assaults from the Leaf Ninja, the Eight Tails remained vibrant and unscathed, exuding an aura of tremendous power, showing no signs of injury. Its massive form was reminiscent of a mythical beast, awe-inspiring and formidable. Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists. Release. Neji Hyuga's voice rang out like thunder, capturing the attention of all present. He swiftly gathered chakra in his hands, and as his momentum surged, the silhouettes of two lions emerged, their crimson heads glinting ominously in the sunlight, instilling a sense of dread that thickened the atmosphere of the battlefield. A swift resolution was imperative. Neji calculated his chakra reserves, realizing that in this form, he could sustain it for no more than 3 minutes. His heart raced, the urgency of time stabbing at him like a sharpened blade. He lunged towards the Eight Tails with the speed of lightning, his fist raining down with precision, each strike imbued with all his might. From a distance, Hinata Hyuga watched, her brow furrowed, confusion swirling within her. How had he mastered the Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists, a technique reserved for the main branch? The scroll had not contained this move. Where had he learned it? At that moment, Hinata was struck dumb, her eyes wide with astonishment. This was her brother's power. The other members of Team 10 were equally flabbergasted, their expressions etched with disbelief. Neji had always been the strongest among them, but now he seemed to have transcended their comprehension. In the past, Neji had been formidable, yet there had always been a limit. But now, it was evident that Neji had reached the level of a Jonin, if not beyond. His form moved across the battlefield with the grace of a leopard, the seamless blend of agility and chakra leaving onlookers in awe. In this moment, everyone understood that Niji's prowess had exceeded their wildest imaginations. Die. The strongest strike. Lion fist break. Niji's voice reverberated like thunder, his form carving an elegant arc through the air, akin to a predator poised to pounce. At this moment, his chakra blazed like wildfire, surging forth as a colossal red lion's head materialized above him, binding him to this formidable power. In this instant, notions of fate and clan divisions seemed trivial, insignificant as dust in his eyes. With unwavering focus, he unleashed the lion's head, which plummeted with ferocity, crashing down upon the eight-tails head. A thunderous boom erupted, echoing through the air, the vibrations resounding like a deafening roar. The eight-tails shuddered, seemingly registering a hint of pain, its deep growl reverberating across the battlefield. Yet at that moment, Niji was utterly spent, every ounce of strength seemingly siphoned from him. His vision blurred, consciousness fading as darkness encroached. Just then, Uchiha Itachi appeared like a shadow, swiftly enveloping him in a warm, reassuring embrace. You have done exceptionally well, now rest. Itachi's voice was gentle yet resolute, akin to a spring breeze. Master, Niji whispered weakly, his voice barely a breath. His body felt heavy, consciousness slipping away as he succumbed to the beckoning darkness, ultimately surrendering to the need for rest. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi materialized beside Sasuke like a wisp of shadow. Brother, why did you take so long to arrive? It's too dangerous here, Sasuke exclaimed anxiously. Itachi frowned slightly, concern flickering in his eyes. I was occupied with evacuating the civilians. What transpired here? Brother, act quickly. That octopus-tailed beast is the one responsible for destroying the village. Sasuke's voice trembled, his finger pointing towards the distance, helplessness flooding his heart. Itachi observed calmly, his gaze locking on to the horizon. The enemy has yet to make their true move. Look at that red-haired individual over there. Following his lead, Sasuke squinted, noticing Vortex Kid and Hoshigaki Kisame standing nonchalantly, seemingly spectators to a grand performance. With the speed of a leopard, Kid and Kisame leaped into the fray, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. Clap, clap, clap. Kid smiled faintly, hands applauding, the sound crisp in the air. Indeed, what a remarkable Byakugan prodigy. The Hyuga clan is blessed with such talent. The future is promising. Just then, Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, his deep-set eyes shrouded in mystery. You are a member of Akatsuki. What is your true objective? Kisame followed closely, his expression grave. Kid, be cautious. This is Uchiha Itachi, a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. His tone held a note of vigilance, clearly wary of the formidable opponent before them. Itachi Uchiha spoke little, seemingly prepared to embrace the impending challenge. The Crimson Susanoo materialized in an instant, its vast skeletal frame suddenly swinging towards Vortex Phone with ferocity. A resounding boom echoed, deafening shockwaves scattering thick clouds of dust, enveloping the battlefield in utter chaos. Vortex Phone and Kisame swiftly evaded, remaining vigilant. Feng's voice emerged distinctly from the smoke, laced with a hint of playful mockery. As he raised his hand slightly, chuckling, is it truly necessary to engage in battle upon our first meeting? I have done nothing to provoke you. His eyes sparkled with a teasing light, seemingly attempting to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Kisame felt a surge of anxiety. The situation was unlike anything he had ever faced, pressing down upon him with unprecedented weight. Surrounded by numerous ninjas from Konoha, the air was thick with tension and depression. Could you refrain from that insufferable grin and your apparent disregard for all around you? It makes us easy targets, you know? Kisame silently fumed, brow furrowed, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. Chapter 77, The Fist of the Female Hokage, Tsunade. Vortex Phone urged urgently, Kisame, we must flee. What lies ahead is beyond your capacity to confront. Kisame paused, his heart tightening. What about you, Mr. Phone? He had never witnessed such seriousness in Feng's demeanor, his eyes glimmering with an unwavering resolve, indicating that the circumstances were far more complex than he had anticipated. Suddenly, Kisame felt a powerful force push him back, as Feng propelled him away. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Feng's body ignited with fierce black flames, as if poised to consume everything in its path. I told you to run. Are you deaf? Get out of here. Feng's voice thundered, imbued with undeniable authority. Kisame felt a swell of emotion, his eyes shimmering with determination. Mr. Feng, you must survive. He took a deep breath and utilized the body flicker technique to escape. At that moment, countless elite ninjas from Konoha, fierce as wolves, pursued from behind. Feng's roar resonated. Stay. Do not leave. His gaze sharpened, instantly absorbing Amaterasu. Simultaneously, numerous Konoha ninjas were halted, as if an invisible wall barred their path. It was Fang's shadow clone. Thus, Kisame managed to escape. However, at that moment, the Eight-Tails unleashed an earth-shattering roar, shaking the very ground beneath them. Its massive form tensed further, as the tailed beast bomb began to coalesce slowly. This was the tailed beast's most potent attack, capable of obliterating all obstacles and altering the tide of battle. Terrifying chakra surged around the Eight-Tails, the dense energy waves threatening to tear the air apart. An invisible pressure leaving the surrounding ninjas gasping for breath. At this juncture, the Konoha ninjas could no longer afford to focus on Vortex Fang. Their attention fixated on the imminent release of the tailed beast bomb, their hearts racing with urgency. It must not be allowed to launch. Countless ninjas resolved, swiftly assembling their ranks to prepare for a final counterattack. In this moment, the fate of their lives hung by a thread. If this strike were not thwarted, the consequences would be dire. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Tsunade's voice boomed from the sky. "Cease this nonsense, you wretched Eight-Tails." Her figure carved an elegant, yet rapid arc through the air, akin to lightning striking down. With a thunderous crash, her fist descended with tremendous force, causing the very village of Konoha to tremble, even the earth quaking beneath the impact. The Eight-Tails was struck, instantly rendered feeble and disheveled, its gaze filled with fear and shock. Impressive. Tsunade stood proudly atop the giant head of the tailed beast, clad in a flowing green gambling robe, its edges fluttering gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a war deity's arrival, emanating unparalleled authority and presence. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden hue that accentuated her stunning beauty. Her light blonde hair danced in the wind like flowing sunlight, her striking figure captivating, outlining her alluring curves. In that moment, she embodied a divine aura that left onlookers in awe, as if the entire world dimmed in her presence. Even the dust in the air seemingly suspended in her radiance, time itself appearing to stand still. Every subtle movement exuded grace and power, compelling all present to hold their breath, a deep-seated reverence blossoming within them. Vortex Fang gazed intently at the unfolding scene, a fleeting softness illuminating his eyes. As if stirred by an ineffable emotion, yet it vanished as quickly as it had come, replaced by cold indifference and vigilance. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips as his gaze sharpened, locking onto his adversary. "Fifth Hokage Tsunade, do you wish to join this fray as well?" He sneered, disdain dripping from his voice. Tsunade's fury ignited in response, her retort ringing out, "I am the Hokage. The duty of protecting the village rests upon my shoulders. How dare you, a member of the Akatsuki, act so brazenly in Konoha? You seek death." Before her words could fully dissipate, Tsunade lunged forward like a flash of lightning, her speed leaving others in stunned silence. Her fist, akin to thunder, surged toward Vortex Fang. However, she was met only with an illusory clone, dissipating into the air with a mocking smile. At that moment, Fang's voice echoed from afar, laced with playful provocation, "Konoha's old hag, we shall graciously accept the Eight-Tails. Truly thankful for your assistance. Love you, bye." As his teasing words lingered in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere, causing apprehension for the impending conflict. This member of the Akatsuki dared to jest with Tsunade, a truly audacious act. Upon hearing those words, Tsunade's brow instinctively furrowed. Such a moniker resonated within the depths of her memory, tinged with an unsettling familiarity. The name Konoha's old hag, a title only one dared to bestow upon her, Uchiha Fang. She contemplated, vowing to teach this mischievous lad a lesson that very night. Imagining Fang's innocent face, she clenched her teeth, silently swearing, "It must be you, little Fang. Just wait and see how I handle you tonight." Meanwhile, outside Konoha, dark clouds loomed ominously, the wind howling fiercely. Vortex Fang held a firm grip around Karabi's neck, coldly stating, "Did you believe the Eight-Tails clone technique could elude my gaze? I warned you long ago. You must perish. The power of the Eight-Tails will ultimately fall into our organization's hands." Beside him, Kisame paused, then revealed a cold smile. "Mr. Fang, I did not anticipate this Karabi to be so cunning, managing to escape so swiftly. Shall we extract the tailed beast from him now and eliminate him?" Vortex Fang shook his head, a hint of indifference crossing his eyes. "There is no rush. Let us first return him to headquarters." At this very moment, Karabi was engulfed in despair. Even the Eight-Tails within him sensed a chilling dread. The Eight-Tails technique of creating clones was renowned for its brilliance, a skill vital for evasion. Yet now, it was effortlessly seen through by Vortex Fang, sending waves of panic through the Eight-Tails' heart. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, as Karabi felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and hopelessness. This time, he truly found himself at a dead end. "Fool! Scoundrel! It appears this time, I am truly destined for demise. Oh yeah. Although Karabi was tightly gripped by the throat, his expression remained surprisingly playful as he coughed while performing his comical dance moves, seemingly oblivious to the peril he faced. Chapter 78. The defiant Feng. As night descended and stars twinkled, a faint glow emanated from Tsunade's home, casting a tense atmosphere within. She was seething with anger, her hands gripping Uchiha Feng's ears tightly, as if to pull him from the ground. Speak quickly. Is that red-haired fellow you? Tsunade's voice thundered, as if she sought to unveil all of Uchiha Feng's secrets. Hey. Uchiha Feng's voice was tinged with panic as he struggled. He attempted to ease the tense situation with a calm demeanor. Let us discuss this peacefully. There is no need for violence. Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through Uchiha Feng. Tell me, how many secrets are you still hiding from me? A flicker of panic surfaced on Uchiha Feng's face. No, absolutely not. That red-haired fellow is certainly not me. However, Tsunade tightened her grip at that moment, as if she intended to unravel all of his secrets. Do you still wish to conceal the truth? I am convinced that the red-haired individual is undeniably you. Ah, it hurts. Uchiha Feng couldn't help but groan, his ears aching from her grasp, as if she aimed to extract every one of his hidden truths. Please, stop for a moment and allow me to explain. Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback, before releasing her hold, her gaze piercing and intent, as if she sought to unveil the truth from his very eyes. Speak. Who precisely is that red-haired individual? Her voice resonated with a deep and unwavering authority, tinged with an unmistakable air of command. Uchiha Feng offered a resigned smile, a flicker of helplessness and bitterness glimmering in his eyes. I am sorry, he murmured, his voice low and heavy, as if concealing unspeakable burdens. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, her brow arching in curiosity, revealing a hint of suspicion. Sorry for what? Have you taken a mistress outside? Her tone was laced with a hint of ire. Just then, Uchiha Feng erupted with a loud bang, transforming into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from the room in an instant, leaving behind an eerie silence. Tsunade stood frozen, her heart racing at the realization. Shadow clone. Come out. Don't hide. Her voice carried a note of playful challenge, as if she awaited his reply. Yet, the only response was the emptiness of the room, enveloped in stillness, devoid of even the whisper of a breeze. Uchiha Feng vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Tsunade's heart tightened. She was acutely aware that Uchiha Feng had a penchant for utilizing shadow clones, yet he had never resorted to such an illusion while they were together in the same room. However, this time, he chose to employ a shadow clone, instilling within her a profound sense of unease. After such a night, time quietly ushered in the dawn of the following day. Tsunade still had not glimpsed Uchiha Feng's figure, and the prolonged wait throughout the night left her feeling increasingly anxious. For 5 years, they had been inseparable. A single night apart felt profoundly disorienting, as their companionship had long since become routine. The sensation of absence was unsettlingly foreign to her. With the Hokage building in ruins and currently under reconstruction, the Hokage's office was merely a temporary space. Entering the office, Tsunade's gaze fell upon Shizen, whose face was etched with shock and concern. She was intensely focused on something in her hands, seemingly deeply affected by its contents. Lady Tsunade, Shizen's voice trembled, tinged with disbelief and a faint quaver of tears. What have you done to Xiao Feng? Tsunade's heart skipped a beat as she hurried to Shizen's side, her brow furrowed, concern evident in her tone. What is it? Shizen cautiously extended the letter in her hand to Tsunade, her voice laced with trepidation. You should read it yourself. Tsunade accepted the letter, nodding slightly before lowering her head to read intently. Dear Tsunade, at this moment when I put pen to paper, my heart is laden with sorrow. Our story has reached a pivotal juncture, and I know that continuing down this path would only inflict further pain upon us both. Reflecting on the days we spent together, the echoes of our laughter still resonate in my ears. Yet, as time has progressed, I have come to realize that our relationship has gradually become shrouded in an irreconcilable conflict. You are an exceptionally remarkable woman, strong, decisive, like a gust of wind, bringing myriad surprises and passions into my life. However, at times, this very strength leaves me feeling breathless. I admire your fervor and pursuit of life, yet your need for control over me constrains my very breath. Each time I attempt to articulate my thoughts and feelings, I find myself submerged beneath your formidable personality. You desire me to be the ideal partner in your eyes, yet I often feel coerced into assuming a role that obscures my authentic self. This sense of oppression renders me powerless, gradually complicating our communication. I fully understand that love is reciprocal. Mutual understanding and tolerance are the vital cornerstones of any relationship. Yet, it seems we have lost our way amidst incessant arguments and confrontations. Your domineering nature and my retreat have rendered our bond frail. I hope you comprehend that this decision is not born from a lack of love, but rather from a profound love that compels me to make this difficult choice. Separation is not the conclusion I desire, yet I believe that only by seeking our true selves in our individual lives can we discover a more promising direction. I hope you can understand my temporary choice, cherish your own brilliance, and continue to pursue the life you desire. Uchiha Itachi, leave. After Tsunade perused the documents, an indescribable emotion surged within her. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks as she quivered. Asking Shizen, am I truly that domineering? Why did he leave? Just days ago, he professed his intent to marry me, and now he chooses to depart? Shizen sighed helplessly, a hint of resignation in her tone. Alas, Lady Tsunade, Itachi is indeed a remarkable individual. He possesses not only striking looks but also formidable strength. Were it not for him, your family fortune would have been squandered years ago. Shizen continued. Moreover, he has diligently tended to your needs, cooking and cleaning, remaining by your side like a shadow. Upon returning to Konoha, I learned that Itachi has a particular fondness for meatballs. Meatballs? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't Itachi claim to despise them? A jolt of realization struck her as she recalled their dinner together when Itachi had explicitly expressed his aversion. What a fool. Why didn't Itachi say so sooner? Shizen unabashedly remarked, Lady Tsunade, before Itachi left, I thought little of it. However, now that he has gone, I reflect on the past and realize how unreasonable you were. You often struck Itachi, and he never retaliated. I remember one instance when he merely glanced at a passing woman, and you reacted with anger, hitting him. In total, over the past 5 years, you have struck him more than 600 times. Hearing this, Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What should I do now? It's all my fault. I drove him away. Her voice was heavy with remorse, and a wave of regret washed over her as she pondered her past actions. Chapter 79. The Moon's Eye Plan. Shizen urged, Lady Tsunade, you must act quickly to bring Itachi back. He mentioned in his letter that his departure was a temporary choice. He hasn't made a firm decision. You still have a chance. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope, as if a ray of light had pierced through the darkness. Yes, we must retrieve him. However, her brow furrowed in confusion. But I am currently the Hokage, burdened with responsibilities. How can I find him? Shizen could not help but roll her eyes internally. Itachi is your lover, not mine. It's up to you to figure it out. She sighed, thinking how this Hokage seemed somewhat oblivious. Matters of the heart cannot be resolved by others. In Konoha, when it comes to locating someone, Kakashi's ninja dogs, the Inuzuka clan's keen sense of smell, and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan are invaluable assets. Shortly after, in the Hokage office, Tsunade wore a serious expression and quickly summoned Team 7, led by Kakashi, and Teammate, led by Kurenai, standing before them. Her demeanor was grave. Everyone, an urgent mission requires your utmost effort. My aide, Uchiha Itachi, has mysteriously gone missing, and the situation is dire. To ensure his safety, I need you to form a special team and commence a search immediately. This mission, with scant intelligence, focused on a singular individual. The enormity of the task seemed daunting. Kakashi frowned slightly, his voice calm yet tinged with astonishment. Uchiha Itachi is missing? Kurenai also furrowed her brow, puzzled. What has transpired? How could the Hokage's aide go missing so inexplicably? Sasuke interjected, anxiety flickering in his eyes. What has happened to my brother? Why is he missing? Tsunade sighed, her voice resolute yet somber. At this moment, we have no information, no leads, and no explanations. Tsunade felt a sense of helplessness. She could not divulge that this was due to a personal matter between two individuals, as that would be too embarrassing. Not long after, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Aha, I'm back. Jiraiya burst through the door, beaming with a sunny smile. However, upon noticing Tsunade's troubled expression, his heart sank. He approached her with concern. Oh, what has happened? Isn't being Hokage supposed to be a good thing? Tsunade inhaled deeply, her gaze betraying her anxiety. Jiraiya, your timing is impeccable. There is an urgent mission I need to assign to you. Jiraiya paused, then frowned. A mission? What kind of mission? I've been investigating the Akatsuki, and it's not simple. Tsunade's expression grew increasingly grave, her brow furrowed as if a storm was brewing. Uchiha Itachi has gone missing. Jiraiya's brow furrowed, a mix of confusion and concern crossing his face. Missing? How could that happen? He understood Kida's strength. He was among the elite in the ninja world. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya spoke slowly. He must have chosen to leave of his own accord. Don't worry. He will be fine. Uchiha Kid is strong. No one can easily kill him. Tsunade, feeling a wave of frustration, noticed several dark lines forming on her forehead. Regardless, he is missing, and you must take responsibility to find him. Konoha needs him now more than ever. Jiraiya nodded firmly, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Understood. I will find Uchiha Kid as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in a concealed area on the outskirts of Konoha, dense foliage enveloped the surroundings, allowing only faint rays of light to filter through the leaves, the air thick with tension. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze piercing as it fixated on the masked man, filled with an air of intrigue regarding this enigmatic figure. Who are you truly? What is your purpose in seeking me? His voice was deep and resolute, as if probing the limits of the other's resolve. The masked man chuckled softly, his tone imbued with a subtle blend of confidence and mystery. Young one, I hold you in high regard. Join me in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Fong let out a cold smile, internally alert. Do you wish to engage in combat with me? While you claim to be Uchiha Madara, in my recollection, such an arrogant figure could hardly resort to lurking in the shadows. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking eyes with the masked man. I trust you are not an imposter? As these words escaped his lips, the air became thick with tension. The atmosphere around them charged as if on the verge of an explosive confrontation. The masked man let out a dismissive snort, his tone laced with disdain. You, my young friend, ought to show some appreciation. The very fact that I have invited you to partake in this grand scheme signifies a deep regard for you. After all, you are a kinsman of the Uchiha clan. Do not misjudge your own worth. Uchiha Fong was momentarily taken aback, although doubts lingered in his heart. He refused to show weakness. Then, pray tell, what precisely is this so-called Eye of the Moon plan? Perhaps I might consider it. The masked man's gaze flickered, and a mysterious smile graced his lips. Infinite Tsukuyomi, the dawn of an entirely new world of peace. In such a realm, not a trace of war shall exist. Imagine. It is a paradise of unparalleled beauty. Once this plan is realized, all will become a tangible reality. Come, join us, and together we shall forge a magnificent future. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze penetrating through the crevices of his mask, seemingly probing the depths of his counterpart's heart. Why do I feel as though you are attempting to deceive me? Yet, the Moon Eye plan you speak of appears rather impractical. Should I choose to join your cause, what would you have me do? The masked man's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he spoke slowly, to resurrect the legendary Ten Tails. The foremost task is to capture the nine-tailed beasts that inhabit this world. Only in this manner can the Moon Eye plan be authentically realized, ushering in a realm of perfect peace. Uchiha Fong pondered for a moment, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. I see. However, convincing me is no simple task. What do I stand to gain by joining you? At present, I am surrounded by wealth beyond measure, and even Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, is my woman. What more could I possibly desire? The masked man let out a cold laugh, his voice deep and laden with menace. Do you truly believe you can safeguard Konoha? Can you protect your woman? Do you genuinely think that you have attained true strength? In the eyes of Uchiha Fong, a flame ignited as he resolutely replied. Whether I am powerful may still be up for debate, but one thing is certain, in this moment, I am undeniably stronger than you. Chapter 80. You can't be Uchiha Ito, can you? At this juncture, Kakashi and Uchiha Rinnegan, accompanied by their team, were not far from their target location. Faint whispers carried by the wind reaching their ears. Uchiha Rinnegan furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixed ahead as she inquired with concern, Hinata, what do you see? Taking a deep breath, Hinata activated her Byakugan, peering through numerous obstacles with utmost seriousness. She slowly articulated, I see Uchiha Fong engaged in conversation with a mysterious individual, seemingly discussing something of great importance. Kakashi tilted his head slightly, his expression growing grave. What does this mysterious person look like? Hinata's voice carried a trace of tension. He wears an orange spiral mask, revealing only one eye, and that eye is a Sharingan. Karina's brows knitted tightly, alarm bells ringing in her mind as she asked, Are you certain it is a Sharingan? Absolutely. Hinata affirmed with unwavering resolve, determination gleaming in her eyes. I can unequivocally confirm that it is indeed a Sharingan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fong remarked, It seems you have caught the attention of Konoha. His tone dripped with mockery, as if he possessed profound insight into the masked man's true identity. The masked man let out a cold laugh, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. What difference does it make? Uchiha Phone raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. You're right, I must be the other Sharingan belonging to Kakashi, am I correct? Now, enlighten me about the nature of your relationship with Kakashi. I refuse to believe there is no connection between you. At that moment, the masked man felt a tightening in his chest, cold sweat trickling down his brow. It was the first time he sensed his true identity was as fragile as a gossamer veil, liable to be torn away at any moment. What is the matter? Are you afraid to answer? Are you fearful of your identity being revealed? Uchiha Fang's voice dripped with provocation, seemingly peeling back the layers of the masked man's deepest fears. Anxious turmoil churned within the masked man, yet he feigned composure. Am I afraid of my identity being exposed? Impossible. I am Uchiha Madara. Though his voice was spirited, it could not mask the slight tremor that betrayed his unease. Uchiha Fang's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze sharp as that of a leopard. Let me analyze this. Among Kakashi's closest friends, the only one with the surname Uchiha is Uchiha Obito, is it not? Could you be the legendary Uchiha Obito? His voice emanated an undeniable firmness. How could this be possible? He has guessed my identity. This is inconceivable. The masked Obito was engulfed in profound shock, his mind racing with thoughts of what to say next. At that moment, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai's team hastily arrived at the scene, instantly heightening the tension in the air. Brother, Sasuke's voice trembled with anxiety as his gaze fixated on the masked man, seemingly searching for a breakthrough. Phone, big brother. Naruto followed closely behind, his tone brimming with urgency and anticipation, his heart ignited with the flames of battle. In that instant, the masked figure silently turned his head, his profound gaze locking onto Kakashi's, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. He then swiftly directed his attention to Sasuke and Naruto, a chilling smile creeping across his masked lips. Uchiha Phone, since you refuse to comply, he coldly declared, Kakashi, Kurenai, retreat now. Uchiha Fang's voice rang out like a warning bell, alerting them to the impending danger. It is too late. The masked man wore a sinister smile, as if he had foreseen all of this. His form flickered through the air, materializing behind Naruto and Sasuke, catching them entirely off guard. As his words fell, the Kamui space suddenly activated. Before Naruto and Sasuke could react, they were ensnared by an invisible force, drawn into that mysterious realm, their surroundings blurring momentarily, as if they were being engulfed by an endless darkness. It is over. Everything is finished. The entire plan is in shambles. Uchiha Phone was engulfed with terror, his mind a chaotic whirl, as if a colossal weight pressed heavily upon his heart. The scene before him filled him with despair. His younger brother Sasuke had been taken, a piercing anguish stabbing at his soul. Even more heart-wrenching was the fact that Naruto had also been abducted. That vibrant youth, always adorned with a smile, was the very individual he had promised Kushina to protect. Kakashi stood nearby, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his heart racing with anxiety. Naruto. He is the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails in Konoha. To have him abducted at such a critical moment is unfathomable. Furthermore, Sasuke, as the aide to the Hokage and Uchiha Fang's younger brother, held undeniable significance. Moreover, the village had recently endured the turmoil of the Eight Tails incident, and the Uchiha clan's status had seen a shift, with the villagers exhibiting a friendlier demeanor than ever before. Yet, now a momentous and shocking event had unfolded. Two pivotal figures had been simultaneously captured by a mysterious entity, seemingly intertwined with the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Phone furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping over Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. Why have you come at this moment? Kakashi exhaled softly, maintaining his usual serene expression. We received an urgent mission from the 5th Hokage. We were specifically sent to locate you. The Hokage informed us of your disappearance and commanded us to bring you back swiftly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Phone was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. I have not gone missing at all. I am right here, perfectly well. How could I be declared missing? While silently cursing, he swiftly grasped the entire truth of the matter. A surge of fury ignited within him, as he incessantly muttered to himself, Damn you, Obito, you treacherous scoundrel, despicable and shameless. At that moment, Yugao still remained in a state of bewilderment, her brow knitted in concern as she inquired, What on earth has transpired? How could such a misunderstanding arise? Uchiha Kid raised his hand and waved it dismissively, suppressing the agitation within. He spoke with urgency. Enough with the trivialities. We must hasten back to the village. There must be trouble at the Hokage's office. Kakashi furrowed his brow, a hint of anxiety lacing his tone. But shouldn't Naruto and Sasuke immediately pursue that masked man? He couldn't have gotten far. Uchiha calmly interjected, his voice imbued with a hint of determination. Kakashi, are you aware that the enigmatic individual employs space-time ninjutsu? Are you truly confident in your ability to pursue him, even if you manage to catch up? Can you guarantee that he has not already laid a trap? He paused momentarily, his gaze fixed intently on Kakashi, continuing, even if you believe in your unparalleled strength. If the adversary is driven to desperation, can you ensure the safety of Naruto and Sasuke? This barrage of questions left Kakashi's thoughts in disarray, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. Uchiha did not relent. His tone grew increasingly grave. Moreover, can the subordinates you have brought truly serve as your allies? Have you considered that they might become a burden instead? In such circumstances, they could even find themselves ensnared in peril, becoming mere sacrifices. Can you truly underestimate the power of the Akatsuki? Take that red-haired fellow, for instance. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? Chapter 81. Outwitted at that moment, Sakura stepped forward with unwavering determination and declared, I am resolute in my mission to rescue Sasuke. Uchiha smiled faintly, his gaze infused with a hint of playful intrigue, and candidly inquired, are you truly intent on rescuing him? But do you know where the enemy lies? Are you privy to their intelligence? Do you comprehend their hiding places? Are you aware of Sasuke and Naruto's current whereabouts? His barrage of questions struck Sakura like a heavy hammer, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Sakura stammered in response, but, Lord Phone, even you were unable to assist? I genuinely wish to save them, even if it means facing death. Uchiha shook his head, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. Enough, little girl. You are far too naive. I have heard that you have feelings for Sasuke. Is that true? Sakura's face was instantly flushed with a wave of heat, a tumult of embarrassment and anxiety intertwining, rendering her momentarily speechless. Uchiha continued, a hint of sarcasm lacing his voice, almost foolishly juvenile, bordering on the intellect of an imbecile. Kakashi, how could you possibly lead such a class? Naruto is one thing. His nature is simply that way. However, I cannot fathom how a competent ninja could utter such childish words. At this moment, Uchiha was clearly irate, his plans thoroughly disrupted. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept towards Yuhi Kurenai, his tone rife with reproach and disappointment. And you, Kurenai? As a jonin of Konoha, how could your reaction be so sluggish? The enemy has already launched their attack, and you remain entirely oblivious. He then turned his attention to Kakashi, raising his voice slightly. The most pitiable of all is you, Kakashi. As the foremost active jonin of Konoha, you too have failed to respond? Is it perhaps that Jiraiya's make-out paradise has left you feeble? Stop indulging in those books. They are nothing short of detrimental. In exasperation, Kiba interjected. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to criticize Kurenai-sensei? We specifically came to find you. Hinata quietly urged from the side. Kiba, please, stop. Uchiha, upon witnessing Ya's audacity to confront him, felt a jolt of determination surge within. Excellent. As his words lingered in the air, an overwhelming wave of chakra erupted around him, akin to a tempest, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive aura, as if an unseen boulder weighed heavily upon the shoulders of all present. This is the essence of qualification. His voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Kakashi, Yugao, Sakura, Hinata, Ya, and Shino Yamanaka were instantaneously ensnared by this terrifying pressure, compelled to prostrate themselves on the ground. Beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows, hearts brimming with dread and unease. Kakashi inhaled deeply, musing to himself, to exert such formidable pressure solely through chakra is an achievement even the Hokage cannot attain. As time slowly ebbed away, the warm sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha, marking the zenith of midday. Yet within the temporary office of the Hokage, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Tsunade gazed at Uchiha, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her expression a tumultuous blend of excitement and anxiety. Abruptly, she rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her voice choked with emotion. I am so sorry. I promise I will never treat you this way again. I was wrong. Please, do not leave me. I vow to never lay a hand on you again. Uchiha paused momentarily, then withdrew from her embrace, his expression turning serious. He gazed intently at Tsunade and inquired, what is the true nature of the matter? Please elaborate in detail. Tsunade gradually released her grip, her emotions settling, and then retrieved a letter from the table, her hands trembling slightly as she extended it towards him. Is this your writing? Uchiha lowered his gaze, shook his head, and spoke with resolute conviction. It was not me. Tsunade then continued. Moreover, a few members of the Uchiha clan attempted to assassinate me just now, but Itachi eliminated them. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a low voice. I understand. Tsunade took a deep breath and began recounting her experiences from last night and this morning. Her voice gradually became clearer, interspersed with her tension and grievances. Uchiha Fong listened intently, his mind gradually untangling the thread of events, a flicker of unease stirring within him. The voice of Uchiha Fong resonated with a deep and resolute tone. All of this is, in fact, a meticulously crafted trap. Last night, the moment you returned home, you collapsed into slumber. Initially, I presumed you were simply fatigued from the day's endeavors and gave it little thought. However, the truth is that you fell victim to an illusion. Their aim. Tsunade's brow furrowed in concern as she urgently interjected. What is their aim? Speak swiftly. Uchiha Fong inhaled deeply, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Their true intention is to seize control of the Nine-Tails. Specifically, the Nine-Tails residing within Naruto. As for the reason behind capturing Sasuke, it is, in fact, a means to threaten me and coerce my allegiance to the Akatsuki. Tsunade clenched her fists in rage, her expression darkening further. The despicable Akatsuki, resorting to such treachery and vile tactics. How shall we respond to this predicament? Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow, his voice heavy with gravity. If they refuse to release him, even I cannot launch a forcible assault. They possess mastery over space ninjutsu, which poses a considerable challenge. At that moment, an unsettling tide of anxiety surged within him, awakening the realization that in this world, no one should be underestimated. What can a traveler accomplish? What does familiarity with the original narrative signify? This is not merely a simplistic anime tale. It is a genuine and intricate realm, where everything is in a state of flux. Even Obito, a figure whose intellect is questionable, conceals boundless treachery and schemes. And what of Madara? What of Black Zetsu? Is Kagaya Otsutsuki truly as portrayed in the original work? Does the insidious cunning of Black Zetsu imply that Kagaya is merely a foolish and naive character? Is she truly so simplistic? In this world rife with uncertainties, every character may harbor unfathomable wisdom and intricate machinations. Uchiha Kid leaned slightly forward, fixating her gaze upon Tsunade's face. I propose the formation of a dedicated rescue team to be personally led by me in order to save Sasuke and Naruto. The organization I head, the Maple Leaf, will also lend its full support to this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Tsunade furrowed her brow, a wave of unease washing over her. Are you planning to leave Konoha? How long will you be gone? A day, or perhaps 2? Her voice carried a hint of reluctance. Is it not possible to send someone else? Must it truly be you who goes? Uchiha Fong smiled faintly, seemingly anticipating her concerns. The Akatsuki organization's headquarters is located in the Hidden Rain Village, and their operations would not be prolonged. Tsunade's expression instantly shifted to one of gravity. Indeed, it appears you had already infiltrated the Akatsuki. But why would they abduct the Eight Tails? After all that has transpired, how will the Hidden Cloud Village respond? A glimmer of indifference flickered in Uchiha Fang's eyes. What concern is the life and death of the Hidden Cloud Village to us? How had they previously treated the Leaf Village? Had they ever offered an apology to Konoha regarding the matters of the Hyuga clan? Tsunade fell into a moment of silence, pondering inwardly, until a sudden realization struck her. Since you mentioned the Hyuga clan, that Neji Hyuga is your disciple, isn't he? How exactly have you instructed him? Is his formidable strength truly a result of your guidance? Chapter 82. The Super Genius, Neji. Uchiha Fong narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke. Hyuga Neji is the most perceptive individual I have encountered. He is a prodigious genius, not merely in the realm of ninjutsu, but rather an extraordinary intellect. Tsunade was taken aback and incredulously replied, You hold Hyuga Neji in such high regard? This is quite unlike you. You do not even bestow such praise upon your own younger brother, Sasuke. Uchiha Fong gradually fell into deep contemplation. At the tender age of 13, Neji had already discerned the harsh truths of the ninja world. During the Nin exams in the original narrative, he candidly told Hinata, You are not suited to be a ninja, you should forfeit. Ultimately, Hinata chose a path of tranquility, becoming a devoted housewife, a blunt truth indeed. Many might find it perplexing why Neji lost control during the exam, even contemplating the murder of the branch family heiress. At one time, Uchiha Fong deemed Hyuga Neji excessively harsh, labeling him a villain without remorse. However, during their match, Neji had uttered to Hinata, You no longer need to suffer. Live happily. Despite Neji's hatred towards the main family, a protective brotherly love for his sister lingered deep within him. He understood that Hinata, as a member of the main family, was not living a happy life. Throughout the match, he sought to persuade her to abandon her aspirations, while Naruto continuously yelled from the sidelines. Hinata fell prey to his taunts, ultimately suffering a severe defeat at Niji's hands. Yet, Hinata uttered a poignant remark. In the fate of the main and branch families, you are the one who feels confused and tormented. The underlying implication was clear. You, as a slave, are the most wretched. How could Niji not feel anger and despair upon hearing this? Though Hinata likely meant no malice, her words resonated with a harsh reality in Niji's ears. Could one truly blame Niji for harboring thoughts of killing her? Why did Niji choose to reveal the dark secrets of the caged bird during the finals against Naruto? Was he genuinely interested in sharing this with Naruto? Not at all. He should have disclosed it during the preliminary rounds when Naruto confronted him. At that time, they were all Konoha villagers. To expose such secrets would have been futile, with only a few sound and sand ninjas present. Niji deliberately awaited the finals of the Nin exams, a grand stage gathering numerous spectators, including various dignitaries. He understood that public scrutiny itself constituted a form of power. He was waging a war of public opinion. By seizing this opportunity to draw attention, he hoped to gain recognition and perhaps incite change. Regardless of who his opponent was in the finals, Niji intended to publicly unveil the secrets of the Hyuga clan. This act was a meticulously planned rebellion against fate, the safest form of defiance he could conceive. In the original text, Hyuga Hisashi stood sweating profusely under the public gaze, visibly embarrassed. Subsequently, he felt compelled to approach Niji to discuss the so-called truth, even kneeling before him. Why kneel at this moment, after so many years of resentment? One could easily deduce that he acted under the pressure of Niji's public outcry. How did Hisashi truly meet his end? The main family summoned him, and he voluntarily went to his death under the pretense of protecting his brother. Do you believe that? What is the so-called freedom of choice when it has already been stripped away? The charges had been predetermined, with the third Hokage present. As if everything were a preordained performance, they proceeded through the execution with decorum, sparing each other undue embarrassment. Hisashi's sealed letter was merely a token to ensure his children had a slightly better life. When Niji resigned himself to his fate, calling Hinata lady, it was laced with rebellion and hatred. Yet when he rejected his fate, he respectfully addressed her as lady. What was the reason behind this? Was it out of respect or love? Perhaps neither. It was most likely a sense of duty. On the surface, Niji appeared to be a pessimistic fatalist. Yet he was ruthlessly criticizing himself through this ineffective means. Deep within, he harbored a desire for equality. Ironically, as he gradually relinquished his resistance, Niji began to accept his identity, acknowledging the unchangeable reality. His heart slowly recognized the existence of this inequality with a reluctant acceptance. The underdog would always remain the underdog, while the elite would forever be elite, a chasm that could not be crossed. Why did Niji lose to Naruto? The fundamental reason lay in his failure to recognize who the true underdog was. Who is Naruto? He is the son of the fourth Hokage. Sealed within him is the powerful Nine-Tails, and he embodies the reincarnation of Ashura. Naruto transcends the realm of an ordinary ninja. He is a symbol of the second generation of Hokage, the fox, and the Uchiha. How could such an existence be labeled as an underdog? Even Sasuke, born into privilege, appeared diminished in Naruto's presence. Naruto's identity and background had long surpassed ordinary confines. Could he truly be easily classified as an underdog? During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Niji's sacrifice, did he genuinely wish to die for Naruto? If Hinata had not sought to protect Naruto, Niji would not have felt compelled to protect Hinata. Everything Niji did was fundamentally for the sake of the main family heiress. In essence, Niji did not sacrifice himself to protect Naruto. Rather, he was obligated to protect the main family heiress, an inescapable fate. The coercive nature of this sacrifice, the servitude, far outweighed any meager familial or friendly ties. Such is the brutal reality. In contrast, Niji held little significance in the hearts of Naruto and Hinata. At that moment, Niji was gruesomely impaled by the Ten-Tails under Obito's control, blood splattering in a horrific scene. Naruto's expression turned grave, shadowed by despair, as if he were on the brink of death. Did you think his sorrow stemmed solely from a profound friendship with Niji? It was not so. Their interactions were limited to a fight during the Nin exams, a team formed to rescue Sasuke, and a brief encounter during the retrieval of the Tsuchikage. Naruto's true anguish was not over Niji's death, but rather the fact that it occurred before the eyes of many. At that moment, having just reclaimed his identity as the fourth Hokage's son, coupled with the aura of a hero in Konoha, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. Yet, as he stood there, Witnessing a notable figure perish before him, his pride was shattered into pieces. The once heroic declaration of ensuring no companions would die echoed mockingly in his ears. Chapter 83. Expectations for Neji. Naruto was struck by Obito in front of numerous members of the Ninja Alliance. Upon hearing Neji's resentful remark, "You called me a genius," he was momentarily taken aback. In the past, he was the despised Nine-Tails, reviled by all, and he brushed it off without concern. Now, he stood as a prominent figure within the ninja world, a hero he cared. Having achieved a respectable status, Naruto began to feel the weight of expectations. After being struck by a heavy blow, he started to look around, avoiding the harsh truths. In his youth, when Sasuke fell, the unleashed chakra of the Nine-Tails drove him to the brink of violence. Gaara has perished, and Naruto's demonic form is laid bare, inciting a thirst for vengeance. Pain invades Konoha, and Hinata meets her demise, prompting Naruto to unleash the fury of the Eight Tails, driven by a desire to kill. Yet, all of this amounts to mere feigned death. The youthful and naive Naruto, confronted with the stark reality of his friend's death before his eyes, is consumed by a primal urge for retribution. However, as he matures into a hero, his response to the genuine loss of those dear to him is one of despondency and disheartenment, teetering on the brink of despair. This scenario mirrors that of the apocalyptic villains, who were often seasoned adults or elderly figures, their eyes gleaming with a chilling resolve to obliterate everything. In stark contrast, the saviors of the narrative are frequently those innocent school children, untouched by the harshness of society, exuding an almost naive yet fervent impulse. Their gazes are alight with hope, seemingly harboring an unwavering faith in the world around them. After all, why would fate choose them to bear the monumental responsibility of defeating the ultimate antagonist? This paradox appears almost ironic. "Hey, Afong, what are you pondering?" Tsunade playfully drapes her arm around his neck, shaking him lightly. "What are you daydreaming about? Tell me, why do you place such importance on Neji Hyuga?" Uchiha Fong emerged from his reverie, clearing his throat a few times, and somewhat awkwardly remarked, "I apologize. I was lost in thought. What were you saying just now?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips as she teased, "Do tell. Were you pondering over some woman?" "What woman?" Uchiha Fong paused, a look of innocence crossing his face. "Am I not the only woman in your life?" He quickly corrected himself. "No, you are more of a tomboy who only knows how to throw punches." Upon hearing this, Tsunade erupted into laughter, her joy evident as her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Hee, I have recently mastered an incredibly powerful ninjutsu, one that you could never fathom. You certainly wouldn't stand a chance against me." "Well, it's a rarity that you are studying ninjutsu?" Uchiha Fong feigned surprise, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "However, you should first master the sage art of the Wetbone Forest. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for your Senju clan. If your grandfather were to be resurrected and see you this week, he would surely die again from frustration." Tsunade was momentarily incensed, raising her fist to deliver a powerful strike. Yet, in the next instant, she lowered her hand, letting out a sigh. "Fine. I won't tea at you this time. The sage art of the Wetbone Forest is exceedingly difficult. It's not that I don't want to learn it. After all, I possess the Byakuga seal and do not need to rely on sage techniques." Uchiha Fong slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze unwavering as he turned to Tsunade, and continued, "You inquired earlier about my deep regard for Neji, correct?" He paused for a moment, his tone shifting to one of gentleness and sincerity. "In truth, Neji possesses a heart of genuine kindness, despite his status as a branch member of the Hyuga clan. Although the cage bird seal upon his forehead has been lifted, the invisible shackles that bind his spirit are not so easily broken." Tsunade nodded, her expression grave. "I have heard of the cage bird seal. It is an old tradition of the Hyuga clan. Clearly, this matter must be resolved promptly, or else Neji's future may be severely compromised." Uchiha Fong shook his head, his expression becoming intricate. "The situation is not as straightforward as you envision. The internal dynamics of the Hyuga clan are exceedingly complicated. While the distinction between the main family and the branch family holds some rationale, it is fraught with numerous inequities." A note of determination resonated in his voice as he continued, "Moreover, my aspirations for Neji are nothing less than for him to become Hokage." Tsunade displayed a look of astonishment. "What? Neji? You wish to cultivate him into Hokage?" Uchiha Fong nodded without hesitation. "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Tsunade took a deep breath, her gaze drifting into the distance as if contemplating something, and slowly spoke. "After I step down, who do you believe would be the most suitable candidate for Hokage?" Uchiha Fong furrowed his brows slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. I hadn't considered it, but have you? Having only assumed the mantle of Hokage for a mere few days, already begun contemplating resignation? Isn't that a tad hasty? Tsunade lightly pursed her lips, her tone laced with a hint of playful mockery. I was merely inquiring. If you truly wish for Niji to ascend to the position of Hokage, I can remain in office until your little apprentice matures enough to be worthy of the role. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, determination glimmering in his eyes. There is no need to force oneself. I believe the child will surely realize his aspirations in his own way. Allowing him to become Hokage was merely a fleeting thought of mine. Ultimately, his path must be forged by him alone. At that moment, Shizen pushed the door open and, upon seeing Uchiha Itachi standing there, her face blossomed into a radiant smile. Wonderful. Little Kid, you have finally returned. I no longer have to peruse those documents alone. Hearing this, both Tsunade and Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but display a hint of exasperation. Was she eagerly awaiting my return merely to share the burden of those tedious papers? I apologize. That was not my intention, Shizen stammered, realizing her slip, her face flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Tsunade sighed softly, her tone gentle yet tinged with resignation. All right, Shizen, speak your mind. There is no need to be so tense. Shizen hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands, saying, No, nothing at all. You two continue your conversation. I must take my leave. With that, she turned on her heel in haste, seemingly eager to escape the awkwardness of the moment. I truly must go. It won't be long. Before Uchiha Itachi could finish his sentence, he turned to depart. At that instant, Tsunade swiftly grasped his wrist, the strength of her pull halting him in his tracks. What is it? Uchiha Itachi asked in confusion, his brow furrowing in perplexity. A glimmer of resolve and tenderness flickered in Tsunade's gaze as she softly urged, Do not speak, just kiss me. Before her words could fully resonate, she closed the distance without hesitation, her lips gently meeting his. As time unfurled, the kiss deepened into a fervent embrace, their tongues intertwining as if to pour forth all the unexpressed emotions between them. This kiss seemed to encapsulate every longing and reluctance shared as time appeared to stand still, the world around them fading into a blur, leaving only the rhythm of their breaths and heartbeats. Chapter 84. Negotiation with Obito at the entrance of Konohagakure. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Sakura's face was marked by earnestness, her eyes shimmering with resolve. Please, let me accompany you. The atmosphere around them grew tense as Kakashi, Yugao, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata all silently regarded Uchiha Itachi, awaiting his response. Uchiha Itachi's expression remained impassive, his cold gaze penetrating like the sting of ice. He slowly surveyed each individual present, his words cutting through the atmosphere with chilling finality. In this operation, the likelihood of your demise is exceedingly high. I am not jesting. An immediate tension enveloped the air, causing Hinata Hyuga to tremble slightly, yet she summoned her courage, resolutely proclaiming, Kid-senpai, please allow us to accompany you. Her voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering determination, as if her fervent belief sought to shake the steadfast resolve of Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, a man clad in a leaf-patterned attire appeared before Uchiha Itachi with the swiftness of lightning. His posture was upright, his demeanor respectful, as he lowered his head slightly and addressed him with deference. My Lord Kid. This individual was none other than Uchiha Yuta, a member of the Leaf Organization. Yet his presence exuded a power that rivaled even the mightiest of warriors. Uchiha Fong nodded slightly, his gaze shifting towards Kakashi and his team. His tone imbued with an air of authority. He is an ordinary member of the Leaf Organization. Should you manage to defeat him, I shall permit you to accompany me. Otherwise, it would be wiser to refrain from courting death. His voice was as chilling as the winter wind, exuding an unyielding coldness. The atmosphere around them grew tense, as if the very air had thinned. Kakashi furrowed his brow, a hint of helplessness lacing his tone. Uchiha Fong, is there truly no better solution to this predicament? Uchiha Fong let out a cold smile, his gaze piercing. Of course there is. However, if you cannot even defeat him alone, it would be wiser for you to refrain from courting death. Karina Yui's eyes flickered with a hint of dissatisfaction as her voice rose slightly. Are we to confront him together? Are you underestimating us? Uchiha Yuta raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile playing upon his lips. To Jonin, is it? How intriguing. He gracefully extended his hand, exuding an air of calm assurance, as if he held the reins of the situation entirely within his grasp. With but a single hand, I can effortlessly vanquish you all. This level of confidence was nothing short of jarring and infuriating. Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow, his tone growing increasingly severe. enough. Stop pretending, let us begin. No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Itachi charged forth like a bolt of lightning, his movements so swift they were nearly impossible to follow. After an intense battle, only Kakashi remained, standing solitary on the battlefield. He panted heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, clearly with little chakra left. The burden on his body rendering him nearly unable to stand. Uchiha Itachi stood to the side, his gaze betraying a hint of astonishment. Despite his own grievous injuries, a relaxed smile adorned his face. Kakashi, quite impressive. Truly, you live up to the title of elite jonin, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fong stifled a yawn, appearing somewhat bored as his fingers casually traced patterns on the ground. Watching you all engage in such fervent combat is lulling me to sleep. How utterly tedious. At that moment, Kakashi materialized behind Uchiha Itachi like a bolt of lightning, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve. Raikage. Uchiha Itachi's lips curled into a strange smile. And in an instant, his Sharingan activated, the crimson pupils emanating an unusual brilliance. Too slow. He seemed unwilling to concede, swiftly channeling Raikage. The flashes of lightning dancing around him as he thought to himself, let us see whose Raikage reigns supreme. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi suddenly exerted his strength, sweeping his arms with a flourish and sending the two adversaries before him flying like ragged cloth, crashing against the distant wall with a dull thud. Cease this, he commanded, his voice low and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Itachi, you have utterly disappointed me. Uchiha Itachi glared coldly at his subordinate, his tone laced with disappointment. You have managed to reach a stalemate with them. It seems you have not dedicated yourself to training over these past years. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, his face adorned with a deep sense of remorse, stammering in response. I apologize, Lord Keed. My talents are rather mediocre. I merely practice occasionally. This utterance fell upon Kakashi and the other attendees like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly astounded, their hearts brimming with incredulity. To describe such prowess as mediocre? Such strength and performance were simply beyond comprehension. How could a mere subordinate possess such formidable abilities? Uchiha Fong vanished in an instant, as though he had never existed. Following closely behind, Uchiha Itachi hastened towards the direction of the hidden rain village without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the village, Uzumaki Fong unexpectedly encountered the masked man. With a grave expression and piercing gaze, Uzumaki Fong fixed his eyes on the masked figure. His tone resolute and uncompromising. I have heard you captured the host of the Nine-Tails, and even a child from the Uchiha clan? His voice echoed in the damp air, imbued with an air of intimidation, as if seeking further information from the masked man. Uzumaki Fong furrowed his brow slightly, his tone laced with confusion. I can comprehend your reasons for capturing the Nine-Tails host, but why target a child from the Uchiha clan? That perplexes me greatly. The masked man sneered coldly, his voice tinged with disdain. You may not be aware, but there is a fellow named Uchiha Fong in Konoha, whose strength is extraordinary and poses a significant threat to our plans. Moreover, he is the lover of the fifth Hokage, making it impossible for him to join our cause. A jolt coursed through Uzumaki Feng's heart as he quickly pieced together the implications. You intend to use this Uchiha child to threaten Uchiha Fong, compelling him to refrain from interfering with our affairs? Am I correct? The masked man smirked, evidently confident in this strategy. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Do you believe there are other solutions? Uzumaki Fong pondered for a moment, his resolve unwavering. Then let me handle this Uchiha child. As for the Nine-Tails host, you may keep him to negotiate with Nagato. This way, perhaps we can both achieve the outcomes we desire. The masked man offered a slight smile, his voice low yet laced with sarcasm. Why would I entrust that Uchiha child to you? What qualifications do you possess to make such a demand? A glimmer of determination flickered in Uzumaki Feng's eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. Why? Because I can assist you. Obito, you know. I am privy to all your secrets. The masked man frowned slightly, seemingly weighing the significance of this statement, before slowly nodding and inquiring. What assistance can you provide? Your abilities are merely trivial tricks. Uzumaki Fong chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. You are indeed Uchiha Obito, not Uchiha Kakashi. What you have been evading is the self you conceal deep within. Chapter 85, Obito's Weakness, Sasuke's Rescue. Obito momentarily froze, unable to process the words until Uzumaki Feng's voice echoed in his ears, calling him Obito, to which he had responded without hesitation. A tremor coursed through his heart, as if something had quietly surfaced from the shadows. Admit it. You are not a member of Uchiha Kakashi. You are Obito. Uzumaki Feng's voice was firm and direct, akin to a blade piercing the depths of Obito's secrets. At that moment, a figure caught his eye. She had short brown hair that cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. Her deep brown eyes resembling the tranquil waters of an autumn lake, clear and profound. With no bangs, she appeared exceptionally fresh. Dressed in a light pink dress paired with safety shorts, her dark red knee-high socks were particularly striking against her legs. A string of red bracelets adorned her wrist, swaying gently with her movements, exuding a captivating sheen. The two purple markings on her face added an air of mystery to her presence. This woman was none other than Noera Rin, and she had matured into a more graceful and sophisticated version of herself. Upon witnessing this scene, the masked man was instantly taken aback, a storm raging within him. "Rin," he murmured, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Noera Rin gazed at the masked man, filled with confusion, and hurried to Uzumaki Feng's side, asking anxiously, "Feng, who is this person? Why did he want me to meet him?" The masked man's eyes flickered with disbelief as he stared at Uzumaki Feng, his voice trembling. "Uzumaki Feng, who exactly are you? How do you know so many hidden truths?" Uzumaki Feng smiled faintly, shaking his head. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is whether you harbor feelings for her. If you dare to admit it, you are indeed Uchiha Obito." Noera Rin stared at the masked man in shock, her heart racing. You're Obito? Why have you always worn a mask? Are you truly Obito?" Her voice trembled with disbelief and countless questions, as if the revelation stirred a tremendous upheaval within her. Obito's heart felt as though it were being torn into countless pieces, his thoughts desperately battling between despair and hope. This cannot be true. It must be false. Rin cannot possibly have returned. How is that even conceivable? This has to be an illusion, absolutely an illusion. He shook his head vigorously, striving to dispel the panic that gripped him. "Illusion. Release," he shouted, desperation and unwillingness lacing his voice, as if such words could liberate him from the suffocating reality. Yet the voice within him mocked him mercilessly. "Impossible. This is not an illusion. It must be a higher-level illusion." His hands clenched into fists, nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping out without him noticing. Uzumaki Feng stood by, a cold smile playing on his lips, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Ha! Obito, do you truly believe this is merely an illusion? Do you think all of this is impossible? Rin cannot possibly be resurrected, can she?" Each word he uttered was like a dagger, piercing deeply into Obito's heart, causing him great torment. Uzumaki Feng understood Obito's fatal weakness, Rin. She was not only the indelible connection in Obito's heart but also the source of his power. Thus, Rin was both a formidable pillar within Obito's depths and his ultimate vulnerability. The bonds of emotion and the ties of love destined him to be in existence with an unavoidable flaw. As a transmigrator, Uzumaki Feng was well versed in Obito's background and psychological state. "What will you do, Uzumaki Feng?" Obito's voice brimmed with tension and anger, akin to a powder keg ready to explode, poised to unleash disaster at any moment. Uzumaki Feng smiled slightly, his tone remarkably calm. "It is simple. I will return Rin to you, and you will release Sasuke. Sasuke's brother is my friend. He once saved my life in my direst hour. So I hope you can understand. That is all." Obito replied indifferently. "Very well." He promptly released Sasuke without hesitation. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, the scene before him filling him with unease. A red-haired man, a masked figure, and a beautiful woman. Faced with the sudden turn of events, he furrowed his brow slightly, alert and ready for a potential confrontation. The red-haired man introduced himself. "You must be Sasuke. I am Uzumaki Feng, a friend of your brother Uchiha Feng. Did you know? Your brother once saved my life when I was in dire straits, and today, I have come to save you, so consider it even." Meanwhile, Rin's gaze remained fixed on the masked man, her eyes glimmering with uncertainty. "Are you truly Obito?" Her voice trembled slightly, as she sought to ascertain whether this former friend had genuinely returned to her side. At that moment, the masked man activated Kamui, instantly drawing Rin into the space of Kamui. Sasuke's voice was low and urgent. "Where is Naruto?" Uzumaki Feng scoffed dismissively, a hint of derision in his eyes. "Are you referring to that little blonde brat? What does he have to do with me?" Sasuke's heart burned with anxiety, and Naruto's smiling face repeatedly surfaced in his mind. He understood that time was of the essence. He must locate Naruto swiftly, rescue him, and then return together to Konoha. Uzumaki Kid shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Sasuke's distress. "Stop dreaming. That blonde kid is highly unlikely to be saved, considering he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails." "Impossible." Sasuke's voice resonated with unwavering determination and anger. He absolutely refused to believe that Naruto could simply vanish. Uzumaki Kid regarded him coldly, a flicker of disdain in his gaze. What you can do now is solely to enhance your own power, awaiting the chance to avenge your friend. Sasuke trembled slightly, resolute light gleaming in his eyes. Thank you for saving me, but I must leave. My friends are still waiting for me. Uzumaki Kid raised an eyebrow through Sasuke's eyes. He sensed a profound obsession. The current Sasuke was worlds apart from the one depicted in the original narrative. Leave? A playful smile danced on Uzumaki Kid's lips. Do you truly wish to depart? Do you even know where you are? And do you know who I am? The fact that I have not slain you is already a favor, and yet you still wish to leave? Sasuke furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Aren't you the one who saved me? Uzumaki Kid's lips curled into a sly smile. Indeed, I have come to rescue you. However, my intentions extend far beyond merely ensuring your survival. I intend to use you as leverage to threaten your brother. His laughter was laced with a sinister and reckless undertone. Upon hearing this, flames of fury ignited within Sasuke's heart. Dare to threaten my brother? You are courting death. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes transformed into bottomless abysses, the Manjiki Sharingan igniting with an extraordinary radiance, fixating intently upon Uzumaki Kid. In that instant, Sasuke's aura shifted dramatically, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. Countless arcs of electricity coalesced in his hands, roaring like thunder, the cacophony of Chidori echoing through the air, the speed akin to lightning instilling fear in all who beheld it. Chapter 86. Devouring the Soul of the Sage of Six Paths. Boom. A deafening impact resounded as Sasuke was forcefully struck to the ground. His body slumped, seemingly unable to rise again. How is this possible? He thought, filled with shock and resentment, disbelief flickering in his eyes as his Chidori was so effortlessly countered. Uzumaki Kid raised an eyebrow dismissively, a cold smile gracing his lips as he coolly stated, "Let us go. Follow me to train. As for Konoha, you may as well forget about returning for now. Curse it. What is your true objective?" Sasuke gritted his teeth, anger and confusion intertwining in his heart, desperate to unveil the true nature of this enigmatic individual. Uzumaki Kid offered no opportunity for a response, raising his hand to strike once more. With a resounding thud, immense force surged forth again. Sasuke was struck yet again. Blood spilling from his mouth, his complexion as pale as parchment, struggling to stand yet finding himself utterly powerless. Uzumaki Kid regarded him coldly, his tone laced with authority. Do not ask what you should not. Follow me, and I shall teach you the most powerful ninjutsu in this world. His voice struck Sasuke like a hammer, evoking both fear and an underlying flicker of desire within him. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit streets of the Land of Fire, the night was hazy, a gentle breeze wafting in, bringing with it refreshing coolness. In a shadowy room of a small inn, candlelight flickered, casting mottled shadows upon the walls. Uchiha Fong sat before the desk, a faint smile gracing his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He chuckled in triumph. Before him, souls began to gather, their forms gradually becoming more distinct with the passage of time, ultimately revealing the visage of the Sage of Six Paths, as if emerging from the annals of ancient legend. A surge of fervor welled up within Uchiha Fong. Are you truly the Sage of Six Paths? Your power appears rather lacking. The Sage of Six Paths was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his gaze. Could it be that you are a descendant of Indra? Uchiha shook his head, furrowing his brow with a hint of disdain. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. I have never heard of this Indra you speak of. The Sage of Six Paths was about to elaborate on this historical narrative, but Uchiha Fong impatiently raised his hand to interrupt him. No need for explanations. I have no interest in Indra or the Rinnegan. I only wish to know if absorbing you will make me stronger. At this collision of souls, the Sage of Six Paths was momentarily taken aback, engulfed in disbelief. This individual had audaciously initiated an attack against him without a moment's hesitation. Just then, Uchiha Fang's void Sharingan abruptly activated, radiating a brilliant black light that flickered like a dark gemstone. Devour! He thundered, his voice resounding like a clap of thunder. Accompanying his words was an overwhelming force of consumption that surged forth, seemingly intent on tearing apart the very fabric of space. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths existed merely in a spiritual state, emanating a faint glow, utterly incapable of resisting such a formidable power of absorption. His soul was instantly ensnared by that irresistible pull, unable to escape, as if caught in a vast whirlpool plunging into an abyss. In an instant, the soul of the Sage of Six Paths was ruthlessly consumed by Uchiha Fang's void Sharingan, causing the surrounding air to freeze. as though time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, Uchiha Fong felt a sharp, excruciating pain in his eyes, as if an invisible force was tearing recklessly at his vision. In that boundless void, the soul of the Sage of Six Paths was swept up like leaves in a tempest, expanding at an unimaginable velocity, colliding against the boundaries of the void. This ethereal realm was the mysterious world encapsulated within the void Sharingan, which now reverberated with tremors in response to the impact of the sage's soul. Uchiha Fong felt the overwhelming force of impact and could not help but furrow his brow. He understood that this relentless collision was not only destabilizing the void world but also mercilessly gnawing at his own soul. Each clash posed a formidable test to his will and body, as if an invisible pressure was incessantly eroding his spirit, causing him immense suffering. To be thwarted by the soul of merely a six-path sage. Uchiha Fong muttered to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of reluctance and astonishment. He gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and pondered inwardly. Now, let me showcase my true power, spirit escape, soul pressure. As he uttered these words, the air in the void world seemed to solidify instantly. A terrifying aura descended abruptly, enveloping the soul of the six-path sage in a powerful shroud of intimidation. As if it were confined within an invisible prison, two immense forces collided violently in the void, producing a deafening roar. The surrounding space warped under the strain, and the turbulent currents surged forth like tidal waves. Indeed, the six-path sage was extraordinary. Though long deceased, his soul remained remarkably potent. Uchiha Fong felt a surge of astonishment within, his expression turning grave. The six-path sage paused slightly, a glimmer of surprise and caution flashing in his eyes. Junior, what exactly do you intend to do? Uchiha Feng's lips curled into a chilling smile, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon the Sage of Six Paths. What do you intend to do? Naturally, it is to devour you, Tsuchikage. Surrender your power willingly. The true identity of the Sage of Six Paths, originally named Tsuchikage, was known to but a few, even among the mightiest of the ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths felt a jolt of disbelief within, incredulous. How do you know this? Uchiha Fong disdainfully curled his lip, his tone laced with impatience. Enough with the trivialities. This is a moment of life and death between us. The overwhelming pressure of their souls pressed down, a testament to the gravity of their confrontation. For 3 relentless days and nights, Uchiha Fong engaged in an epic battle against the Sage of Six Paths within the boundless expanse of the void. That infinite emptiness seemed to be torn asunder by their struggle, shimmering with a brilliant yet eerie luminescence, occasionally resonating with deafening roars, only to fall into a stifling silence moments later. At long last, after countless clashes and counterattacks, Uchiha Fong, armed with his intellect and tenacity, triumphed over the Sage of Six Paths. The sage collapsed, his formidable form consumed by Uchiha Feng's power, dissipating into wisps of light within the void. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring an opponent of equal rank, earning 10 evolution points. Name, Uchiha Fong. Bloodline limit, Void Sharingan, evolvable, requires 10 evolution points. Choose wisely. Soul, space, matter, devour, would release. Spirit release. Bloodline elimination, dust release. Bloodline acquisition, Nine-Tails Rinnegan, evolvable, requires 10 evolution points. Choose wisely. Rinnegan pressure, attraction, repulsion. Reincarnation, planetary devastation, celestial obstruction, Six Paths techniques, time-space control, soul link, fate reversal, cosmic reincarnation, void domain, Six Paths power. Special bloodlines, blood of the immortal, divine bloodline, fragmented. Attributes, yin, yang, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, soul. Divine powers, yin god power, yang god power. Divine body, first stage. Sage techniques, transformation technique, shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, fire release series of sage techniques, water release series of sage techniques, wind release series of sage techniques, earth release series of sage techniques, lightning release series of sage techniques, wood release series of sage techniques. Sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan. Special abilities, Nine-Tails Sage mode, Rinnegan Chakra mode. Tailed Beast, 8-Tails Chakra. Primordial Spirit Pet, Nine-Tails Sage Fox, adult. 2-Tails Sage Cat, adult. External Avatar, surviving, external state. Evolution points, 17 points. Chapter 87, Evolution, Sealing, Void Magic Eyes. Uchiha Feng's eyes widened, and a surge of excitement welled up within him. To his astonishment, he had acquired 10 evolution points. He never anticipated that there could be alternative means to obtain such points. This revelation truly broadened his horizons. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with disbelief. The question now loomed. Should he opt for the evolution of the Void Sharingan, or pursue the coveted Nine-Tails Rinnegan? His brow furrowed, plunging him into profound contemplation. Yet, in 3 years, he would gather a total of 20 evolution points, an opportunity that could not be overlooked. However, at this moment, a wave of inner turmoil engulfed him, as the yearning for evolution clashed with the difficulty of choice. An invisible force seemed to tug at him, rendering his decision-making exceedingly challenging. What path should he take? This was indeed a formidable dilemma. His thoughts churned, filled with hesitation and unease. Ultimately, he resolved to evolve the Void Sharingan. With a sense of relief washing over him, he acted on his decision without hesitation, pressing the evolution button. In an instant, a warm energy surged into his body, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. His mental prowess, spiritual energy, and innate force began to undergo a wondrous transformation. Coursing with an extraordinary power, the evolution process was unexpectedly gentle, devoid of the intense pain he had anticipated. Instead, it felt as though a soft radiance gradually spread within him, embracing every cell and bestowing an immense sense of ease. Name: Uchiha Feng. Evolution of Void Magic in progress. All Sharingan abilities temporarily sealed. Bloodline limits. Wood release. Spirit release. Bloodline elimination. Dust release. Bloodline acquisition. Nine-Tails Rinnegan. Rinnegan pressure. Attraction. Repulsion. Reincarnation. Planetary devastation. Celestial disruption. 6 paths sage techniques. Time-space manipulation. Soul linkage. Fate reversal. Universal reincarnation. Void domain. 6 paths power. Special bloodlines. Celestial bloodline. Divine bloodline. Incomplete. Attributes: Yin, Yang, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, soul. Divine powers: Yin divine power, Yang divine power. Divine body, level 1. Sage techniques: transformation technique, shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, fire release sage techniques, water release sage techniques, wind release sage techniques. Earth release sage techniques, lightning release sage techniques, wood release sage techniques, Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Special abilities: Nine-Tails Sage Mode, Rinnegan Chakra Mode. Tailed Beast, 8 Tails Chakra. Origin Spirit Pets: Nine-Tails Sage Fox, Adult. 2 Tails Sage Cat, Adult. External Avatar, Active, External State. Evolution Points, 7. Uchiha Feng furrowed his brow in disbelief. What? All the powers of the Sharingan have been sealed? And his strength has regressed? Even more unsettling was the realization that this evolution seemed to require a considerable amount of time, at least a year, possibly extending to 3 years. He couldn't help but recall his external manifestation, which appeared unaffected by this evolution. This meant that the external manifestation could not share the new abilities of the original body. What kind of abilities would emerge from this evolution? It was truly exciting to contemplate. Soon after, he found a long black cloth and carefully tied it over his eyes. Subsequently, he swiftly performed a sealing technique. While this meant his eyes would no longer be vulnerable to external harm, it also signified a temporary loss of vision. However, such a trivial inconvenience could not deter him. His perceptive abilities had reached astonishing heights. Even in darkness, he could effortlessly discern the objects around him, hear faint sounds, and feel the flow of air. Basic living was certainly not an issue. Before long, the figure of Uchiha Itachi quietly emerged. A hint of astonishment flickered across Uchiha Itachi's face as he exclaimed softly, "Brother, what has happened to your eyes?" Uchiha Feng shook his head slightly, his expression resolute. "It's nothing, just a temporary inability to use it. We must return to the village immediately. As for Sasuke, he is safe now, so you need not worry." Upon hearing the news of his brother's safety, Uchiha Itachi's brow unfurled slightly, his tone softening. "I understand. As long as Sasuke is unharmed, that is all that matters." The dialogue between the two brothers revealed a profound bond. However, it was clear that, in their hearts, Naruto's safety did not hold equal importance to that of Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was their biological brother, while Naruto, despite his significance, could never be compared to Sasuke in their hearts. At this moment, the depth of brotherly affection was moving, yet it also exposed a subtle hierarchy of priorities. In the hidden rain village, the Akatsuki's clandestine base was shrouded in dark clouds. An air of tension permeating the atmosphere. Nagato gazed intently at Sasuke before him, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Is this boy truly the youngest genius of the Uchiha clan? Vortex Feng nodded beside him, a hint of pride gracing his features. Indeed, as long as he is present. Uchiha Fong and Uchiha Itachi will absolutely not dare to act recklessly. Nagato smiled slightly, a knowing curve forming on his lips. I see. So Sasuke is a bargaining chip threatening the Uchiha clan. Is that correct? Vortex Fong affirmed, precisely. At that moment, Sasuke's eyes blazed like a burning flame. Filled with rage as he glared at Nagato, shouting furiously, "You despicable scoundrels! How dare you treat me as a pawn?" Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, silent yet seemingly amused by Sasuke's fury. Suddenly, Vortex Fong, like a ferocious beast, ruthlessly kicked Sasuke, sending him crashing into the wall. The impact resonated, shaking the very space around them, dust swirling in the aftermath. Nagato and Konan, witnessing this scene, could hardly bear the brutality displayed by Vortex Fong. Konan urgently exclaimed, "Fong, he is our most important bargaining chip. Do not kill him." Nagato replied calmly, "We merely need to confine him. Once our plan is complete, we will naturally release him." Vortex Fong, seemingly at ease, wore a playful smile. "Fear not. He will not be killed." Sasuke gritted his teeth, determination flickering in his eyes. "Damn it. Just wait. My brother will definitely come to rescue me." Vortex Fong scoffed, his tone laced with mockery. "Oh? Rescue you? Your two brothers are barely able to save themselves. How could they possibly come to your aid?" A sense of dread tightened in Sasuke's chest, fear creeping onto his face. "What have you done to my brother?" Chapter 88. Training Sasuke. 3 Tomo in the training ground of the hidden rain village. The air was thick with moisture, the surrounding trees glistening from the gentle rain. Vortex Fong stood in the center, head held high, a faint smile gracing his features as if everything was under his control. "Your talent is extraordinary." He spoke softly yet firmly. "If you follow my guidance diligently, joining the Akatsuki later will be your true path to power." Sasuke frowned deeply, anger igniting in his eyes. "What a load of nonsense. What have you done to my brother, you vile creature?" Vortex Fong chuckled lightly, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Me? Evil? Look at me, how innocent the first appear. How could you accuse me of being wicked?" His clear, bright eyes sparkled like crystal springs. His fair visage as pure as freshly fallen snow, radiating youthful vitality as if he could not possibly be associated with any dark deeds. Yet, Sasuke's inner fury remained unabated, only intensifying. Sasuke, ablaze with rage, coldly fixed his gaze on Vortex Fong, his tone dripping with disdain. "How dare you exploit me, you despicable fiend? I will never be your puppet, not even in death." Vortex Fong sneered, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Oh, Sasuke, you are so naive. You should feel fortunate to have any value for exploitation. If you were of no use, you would have met your demise long ago." This statement struck Sasuke like a heavy blow, causing him to falter. His complexion paled, and an unsettling sense of dread washed over him. Vortex Fong continued coldly. "Do you know why you are still alive? Because of your brother's strength. Your very survival hinges upon your brother's status in the ninja world, which prevents us from acting rashly. Without that powerful brother of yours, we wouldn't waste a moment on you, understand?" His voice dropped, carrying an unusual warmth. "In this Akatsuki, I alone can genuinely assist you. Your brother once saved my life. Trust me, only by relying on me can you survive. To survive is to hold hope. Do you understand? Stop being so naive, child." Vortex Fang's voice turned dark and sinister as he activated the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, a gleam of triumph flickering in his eyes. "These are your brother's eyes. Now they are mine. Do you grasp what this means?" Sasuke's heart raced, disbelief widening his eyes. "Impossible. Those are my brother's eyes. What have you done to him? Damn it." Anguish and rage intertwined within him as Sasuke's Sharingan ignited like a blazing inferno, swiftly evolving from the double tomo to the triple tomo, emanating a terrifying brilliance. "Die, you wicked fiend." His voice, laden with repressed fury, threatened to unleash all his hatred. "Chidori!" Sasuke roared, gathering countless flickering arcs of electricity in his hands, surging towards Vortex Fong like a thunderbolt, leaving luminous trails in the air, infused with destructive energy. Vortex Fong merely smiled calmly, forming his own Chidori. In an instant, a powerful current crackled in his grasp, meeting Sasuke's onslaught head-on. Boom! The two Chidori collided violently in mid-air, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated ominously. Sasuke was thrown back by the force, the sting of electricity searing his arm, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. Damn it! Damn it! His heart brimmed with resentment and fury. Yet the current circumstances left him no room for retreat. Vortex Fong loomed above, gazing down at Sasuke with a dismissive smile. "You are far too weak." This statement pierced Sasuke's heart like an invisible needle, echoing in his mind like a sinister chant. You are too weak. 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 Each repetition seemed to tear at Sasuke's pride, igniting a furious blaze within him. Finally, the long-suppressed tempest of emotion erupted, contorting Sasuke's features as his eyes sparkled with madness. He appeared to be awakened by some unseen force, his latent potential igniting in an instant, radiating a formidable aura as he launched a fierce assault on Vortex Maple. In the flurry of fists and feet, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Yet, Vortex Maple remained nonchalant, seemingly relishing a juvenile performance, his smile growing more pronounced. Too weak. Such weakness is a disgrace to your brother. I haven't even exerted 1% of my strength, and yet you falter. Die. The malevolent Sasuke bellowed, his voice laced with boundless resentment and despair, as if he sought to transform all his pent-up bitterness and suffering into that single roar. At that moment, Kasame suddenly materialized before Vortex Maple, his expression grave. Mr. Maple, there is something of great importance that must be conveyed. His tone was imbued with an unusual sense of urgency. Vortex Maple paused briefly, diverting his gaze from Sasuke, having long since lost interest in this tedious battle. With a swift kick, he struck Sasuke, leaving his opponent dazed and sprawled on the ground. Confusion and despair etched on his face. Speak, what is it? A hint of amusement graced Vortex Maple's features, yet his eyes glimmered with anticipation. Kisame inhaled deeply, his demeanor becoming even more serious. The third Tsuchikage of the Earth Country has declared war on the Wind Country and has already dispatched a ninja army. Moreover, he has simultaneously launched an assault on the Thunder Country. The seeds of the Fourth Great Ninja War are already sprouting. A cold smile crept across Vortex Maple's lips, his eyes shimmering with provocation. That old Coot Noki is indeed ambitious. It seems time to teach him a lesson about meddling in affairs when one is past their prime. At that moment, Sasuke abruptly rose, his expression reflecting shock, as if he had just heard an unbelievable revelation. Kisame glanced over, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, "The Uchiha brat seems quite intriguing." Vortex Maple nodded slightly, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Indeed, he is a significant piece on the chessboard. Just don't kill him. We can occasionally practice our techniques, honing our physical prowess. Kisame's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. As if contemplating something, he replied solemnly, "I understand. Then I shall not hold back." Chapter 89. The situation grows dire in the land of the Senju. Within the bedroom of Tsunade and Uchiha Maple, the air was thick with tension. Tsunade's face was etched with severity and concern. "Maple, what exactly has happened to your eyes? Speak the truth to me. No more secrets." Uchiha Fong slightly bowed his head, his voice tinged with resignation. "It's nothing much, really. It's just that I've lost my Sharingan." Tsunade's brows furrowed even more tightly as she incredulously inquired, "What? You've lost your Sharingan? What exactly transpired?" Uchiha Fong gritted his teeth, summoning the courage to speak slowly. "Do you remember that red-haired fellow? He is, in fact, a unique clone of mine. Is that so? And what comes next?" Tsunade's tone was laced with urgency and unease. "He is no longer under my control." Uchiha Fang's voice was low, a flicker of anguish crossing his gaze. "He took my eyes. And thus, we find ourselves in this predicament." Tsunade stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. "A clone betraying its original? What nonsense is this?" "This is not a mere clone I created at whim," Uchiha Fong clarified, his voice growing steadier. "It is a forbidden technique, an enhancement based on the shadow clone jutsu. Who could have foreseen it would evolve in such a manner? He has become an independent entity, a true being, and I can no longer exert control over him." All of the above was a fabrication, a well-intentioned lie. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with resignation. "I am truly at a loss for words. You dare to experiment with such a perilous forbidden technique? How can I assist you? No matter how hard I strive, I cannot forge a new pair of eyes for you." Uchiha Kid offered a faint smile, yet his resolve remained unwavering. "It's all right. I can manage. I just need a little time, and my eyes will naturally develop. It's merely a matter of lacking the power of the Sharingan this time." Upon hearing this, Tsunade exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension on her face gradually dissipating. "That's good to hear. Please rest well. I will have Shizen take care of you." She sighed softly, a hint of helplessness and tenderness flickering in her eyes. "The responsibilities of Hokage are indeed overwhelming. I truly apologize for the burden." Without hesitation, Tsunade gently buried Kid's head against her bosom, the plush sensation almost irresistible. "So soft, what is this?" Uchiha Kid felt a wave of breathlessness, his heart racing, and his cheeks suddenly heating up. Unable to resist, he instinctively licked his lips and then, rather brazenly, bit down. Tsunade gasped in surprise at this sudden move, her eyes widening. You little rascal, how dare you bite me? That hurts. Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach. Yet a blush crept onto her cheeks. At that moment, the air was thick with an ambiguous tension, quickening heartbeats all around. Fast forward a million words. The atmosphere in the temporary Hokage office was thick with tension. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her expression grave, brows knitted tightly. She had just received shocking news. Iwagakure had declared war on Sunagakure and Kumogakure. At that moment, her advisors, Shizen and Midogate, arrived, their faces equally serious. Shizen spoke first, her voice tinged with anxiety. What do you plan to do about the loss of the Nine-Tails? Midogate followed up. And how will you respond to the situation with Iwagakure? Tsunade's frown deepened, her mind racing with worry. I'm working on it. Please don't rush me. Her tone revealed a mix of helplessness and irritation, as if she were under immense pressure. Just then, Shizune's gaze inadvertently fell on the bloodstains on Tsunade's clothing, and her brow furrowed sharply. Tsunade, you're injured? Tsunade looked down, quickly realizing the issue and mentally chastising herself. You little pervert. So unreliable. However, she maintained a facade of calm, offering a faint smile. It's nothing. Let us continue our previous discussion. Currently, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure had fallen. Simultaneously, the 8 tails from Kumogakure was also missing, leaving the entire ninja world in an unprecedented state of vulnerability. The 9 tails of Konoha was likewise unaccounted for. And the 3 tails from Kirigakure faced a similar fate. At this moment, only the tail beasts of Iwagakure remained unharmed, yet their ambitions had become glaringly evident. Tsunade paced back and forth in her office, constantly weighing various strategies. As Hokage, she bore a heavy responsibility and could not afford to leave the village lightly. Although Itachi Uchiha's bloodline illness has been temporarily suppressed, he has yet to achieve complete recovery. Moreover, as the brother of Kid, Tsunade cannot allow her beloved sibling to take risks. At this moment, Kid is confined to his home, recuperating due to the loss of his Sharingan, rendering him incapable of participating in any battles. As for Kakashi and the other Jonin, despite their formidable strength, their capabilities seem insufficient to alter the course of the unfolding conflict. Tsunade's brow furrows, her inner turmoil swelling like an unstoppable tide. The only apparent means to avert the impending ninja world war appears to be through negotiation. Tirun Koharu, furrowing her brow, asserts resolutely. I propose sending Uchiha Ki to intimidate the Rock Village. You both caused quite a stir there once before, did you not? If we dispatch Uchiha Ki alone, I firmly believe he can prevent the outbreak of war. Midogate nods in agreement, his tone imbued with approval. Indeed, I wholeheartedly concur with this notion. Tsunade, however, displays concern, shaking her head in refusal. No, Kid is injured and utterly incapable of fulfilling this mission. Koharu is taken aback, her voice rising in pitch. What? He is injured? Why have we received no news of this? Tsunade's expression darkens, her tone tinged with fury. This war concerns the entire ninja world, even without Kid. We can still succeed. I can personally venture to the Rock Village. Koharu retorts urgently. No, absolutely not. You are the Hokage, bearing the weight of the entire village's responsibilities. You must not take such risks. Tsunade's anger flares, and she unhesitatingly seizes the collars of both advisors, her voice resonating with undeniable authority. That cannot be, nor can this. So, how do you propose we resolve this predicament? Both Koharu and Mido are startled by her sudden outburst, unprepared for Tsunade's swift escalation. Koharu hastily interjects, her tone laced with urgency. Tsunade, please remain calm. Could you let me down? Tsunade huffs coldly, her gaze piercing, as if assessing the sincerity of her advisors. She gradually releases her grip, yet maintains an air of command, poised to erupt once more. Then tell me, what ingenious plans do you two advisors possess? Chapter 90. Niji's Tensigen. At that moment, Hyuga Niji strides into the temporary Hokage office. His long, raven hair cascades casually, giving him an air of effortless elegance. While he dons a flowing white robe, resembling an ethereal being, Niji's gaze embodies profound tranquility. However, within the depths of his eyes lies a subtle dominance. He nods slightly and asserts confidently, Lady Tsunade, allow me to go. Tsunade hesitates, her eyes lingering on him as she weighs the risks of this decision. Koharu and Mido exchange looks of astonishment, fully aware of Niji's youth, barely 18. Despite his considerable prowess, can he truly shoulder such a perilous task? Furthermore, it is common knowledge in Konoha that Niji is the sole disciple of Uchiha Kid. As a member of the Hyuga clan, their combat capability is questionable at best, primarily serving in a reconnaissance role. While the Hyuga clan excels in battlefield intelligence, their combat strength is not particularly distinguished. It is evident that Niji's request meets with Tsunade's categorical refusal. Absolutely not. The situation in the rock village is far too perilous. You cannot go. Tsunade's voice is resolute and stern. Lady Tsunade, my abilities have significantly improved. I can face any challenge. Niji's tone exudes unyielding confidence, a firm belief in his capabilities shining through. Tsunade is about to counter, seeking further reasons to dissuade him when suddenly, an oppressive aura fills the air. 3 ninjas clad in leaf-patterned attire materialize like shadows, seemingly freezing the atmosphere of the entire space. Uchiha Inbu, Uchiha Haruka, and Uchiha Yuta stood together, each bearing an expression of solemnity, their formidable presence overwhelming to the point of suffocation. Both Natsukawa Koharu and Mido Monin found themselves involuntarily subdued, exchanging glances filled with astonishment at the imposing authority radiating from these 3 members of the Uchiha clan. Lady Tsunade, please allow Niji to go. Uchiha Inbu stepped forward, his gaze resolute and powerful, seemingly instilling a greater sense of confidence in Niji's determination. This time, the Maple Leaf Organization would accompany and safeguard him, ensuring his safety. With the protection of the Maple Leaf Organization, Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief, her brow unfurling. She nodded slightly, her eyes firmly fixed on Hyuga Niji, her tone tinged with seriousness. Very well. However, you must prioritize your safety. The primary objective is to prevent the outbreak of war. We must refrain from using force unless absolutely necessary. Our focus should be on diplomatic negotiations. I understand, Lady Tsunade. Niji replied, his voice brimming with resolve. Thus, Niji departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, embarking on an unknown journey. Along the way, his heart was filled with a sense of mission, yet during his travels, a sudden change overcame his eyes. His once clear Byakugan began to distort, as if a layer of pure white film was fracturing, transforming into countless tiny white grains that swirled and intertwined within his vision. In that fleeting moment, Niji felt as though his sight had been engulfed by a starry sky, shimmering with innumerable black stars, deep and enigmatic. Master, I have evolved my Byakugan to a higher realm. The reincarnated I. You truly did not deceive me. Excitement and joy surged within Niji, as if he were immersed in an entirely new world. His consciousness expanded with this transformation, perceiving everything around him, seemingly transcending the limits of ordinary beings. Not only did his perception and insight enhance, but the amount of chakra within him also gradually increased, as if responding to the profound desires of his heart. This is extraordinary, he marveled, never having imagined that the reincarnated I could be so powerful, capable of invisibly reshaping his constitution and enhancing his abilities. Uchiha Yenwu widened his eyes, a glint of astonishment and admiration flickering within them. Niji, your eyes. It's nothing. Niji replied with a faint smile, striving to appear composed. Let us hasten our journey. We must reach Iwagakure to complete our mission. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the land of Earth, a tense atmosphere prevailed. Vortex Fong and Kisame walked side by side, followed closely by a tall and stoic Sasuke. Their purpose was evident, to issue a silent threat to Inoki, announcing their arrival and strength. Dust swirled across the land, and the surrounding rocks glimmered under the sunlight, seemingly bearing witness to the impending power struggle. They were not only there to intimidate Inoki, but also intended to capture the powerful tailed beasts, the 4 tails and 5 tails. A resolute light sparkled in Vortex Fang's eyes, while Kisame exuded an icy demeanor, his expression betraying little emotion. Sasuke observed his surroundings quietly, mentally strategizing his next actions. An overwhelming number of Iwagakure ninjas surged forth like a tide, their formidable presence evoking a sense of intimidation. Their target seemed to be directed from the Land of Rain, home to the Akatsuki organization. Vortex Fang's gaze sharpened as he remarked, a mere team of over 50 Chunin, with 5 Jonin mixed in. With such a small force, they dare to contemplate an attack on the Land of Wind? Kisame, arms crossed and a cold smile gracing his lips, inquired, shall we strike now and eliminate them? Vortex Fong smiled slightly but did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he posed a question. What do you think would be the repercussions if we were to slay these individuals now? Although these Iwagakure ninjas target the Land of Wind, their trajectory is aimed directly at the Land of Rain. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Vortex Fong asserted, I suspect their true objective lies with the Land of Rain. Consider this. The Land of Rain is strategically located at the confluence of the Land of Earth, the land of wind and the land of fire. During wartime, it becomes a coveted battleground. Its strategic significance is evident. Kisame paused, momentarily taken aback by the complexity of the geopolitical landscape. Despite his limited understanding, he could not help but inquire, what should our course of action be? A glimmer of insight illuminated Vortex Fang's eyes as he elaborated. Should these Awagakure ninjas penetrate the land of rain, it would signify their formal invasion of other nations. At that juncture, Tsunagakure and Konohagakure would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance and take countermeasures. They would face one of two outcomes. Either Awagakure would retreat, abandoning this perilous endeavor, or Tsunagakure and Konohagakure would unite to decisively vanquish Awagakure. In either scenario, Awagakure is fated to succumb to failure. Chapter 91. Capturing the Four Tails. Ozu, perched atop a towering mountain, stood an ancient cottage. Within, a man clad in purple robes and armor sat at a table. His hair was tied back in a ponytail, and he sported a thick beard, exuding an air of rugged nonconformity. In the distance, Vortex Fang's keen gaze pierced through the layers of tree shadows, finally locking onto his target. There he was, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Ozu. Kisame's lips curled into a sinister grin as he eagerly declared, "Let me handle this." His deep, gravelly voice brimmed with an insatiable desire for action, as if he could hardly wait to engage in a fierce confrontation. When Ozu beheld Vortex Fang and his companions, he momentarily froze, a flicker of wariness crossing his features. He furrowed his brow and moved his lips, seemingly weighing the identities of these strangers. "Who are you?" he inquired softly, a hint of unease lacing his tone. Kisame narrowed his eyes, a cold smile adorning his face as he swiftly formed hand seals. With deft motion, the air around him grew heavy. "Water release, water prison technique," he shouted, and in an instant, the surrounding water coalesced into a spherical prison, ensnaring him tightly. This enclosure not only served as a formidable shield against attacks from all directions, but also effectively confined any enemy daring enough to approach. Realizing the peril, Ozu's heart raced, and he leaped backward, sensing the unfolding danger. Quickly regaining his composure, he fixed his gaze resolutely and began forming his own seals to counterattack. Lava release, scorching river rock technique, he bellowed, unleashing a barrage of searing magma orbs toward Kisame. The orbs traced brilliant arcs through the air, radiating waves of heat that were truly terrifying. Yet, Kisame remained unfazed, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He summoned his unique Samahata, enveloping himself in a shimmering water veil that effortlessly absorbed the scorching magma, rendering it insubstantial. In that moment, he stood as an unyielding fortress, cold yet powerful. Ozu, consumed by fury, growled under his breath, "You're asking for death." "Lava release, chakra mode, activate," he roared, enveloped in searing lava as if he had transformed into a living volcano. The fusion of lava release and taijutsu rendered his attacks unparalleled. Capable of turning anything that touched him into liquid, even the air around him infused with blistering heat. His lava release armor not only boasted formidable offensive capabilities but also significantly enhanced his defense, allowing him to fight as though clad in flames. Simultaneously, Kisame refused to relent, swiftly launching his own jutsu, forming hand seals as he shouted, "Water release, great exploding water colliding wave." A colossal wave erupted from his mouth, instantly transforming into an enormous elliptical water prison, ensnaring his foe. The surging water appeared almost alive, encircling Ozu as Kisame reveled in his element. Moving freely within this aquatic domain, water release inherently countered lava release, and Kisame's prowess in the technique was formidable. Within the water prison, his form shifted seamlessly, as Samahata integrated with his body, rendering him akin to a graceful yet fierce merman. In this state, Kisame could navigate through the water effortlessly, possessing the ability to absorb chakra and sense his surroundings, almost merging with the element itself. Despite Ozu's formidable lava release chakra mode and overwhelming presence, he gradually succumbed to Kisame's relentless assault, the situation increasingly turning against him. Vortex Fang quietly mused to himself, a dazzling light gleaming in his eyes indeed. Kisame is truly remarkable, wielding such powerful water release and absorption capabilities, truly worthy of being regarded as the embodiment of a tailless beast. Sasuke, wide-eyed with shock, fixated on the roiling waves, his heart tumultuous with complex emotions. This is incredible. Such immense chakra. How is this possible? The astonishment he felt was beyond words, as if the world around him had faded into insignificance. Vortex Fang glanced at him, a playful smirk curling his lips. "Kid, you don't actually think this is true strength?" do you? His tone dripped with disdain, subtly implying that Sasuke had a long journey ahead of him. Sasuke frowned, an unwilling fire igniting within him. Humph. What does it matter to you? He struggled to suppress his inner fury, striving for composure, yet his fighting spirit burned fiercely within. Vortex Fong chuckled lightly, a hint of provocation in his gaze. If you believe this to be powerful, your perspective is truly myopic. His words struck Sasuke's pride like a sharp blade. Clenching his fists, Sasuke's gaze hardened. One day, I shall surpass him. Uzumaki Fong shook his head, the smile on his lips deepening. Ha, that day may come. But until then, your strength is utterly insufficient. Just as Uzumaki Fong conversed with Sasuke, the tide of battle quietly shifted. Kisame had already brought the old purple to his knees, gasping for breath, his face contorted and appearing exceedingly frail. Kisame smiled slightly, his voice low and steady. Mr. Fong. It is time for the sealing. Uzumaki Fong nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, and in an instant, he appeared beside the old purple, his face betraying no emotion. He looked down upon the weakened old purple. Fragmented seal. Detachment. As he uttered these commands, the tailed beast seal on old purple instantaneously collapsed. As if invisible chains had been severed in one stroke, and the four-tailed Sun Wukong immediately broke free from his restraints. The four tails roared, his voice echoing through the air. Ha ha ha. I am finally free. His arrogance surged forth, threatening to engulf everything around him. Uzumaki Fong coldly retorted, You are the four-tailed Sun Wukong? I suggest you change your name at once. You are utterly unworthy of it. His words were like a chilling blade, piercing the pride of the four tails. Enraged, the four tails bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he wished to tear apart this fearless youth before him. A human? How dare you suggest I change my name? This is a death wish. Uzumaki Fong disregarded the four tails' fury, flipping his wrist to swiftly produce a scroll. A powerful chakra surged from within him, and the Nine-Tails Rinnegan in his eyes sparkled magnificently. As if time had frozen at that moment, he coldly commanded, Seal. The four tails widened his eyes in terror, murmuring, Impossible. That is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. No, no, no. Uzumaki Fong, unwilling to squander any further time, unleashed his power. And the four tails was instantly drawn into the scroll by the overwhelming sealing force. A scroll materialized in his hand, prominently inscribed with the character for four, seemingly proclaiming his successful mastery over the four tails. Indeed, the four tails were now under his control. A faint smile graced Uzumaki Fong's lips. Name, Uchiha Fong. Void magic eye and evolution, all abilities of the Sharingan temporarily sealed. Bloodline limit, would release, spirit release. Bloodline elimination, dust release. Bloodline collection, Nine-Tails Rinnegan, Rinnegan pressure, attraction, repulsion. Rebirth, planetary devastation, heaven's obstacle, six paths techniques, time-space manipulation, soul link, fate reversal, universal reincarnation, void domain, six paths power. Special bloodlines, sage bloodline, divine bloodline, incomplete. Attributes, yin, yang, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, soul. Divine powers, yin divine power, yang divine power. Divine body, stage 1. Sage techniques, transformation technique. Substitute technique, body flicker technique, fire release series sage techniques, water release series sage techniques, wind release series sage techniques. Earth release series sage techniques, lightning release series sage techniques, wood release series sage techniques, Uzumaki clan sealing technique series. Special abilities, Nine-Tails Sage mode. Rinnegan chakra mode. Tailed beasts, 8 tails chakra, 4 tails chakra. Origin spirit pets, Nine-Tails Sage fox, adult, 2 tails sage cat, adult. External avatar surviving external state. Evolution points, 7. Chapter 92, 6 paths clones, explosive hammer of Noki. Old purple. At that moment, Noki, the diminutive old man, swiftly flew in from afar. His small stature belied by his fierce demeanor. Uzumaki Fong smiled slightly, teasing, Oh, it's you, old man Noki. Last time, your information was invaluable. Truly a great help to me. Yet, Noki's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon him. Uzumaki Fong, did you kill old purple? As he spoke, a powerful chakra erupted from his body, threatening to ignite a fierce battle at any moment. Seeing this, Uzumaki Fong quickly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. It wasn't me. It was my companion. Old Purple was the four-tailed Jinchuriki of the Iwagakure village. Despite the discord between Old Purple and Noki, they were still from the same village, and now he had been killed. How could they wage war now? With only the 5 tails to rely upon? Noki thought to himself, daring to provoke war only because he had the support of a formidable tailed beast within the village. But now, with one tailed beast exterminated, his heart felt heavy, and fury roiled within him. "You shall die," Noki roared, forming hand seals. Dust release, primitive world separation technique. As his voice fell, a dazzling white light surged forth towards Uzumaki phone, as if to reduce everything to nothingness. In that critical moment, a figure appeared before him. It was a golden-haired woman clad in the Akatsuki's black robe adorned with red clouds, her vivid colors striking against the dim battlefield. Iron rods protruded from her face, lending her an eerie and sinister appearance, as if she had emerged from some forbidden realm, instilling dread in all who beheld her. Yet, astonishingly, she effortlessly absorbed the white light. Naka's pupils constricted, unease flooding his heart. How is this possible? In the moment of his shock, 5 identical figures emerged around him, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. This was, indeed, the 6 Paths puppet clones. Each exuded a powerful aura, as if declaring,